do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT. A little bit of a different startup here on the day. Sadly, a couple of issues plagued us here at the very beginning, but the game will continue nonetheless, and will start up nonetheless with Parivision versus Partisan. On the casting desk right now is myself, Atro, joined in with the lovely Hayes, as per usual, to be bringing you guys U19 one more time. It is going to be the second round of the Swiss stage, the 0-1 bracket, and Partisan going up against the Russian behemoth, which is Parivision right now. Hayes, how are we doing this fine morning, mate?
Yeah, all good. I mean, some slight delays, of course, but we're going to be jumping into the action now. Looking forward to the games you have lined up. Like you say, 0-1 bracket means that these are really important games. One of Partisan or Parivision is going to end up 0-2, and this is yeah, that would just not be a great position to find yourself in. I mean, both these teams would have been expecting to make the playoffs, I reckon. So there certainly will be some tears for one of these two teams by the end of this series. And if we didn't have enough delays, well, Kickit is just going to delay proceedings a little bit longer here. I'm assuming it's him, because he hasn't bought up. He's the only player not to have spent any money. The IGL. And there we go. He has indeed purchased up. He's going to get a whole backpack of utility. Couple flashes and a smoke grenade. Armor outside of that, except for Travis. What has he done? He's gone and dropped the P250 to Jane. Where's the rest of his money gone, Atra? Oh, he's dropped a molly to Belchanok as well. Okay, yeah. So Travis has a Glock, no armor, no util. What a legend.
Bro is ready to play it, and look at the double push middle. Partisan starting things off with the right foot, as this is Dust 2, Parivision's own map pick. After that, Mirage, and then Ancient. Quite standard map veto out here, at the very least for the first two maps. It doesn't get more basic than this. But hey, look, Hemi, Dragon, they're there and here to push, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The Glock dinks, and Nota entry is good for 2. The third is waiting in light, and yet, no one's pushed anymore. Waiting for the smoke to drop.
Smoke.
It is a little bit missed.
Smoke. That's going to be a problem here. Collins is going to take advantage of it, but he's now the only man left alive. That's why he's trying to just force these fights right now before he actually falls back. He doesn't want to have to retake into a 1v3. He's crept through the smoke. He's running out of ammo, and he's run out of health as well. Well navigated pistol round there from Parivision. I feel like they maybe slowed things down a little bit unnecessarily after Nota gets this frag here. They don't commit into the bomb site. That's what kind of allows Parivision to get a little bit of a foothold back into B, but they end up getting steamrolled anyway.
Yeah, man, Nota just bails them out so much. 3k into the pistol round, and we get to see Parivision already off to the 2-0 on the first map. So that's an amazing start, just USPs to go up against them. And this gives us a little bit of time to talk a little bit about the matchup, Partisan and Parivision. For Partisan, it would be a really bittersweet story to actually fall into the 0-0 bracket against Parivision here, because they lost EU17 Grand Finals up against 500. They lost their first matchup into the Swiss stage also against 500. So, you know, a bit of kryptonite. And very nice eco round here for Travis to take down 4. But yeah, for Partisan, it would be a quite a bitter pill to swallow, to, you know, not only fight 500 on your first game, but then on your second, try to take down Jame and Co. out here on Parivision. And it's not even just about Jame anymore, this team. You know, it's about Belchinok, it's about Nota, Travis, and Kickert always having great performances as well. For an IGL, Kickert is definitely one of the ones that can show up on the kill feed a lot of the time. So Parivision, I genuinely think they're looking like a very scary team, and I think they can still go up in the ranking.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, all the individuals seem to be in really good form right now. You just look at the numbers alone. Everybody is popping off. I mean, Belchinok has been amazing. I feel like the Jame buff is very real. And I'm not saying he's been buffed. The players he's buffed around him since he's joined this team. Of course, he himself has been relieved of the IGL duties as well. So he can kind of just focus on his own game. Kickert is falling now. Here we go. Partisan looking to make some moves. Not going to just sit by idly. Emmy's going to get boosted up, get here above the smoke, and he will take Kickert down as a result. There's no immediate trade. Damage has been done, though.
Good one to boot off here for Emmy. Indo also checking into long. Does receive the first shot. Had that been a headshot, would have been donk peaked. But nonetheless, it's still a 3v5. Let's see if Jame makes it a 3-on-4. No, he makes it worse. Software wear for Parivision, and Dragon just clears up middle. I do want to mention Dragon is a very, very scary man, okay? Onto Partisan, I feel like he is the one that always goes under the radar, but he is definitely the one that top frags most of the time. When I saw him, he pulled through in like a best of 3 in 3 mappers that did go the distance, but not fully. Like, don't think overtime over overtime. But the entire 24 rounds, I think I saw a Dragon pull through like, what, over 85 kills or something. So, he is definitely scary, and he definitely doesn't back down without a big fight.
I just love the fight here from Partisan. I love the way that they still kind of take some initiative to get themselves the opening kill in the round. The boost up there from Emmy. You know, Kindo, his frag long was pretty simple, just posted on the angle. Just good structure across the map from the CT side. And then, of course, Parivision's hand was kind of forced there, right? By trying to then take fights in middle, which didn't work out for them either. And that's a really good boost early on here for Partisan. Winning the first gun round and keeping 5 players alive.
Really, really nice indeed, yeah. 2-1. AWP in the hands of Kindo still. Parivision going for the force buy. Kickert on the Tech 9. And Jame kind of waiting around into T-spawn. Trying to set up a late Xbox smoke. Decent nade onto Vladin as well. Tells Partisan there's probably a split going on here. Very slow play out of Parivision. To kind of be expected, right? This is the sort of game plan we're used to seeing on any team that has got Jame on it. At the very least, for the beginning of the round. You know what's also crazy to me, Hayes, is the fact that the bench of Parivision is looking so stacked as well. Like, they still got Alpha, Art Frost, Jerry.
Could almost make like a fully blown team of the back of the players on their bench right now. Like actually a genuinely competitive tier 2 team.
Yeah. One that could definitely meet them out here into the CCT at the very least.
Alright, well, they've set themselves up for a burst into this B-bomb site. They have got one player on short right now. That's Kickert who's going to drop the catwalk smoke. I think he's actually missed it. I think he's missed the catwalk smoke. That's not the first smoke maybe we've seen being missed here by Parivision. Yeah. There's 3 players on this B-bomb site ready and waiting, but Dragon gets caught with the nade out, so he can't actually trade Vladin, but he will still be able to get his rifle out in time, and he's multi-killed his way to at least finding a decent position for his team. But I say that, well, 2 versus 2. Bombplant going to come through. Kindo and Emmy to retake. This is advantage Parivision right now, especially with there being no kits on the table.
And this is the B-bomb site. You have to remember this is the one of the toughest, at least top 2, into the retaking departments on any map. Out here, Partisan trying to make their way across. One in double doors. One in window. And smoke in front of tunnels. One on car. Tries to block off someone. No one there, though. The drop in there. Kindo good for 1. And Emmy does manage to find the spray transfer. Does he find the bomb? Yes, he does, but not in due time.
Oh, wait.
Run will run. Oh, there was the defuse kit right in front of him. He didn't see it. I didn't see it. Oh, Emmy.
I mean, did he not have enough time for the 10-second defuse in the first place, do you think?
I don't think he did for the 10-second, but definitely to pick up the defuse and actually
Oh,
get the
yeah,
round.
for sure if he got the kit the first time round. Let's see. So the kit must have been on
It was
Dragon's
there.
body from earlier on.
Yeah.
I'm just having a look at the time here on the clock. Oh, it would have been close. I think it might have crossed the 10-second threshold. Had he realized exactly where the kit was, then he definitely had enough time to pick it up and then start to lock in the defuse. That's unfortunate. I mean, Partizan do all the hard work in the round there, but just can't finish off the job.
And the spray transfer was so nice as well. It was pretty. He connect on both of them,
Yeah.
and I think he himself gets surprised by the second frag, kind of being expected to be traded out there, but he doesn't get traded, and then he just scrambles around trying to search for the bomb. Time ticking away. The pressure's on him. Probably his teammates yelling at him as well. There's a kid. There's a kid. There's a kid. And yeah, well, that's what happens. Unfortunate. But you know what? At the end of the day, it is what it is. It's only the 4th round that was played into this Dust 2. Parry Vision swing by with another. Thankfully for them, they get to keep this up. And Collins forced to run away because a flurry of players are joining up on long and trying to set up towards A. I like what Partizan is doing, though. Look at the space they're taking towards tunnels. They figured it out. And now it's either mid or long.
Problem is, if Parry Vision loses, if Partizan loses round, you can make the same point for Parry Vision as well, but it's just not as punishing, and it's that they won't have any money left if they lose this round.
Yeah.
So if it's Partizan who lose it, 4-1 becomes 5-1. Not going to be an ideal start to their opponent's map pick. The game is going to be simple and direct. Certainly been the theme for Parry Vision's approach on this T side so far. For them with numbers out towards the B bomb site in the previous round. This time they're going to have long control, but they don't have anybody who's sort of patrolling the opposite side of the map right now, which means they don't really have that fallback option of maybe trying to go back through middle and pressure up short or go through mid to B. It's going to have to be this long commitment, and util's starting to dwindle.
Emmy's holding. Where's the flash? Where's the peek? No aggression from the CT side. Instead, Emmy just dry peeking into the smoke. There was a big gap into it as well, so he gets out. Only good for one, though. Travis back to the bomb site. Vulcan in hand, looking for frags, and he finds the second as well off of Gandalf, off of a Ninja. 25 seconds. The defuse is gonna come through. No CC util to actually deal any damage, and Collins still gets away with Jam as well. It's all up to Nota. 1v3. He stays into ramp, and he peeks out there into the A1S's. 3-2. Partizan at least take this round away, and it's still gonna be quite punishing for Parry Vision. Not as much as it would have been for Partizan to lose the round, but hey, I mean, Parry right now, they're gonna stay on the 3-3. They're gonna let Partizan equalize.
I mean, it's a very good retake. Partizan have done well in these situations. You can tell it's certainly a hallmark of their success as a team. It's just how they're all on the same page at the same time. This is what you get from national rosters. Of course, Parry Vision is one as well, but I just feel like Partizan have been very good in terms of playing off of each other lately. We've even seen it in a number of rounds here on Dust 2 as well. And, well, they were exemplary in that retake. They never took the pressure off Parry Vision. Even once Parry Vision got into the bomb site and were able to plant the bomb, not like they were ever given any space to get into comfortable post-plant positions. And as you say, Partizan now on course to level up the scoreline.
Yeah. Well, never say never to a Deagle and a P250, right? It's what we've been conditioned to believe. What I've been conditioned to believe at the very least. AKs, A1Ss, the whole shebang on Partizan. Name of the game here for Parry Vision will be damage. How much can you get away with? It's going to be up to Kindo to try to defend from Car. Incendiary should block them off, but at the same time, they're just going to W through it. And oh, that's a lot of damage onto Kindo. Belchinok finds Collins, and look, it's not as straightforward as you might have thought. This is actually going to be a bomb plant coming through from Parry Vision. This is...
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that there's any real threat in the round here, though. Still a kill and a bomb plant is nice. There's another
Right.
from James. Desert Eagle recovered by Belchnok. Can he find a quick headshot here as well? Oh, that's a huge, juicy, voluptuous grenade. That does a lot of damage, but I mean, you take that every day of the week with your parry vision, right? 3 kills in the bomb plant and your full eco.
Single deagle in a P250, and the round actually did get scary, because imagine, what if the nades weren't there, right? Those nades basically constituted for 2 frags. Had there been an extra player even on the bomb site in that retake, the deagle of Belchanok might have had another chance to shoot. Already connected on a nasty shot, could have found a second easily. Still, an amazing eco, as you say. 3-3, parry vision now on the buy. Partisan gonna be looking quite scared if they lose this round. The loss bonus isn't there either anymore for the CT side. So Kindo gotta make do with this AWP, and they will be aggressive with it. Here comes the flash, but it's not a great one, as it doesn't fully pop in towards the tunnel. Travis loses his
An
life.
important round here. If Parry Vision lose this, then there's good momentum behind Partisan, and this is Parry Vision's map pick as well. They came into this game as significant favorites, I'd say. Not like a 55-45 split. This is closer to like 63-37. I don't know, somewhere there or thereabouts,
Okay.
man. Like, I think Parry Vision are significant favorites in this one right now, but Partisan are just a team that you can never ever underestimate or write off. They may not have like crazy, ridiculous, raw mechanical firepower behind them, but boy do they work well as a unit. Speaking about working well as a unit, it's going to be a big push into this B bomb site. Still the same theme here from Parry Vision. It's just strength in numbers. Very good trades coming through from them as well to ensure that they get into this B bomb site successfully, and now they just have to stave off the retake.
The fact that Nota gets away with 2 there is also quite amazing, because that was just Nota's individual performance, allowing him to kind of work off of his teammates' entry. Kindo and Vladen trying to get by now. Great counter flashes coming through right here from Parry Vision. A better nades at a Partisan last round than this one too. Kindo, trade is out, and James, it's up to him. It's up to him for the save. There's 2 defuse kits, and there's no kill from the T side. James will fall, and Kindo defuses. Partisan swing by with the momentum. And it is 3 in a row out here for the CT side on their enemy's map pick. They will be forcing the T side to make a drastic choice. Either forced by, and you won't really have too much to work with, or go for the safer option. Go for the eco. Play at 5-3. And they're going to take attack pause to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised though, because of the way that round falls apart. I thought they would have been more robust on that B bomb site, but Parry Vision this is like the 3rd time I've done it. Both teams start with PAR, so my brain just crosses the wires either way. Partisan have a really good retake on that B bomb site, such good util usage again, combining so perfectly with the pressure coming through from multiple different avenues at the exact same moment there, and Parry Vision just crumble.
Okay, well, as they do, this wasn't in the 2 options I gave you, in the 2 scenarios I gave you, Parry Vision, but maybe that's why I'm not IGLing. Hero AK for Nota. He's been looking quite good. He's been finding a couple of these 2Ks in the round to make them exciting, make them very possible. But because of this, Travis is left absolutely penniless. Kicker's down to 1K, full armor and a Tech 9. I don't know what this is, but it's neither a save nor a force buy.
It's a team who have got a healthy round loss bonus behind them, so they're just going to spend a bit more than they normally would, bolster their firepower, got util as well, a little smattering of utility. The first time we've kind of seen them just fan themselves out across the map here. Nota's gone searching through middle with that hero AK. Quite a lot of space has been afforded to him as well. Not sure if he's going to be close enough to actually hear the drop down there, but now Parry Vision are going to have to make some decisions about where they're going to end up in the round as the time ticks on.
Pop flash comes through for long. James waiting to call it out. There it is. Emmy's not going to take it though. Kicker. Good for the actual first dink. Belchanok cleans up after him. Wild Spray only finds 1, and look through short. They've already pushed on ahead. They're looking on in for the frag, and it is going to be Collins trying to get away. Moves back to CT. Apparently, Aura is enough out here on Glocks and a P250. Never mind the actual AKs. To force Partisan back. Play for the 4-man retake from short.
This is going to be tough, though, because they don't have, like they have in the previous retakes, like, extra avenues of entry into the bomb site. All 4 players, this is going to be one-dimensional. They're going to be coming through from short right now. They have a smoke grenade incendiary to try and flush someone else on the bomb site, but there's nobody home. Hits are there, but they need to start finding some kills. There's still 4 players alive from Parry Vision. Big wide swing from James. P250 will get the kill, and, well, Kindo's just too far away now. Collins does double down. He's going to have to stick to the fuse. Nice snapshot there from Nota. I'm sure Kindo will get the trade, but that will not impact the outcome of the round, and the little half investment there will prove to be successful for Parry Vision.
Very successful. Hero AK comes in clutch at the end. Nota taking down 3 there again. And it's the multi-frags for him that saved the day, but I think James played this round really well as well. We got to see him set up the flash in towards long, even though it doesn't necessarily connect. Later down the line, plays the P250 and Goose. Wide swings, connects on a very important frag to kind of start things off for Parry Vision in that post plant. And it is 4-4 right now. Let's see if it turns even more for either of these two teams, and it will. James takes the first contact. Dragon not allowed to play anymore. Dragon, he's died almost every single round, bar one. And he usually isn't the most aggressive player. He's usually the closer out here for Partisan.
I think the player that I'm the most excited about seeing on this Partisan roster is Vladden. I mean, he was really good in Bleed before he got benched, and was almost just like a product of an unfortunate situation where he did get benched, because it's not like he was playing poorly. Was it when they brought Jacob into the team that they benched Vladden? I'll have to go back and check exactly what the timeline was, but I just remember that it was like they were trying to bring in what they thought would be an upgrade, and it was like, well, unfortunately, Vladden is the one who got replaced, but not because he deserved to be replaced, more just because they were bringing somebody who they thought would be stronger onto the roster. Either way, not much strength here in this round for Parry Vision. We didn't expect to see too much out of them, with it being an eco for the most part, and Parry Vision are in a strong position.
I mean, did catch James here. That would be an op drop. And there you go. They'll have to go back to save it. They have to win the round first. 25 seconds. You got to get to that bomb site. Surprised Demi doesn't go further to actually try to take the AWP, instead trying to fight with the USP. Get some information. Kindo will at least save the scope. Yeah, the Vladden situation, I don't know, because I really respect Vladden as a player. He's been around ever since the CS 1.6 days, I'm pretty sure. He's been playing with iNation for as long as I can remember. Back before he actually joined up with Bleed / Unpaid, right? He's still rocking the shirt, by the way, on his icon.
Time for some updated photos, fellas. Surely.
Surely. Maybe in the first land that they get themselves on, you know? That's also another thing that Partisan, especially as a team, need. Because everybody just goes and says, oh, okay, Partisan onliners again, you never can, you never know. Never know what's going to happen. I'd love to see these guys in the LAN. I know at least Vladden and Dragon, Collins too. They're all pretty vocal. They're all pretty passionate when it comes down to actually, being in the same building, having that hand-to-hand fist bump communication, being hyped up, being ready to just get into it. I know they can, but they've been at it for so long in the online scene at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's just, players from that region as well always do get very hyped up, always very animated. It's certainly a characteristic of theirs, and it's something that they have to, ride that wave, that energy. Either way,
Oh,
be a job to be done over towards this B bomb side. Parry Vision have enjoyed this a couple times throughout the half already. Vladden will be able to lock it down with the brilliant double, and then kind of evades the trade, and he's going to be able to collect the third frag. Eventually he'll go down to Jane, but the damage has been done.
Oh, the damage has been dealt indeed. Well played, Vladden. Talk about him a little bit and he'll perform. Basically, over doubles his KD in that single round. And James and Kicker left in the 2v4. 2v5 if you count James' kill. Bomb picked up. Gonna get tapped, but they realize...
That's nice.
They realize this late in the round, it doesn't matter. Someone's definitely gonna be flanking around and towards tunnels as well. And James in this position is basically a one and done if they double peek him.
He's been able to avoid the first flash. He's going to take the fight on his own timing. He's taking a bit of damage, but the kill still comes through. The problem is the tunnel players. Oh, yeah, the tunnel player is going to be a big thorn in their side right now. He's going to go for the swing, though. He's going to catch two players with their backs turned. He can't finish off the job immediately, but now they know exactly where Collins is coming through from. The 2 versus 5. The script has been flipped. It's now a 1 versus 2. Collins doesn't have a kid either. How on earth does he get back into the bomb site from here? He knows the crossfire that's been set up, and James will be able to finish off the job. Oh, man. The XVP, X-Outsiders, and now Parivision teammates combined to win a highly unlikely round.
My lord, Kicker. That timing is deadly. It is so disgusting for Partisan, really. I mean... This for Memi, okay, we get it. He was holding the line. But this, there was no flash, no nothing. Kicker just is allowed to find that timing and win the round. James played it very well as well. Was very patient when it came down to actually going on in for those peaks down into double doors. He really pulled himself back from trying to go for more. Because again, they didn't have any info. They didn't know there was just one player coming out of tunnels. There could have been 2. There could have been 3. For all they know. But... yeah, amazing 5v2.
They had to gamble though, right? I feel like they had to gamble.
They did, and it paid off. Kicker, I mean, in another world, he peeks that and he dies immediately, right? Oh, okay. So.
Well, he doesn't die immediately here against the Pistols. And that's, I mean, that could be a very, you know, one of the rounds that goes a long way in defining the way that Dust 2 plays out here. Because, think about, that should have been 5-all. Parivision's economy probably broken. And now it's 6-4 and they play against Pistols. And there's going to be some pressure coming through from tunnels right now. But it's just USPs. Who's worried about some measly silenced Pistols, Atro? I know I'm not.
Yeah.
There is Emmy though. Top mid. Oh, okay. Never mind.
The shark
been so
doesn't
good
get
in this
him.
Parivision team. Hasn't he, don't you think? Like, I feel like he was pretty good before. Like, he was a decent player who got some good attention. But just not to the same degree that we're seeing here in Parivision. He was on Amcal before, and, I mean, yeah, he was a guy who, like I said, people were kind of talking about occasionally, but was quite inconsistent up and down. Probably down more to the team. And now he's got a very stable team with some really good players around him, and it's certainly bringing out the best in Nota.
No, see, back when we were casting Amcal back in 2024 with Nota on the server, we were always mentioning the fact that he was a 16-year-old by then, and he was such a prospect because he wasn't pulling in the numbers he's pulling today, but he was having this impact of just multi-frags that was always to be talked about, always something that would get Amcal out of a bind, and we always had our eye on him, whether we liked it or not, just because of how prevalent Amcal was back then, right? And now as he's joined into Parivision and he's got more experienced players by his side, it was always a big question mark of, will Nota be able to keep up that performance from Amcal going into Parivision? And not only does he keep it up, but he even makes it better than it was before. So I feel like that's why now Nota can definitely hang around with the big boys and give the performances that he does, stay in that star rifler role, and still be able to overshadow people sometimes like Travis, like James, like Belchanok, depending on the day. Because that's what you need out of at least this roster, to be able to all perform on different types of days. And right now, Belchanok wants to show that even though it's going to be a bit of a slower start for him, can still enter like there's no tomorrow. Takes down Nemi. And Partisan left with a choice. Do they fully invest into the rotate out here for A? Or do they still leave a couple of players down mid and B?
I will say, that was a very good set of util coming through from Parivision to enable Belchanok. That late flash there really made the difference. He would have been in trouble otherwise. Orpa on the bomb site, got support at range from Collins. I bet they'd love to actually have their positions swapped right now, Wood, Kindo, and Collins, but this is what they have to try and make work right now. Kicker will burn Kindo out. He spots the other player on the fringe of the smoke. It's not the cleanest spray, but the kill comes through anyway. Now it's Dragon and Vlad left. Of course, they'll attempt this last round of the first half. Try and find a way back into the bomb site. Vladden's on the boxes right now. Dragon knows there's still a player on the bomb site. Nades onto the ramp instead. Vladden will find the frag, but he's been tagged by the Yorpa. Gonna just kind of limp his way forward. Oh my goodness, he is just looking like a live wire. And Dragon's taking Travis down on the flank. That's a really important kill. That was almost the insurance policy for Paravision. It's now only Belchnok left remaining. He's got the Yorp, and the bomb's not really ideally planted for him. And there's going to be a smoke dropped on the bomb. I don't think it's been perfectly placed, though, you know. Gonna have to be the 10-second stick here, too. That defuse is being stuck. Surely Belchnok should realize exactly that. He gets the frag on the first. Does the smoke cover the diffuser?
You see him?
Not, but Belchnok has missed the shot. Clock's going to come out at range, tapping away. Kill doesn't come through. The missed smoke does not cost him as Partisan win the last round of the half.
I wish you guys could see my face right now. It is just an office reaction looking into an imaginary camera right now. That is... oh god. You have the op, you spot him at the last second. You know he's 10-second defusing. Why swap to the Glock? You've got another bullet in the mag there. I guess it's just the pressure, but still, man, still. Look at this. After you hit such a nice shot on Dragon, that round should have been Paravision. Still. 7-5 is going to be how the split ends off. And you also have to appreciate how they actually took on over when Kindo was on the bomb site, because that Molotov, they hear that someone gets ticked in it continuously, they never peek. That's what you're supposed to do, because that's exactly what Kindo was waiting for, to at least trade out one, but he dies to the Molotov. And that's how they entry up on the site, and how ultimately they'll win the round out. Either way.
I feel like that's a huge round for them to win back as well in the grand scheme of things. 8-4 would have been tough to recover. 7-5 is a whole lot more digestible.
Oh, yeah.
And that was, yeah, 4v2, right? So, big dropping of the ball there from Paravision. That frag on Travis there on the flank was actually such an important kill. Really good presence of mind there from, was it Collins or Dragon who goes back to check for that?
Yeah, Dragon.
Either way. Here we go. Second half underway. A bomb site going to be the port of call. They have got one player on the other side of the map, but doesn't look like he's being too active.
Here comes the setup. Here comes the smoke. Partisan ready to go, and a missed run boost later. It's a quad man peek down long, and just a tap onto Travis. He'll be thankful that's all he gets. More and more coming through. It's a 5v4 out here, and Paravision are on the man advantage actually on the bomb side, but it doesn't matter. They're all getting wrecked by Kindo and Collins and everyone out of Partisan time and time again. That was just a complete dogfight that goes with a single flash, and they all fall at the drop of a pin. 7-6. Partisan indeed take away this pistol round, and now indeed it's much easier to equalize back up 7-7, as they did make that half a little bit closer.
That is a brilliant flash there from Partisan. I must say, that's ultimately the difference maker. The fact that they completely blind up everybody on the bomb site there allows them to get 2 or 3 quick kills, and then Paravision are just chasing the round from there. So they'll settle for the full save now, as Partisan have almost a free path now to level up the scoreline. Got to put some respect on Emmy's name. I've been a bit speculative of him and about his return to the higher level of the game. Of course, he was a coach for a while. Was he not coaching like Tai Lu or something like that at one point?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was.
I'll have to go back and double check that.
Checking that right now. But he has been in the scene between between June and 2024, and no, he's been playing. He's been playing for the last years.
Okay, I got to be thinking of somebody else.
He was
then,
no. He was on Tai Lu as a player.
Oh, okay, that's what it was then. Yeah. And he's also 31 years old, but he really seems to still hold his own as a fragger. I mean, we saw him with that really neat spray transfer on the retake on the B bomb site in the first half, and he's got a good head for the game, a good read. One of the stronger regional IGLs kind of thing. One of the traditional IGLs, you know, someone who takes the responsibility as the captain, someone who doesn't just kind of let his team do as they please and then maybe call off the back of what they're doing. I think he comes in with a clear, decisive game plan that everybody is structured around.
Yeah, and then you have to think about the experience that these guys have, right? The years of gameplay they've gone through together, because Emmy too, just like Collins and Vladden and even Dragon, they were part of these old rosters of iNation, and even before that of iNation, it was Coalesce, it was X-Partisan, it was back in 2017, 2013. I mean, Emmy was part of iNation for, let me round this up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. He played with iNation before, and that was basically the same core, right? That was just him, Collins, and Vladen.
So there's a lot of history then. Is what
Oh
we're
yeah,
saying,
a lot of
amongst
history.
these players and within the region as well. I guess Vladen has Dragon played in an international team as well. I know Vladen obviously has.
Dragon is definitely more of a regional player. He has played on the Witchers before, on Project J.
Okay. Yeah. Guess those were like more mixed teams kind of thing. Maybe just feeling it
Yeah.
out. Never really like anything hardcore committed. Either way, this is a really important round now in the grand scheme of things. Partisan have a chance to get the lead. This is a bonus round for them as well. They got 2 max 10s in the mix. If Paravision lose this, there's a serious cause for concern. James does have an AWP though, which I'm a little bit surprised by. I didn't think they'd have enough money to get him an AWP here in the 3rd round of the half. Especially with Kevlar. I guess Belchanok, he's playing Glass Cannon M4.
That's it. Why not? At this point, you're taking most of the fights anyways. Problem for me is not necessarily the armor, it's the fact that they don't have a single diffuse kit. This is Paravision we're talking about. James holds up into tunnels. No one on B anymore. Partisan pulled the plug. They felt the aura of the 3-man setup. And they said, you know what? We're not contesting that. Instead, back up to A. Kickert will have to play with the one of the 2 smokes that Paravision have got to work with. That's all of their utility, so can't expect too much counters. Here comes the flash. Here comes the next box smoke. And a new box smoke, my bad. And a dead Emmy, a traded out kicker, and 20 seconds to plant that bomb leaves us in a 3-man CT retake. Dragon surely dead here, right? Okay, only traded. Still gets away with Nota. With that Molotov, that's the round. Partisan take this one away. Paravision doing a Jane time. And it is 8-7.
Very well worked round coming through from Partisan there. Just keeping Paravision guessing, applying pressure, not really any idea of what was going on there for Paravision. And all of a sudden, just so much pressure ramping up on that A bomb site. Great stuff there from Dragon with his multi-kill, man. That's going to be Partisan getting the lead on the T side here of their opponent's map pick. We will see another investment coming through here from the CT side. But this is starting to get a little bit worrying now because it was, what, 7-4, I think, at one point? Was it even 7-3?
It was around about that margin, yeah.
Okay, it was 7-4.
Yeah. There was a lot of
fight back from
momentum.
Partisan. 4 rounds in a row. Yeah, there was a lot of momentum for Paravision, and they ended up losing that 4 versus 2 post plants, and they haven't actually won a round since then, Atro, but perhaps this is where they can get back to winning ways. Good wrestle for Long coming through, and actually against what I was initially expecting there, Paravision haven't fought up yet, so they're guaranteed a gun round in the next, and if they can find a way to win this one, that would be a really healthy boost to their economy.
Same could be said about Partisan, though. I mean, they take this one away, and they again force Paravision to stay down there. Sure, there's a loss bonus. They reinvest. But the momentum just is really going to be binding them down. Partisan. 27 HP onto Vladen. He's stuck in the corner. Has got to use util to get out of here. And the moment he does, the mid player is going to rotate. The solo smoke, though. You won't invest too much off of that. Travis comes back up with a 5-7. And it's not like Partisan are running out of time, yet they're still setting this up early. Here comes the Molotovs, here comes the kill. Emmy pre-fires in the smoke. Well played, finds one. James still alive, not for long though, and no one checked for car. So Travis gets away with a little bit of damage, but it's Collins to take the brunt of it, and he's still alive on 10 HP. kicking right now. Paravision, they've got to retake this. They don't have the information that they're both low out here, Hayes. No defuse kit either, though. Yeah.
That's true. No diffuse kit, I guess, does play a role in their decision making. Yeah, I'm just thinking that they're guaranteed a full buy in the next round. Guaranteed a full buy. Everything that they would want. So surely you roll the dice. I guess the damage was unconfirmed, but shouldn't be fully unconfirmed. I mean, they know that they hit a couple shots in the gunfight that they lost. And Partisan, well, they're not going to be asking any questions. They're going to be very happy that they've just been handed this post plant on a silver platter, uncontested. That's going to be 9-7 now, and a good response from Paravision, from Partisan rather, after they lose that first player towards long, the way that they then get themselves back into the round, a nice big burst into the B bomb site, good trading again, good util usage again. These are the themes of Partisan's success. It's their teamwork, their trading, their util, their synergy, their communication. And it's all combining wonderfully on their opponent's map pick right now.
I think I was casting with Nexus and Tio. Like, I was doing the analysts, and Tio was going off about the fact that they're supposed to say partisan, not partisan. Like,
okay, well then let's copy that for every single team and player whose name should be pronounced in their dialect.
Yeah, yeah. As we should. Nexus was being a name lawyer about that too. A lot of time.
Fair enough.
Yeah, man, I mean, when you talk to the players and they're like, yeah, you're supposed to actually say it in that way, we were like, okay, that's cool, that's interesting, but if it doesn't roll off the tongue when we have to actually cast it, if it's not too bad of a mispronunciation, you know. Like,
the thing is, we do try. Like, remember it used to be Zaiwu, and then he came on and said it's actually supposed to be Ziwu. We used to call Boomich Boombla, and then it became, oh, it's actually in Acrylic, like BL4 or whatever it is pronounced with an itch sound, so it's Boomich, not Boombla. But we're all, like, we're kind of just, we're speaking English, so most of the time names just get read in an English way phonetically. Either way, this is a really important round for Paravision. If they lose this, then at that point the map is almost going to be out of control.
Well, I love this
mid-tech. Be a B-split on the cards. Yeah, go for it, mate. Take over.
Partisan pushing on ahead here. The flash really buys up time, and it even made steps out here for Paravision to actually realize what's happening. Yet they're still playing a big split because they don't actually have any concrete information. Kicker just trying to play this along, and the nade is actually going to be able to do damage, but he doesn't send it out. Everybody's moving in towards doors, and it is going to be Belchanok lining them up. 2 and 3rd found by Kicker as they all get shut down. What happened? Partisan stuck at the door, and it was shut in front of them. They hit their head, and they lost the round 9-8. Paravision take this one away.
Yeah, I guess Belchanok's not in the mood to be receiving any guests right now. He is not feeling too welcoming, shutting them down there at the doors, ensuring that Partisan never set foot into that B-bomb site. And look at what that means for the money now. I mean, there'll be a decent investment, but it's still going to be a little bit patchy here for this T side. There'll be Galils in the mix here. That's if they even decide to go all in. I honestly wouldn't mind the half buy here, but they're going to spend their money. Collins could drop an AWP here for Kindo as well. Is he feeling that way inclined? It looks like he has.
I am feeling thank you.
Kindo always reminds me of the Kinder Joy. That, like, little egg chocolate thing.
Yeah. We love
get the little toy as well.
Yeah. Always nice. It's like a... I thought it was a European thing, because I know it's German.
Yeah, it's found its way to South Africa as well. I know somebody who ate like 13 in a row.
Are they
Probably
okay?
got diabetes afterwards.
Yeah,
but...
cavities over cavities.
Yeah, I don't know. Dentures will probably set in at that point, but yeah, I think that's probably like 10 too many, honestly.
That's like 11
like
too
3
many.
3 is already a lot, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, here we go. An important round in the grand scheme of things here. No money left in the bank for Partisan if they drop the ball here, and at that point, Paravision will feel like they are back into the game. Not to say they aren't currently. More in control at that point, I should say. Partisan just with a pretty standard default right now. Pressuring the map. Emmy is also just keeping them focused on that B bomb site while his teammates start to make their way up catwalk into A.
Partisan trying to play the soul around here. Paravision learning their lesson. They won't be using that much util in the mid round anymore. Trying to save it for when they actually have some concrete information. It is not like the T side is just going to give that away for free. Shift walking in towards outhouse, in towards longhouse. Travis needs to deny this. Oh, what an off angle though for Travis. Stays in the middle of long. Takes out one, but only good for one. Dragon. Oh, takes down the IGL as well. That's a huge kill to find actually from short. 20 seconds. You got an entry on in. You see James, and you struggle to take him down, yet still found. Smoke on down to CT now, and it's only going to be Belchinok and Nota trying to deny this bomb plan because that's what they're looking for. 10 seconds indeed time. Oh, and they've done it. That's the Molotov on the bomb site too. Actually getting in there 5 seconds, and there's just enough time to drop the smoke and plant the bomb. 2v3 still, and the boost gets heard. They miss it away twice, and I think that's Paravision trying to pull through a James time themselves, even though James dead.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've got some forward positions right now, which means they've got time to play with. They've got kits, and they're going to find a frag here as well. Kindo goes down. That means they can focus all their... They're going to combine on the double swing. Nota. Oh my goodness, very close there. Vladden is the one who comes out the round with the triple kill. The last man left alive on the server. Bodies just litter the floor all around him. But Partisan will come away with the round as they get themselves up to double digits. And again, it's a really well-worked round from them, man. The pressure being combined from both short and long at the same time there. These rounds are just really well constructed.
They're well constructed, well executed. Yeah, it always feels like it's going to fall apart with one mistake. It always feels like it's going to come apart at the last couple of seconds. Like Partisan, they do manage to get that bomb down, but it was a struggle. Vladden, if he doesn't find a double kill there, Nota just comes around into ramp and still wins out the 2v2. Like, it's all on the knife's edge. And Paravision, they're making these rounds very interesting as well, because they're not necessarily staying static, but they are taking their sweet time to retake, to find peaks, to work out the counter util. Because they know they can't be too rash and brash up against Partisan. This is a team with the experience that we were talking about, with the mechanical individuality here, that can just punish you on your mistakes, really pummel you down if you're not careful, and game. Nice little kill there onto Vladden. Right on cue indeed. Takes down one, and Partisan still trying to default kind of in towards short, it looks like.
Yeah, James trying to have some presence across the board right now. After he gets that pick in middle, he now goes towards long, but Partisan have gone back to the scene of the crime. This is really brave from them, and also really smart, because they know that James enjoys to reposition after his presence has been made known. So they've gone back into the vacancy of middle.
Oh, I've played these games before. Belchinok. He's shutting the door on them again. Good for one. Nota brings it back though. That's his best Belchinok impression. Takes out two, and the third soon to follow. Yeah. No one's getting guests on B right now. We have seen those plays before. Paravision. Good coverage of the B bomb side. Their anchors are doing their job right there.
Yeah. I just don't know about, like, committing Belchinok to the B anchor on this map. I feel like he could be better used somewhere else. He's a very active player, and he's a really strong fragger as well. And being confined to the B bomb site might kind of just, like, neuter how much he can actually contribute, how much impact he can find. But I guess there's been quite a lot of action on that side of the map, and he has done well in those instances. Now, Partisan, they have a tough decision to make, because a full save means you get $1,900 if they lose this round here.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be enough for, like, AK's armor in the round afterwards. So, we may actually see them go for the force buy.
Tech 9s? Tech 9s! Hey, there you go. We love them, don't we, Hayes?
Indeed. Well, I mean, yes, I guess, but if they lose this round 10 all, then their eco 11-10 for Paravision at that point, certainly a cause for concern for Partisan.
Should be that case, yet you never know. And speaking of the B-bomb site anchors, I mean, Belchinok being on this part of the map, I guess they've just swapped him around right when we mentioned at least his position, because he's going to be playing down towards the boxes. But he can actually get out of B the moment they do find a little bit of information towards A lot of the time. He can just still continue to be aggressive up into tunnels, up through middle, trying to find a flank. So, it does neuter a lot of his game plans, yet still can be something to look forward to. I'm surprised Partisan just doesn't death bowl this round.
I think they're gonna. I think on a timing, though. They're just waiting for their opportunity to pounce. They've got a lot of utility as well. There's not much resistance between them and that A-bomb site. Because you've got Kickit who you'll flash off the angle, and then it's only Travis on the bomb site itself. He has got an AK, though, and Kickit's been able to scale upwards. Okay, well, there we go. 2 fantastic frags before the round even gets underway for Partisan. Should just stop them cold in their tracks.
Yeah, big nade coming through again, softens them up, and they just rush into the AWP, to the A1S, to the AK, and they will fall down. I mean, again, it was a good attempt there made by Paravision. They realized James is never going to push through middle, especially not in a round like that, so they can just hold up in short, hold up and wait. But as they wait, they apparently didn't expect Kicker to actually be that aggressive and swing from the new box in towards short. Could have taken down even 3 in that instance. There we go. Kicker with the first 2 kills wins the round. And it is Paravision up to 10, as to be expected. Only a single kill made from the T side. An equal scoreline will take us into an advantage for Paravision on their own map pick, actually.
And they should be able to get the lead here as well. Should be able to get themselves up to 11 with relative ease. It's just the pistols and no utility. And Partisan are starting to struggle here. Feels like an uphill battle for them on this T side. Next gun round is a must-win for Partisan, because if they lose it, there's going to be 12-10 without much money. So, game on. That's the job to do. There's no flashbang. It's going to be one player who jumps through the doors initially to try and pull his crosshair away from the doors there to allow the teammates to then slide through and get the kill, which they have managed at the expense of 2 players. They get an AK as a result. That is brave from James, but he'll be rewarded with a collateral kill, the double with a single bullet.
There you go. Doesn't always happen, but always nice to see it. And now AK at long range. So we'll be looking for any extra kills he can find. Wow, Collins, no armor, gets legged by the AWP and he doesn't die. And there he dies, okay. James finds his head, puts the guillotine in position, and it's Paravision on 11. Ready to put the guillotine on this entire map, actually, for Partisan. Because they just realistically need the next round to... need this round to be won. And Partisan won't have the best buy with 2.9k on the loss bonus.
Yeah, that's the concern I was kind of talking about coming into the previous round there, just dressing up this round here and mentioning that Partisan loses, they're going to be in some deep water. Paravision want to contest this, they will. They've run through the flames, they flashed themselves forward. Kickit's completely blind, I think by his own flashbang, but it doesn't matter because he just holds down mouse button 1, and once he regains his vision and looks at the top right-hand side of his screen there and towards the kill feed, he's like, oh, okay, well, I got 2 kills. I take that. And now James, that's a poor miss from him. A nice wide step out from Dragon, gets past the scope, and that's opened up the A-bomb site entirely.
Yeah, but closed out middle, Nota finds the frag, and it's down to the 2v4. Post-plan scenario will come through late. I'll actually drop there by Dragon, so even more time bought up here for the retake. And it doesn't matter.
At least they're able to find the plant, though.
Yeah, it's headed towards short, though. It kind of telegraphs where Emmy is. Dragon playing by himself will finally fall. The smoke actually just try to bait them out. And oh, here's the utility. Here's the play. They know where he's at. And the smoke will come through as well, but it doesn't even matter. It's 12 on the board. Paravision take this one away. And 2 map points left to go to try to close off this map. Kicker, man. What a round out of him.
Yeah, this is very good. Yeah, massive round, right? The double kill initially, and then he finds a 3rd frag. I mean, even Nota as well to control middle as he's rotating back in towards that A-bomb site. At least there's a plant there for Partisan. I mean, they really didn't have much going for them in the round at all. The fact they get a plant makes the optics of this investment a little bit better with the extra 500, but it's not like it's great. And it looks like their fate has been sealed somewhat. I mean, Partisan started strongly in the first half here, right? I mean, the second half, rather, but Paravision have come alive.
Oh, and they're going
It was
towards B.
10-8. 10-8 at one point, Atro. 4 in a row for Parry Vision since then. Can they add a fifth to the tally?
Vladen! There you go! Forgot to actually stop the W. Oh, and speaking of W's, Nota, beautiful flying Collins in with the back turn away. It's the backstab too. Travis takes down Dragon as he finds himself on a 1-for-1, 3v3 now, and 11 HP onto Nota. James is never gonna drop his op though, so it doesn't matter. Nota already pushed up into worse tunnels. There's not even gonna be an opportunity for that. Half HP onto Emmy and Vladen. They're just holding up their lines here. Again, it's the B-side retake, and there are Molotovs out here on both Nota and Jame if they want to clear out the bomb site. It's probably exactly what they're going to do. The nade comes through, and actually forcing them back. It takes a long time. Parry Vision. Shop, you got to get a move on here, buddy. And they're going to pull the plug. It's Jame time.
Why?
They're running away.
Why would you save? You've got so much money. You've got so much money on the CT side right now. It makes no sense at all to commit to the save. Oh, man. I mean,
it's actually Jim.
Yes. It honestly doesn't make any sense at all here, besides preserving your own life. Surely just pull the pistol out and you try and run to the bomb site. I don't know, 2v3, it's highly unlikely, but not impossible. But Partisan, they've kept themselves alive for a little bit longer. Can they force it into OT here? 12-11. Good work from Vladen there on the entries into the B bomb site, and they lock the round in from there.
Let's see. At the very least, we needed the entire 24 rounds game to be played out to find a winner. And we could even have more, depending on what Partisan do this time around. What's interesting, too, is that I see an A1S on the ground. Did they have money to invest into a second op? I don't remember who the second opper here for Parry Vision is. Might actually be Nota. There's a double op setup on this too. Oof. Oof, it's good.
Yeah, it is power. Can Partisan force us into overtime? I feel like they've been chasing the game pretty much throughout the entirety of Dust 2. There was that brief moment at the start of the second half where they were able to pull ahead, make it 10-8, then Parry Vision answer back with 4 in a row of their own. Well, there is 1 round left in regulation. Could be 1 round left in the map here if Parry Vision gets the job done. Game has certainly come alive here in these past few rounds with his AWP on the CT side as well, I must say. He's finding some good impact. Ticket, Nota, Jane, probably the 3 main benefactors here of Parry Vision's success.
I was just looking at some of the players' history out here, and I stumbled across Nota. Been playing since 2023, since summer, professionally. And in another universe, there is a world in which Nota right now is actually on Rush B, because he was playing, his first ever team was with the Rush B core, with Kinky, Executor, and Texty.
Well, thank God he got out of that prison.
Yes, indeed.
He's far better off here in Parry Vision, was better off in Amcal as well. I don't know, man. With all due respect, I just struggle to take a team seriously with the name Rush B. First of all.
Yeah, I mean...
And then second of all, I struggle to take a player seriously whose name is Kinky. So...
Fair. That is very fair.
And third of all, players who break the rules. Like Texi disconnecting. So that he gets that kill bonus, or the death bonus. Yeah, the loss bonus, that's the one. That's against the rules in CCT. You can't just disconnect from the server on the T side so that you basically die and then get the loss bonus in the round. I don't like people who break rules after.
Yeah, neither do I. And this is
either way, here we go.
Anyways, yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No worries.
We're getting back into the game after the pause has been ended, and look at Jame. He is, when do you ever see this from Jame on the front lines this early on in the round? I like the confidence, though.
Definitely interesting. Something different, yet doesn't amount to too much yet. Partisan playing a bit of a slower round.
Yeah, they're taking their time here. Jame with the Zorp, he loves to do this, just sweep his way through. Oh, he spots a player out top mid. Jame knows he's also been spotted though, so he can't really hang around at the risk of somebody peeking him from short. Dragon gets incredibly close there to punish and kick it, but can't connect on the shots to actually get the kill. It's going to be a late long take coming through from the T side, and there's no one even worried about this for Parry Vision right now. There's no one even considering this.
Yeah, Jame and Nota is still playing up into mid. And the short split, the A split still going through. Here comes the paw flash and here comes the peek. It is going to be up to Travis to try to deny this kicker. Smoke blown open and the doors are wide open indeed. That's going to be the first one going Vladin's his way. Let's see if he finds the second as well. Yes, he does. Looking for the third. Gonna get denied. James still on the bomb side. Trying to hold this one down, but Dragon taps on two. Connects on the second bullet. And finds the second frag as well. All up left to Belchanok. We might be going overtime here, Hayes, but it's all between a 1v3 now and a smoke blooming open. That will be Collins sending us into OT. Partisan not done out here with this dust too, as Parry Vision aren't in clear waters just yet.
I mean, it's a really well-worked round from Partisan. It felt like they were never actually at risk of losing the round there, because when they start to actually pressure up long, that's when the players start to make their presence known on shorts as well. And you could see on the minimap, Parry Vision just had no idea where to position themselves. They didn't know, should we be worried about short, should we be worried about long? They didn't have control of either. And that's why you just get... You completely collapse on the A bomb side itself, because there's no room to work with. You can't isolate either side of the map. You can't isolate short, you can't isolate long. And you just get fought from both sides. And Dragon was playing to perfection there on shorts as well, it must be said, right? The way he was just timing his peaks, playing off his teammates long as well, hitting some really good shots, and, well, the previous 24 rounds now mean nothing as we run it back in overtime.
Yep. It's the equalizations that always makes us think, okay, what did we play for this entire time? But Belchanok, good for 2 on the shutdown. Nota is still alive somehow towards the bomb site. Smoke blooming late. We'll be leaving him down to half HP, and surely they just don't forget about him, right? They still do realize Nota's on the bomb site. And Dragon does know, playing around the box. Having heard him, Nota was running out with a USP. Don't know why. But the bomb in front of tunnels, and Vladin checked. Well played,
kill.
Travis.
Yeah, it's a really big frag there. I mean, we certainly have turned up the pace here. Partisan, you can see that they're playing with a little bit more freedom because of the fact that there's more rounds to play with. And it's going to be Dragon who goes through the smoke. Travis, where are you looking? Where's Travis looking? He was just gazing into James' loving eyes. I don't know. But James was window, and there was no reason for Travis to not be looking anywhere else, rather. I mean, could have been middle, could have been CT, could have been at the smoke. But he's caught with his back turned, and that's a disaster.
Yeah, he was staring at them cheeks. And he got them cheeks. 13-12. Partisan. They break your law, Hayes. They take 13 out here into OT.
Yeah,
First
true. They
up.
forced it into OT and they win the first round. Very good work coming through from them because they shouldn't have won that round. The 1v2 almost gifted to them there.
And Dragon's 23-19, by the way. I highlighted him as one of the scarier players out here on Partisan. And he is constantly showing up. Travis out into long. What do you feel about the setup out here for Parry Vision? It's felt very defaulty, it's felt very static a lot of the times for me at least. Just trying to play the counter util.
Yeah,
hoping for the best.
I mean, we haven't really seen any like forward short takes from them like we saw from Partisan, where you try and boost around the smoke and contest lowers. I just don't know who the man on this team is that wants to try and take those sort of plays, because it's not going to come from your AWP or Jame.
Yeah.
And yeah, we haven't really seen them like asking many questions, trying to push into lowers. Either way, Jame with the Zorp will find the first, jumps back, hits the wall, but will still be able to round the corner. Misses the follow-up shot though. Overexposed and loses his life out as a result. Now the pressure shifts onto the CT side to make this retake happen.
Already a retake though. I mean, the bomb planted for short kind of telegraphs that there's going to be players there. Partisan still trying to play in the bomb side though. Checking into long, and look, where's Parry Vision coming from? All CT. No one checking this yet. Porcelain needs to make its way across here, and as Vlad to peek out first, saw all three of them on his death, so good information taken. So 3v3 still, time ticking away. They just have to play this timing, no need to peek out. Kindo, last man standing, and Nota's taking his sweet time. You gotta go in, you gotta move. Bomb still planted out there for Kindo. No utility out here, so you just gotta play for the hold. And it is gonna be Kindo to fall. Well played by Nota. 3k out of the man himself. But again, it's individual prowess saving the day for Parry Vision, because that was a slow retake.
Yeah, but some say slow, some say calculated. I don't know, man. You can pick your word choice there, because you could kind of make a case for both of them. I mean, it was a little bit brave there from Nota to actually even try and trade weapons. I was worried he might get peeked at that moment as he upgrades the M4 to the AK. 13 all. Teams just continue to trade these rounds back and forth. Both hit 13, but not when it matters.
Sure, that's an opening and a half. Kindo falls again. Partisan. I say slow out of Parry Vision when it comes down to retakes, and that's true. They always love to take their time. It's Parry Vision after all. But Partisan on this T side, it's not like we saw any rounds besides the Vladin rush through or smoke on B that one time, where they actually put the pressure before sending in the util. Like, they always took this extensive time to set up. And Parry Vision are always kind of ready to intake.
Yeah, we haven't seen either team play with much ferocity here on their T side of Dust 2. Sometimes it can be difficult to go for the quicker options. It's not like we've seen like a lot of long fights either, surprisingly. Either way, Dragon has picked up Kindo's Orb, posted hoping that somebody maybe just overexposes himself ever so slightly. Of course, both teams won 7 rounds on their T side in regulation. So that's worth keeping in mind, that if Parry Vision can go 2 for 1 here in OT, they probably put themselves in a slightly better position. Nota narrowly misses out in that second frag. Travis has gone through the smoke, and he will get a kill in time before the trade comes through. Now it's all on Jame on the speed bomb site, but he's been taken down by Flatten. And that actually is going to be advantage Partisan, but only for a brief moment. Flatten should be able to get the bomb plant. Problem is he's had to run to actually pick up the bomb. He's been given some time here, though, because Nota's going through tunnels with his Zorb. He's not going to be able to do anything about the bomb plant itself, but Flatten jumps up, not expecting Nota to be in tunnels that early on. And Parry Vision will indeed get themselves 2 on the CT side.
Okay, that was very much needed, because their CT side was much better than their T side from before. I say much better. It was still a 7-5 at the split, right? It was their T side to actually gain the advantage. But I don't know, it just felt a little bit more convincing a lot of the time when how they were holding up the bomb sites. Not how they were retaining, but how they were actually anchoring. I like what Nota and Belchanok have been doing. Partisan, on the other hand, though, do we remember some good holds out of them? Do we remember them on the CT side? They only picked up 5 rounds in the first half.
Yeah, trying to think about... I think the most memorable part of their CT side was that they were kind of keen to maybe make some plays. I mean, we saw them pushing through tunnels in the pistol round. We saw them, you know, boosting up above the smoke on short a couple times as well. They were, I think, better than Parry Vision at taking control of either long or short and having that control pretty much always at their disposal. They never ended up in a position where they were getting crunched on the A bomb site from both long and short. Let's see, though. Can Parry Vision get themselves up to map point? They had 1 chance. They had 2 chances in regulation, right?
Yeah.
Both were squandered. Or was it 1? Was it 11 all?
It was... No. It was 12-10.
Alright, it was 12-10. So they had their 2 chances on their CT side. They couldn't finish it off there. See if they can earn themselves a couple chances here on the T half by winning this first round.
Would be great for them. Let's see it. It is their own map pick after all, and they're having this much of a struggle already. Remember, though, it's Dust 2. It's not like it's a very specific map pick. Always goes down to the pugginess, always goes down to the individualism. And Nota right now, he is having a grand old time. But this is the interesting part, you know, when two of your main riflers aren't really showing up on the server for Parivision, and it's your IGL that steps up 21 and 17. How's Mirage gonna look like if Belchanok and Travis get back on the server as much as we're used to them being there?
I mean, that's a good question, and one I'm looking forward to having answered, but I think they're going to have to pitch up because Mirage is an important map to have a player like Belchanok, who's one of the stronger fraggers for Parivision, to open up the map. Either way, good opening kill. This is what I've been talking about. Partisan pressuring short. We didn't see this from Parivision at all throughout their entire CT side in regulation and OT. But there's only one player on B right now. There's only one player on the B bomb side. Good luck, have fun. Kicken's heard the steps there from Vladimir as he emerges through the smoke, takes him down. Dragon's gone down without a kill on B. Kicken's gone back through the smoke, man. Smoke criminal right now. This is round over. I mean, Partisan, it doesn't make any sense to save here. It's completely nonsensical because they'll have everything they need to buy in the round afterwards. And if they lose the round afterwards, then it's map over. So it's not like they even have to think about losing 2 in a row and then having to buy in the third. And I'm surprised that there's still teams, professional teams, that make these oversights in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's not like we've just seen it once. We've seen it at least once out of both of these teams, both Parivision and Partisan. You can make the joke that you expect that out of Parivision just because of the ultra passive style they like to play with, you know, the opping and all, but still, no reason not to go for that. 15-13. Parivision are even going to die to the bomb because they know they just gotta win the round. That's all they want, all they need. Still though, I don't understand how Kicker stays alive for that long in towards short and still gets away with a second kill on Vlad as well. Like, he misses the smoke, you surely know he's there. But Vladin just turns away and gets caught on the timing. It's Partisan getting surprised. And now it's Parivision with, again, 2 map points to try to close this map off.
This time on the T side. And that previous round was very convincing from them. I mean, Kicker plays the situation beautifully there, just based on the information he's getting in the moment and the decisions that he makes. Double AWP setup in play here. Will that be a difference maker?
27 and 16, Nota, man. He's been so
what a
scary.
game.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just been consistent throughout the entire map. It's not like he disappeared and then popped off and then disappeared and popped off. He's just been churning out these important kills throughout the entirety of Dust 2.
Yeah, very... I mean, if he'll turn into the sort of rifler who is always very consistent, always very scary, like a Dragon situation, then I would love to see his future, man. I think...
Oh, this is...
a lot of teams
scary,
need it.
Atro.
Yeah, wait, Travis. Gonna peek through. Dragon is on a good angle though. But they're very far pushed up. It's a one and done. If a flash comes through as well, Dragon just takes a pot shot and tries to run away. The smoke actually is gonna be the first one sent out.
Nice,
and now they're
smoke.
hearing the
Kicker popped
steps.
through this. Look at Kicker. He's made his way through middle right now. And the CTs aren't aware of that, I don't think. Or are they? Perhaps they are. Dragon with the AWP's only going to be good for the 1 kill. That's a problem. Okay, retake for Partisan. They have to win this here just to keep themselves alive.
Yep, and it's the B-bomb side. Good crack out of Collins. But it's still Jamon box, untraded, unchecked, and it's a 2-on-3 that Kindo and Collins don't know how to approach. A single smoke, they do incendiary out Jame. Yeah, the Tech 9 is going to fall, actually. Now it's a bit more doable, but remember who's still alive. It's Travis and Nota. It's 2 scary players out on the server right now, and they're both moving up their window, making noise. Pistol out, and a kill made, but only one. Collins almost saves it, but it's not enough. Hayes, we go away from Dust 2 finally, as Parivision closed it out 16-13 on their own map pick, bringing it back to CSGO. We're going all the way to the 29th round, and, well... after this, sending us into Mirage.
I mean, that was scary, to be fair. That was scary for Parivision. That gets a lot closer than I was expecting on the retake there from Partisan's perspective. A good attempt, but unfortunately, they do fall ever so slightly short. And that'll cost them the map. It was their opponent's map pick. Next map's going to be Mirage, so... I mean, we take away the positives for Partisan, and we kind of add to the successes they've had on Mirage in the past, and it still feels like there's a good shot for them here in the series. I feel like Parivision were always kind of destined to win the map there. Like, it did seem like they were in control. Players were warm. Players were good. And I actually think Kick It calls a really good T side as well, by the way. Some good changes of pace, some good changes of direction. And a brave T side as well, right? With the way that they were often bursting through smokes. And I feel like they found a lot of success on that B bomb side from the T half, the Parry Vision.
Yeah, 100% they did. A lot of retakes as well, really working out for them a couple of those times, so that was nice to see. And overall, I mean, a solid game plan. Paravision managed to bounce back away from what Partisan were holding on to a little bit of advantage. Momentum didn't go their way, and now we head on over to Mirage. It's going to be that second map, but after a 10-minute break to wash our faces a little bit and give these players a little bit of time to actually try to reset, and we will do the same. Be back in 10 minutes. And we're back here with the second map of the best of three. Partisan and Paravision still going at it, and it is going to be Mirage up next. We start off the morning out here, Hayes, with the overtime affair already. Paravision taking it away in 4 rounds in the overtime. Now, Mirage, how do you feel about that's going to go after we just got to see this?
The lack of initiative and plays being made by Paravision gets me a little bit concerned going into Mirage, a map that you have to be keen to do that, get your hands dirty, fight middle, retake middle, make plays in Palace and Ramp, and have these forward setups. And because we didn't really see those tendencies from Paravision on Dust 2, I don't know if that's like a map-dependent thing or if that's like their game plan in general on the CT side. I think they'll be in trouble on Mirage if they can't find a way to have sort of early round impact on that CT side.
Definitely the CT side is going to matter out a lot. We're going to have to see if Paravision are also going to stay continuing to be passive on that T side as well when we go on over to Mirage. Mid is going to definitely be a big talking point to this map, more so than the previous, and the previous was already a lot. James had to do a lot of work. But question is going to be also for Paravision, Kickers really bailed him out of a lot of scenes a lot of times. Will he be able to do that again? Will we get to see Belchinok and maybe Travis step up to the plate a little bit more even? How are things going to go? Because they can't just keep relying on Nota and their IGL to do a lot of the heavy lifting out here.
Yeah, I'd imagine someone like Belchinok will be a big force to be reckoned with on a map like Mirage. I expect him to be a lot more active as well. But yeah, individuals will certainly have to come to the table. As for Partisan, I mean, that's their map pick. They've played the map 6 times in the past 3 months. They've lost it the past 2 times. Both of those times were against 500, to be fair. I guess they just got suffocated out of the server and they ran out of oxygen. Or maybe oxygen just ran at them, I don't know. Either way, it's gonna be hopefully an improvement here from Partisan coming into Mirage this time around, because otherwise they're gonna lose the series 2-0 and then end up in the 0-2 bracket of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and I don't believe neither of these teams really deserve to be in the 0-2 bracket immediately off the bat. I mean, it was just unfortunate matchups. Partisan and Paravision definitely 2 of the bigger hitters out here in towards EU19. But now that you say it out loud again, it's EU19, mate. There won't really have too many chances to rack up points after this. This is like the penultimate one we've got out of EU. CCT coming to yet another close, huh? Last time it felt so uncertain, so interesting that we were looking forward to see the grand final and stuff. Now that the online finals have been called out again here by the CCT, we know there's an end to it. Wondering how it's gonna wind up. Did you also get
Well,
to
let's
see
hope
that...
for a season 3. Let's hope for a season
yeah,
3.
hopefully. Did you also get to see that the online finals are working with the VRS system too? So there's no like invites with how the CCT was structured at the very beginning either way?
I mean, it's just one of those things that they kind of had to adjust to, I'd imagine, just
Sadly.
because otherwise it wouldn't be a Valve-sanctioned event. There wouldn't be VRS points. You wouldn't really have the teams there you would want. You'd have just teams playing for prize money, ultimately, and now there's going to be more at stake. So you can't really fault CCT on that with the change in the landscape, I guess.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to aim anything at CCT in particular, but I was just saying.
Sure, I mean, they're your employees. Weren't thinking you were. That would be a brave approach. But yeah, just kind of, I guess, explaining to everybody else why they had to make that decision.
Exactly. It is a little bit tough. But, you know, thinking of the teams as well, they've fought to rack up those points all this time. I hope at least we do get to see, like, a Spirit Academy or a Bait or something, you know, just for a good time's sake. Either way. We are going to be jumping into Mirage in a second here. Emmy having a couple of issues with the PC. He just restarted it. Should be back in just a sec. And while we're going to be waiting on him to go back, we have talked about Mirage. Have talked extensively about this too and how that kind of panned out as well. Do you believe we're going to a third?
Does that mean we throw to a break? Do I think we're going to a third? Yeah, I do. I think we are going to a third map. Yeah, I think I've saw enough from Partisan to believe that their teamwork, their proficiency on Mirage, their individual sort of impressing me in some departments as well, particularly Vladin and Dragon. I reckon we're going to go to a third.
Okay. Well, we'll have our answer here and now. This is why we didn't throw it to a break, apparently. 5 seconds, and we're off to the races once more. Who's going to be your betting horse? Well, we're about to find that out. If you are going to be betting on the games, use our partner on over at Stake. But remember, be responsible with your money and don't bet if you're under the age of 18. With that being said, let's see Paravision CT side betting on their numbers game right here with a very default standard play. Nota connector player today. Kickert onto CT. And Jame up into jungle, getting ready to deny whatever Partisan are rocking up to a bomb site with. It's going to be just slow smoke play.
I mean, there's a kit and there's an incendiary, so Paravision are happy to play for the retake here. It's pretty obvious what Partisan are going for with the smokes that they throw at the start of the round. They're certainly going to be searching for CT control. Paravision have to be aware of that. They don't have a flash to try and fight back for CT. And you got Belchnok on the opposite side of Dragon right now, and Dragon's going to take off Belchnok's head. That could just be the frag that straight up wins the round, you know, because now all of the Paravision players are confined to CT, and Partisan know, because they've got jungle and connector, they don't actually have to commit to the fights in CT. Now they can actually just fall back, and this is round over. Even with the kit on Travis, they're still going to accept their fate here. I mean, my word, Nota, that's a swift, risky double kill from him, but not one that's going to impact the outcome of the round, as Partisan will open up first.
Boom. Oh, Travis dies. Good thing he didn't have a half armor. And if he did, he probably wouldn't have. I think, yeah, Dragon's kill is the one that wins them the round. They get themselves into the bomb site, planted away. Belchnok should have had that. Yeah, whiffed a couple of shots. And Paravision, well, they lose the pistol. So now, Partisan might be starting off the game with a bang, depending on how this force buy works for the CT side, too. It's Jame on the scout. Love to see it. 2 from losses on the CT side as well. And Deagles instead of 5-7s. We're always rattling about how $500 for a 5-7 is, like, OP. For the amount of work that it gets done with that pistol. Nowadays, I'm kind of down the middle whenever I see a Deagle. I'm like, you could have invested into a Tech 9 or a 5-7, you know?
I mean, different strengths, different parts of the map kind of make different cases for which pistol is the better option. But I'm right there with you. I mean, even though the 5-7 is still so strong, it feels like it's maybe underused sometimes. But this is going to be enough here for Paravision to just call it a day. That one frag, that instant headshot there on Kick It, means they'll just bunker down and carry over these forced up weapons into the next round, recognizing they basically have no chance of getting back into the A-bomb site.
Yep.
Good strong start here for Partisan, keeping things simple but effective.
Simple but effective indeed. And now there's going to be a question to the next round for Paravision as well is, will they reinvest into util? Will they at least buy up a diffuse kit? I don't believe so. because there's not really a need to do that and to mess up your economy. But if you are going to be saving 4 of these weapons, 4 of that buy, maybe there is a world. He kills, and James does find a tag. 3 HP on Kindo. And it's a flawless round
like
for Partisan.
Yeah, and I like that they don't overcommit there to the exit kills either, because keeping 5 players alive is a very good boost to their economy early on. And, yeah, they give up the respect to Parry Vision, which means that they'll carry over 4 of these forced up sets of weaponry, but in turn, like I said, it's a good boost to Partisan's economy early on here on this T side. Hammered on this A bomb site twice now, have Parry Vision been. Is there going to be a change up in the setup here for Parry Vision? Effectively, they have a force buy to work with again. Oh, Nota just swings on stairs, and that's going to be another opening kill from Dragon. I think he's got 2 or maybe even all 3 already here on Mirage.
Yeah. Dragon is having a great time overall out here in towards ramp, but Jaime and Belchanok do manage to find great damage. Belchanok with a FAMAS takes down 2, and Vladin is in the line of fire as well.
Yeah, 1 Palace, 1 ramp. This has felt a little bit more disjointed maybe from Partisan, but there's still a very good case to be made for the recovery. Nice tag there from James. Certainly does tip the scale back in Parry Vision's favor. Still lots of time here for Partisan to play with.
Remember, this was a non-investment round from Parry Vision. They didn't buy anything into this one, so they'll be stacked on cash as well, no matter the outcome of this round. Travis picks up a Mac 10 there. They head into B. I think Travis heard him already. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Partisan are not going to be shift walking anymore, and it is going to be James with the FAMAS trying to deny this. Mac 10 grabs the attention away, and that's the round. Oh my lord, what a round out of Parry Vision.
Yeah, that is a very important round for them to win. It's a huge reprieve. It's like a big let-off, right? Where they were supposed to be down 0-3 coming into the first gun run with some pressure on them, and now they've kind of been gifted a round. I feel like Partisan maybe just took that round a little bit too lightly. Maybe just taking up some unnecessary gunfights that then got punished, and the round was turned on its head very quickly. At least they will have a full buy here, though. AKs and Galils to try and answer back after losing to the forced up set of weapons.
Okay. Well, Partisan back up to a split here, vying up for A control once more. They're going to be waiting for the underpass player to actually get a move on. That is going to be Dragon. One more time. Okay.
Dragon's, yeah, the only player in towards middle right now here for Partisan. It's going to be this A bomb site as the port of call again. This is the bomb site they've opted for every single round so far. Pickett has his hands full. He's going to play up close and personal as well.
He's got the nade to try to blow it open if need be. Just needs to hear a timing. Needs to see that flash go. And there it is. That's the Molotov down towards Under Palace. Could always get out a sandwich at any point. Collins trying to peek into him, finds him, denies him. Vladin on another. And it is going to be the third for the Galil as well. There it is. Collins. He played a great first map onto Dust 2. Now keeps it going onto this one too. 3-1 and Partisan. Good T-side so far. They don't really show signs of stopping after these executes. They find great early picks. Great entries, I mean.
Yeah, very good opening kills there on the A bomb side. Travis is just fighting for his life right now. I mean, Partisan, they made it look really easy, actually pushing onto the A bomb side. Collins emerging from Palace. He was the main chief destroyer. Such an important part of the attack is the player coming out of Palace, just knowing how to time his play, his presence, and get in on the act.
Terrorists win.
Okay. Round 5. Up on Kindo still. Forcing out the reinvest here. It will be a decent round for Partisan no matter the outcome into the next buy. But Vision, they're still working out with a maxed out loss winner. So I do presume they'll start playing a bit more pushed up. Not really worrying about the economy as much as they're going to be worrying about the round count from this point onwards. And yeah, here's the difference, right, Hayes? It's Kicker still yet to put himself up on the board. On the
and he's
previous
the
map.
A anchor, which is a problem.
It's him and Nota, too. Interesting to see Nota having a bit of a tougher time when it comes down to connector. I don't know. I don't know why I don't see Nota as an anchor player.
I mean, he's not anchoring now.
No, he's not. But back on Dust 2, he was a lot of times onto that B-bomb site. Alongside
he's someone who you
Beltran.
want to be in the action, right?
Yeah. Oh, barrel spotted, kill confirmed. Kindo takes down the first and the second. Vladin's there to help, and well, Parry Vision, they try to find the crunch down mid. Jame might still be able to salvage it, but still a man down on the advantage. Low HP onto Vladin. He's on the bomb, but there is no damaging utility for the CT side, so they'll have to work with aim only. Away from this, and Jame out into Khan, trying to search for a frag. Should find an easy one, actually, and he doesn't. Emmy doesn't go down. Travis in from CT. Oh, okay. One bullet, all was needed on 9 HP Vladin. 2v2. Mano a mano. Travis on the defuse kit. There is no smoke, though. And there is no Jame.
Kill. That's going to take the attention and now away from Collins. Diffuser's been tapped, and well, he should just be able to step out. And there we go. We'll get the kill for free as Travis's attention was in towards Connector. And Partisan are piecing this T side together beautifully. I mean, there's a bit of a change up here in this round with the focus in towards middle. Able to get the players in position, just working well, even with the amount of pressure that comes through from Parry Vision. Partisan still just keep their composure.
Now, problem is, though, is that Parry Visions were the one making the mistake in the previous round. They didn't peel off of each other. They didn't peek together. They all wanted to push down middle, but it felt like nobody really called out the 3-2-1. They just kind of went in. And there wasn't even a player down window. That was too short, two connector players getting out of there.
And now it's going to have to be an eco for Parry Vision. The only round they've won so far was basically a force buy where they'd forced up in the round before and then saved on 4 players. So that is not very convincing or sustainable. And they're not going to have anything to work with here bar the one rifle on Nota. So here's Partisan's opportunity to really ramp the pressure up, make it 5-1, head into the next gun round. If they can win the gun round that follows, then they're really sailing off into the sunset here on their map pick. A contrast from what we saw on Dust 2, which was actually a lot more back and forth. This is far more one-sided.
Yeah, definitely a stark contrast. But it's not like it's too far away yet. It's only going to be 4-1, 5-1 maybe out here for Partisan. Parry Vision can still make a decent half out of this. Thing is, though, is that T-side is coming after this for Parry Vision. And for Partisan, at the very least, they picked him to Mirage knowing that their CT side would be where they would be doing God's work. I say that, but still, Partisan actually have a better T-side win percentage than they do CT side on Mirage.
I feel like that's becoming a commonality on Mirage, honestly. Like, T-side has got so much going for it on this map. And again, it's going to be a change up there. Taking a bit more of a methodical approach in the round compared to the last time we saw them out against pistols. Don't want to run into the same sort of problems. Going to get themselves control and then combine with Vladin, who's making his way up ramp. Not Vladin, actually, but regardless, point still stands. Collins is there now.
Nota.
Rifle. Okay, nice double kill. Still more to be done though, and he's low.
Yeah, but he has to reload and comes through connector. It's going to be Jame up first on the entry. Kendo denies him though, and the triple peek does get denied. Kickert, however, on the other side of the map picks up an A1S. Wait a moment, because this kill is actually way more important than whatever Nota could have done here. Oh, and Kendo He doesn't. Runs away. Gets hurt. Kicker pulls out the information. 2v2. Do they go for this? I think they do. No armor, though. On to Kicker. No defuse kit. And not really any util. So maybe they don't.
Okay, well that's well done there from Partisan, because the initial plan to try and pressure through Connect onto the A bomb site doesn't work out because of Nota's double and then Kicker finding a frag as well, but they have a good mid-round adjustment there. Pivoting over towards one a gun round yet here on their CT side. They'll have the AWP on Jame, they'll have AKs, M4s, everything they could hope for. So if they can't win this round here, then that's going to be a massive concern going into the rest of the half. We've seen Partisan with a couple different showings on their T side. They've favored A early on, and they've also shown they have the ability to just take middle with numbers and then progress into a bomb site from there. So Parry Vision, they know what has to be done here, but can they make it happen?
Are we gonna see any more of the Jamais time? The Jane timer? So far, it's been James actually. James, yeah, it's been James. It's been Jame actually finding quite a little bit of aggro down mid with that op. At least he's getting the info. But look, in rounds like this, he's holding up so much. He's scared about someone pushing into window when Partisan haven't even scaled up catwalk yet. They're gonna be heading in towards B anyways. Yeah, James still watching that hole here. Turns around. Partisan should start up the exec because Travis is gaining up speed on them. And the timing,
he's gonna
Collins.
be really far forward.
Oh!
That's so good. What a brilliant triple kill coming through from Travis there. He should always have been traded. He's out in the open. Timing only just works out for him. Dragon does get a kill back, but that is such a massive triple kill coming through from Travis.
I guess this is I guess this is what gets them in the game back. Jame will be holding on to the AWP, and Emmy and Dragon saving.
That is the call. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you look at their finances. Dragon can drop an AK, Kendo can afford to buy, Collins will get a Galil. So they'll have a full arsenal of weapons in the next round. And this is all just predicated off the back of Travis's triple. Really good timing on the push, and then just very good mechanics combined with the timing, with the read, right? Because it's the game sense and then the mechanics that takes over. And he even gets out with his life intact. Lives to tell the tale.
Yeah.
So that is a strong round. There has to be more where that came from, though. It can't afford to just be another round one in isolation here for the CT side.
I mean, that was completely individual. That was just a flash in the pan that comes through from a mighty 3K from Travis there. That's not something they can rely on comfortably.
No, certainly not sustainable, but at least it could kickstart this half year for Parry Vision.
100%. And that's what they're hoping for. That's what we're hoping for. And that's what Partisan is hoping against. They called that attack pause maybe specifically for that, to just buy up a little bit more time, not let Parry Vision just run away with the hype of the previous round, with the momentum, with that hope that things might be turning their way at the helm. As we're jumping into round number 8 here, there will be the force buy from Partisan. Galil onto Vladin with full util on everybody else. Collins, did he drop his util or did he just not buy enough? I don't know yet. Maybe now it doesn't matter because Partisan are already scaling up mid. And it's going to be an A split.
Okay, well. What's the plan here? Partisan have got control early on in towards middle. And boost into the sniper smoke as well. If that's not checked, then Dragon would be a huge problem to be dealt with. But Collins is causing some issues of his own right now.
Oh, Travis.
Oh,
there you
what
go.
is that timing? Where's Dragon even looking though?
I think he hasn't
It's like
realized.
reverse to back out of the smoke there.
I think he didn't realize he got out of the smoke, so the moment he does, still watching onto it, I think everything he sees on his screen if he's playing 4x3 is still the smoke, actually, funnily enough. So maybe he didn't realize he actually got out of the smoke.
Maybe he thought there was a CT in the smoke as well. He was going to wait for it to fade, but surely you look towards jungle before turning. I don't know, maybe he did, and we just caught a weird timing of it when we switched back to Travis's POV.
Maybe.
Indo and Vladen, I guess they're just going to be bunkering down to save again, but look at this, there's a flank coming through here.
El Chinook. Fight them. Fight them. There you go. Bites his head off. 5-4. Parry Vision. A much better showing so far on these past 2 rounds. Because it hasn't even really felt close. They just won out duels. Like, look, 1 kill, 1 kill, 1 kill, 1 kill. It was only Kicker to not find anything because he got killed out first down on ramp. But everybody doing their job. Everybody holding their roles. That's as by the book as it gets here for Parry Vision. And Partisan probably not going to be too happy with this buy. Vladen staying on $100 too after the save. No one investing with him. I don't know how much I like this, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Hero Galil doesn't quite have the same ring to it as Hero AK, but I guess he didn't have much of a choice, so
Yeah.
let's see what he's going to be able to do here. I mean, this is Parry Vision's way back into the game, right? They win this 5-4, win the gun round after 5-all. Then that's a completely different complexion to what we saw in the first 6 rounds of this map.
Partisan, conga line, down underpass. They're doing the pinging song. Now, Vladen, checking into jungle. Slow walk up. Notice Shirley getting ready for this, right? Knows to be expecting something. All that can go wrong now for Parry Vision is timing.
Yeah, they don't really have to contest for control because they're playing against the pistols. And I mean, kicking in no time, I'm a bit worried, Atra. I'm a little bit concerned right now because if they both go down, the A-bomb site's completely open.
Belchinok's there, surely not.
I mean, he's going to have to combine from Catwalk as well. There's the crossfire coming into place, but Belchinok's dead. Hero Galil on the deck. Okay, kick it and no to prevail. And my concerns never come to fruition.
Good out here for Parry Vision. Emmy looking for exit frags, doesn't even find that. 4K out of Kickert. Welcome back, Kickert. There he is. And surprisingly enough, it's James on the op. Now bottom fragging. Not by a lot. Don't think he's playing bad by whatever means, but you know, just not getting as much impact as perhaps we were expecting out of James.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of takes some time to get going as the game goes on. He likes to get a read for his opponents. The problem is in MR12, you just don't really have as much time to make the reads. Look, we're already 9 rounds deep, but let's see what he can get done in these last 3 rounds of the first half. If Parry Vision can end this, like, 6-all, that would feel like a massive victory for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, should be already constituting for a good half from 5-1. The fact that they bring 3 back in a row, possibly even 4 and 5 here, would be bliss for the Parry Vision side. For Partisan, on the other hand, they'd be looking at this first half and saying, we are not allowed to give up the advantage to Parry Vision in any world from 5-1. Sure, it's T-side, sure, it's Mirage, but it's our own map pick, and we know what we're doing. Smoke, kinda far forward. Kindo, easily allowed to find the opening frag. And it's Emmy trying to actually take that weapon away. Throws out the smoke first. Gonna lose his head for that.
Good kill back there. Oh, but look at the... Oh, man, Kindo's so ready, and Dragon's found a frag as well, turns around on his head. It's a 4v2 for a brief moment. Problem is the A side's in full control of this T side now. Does James just commit to the save? You know it, baby. You know it. A numbers deficiency. James like that. That's all I need to know. They are going to be in towards CT right now. James is creeping forward while scoped up. Travis needs something, though. Trying to decide where he actually wants to deploy his utility. Going to smoke the bomb. James found out a kill. Is that going to funnel them into Travis?
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
there's a double peek, but he's isolated the fights really well by just exposing himself to one side of triple. However, Dragon finds great timing on the peak. James now has an AK. He has a kit, but he can't get the shot.
It's Dragon, man. It's Dragon. That was all Dragon. 1v2. Plays the 1v2 really well. And just finds the timing there. Onto Travis. Then turns back around. And could have even played for the timer there. I think that would have been even safer out of Dragon. But instead he decides to take the fight while there was still time for the defuse there for James. So kind of just baits him into thinking there's still a chance. And crashes his dreams. Like a mirror. 6-4. And Paravision can still get away with an even split so far. But they need to win these 2 rounds. And, well, we hear shots ring through mid of both Kindo and Jame. Yet nothing connects yet.
Yeah, this is the round for Paravision that they have to win to still kind of keep themselves a foothold in the game going into the second half. Because I think if they're down 8-4 going to their T side, that'll be difficult to recover. 7-5, there's something to work with there. So this is the gun round that's really important because there's no money if they lose this one, and 8-4 feels inevitable. This is a change of pace from Partisan, though. We haven't seen them approach around this slowly yet.
Yeah, but this is what Paravision usually play up against. This is their strat book. Just wait until the enemy starts kind of trying to take fights against you, trying to execute against you. And then either play for the retake or try to win out your duels. That's how they won out most of the rounds before. And that's how they triggered their little comeback spree of 3 rounds. Paravision. Well set up. Nades are being put on hold right now as they have landed James. Good flick onto Emmy on the jump. Travis finds one on himself and out the stairs. The smoke betrays Dragon, betrays the round for Partisan, and it will be 6-5, possibly turning 6-all out here as Paravision still managed to keep this one alive.
Yeah, and that now actually kind of flips the script from what I was saying needs to be 7-5 at the minimum for Paravision and says, well, 6-6 is right there on the table for the taking. Because Partisan, I think they have around, like, on average, $2,500, $3,000 across the board. And the slower pace doesn't actually work too well for for Partisan rather in the round there, because they kind of just get picked apart as they try and take some shape in the round. They've actually looked better when they've looked more aggressive and they've had more impetus behind them.
Yeah.
They've gotten in the faces of Paravision.
That's exactly what I was trying to kind of aim for. The fact that if Partisan just take their time like this, Paravision should be able to win out most of their duels, and even a 1v2 pays off. Kicker finally managing to come alive into that A anchor role. Late, but better late than never. And this force buy definitely not pretty. Partisan trying to make their way across. Apartments breached. Site entry upon. Paravision trying to play with the man advantage. 5v3 on the retake. Shouldn't be too tough to work with. Travis falls though. Dragon spotted. 32 HP remaining. And that's it. It's Dragon on 30. Going up against the 1v3. Will spot out Belchanok, but he will spot him. Nice spam. You've got 55 seconds to work with, and a nade right between your feet. There it is. Paravision 6-6. They bring it back, and again, out here, Hayes. From 5-1 down, Paravision, this is a great comeback to have.
Yeah, I mean, when we were at 5-1, you and I were thinking, oh, this is going to be quite grim in the first half, and Paravision could be in a lot of trouble going into the second half. But they actually come together very nicely. We didn't really see Partisan go back to any of those heavy A plays where they were just swinging out of Palace and Ramp. I mean, they kind of just defaulted back to middle and then just changed up their pace with which they were approaching mid. I don't know, man. It just feels like there was a distinct change in the game plan there for Partisan somewhere in the middle of the half, and that kind of coincided with the outcome of those rounds. But either way, Paravision, they're not going to ask any questions. They've leveled up the scoreline as they find themselves on the T side. And they're going to be heading in towards this B-bomb site.
Pistols to start. The nade could have done a bit more damage. They'll set up the execute. 2 smokes ready. I'm surprised Kickert's so far up. Because he is the one with the second smoke here, and he hasn't dropped it to James. So there they deploy onto the bomb site. Actually, a flash is there. Dragon is there too, though. On the boost up, Dragon good for 2. Almost a third. Kickert finally trays, but it's way too late. You've already lost 3 players. Now 2v5. James, Kickert, they've done it once. Can they do it again? Oh, that's the first.
Surely not, man.
Surely.
I mean, that kill's just not clean enough to motivate and inspire me. All 3 players here for the CT side as well. Kickert's dead. James is left in a ridiculous 1v2. He's got no room to work with right now, and he will eventually get taken down. So there you have it. Partisan open up the second half with a pistol round win. Dragon, I mean, he stays alive for a hell of a lot longer than he should have on the boost up there. I don't know how he's able to stay alive for so long. So many missed shots there from the parry vision players, and ultimately that costs them.
Kickert also gets a little bit pressured, kind of loses his head because he was attempting to bring out the bomb there when he knew that the retake was incoming. They had like 50 seconds. Still could have played around the bomb site, could have played together, James and Kickert. But you know what? They brought it back from a 2-on-5 to basically a 1v2. So, they tried. It failed. It's okay. The bomb not being planted, though, means this round will be obsolete, will be null. And Partisan up to 8 as parry vision. Taking a bit of a French timeout, I hope, and not just Nota being AFK.
So, I remember when Vu did the statistics of teams that win both pistol rounds on a map, they go on to win the match 65% of the time. That was, okay. I think, after the first 6 months of CS2, so that stat could have changed. But yeah, certainly numbers looking good for Partisan in terms of that statistic here, as they've won both pistols and converted them both as well. The conversion of the pistols actually more important than winning the pistol round itself, by the way. That is the key.
I mean, force buys have been a very present topic out here in the CCT especially. After pistol rounds or just in general, man. That's why we've been talking time and time again about Tech 9s, 5.7s, MP9s. The whole shebang. Because a good force buy can completely turn the game on its head.
Yeah, it's normally the T side force buy that's the concern though. You don't often see CTs winning the force buy. I mean, ironically we did see that happen in this game already earlier on in Mirage, but it's normally the T side force buy with like goddamn Tech 9s just shoving themselves down your throat where it just gets out of control so quickly for CT sides. But anyway, here we are, 8-6. Partisan back in the lead here on their map pick. They have to win this to take it to a third. 0-2 bracket in the Swiss stage looming over this game right now for the loser. Paravision, well, what's the call going to be from Mr. Kicker here? Fairly limited util Atro, so it's not like he's going to be able to be too expansive with the approach here in this round.
Okay. At the very least, they do have the firepower, though. Need to have something to work with. And plus, it's just a save round from the previous. You don't invest into anything, and Emmy already gets away with one. Good nade, forces them back. Paravision makes steps here, so Partisan should have a really good idea of what the game plan was supposed to be for Paravision. Now they're just running away.
Yeah.
Full W might be catching them off guard. Yeah.
But I mean, the lack of util now for Paravision after the plan doesn't work out. Plan A on A.
But again,
we'll go B. Surely as the time ticks on, Partisan will consider this though. Like, they just re-swung middle with 5 players. And immediately after that, they have one player pushing down lowers and one back on cat to B. You've got, I think, Kindo or is it Dragon who's kind of in flux. He can rotate. This flank here, this flank's being watched. Okay, big frag. Does that change up Paravision's mind? No.
No. It doesn't. There you go. Dragon finds the first kicker on the bomb side. 1 HP, all he needed. The bomb needs to be planted as well. He's not just going to tap it. He actually goes all out. Kickert going to make the same mistake. Colin's just replaying it. And it's James in a 1v2. He was very far away for the entirety of this fight. Now, forces into the clutch. Knows where the last one is. 19 HP. Don't do the exact same thing your players just did. Gonna tap it again. Oh, he's gonna hold this one. Kindo doesn't peek out of kitchen. He's just gonna play out of window slowly. No need to peek this. Why does James become so aggressive? He spots out Kindo, but I don't think Kindo saw him. So this is great information to have.
Oh man, James has to move again. This is like a game of hide and seek where you have to kind of try and predict where the person looking for you is. Kindo creeping forward. James
he was hurt.
at the steps, and he's gonna.
Oh my god!
Him. There's no kit. James done it just by virtue of staying alive and avoiding Kindo. He even gets the kill as well. What a masterclass in the clutch there from James. That is just game sense alone that wins him the 1 versus 2.
Beautiful. They all still die. The buy's not amazing, but hey, at the very least, it's a round on the board. My goodness, did they need it?
Alright,
because
just to fill everyone in, it started to pour with rain here, Atro, and my flat floods when it pours with rain. So you're gonna have to lock down the ship, and I'll be right back.
Oh no, go, careful. Okay, we got this, lads. Just gonna be me and you guys. He's hopefully won't be dying. Fingers crossed. Okay. In that previous round too, James was really far away from the entire action, back on the flank and towards A. Surprised they actually get away with that round, but again, it's James on insane game sense to be able to win it out. Half HP onto Nota. And it is the force buy from Paravision, as previously mentioned. Partisan. No defuse kit. Again. God, do I hate to see it, but God, do I see it really damn often.
Okay, well, there's no flood in my apartment, but there may be a flood into this B-bomb site coming through from Paravision.
Hey, he's alive, lads. He's alive. It's okay.
Grouped up all 5, ready to rumble. There are 2 players here for the CT side. This is a strong boost up for Vlad, and this is never really considered. Do they just want to take contact, or are they going to jump forward? There we go, first player across, so does the second. Third is the one who stops in the traffic. Trades the name of the game, and Partisan have actually been better in the trade department on this B-bomb site in the past few rounds, and again, a player gets caught with the bomb out, kick it in the corner towards Broken Wall, can't force the trade, and he will eventually get it, but again, so much damage is taken in the process, and again, it's James and kick it left in the 2v2. You can't script it. James gonna go searching this time, though. Or is he? Oh, James.
Trigger discipline. Yes, please, give me more, give me more.
He doesn't know where the second player is yet. He doesn't know the second player is still in market. Why has he heard the drop down? I'm not sure. James, knife out. No, not like this. He didn't know. Oh, trigger discipline could have been held for even longer, but he doesn't want to give up that kill he has for free. You can't really fault him.
You can't. That's the problem, but you can't fault him for bringing the knife out. He wanted to cross on over towards CT, be safe, be fast, thinking that the second player is somewhere in shorter apartments. Oh, man. There you go. 9-7. Paravision. That was the force. That was the force buy. Now another one on lockdown. Partisan.
Oh man, I mean, they get everything for Paravision, right?
Yeah, they get double digits here. It's kind of starting to prepare that white flag.
Yep, and it's not even like it's a very convincing force buy for Paravision either. Like you say, Partisan win this 10-7, anti-eco 11-7. I don't see Paravision coming back from that deficit. So, let's see if they can find a way here. Travis had some very big rounds in the first half. He's cooled off a little bit since then, understandably so. Oh, Dragon sweeping back. Great awareness there. James is the one who will pay the price, and that's 1 of 2 AKs now on the deck.
Well, Paravision, they had control over mid, and they dropped it away. Look on over to Palace, though. You've got a player already trying to push up. That is going to be Emmy. On an MP9, long range, won't be able to do too much. But you will have this timing. And Partisan have to realize Paravision are going to be heading on over towards B.
Oh, but they
fully rotate.
Atro?
I don't know what this information is.
Yeah, what info are they going off of? Because they've even had the player flank through T-spawn. Do they think they're all in Palace right now? Nota sweeping through this B-bomb site, realizes there's nobody home. Okay, the plant will come through for free this time round. Sure, there's a man advantage for Partisan, but this is getting a little bit scary.
maybe this would have been a blessing in disguise had they come through short as well to find a retake. 5v4 definitely would have been easier to work with, but now that's not the case. They're all one-dimensionally coming in through kitchen, and at this point they should know this. They're all bunched up, they're all stacked up. Nota can take them all down here, and look on over, Nota fully blinded. Collins, oh, takes one down. Nota, what happened? The flash was great, I know, but still he could have found at least one. And Partisan take double digits. What was this round?
The fact that the third player coming through the market door is the one who spots Nota out is a saving grace there for Partisan. I don't know if he just checked his corner or saw a gun barrel or what exactly happened, but that was such an important kill to stop Nota from punishing. And I'm honestly shocked that Nota decides to play in such a forward position with the one AK that Parry Vision have. He needs to be the guy in the back, like picking off Partisan at range and just trading his teammates out. He's not in a position to get any trade kills there. He's the one who's being traded out. I think that was a costly mistake, and it's not like he was forced into that position either. That was very intentional from him.
Okay. And we were talking about it, you know, now that Kickert is again forced to be the guy to pull through individually, Nota not having as good of a game as he was on Dust 2. The others have been trying to step up, but they're all just kind of there at the shoreline. Well, Partisan, well, they have Dragon. They have an 18 and 12 dude who is currently finding so much impact for the team time and time again.
Yeah, Dragon's had a very important map here so far, Mirage, finding some seriously high impact. I've got a player searching top mid, that is Dragon. He's soaring in the skies right now as he inflicts pain on Parry Vision.
Oh, but the pain is going to come through first onto Kindo. Because Parry Vision already pushing.
Oh, never mind. Thought that flank might activate, but here you go, like you say, Kindo underneath the balcony right now. Emmy's going to take the attention away from him as well. Does cost him his life. Kindo yet to activate, and there we go. He does find a frag as a result. And, I mean, Partisan, I feel like they just had numbers advantages in all of these retakes so far.
They should know there's still a player down on ramp, but did they expect a second? Great nade out of Dragon. And Travis, last man standing. He's pulled off multi-frags before, but not this time, buddy. That was another force buy from Parry Vision, by the way. So 3 in a row. Partisan managed to take up 11 and should have 12 as well. I mean, I get it. It's the last bonus there. Nota on 4.4k. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's still not going to be a great buy. And are you trying to play for the win and overtime, or are you trying to play for more force buys? Because you've already had that choice once before, and you're going to have to take attack pause to do it again.
Yeah, how many win-loss did Parry Vision actually have a full buy at their disposal? It's been a while, right?
Been a bit, yeah.
So they have persisted with the force buys, and I think at this point you do just actually go for the half investment and then get a full buy in the next and try win 5 rounds in a row to force OT. It's not impossible. Especially if you just reset the CT's economy once or twice, you probably play 3 out of the 5 rounds as gun rounds. But they'll go all-in instead. Means no AWP or Jame again. It's going to be light utility again. So we haven't really been able to see much out of Kickert's calling, out of his strat book here as well with the limited util they've had on this T side. Haven't seen a huge amount of emphasis on middle like we saw from Partisan in the first half. It's more like gimmicky approaches, like gimmicky pops here from Parry Vision.
Yeah. There have been a lot of gimmicks out of Parry Vision on this Mirage. I don't know why, because they are a team that can play passively and can set up executes and can definitely do clutches. We saw it. But apparently actually closing out the rounds is the issue. They've been getting on these bomb sites. It's not like we haven't seen bomb plants coming out of Parry Vision.
Yeah, you're right. They've consistently gotten onto the bomb sites, but they've always been down by at least a man, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's one thing Partisan have done well, and their anchors have done well, is that even if they've lost control of the bomb site, they've done damage in the process.
That's the thing as well. Partisan, they do, all of them feel like they are players who can find those retakes in the 2v1s. There's not really a lot of times where we look towards the 2v1s on Partisan side and we say, okay, there's still a big chance for Parry Vision to take this one in the 1v2. Even if it's Jame, even if it's Kickert, we got to see so many 2v2s as well. And look, Kindo, Collins, I mean, Parry Vision are just the ones pushing in 1 by 1 here, right? No util that they didn't have. But no double peeks, no nothing. They just walk on in. They get taken down. Oof. Clean 12th on the board.
Yeah, that is a very good lockdown, and again, it's another one of these force fire rounds where they can't go for deep, expansive mid-control, try and make plays to force rotations, throw a fake into the mix. They just have to go with another pop off the back of very limited util. Not even like they could throw all the smokes that they would have needed there. That's what makes it look so easy for Partisan, and it's why Kindo has free reign with the Orpia from CT. 12-7. Great display from Partisan here on their map pick as they're on the brink of forcing a third.
Okay. Well, as they do force on the third, it's round number 20. It could be our last. All relies on these opening frags. Nota doesn't see anything. Out towards mid. Takes a little bit of pot damage through the box. Through island. Much slower round.
Yeah, for Paravision. Yeah. Problem is, like, they have a single flashbang now to try and transition from this default into a bomb site. Emmy has gone deep. Emmy's all the way in palace. He's going to get the shadow advantage as well. Frag
not
onto
even...
Travis is found, and that is basically the beginning of the end here for Paravision on the map.
Don't say it too quickly. It's good mid-control, but that's not even the first time Emmy does that in Thor's Palace. He pushes up into T-spawn, like, most of the time when he's allowed to. When Paravision are playing this slow of a round, they should be expecting him by now, but it's way too late to actually figure that out anymore. So Kicker, left into middle, calls out the B push, and it's going to be up to Vladen to actually deny this. We're talking about him. We needed to see more from him, and here it is. Good for one.
Nice trade. But again, the Anchor gets a kill before he goes down. Can Collins do the same thing? Because that would then at least keep his team in an even number situation, and there we go. He has gotten that frag, and he could even finish off the job here as well. That's exactly what he does.
GG's. Partisan 13-7. Much better outcome out here on their own map pick. Clearly, much better prepared. And Paravision just seemed to have really struggled to actually close out those rounds, as I mentioned. They get traded out. They have a couple of bad intakes into the bomb sites. Too many force buys to count on that T side. And, yeah, that's how we head on over to Ancient, I guess.
I think they had a single full buy in the entirety of that T side, Atro. Just one full buy, which was the clutch that James wins 1 versus 2. And then the problem there is they win the round, they only get $3,400 or $3,500, and they've lost 4 of their 5 players. So it's not like they're getting a full buy in the round afterwards. They then back to that broken Galil Tech 9 buy, and then they lose that round afterwards, and it's just endless forces after that. So, I mean, obviously, it's tough to kind of judge Paravision on that performance because of the whole economy just falling apart. But ultimately, what we do know is we're going to a third. Very good display from Partisan. It's going to be Ancient here as the last map in the series. And the winner of that will avoid the wrath of that 0-2 bracket in the Swiss stage. We're going to have a short break now. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll jump into Ancient. This map, by the way.
And we're back to Ancient out here, third map decider into the best of three. And I mean, so far, Mirage was definitely a bit faster, quite a little bit faster than Dust 2 had presented itself, right? So now we'll be heading on over to the third map, to Ancient, to be going away from the standard out here of maps of Dust 2 and Mirage into something that might have a little bit more umph behind the macro, which is going to be that CT side for Ancient. And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be playing it, because it's not a great map for Partisan, and it is a more than okay map for Parry Vision. They played it 12 times, and they managed to win 7 out of 12 times. So we have an idea, an inkling of an idea of how this might go. But how do you feel like it's going to go, Hayes?
Well, I'm actually backing Partisan to get the job done here. You know, for me, they've been the more convincing of the two teams throughout the series. I feel like even on Dust 2, where they lost the map, they played better as a team. I think Parry Vision just had some big moments from individuals that won them rounds. I think the teamwork and the coordination was actually better. I think the game plans were better from Parry Vision as well, even on the CT side, where we've seen more of a dynamic approach from them. They've looked more comfortable kind of moving around the map. You know, with the flanks we saw Mirage, with the mid-round mid-takes we saw coming through from them, the T sides we saw from them, obviously with a lot more emphasis on control and information, instead of just going more direct like we've seen from Parry Vision. So I feel like with all of those thoughts in mind, that I think Partisan will come into Ancient feeling pretty good. Remember, Paravision lost this map 13-0 the other day to Navi Jr. as well. That was the deciding map in the series. I think that was in their CCT game where they went down 0-1, actually. So, I don't know how high of a regard Paravision currently hold Ancient, but yeah, I've seen more from Partisan, so I'll actually back them to get the job done from here.
Not only out of Navi Jr., but also against Alliance 13-8. That's the game they lost just yesterday, so I don't think they want to make it 3 days in a row where they don't really have a fun time out here on Ancient, but you know what? We'll be here to witness it if in case it does happen. And with that being said, we should be getting ready to move on in out here to the third map. So we're getting that ready. The jungle awaits us. The temple is going to get us in. And again, Belchenok was sleeping at the wheel. Somehow, some way. That is something we did get to see, and we did just get information. Paravisions are the ones winning out the knife round. So probably their CT side up first.
I mean, Belchenok just hasn't pitched up at all in the series. He's got 24 kills and 34 deaths, minus 10 on the series so far from arguably their star rifler. I mean, I know Nota's certainly popped off recently, and he's popped off in this game. He's kind of made up for Belchenok's disappearance, but we need Mr. Belchenok, paging Belchenok. Does he play Cave on the CT side? I think he does, or it's Cave or Donut. It's one of those important positions. He played Catwalk, CT side, Mirage. So he's in those key positions where you need the player there to be getting frags consistently, which Belchenok hasn't been. So hopefully we'll actually see him pitch up here for this third map.
I'm pretty sure it's Travis on Cave, so it should be Belchenok on Donut. So yeah, I mean, so far I've really been looking forward to seeing just Kickert and Nota anchoring out these bomb sites. Kickert's gonna do it again out here, probably on B. So Paravision do have something quite nice to look forward to, but we're just talking about the CT side. I'm also, as of late, I have seen that the T side of a lot of teams on Ancient has been going a bit faster than their CT side has. I was even with Freddy yesterday, and we were talking about Train, how it usually is a very CT-sided map, but yesterday it just was T-sided only. And I've seen opposite days like this in the CCT. I will not be surprised to see one here right now as well. Moving on into Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ancient's become a pretty staple decider, actually. It's like a map that all teams play, and it's certainly been featuring a lot as the third map.
Ancient and Anubis, right? Always, if there's one, there's usually the other. I'm surprised that's not the case here, because both Anubis and Ancient are maps which both Partisan and Paravision do play, so it would have been a nice decider. But I guess Partisan just didn't want to leave it instead of Mirage. And they did choose that second map. Still better for them, right? Still overall a better choice. But now...
Alright, well, I don't know how much longer we're going to have to be waiting here. Production knows exactly what's going on. I mean, we're already far behind schedule as things stand, which certainly doesn't help. We're some 45 minutes behind schedule already. I think we just throw this one across to a breakout while we wait for all the players to get in the server to go, guys. Shouldn't take too long. I think we've had already a couple of crash issues which have been resolved fairly quickly. So we'll just toss this across to a break, and once Collins is back in the server, we'll jump into the third map. Okay, we're back. And we're going to be jumping into this third and final map between Paravision and Partisan. It's been a good display from both these teams across the series so far, but who will win this map here necessary to avoid the 0-2 bracket in the Swiss stage? The prize is not having an awful place in the Swiss stage, really. That's what these two teams are playing for right now. I think, was it Partisan that won the knife round? Is that what we heard a little bit earlier on?
Yes.
Makes sense with them starting on the CT side. Afro confirms that is indeed the case, and they're not giving anything away in the pistol round here. James already cleared out in towards Jag. They've got players middle and someone outside of A main, so Paravision at least know Partisan don't have any idea as to what's going on right now.
Wait, no. It was Paravision to win out knife round. I'm sorry. I baited you.
That's okay. That
There you
makes it
go.
even more interesting, the fact that it decided to start on the T side. But Collins will draw first blood. However, a lot of damage has been done here.
Has indeed. Bomb planted immediately. Paravision starting things off with a bang. And you still get to see, I think that's Dragon still on the B-bomb site. Are they not going for this? And if they are, why are they taking such a long time? All in through CT. It's a one-dimensional retake again. Blocked smoke off of Donut. Bomb planted for it, and there it is. Good flash, at least connects on one. Partisan gonna still have the man advantage, but time ticking away. There is a defuse cut onto Emmy. Checking into Temple, Belchnock falls. And kill from James with the knife, looking for the second.
My.
Oh, does not find it. That's unfortunate.
He gets so close, though, to getting a double knife kill in the smoke there, because he kills Vlad, and I wonder if he thinks that's the diffuser he's actually managed to kill in the smoke, or whether he kept swiping away. Emmy was incredibly low. I mean, I don't know if Partisan actually had to go for the huge gamble, like smoke, and try and stick the diffuse in the smoke, with it being a numbers advantage for them, but like you mentioned, it just took them quite long to even get back into the bomb site itself. Good work there from Partisan to open up. I mean, it looked a little bit messy and chaotic, but they get the points on the board, and ultimately, that's all that matters.
That is all that matters. There we go. Partisan first round again. And he brought up the pistol round statistic there in the previous map. Of a 65% win rate if a team wins both the pistols. But now, conversion's important, and it's a force buy after the bomb going down, of course, with 4 frags being found and all. Well, with a knife kill from Jane being found and all. But I'm very surprised they're actually going for this force buy, even though the bomb was planted, $500 extra for everybody, sure. But knowing James, he would have just invested into a Deagle, half armor, and tried to play for the AWP into the third round.
I mean, we've just seen them consistently go for these force buys, though.
Yeah, true.
Can't afford to get stuck in the same rut that we saw happen to them on Mirage. I'm kind of there with you, like, just prioritize the weapons in the AWP. Got the hero AK on James as he's sweeping through the angles right now. Time ticking away. Bomb leaning in towards that B site, but still got Travis outside of A main. He's just like, okay, he's trying to control that side of the map, sure, but not like he can really help his teammates. And James' attention is taken Red Room. That makes for a free frag from Kindo, steps out of Donuts, and well, Paravision have got nothing going for them right now in the 5v3.
Yeah, I don't like this so far. It's just been 2 rounds, but already I'm questioning Paravision a little bit. It feels like they're not communicating. It feels like they don't have a game plan. Like, Kicker's just telling them, okay, go in that general direction of the map, and then good luck, have fun. Play a default until further notice, and the further notice never comes because he dies. Like, I don't know. Lost bonus on 2.9k. And Paravision now, of course, after the force buy, are just going to be dragged down. Yeah, this is a good call.
Surprising that they use a timer. You think so? I don't know. I mean, I was just thinking before the eco. I guess it doesn't really matter. They could be discussing the gun round anyway. Not going to be much.
I think
about
I don't even
round
think
here.
they're discussing the gun round here. I think they're trying to talk about why they're not communicating, what's going on. Daston wants to make his voice heard, wants to tell them, okay, guys, this is not how we usually play a game. Why are we not helping each other? Why are we on a force buy and trying to split? Why do we not have a set game plan ready? Like, that previous round should have gone so much better, and it just falls apart. Even if they had found the frags, that round still would have been lost on all the duels because they were just not together. So Paravision, they're not a team who can afford to do that. They're not a team, you know, who should fall apart at the seams because these are 5 experienced players, maybe bar Nota, that should know how to play together, shouldn't let the game get to their head. And maybe that is what's happening, maybe not. We don't hear the voice comms, but that's what at least it's looking like to me.
Yeah, I guess it is more just about composure and keeping their heads in the right place. There is no flashbang here for the side to try and come through the smoke, so it's just going to be like tapping as they make their way forward. This is what I was talking about on Mirage. The Tech-9s are so dangerous at the moment. They really can just overwhelm. At least there's some damage done by Partisan, but they've lost 2 players for the price of 1. Vladden goes with the MP9's got a tough job on his hands, and he's also only going to manage the 1 kill. And that was on the half-health player as well. Oh, and Travis is ready for the phase through the smoke there from Emmy. Well, Parry Vision have certainly struggled in their 4 spies, but it looks like they're just going to straight up win an eco.
They will. But it's not over yet. Smoke and Diffuse Kit on Collins, 1v3, and you gotta remember, none of these guys have head armor. So the MP9 is actually very scary, even on mid-range. Belchanok will be checked and cleared. There it is. That's 1 out of the fight, and the smoke goes down. Another Diffuse Kit on the bomb side, so Parry Vision at least know there will be a 5-second stick. Oh, and the smoke misses, doesn't it? Collins.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he intentionally throws it that way so that they try and spam more into the middle of the smoke instead of on the edge of it where he's actually sticking the diffuse. But yeah, good lockdown from Parry Vision, who do finish off the job on their eco. And that was a really tough eco to navigate as well because they have to come through that bottom mid smoke without a flash. But they're almost just like pre-firing as they're running through the smoke there. And Partisan, I mean, they opt to try and take up positions on the front lines against the pistol. They probably come back to rue that decision.
Well, they can't dwindle on it for too long because another round is here to come. 4 spy out of Partisan as well. Trying to keep this advantage coming through from their CT side. No Diffuse Kit, but maybe not going to be needed as they push down in towards lane. It's a fast intake. Jame, good for only 1. As the nade did force out a little bit of traffic towards ramp to get Collins killed. But still, a 2-for-1.
9 on Cave. I guess he would have been smoked off anyway. The damage through the wall there. Bomb plant cannot be denied. The Partisan will certainly back themselves in the retake. They've been really good in their retakes in the series so far on both Dust 2 and Mirage. And again, they've managed to get themselves in a position for a retake with the man advantage. They're taking time as they set themselves up here as well. They smoke off Cave. There's a flash, but there are no kits.
Maybe they don't need them if they move fast enough, but this is a 3v4. Parry Vision are playing this one perfectly. They're just buying their time, and Emmy is dead. That's the round, surely. Vladden sticks it. Kickers hasn't realized it, and Nota just wins it out outright, right? Right? Surely they deny Vladden. He's sticking this. He's won the round. Hello, Parry Vision.
Did they not actually hear him get on the defuse? Maybe because of the shots that were being fired? I'm not sure, because surely Kick It in a 2v1 just runs out anyway to see if he's sticking the defuse. You don't try and rely on the wallbang to deny it. Like, even if he runs out and he dies, then there's no time for Vladden to get the defuse afterwards. So that is a huge oversight from Parry Vision.
Oh my goodness, Vladden gets away with that 10-second stick as well. Like, that was the only way Partisan were going to get away with that round, and they do. And now, because of that, advantage is still being kept out here for Partisan. Parry Vision with no money will be force buying on in. Travis is, after all, staying on a Galil of full armor. And that is a massive oversight here for the T side. Massive.
Yeah, I mean, they did so well in that round as well to get themselves in the position that they were in the 3 versus 4. Then get into a 2v1, like they played the post plants out very nicely. Huge dropping of the ball, but they can kind of just negate the impact of losing that round if they can win this gun round here, mate. Because it's not like there'll be any money for Partisan afterwards. Dragons on the front lines. Good team flashes coming through. Oh, he's going to start to run out of ammo. He doesn't know which way to look right now. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's been crushed.
There you go. That's more like it. Lane control taken by a single man here, and Collins right behind him. On an MP9, though, shouldn't get too scary. Travis does get dinged. And Belchanok's on low HP. If Emmy gets away with a double kill here, the round is still very much on. Ollie towards the back of the side. Travis spams him down. Emmy makes noise. No way back into the round. There it is. Parry Vision. Take this one away. Partisan saving what they can. And 3-2. At the very least, Partisan's still on the advantage, but not on the money. So maybe equalization comes sooner than I thought.
And that's exactly what I was saying at the start of the round, that if Paravision can find a way to win this, then they'll just completely forget that they ruined their chances in the previous round by not denying the defuse. But yeah, Partisan, again, they try and fight on the front lines, and it was kind of awkward there for Dragon in particular. And I think he actually had the right idea initially on holding the bottom middle smoke. I think he may have gotten that kill and then died to the player behind him afterwards. But there was just so much going on around him, and he was running out of ammo as well. The 20 bullet clip there for the A1S kind of comes back to betray him a little bit. I think that Partisan are actually going to force again here, you know.
I think so. You're right. MP9 on Dragon. Vlad in 5-7 and Kindo on 1 himself. Okay. Well, if this is the case, Partisan just trying to play for a loss bonus. It should be Paravision getting away with this. Not too many struggles, but down middle, it's going to be Collins trying to peek in on the timing. Belchanok spotted and killed. Gets in the smoke late. And now the round is very much doable, even though Emmy falls here. Collins still playing down towards cave. If he hears them in time and gets a weapon out here for Kindo. Oh, which he will, because Kindo just takes the Galil, yeah.
Why has Travis gone and done that? 3 versus 4, plenty time in the round. Your teammates are coming to you. You have util. You just don't have to go for such a risky play. Kindo now with the Galil. Can he punish even further? Yes, he can. Oh, this is starting to get ugly. Paravision are making some big mistakes right now, but it's not like the round is over. Jame and Kick can combine. We know how deadly this duo is.
Kicker's waiting. Kindo, there's no need to peek here, surely, right? He still does it. And Collins is the one saving the day here for Partisan. He opened up this operation, now he's here to close it. Kicker 22 HP and an AWP in hand. 1v2 with 25 seconds. He does have the bomb and a peek to the A1S. That is going to be Collins saving the day indeed.
Really nice angle being held by Collins. I mean, he comes into the into the round with, what, 1 of 2 rifles that they had. And he does so incredibly well. I mean, first frag early on in the round, and then from there, it's all about positioning. Great work from Kindo as well. I mean, he gets a kill with the 5-7, picks up the Galil as a reward, and gets a frag with that Galil. And that all started falling apart with Travis's completely unnecessary push through the smoke.
Okay.
Alright, well, Paravision empty their pockets here to afford an investment into the next round, Atro, but should they lose this, then it starts to get a bit more lopsided.
It's been looking I mean, the rounds themselves have been looking lopsided. The round count, maybe not, but it's definitely been a weird way to get ourselves into 4-2. Kindo is still on an op, though, and Paravision on another force. I think so far in the best of 3, Paravisions have had more force buys than actual full gun rounds.
Yeah, I think that's probably an accurate statistic.
Yeah. Which is tough, because people like Nota and Travis, at least those 2 guys, definitely play better on the full AKs than they do on just Galils and pistols. Now, we won't even get to see if that's the case or not, because Partisan are just winning out their duels straight up.
Oh, Pickett's been forced into the corner here. I mean, Dragon probably has an inkling this is the case. Does he? Maybe not. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to stave off the thread anyway, yeah. It's going to have to be a Jame and Kickett. Again, the 2 players left alive here. This seems to happen an uncanny amount.
This is like the game plan here for Paravision. Oh, we lose? Okay, we just send Travis, Nota, and Belchanok to try to find early frags. If things go bad, just leave the VP boys at it.
Oh,
nope.
What a shot there from Vladden as Kickett drops off the ledge. And now it's a bit of an awkward position for Jame. I mean, he's got a decent amount of money in the bank. I think saving here makes sense because, you know, he's not going to get any money now, but his team are going to eco around him, and then after the next round ends, he'll get the loss bonus. This is a good showing from Partisan, though. Winning out some important gunfights. I mean, Belchenok would have had to have doubled down from the position here towards the doors if there's going to be any way back into the round for his team, but that does not transpire. Partizan start to put some distance between themselves and Parivision.
At some point, it's not even fun to say it anymore, right? Well, it's gonna be fun again to say it, but Jame time does Jame time. Okay. Double smoke in red room. Parivision. I don't think Dastin went hard enough on the on that tag pause to make them realize that the communication is the problem right now for Parivision, not necessarily the gameplay. Because look, the gameplay is amazing.
Oh, wonderful. He's going to spot the trajectory of the nade. No, Emmy decides against throwing it. He's just tucked in behind the pillar right now. And that will catch Travis off guard, but Jame is traded. The one man who comes into the weapon with the notable weapon is actually going to be able to drop the AK across because he wants the AWP. And while he does get the AWP, unfortunately, Nota has lost his life out. Jame, I think he has to continue to try and make plays here. Vladden will smartly avoid him. You can see full control of the side, go back, and great heads-up awareness there from Vladden.
He was just checking, what if scenario, and that what if saves his life. 3v2 on the retake, double smokes out here for the CT side, no utility for the T side. But remember, this was a hero AK round that James saved into. And that Jame now is making work.
Yeah, ace clutch. That's what he
clutch.
has to do.
Has to be.
1 versus 3. He kind of has a little bit of room to work with here around the pillar, perhaps. He'll connect the shot on the first and then fall back into cave. He can isolate the jewels here, Atro. He's got the pillar to his back right now. He lands a shot on Vladden, but Collins gets the instant trade. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It's a heroic attempt from Jame, but unfortunately one that falls narrowly short.
Mighty round out there from the Opper. Jame, quad kill into it, and he jumps into this round with a single AK. No one invests. This is a great round for Parivision. They even get the bomb down. It's one of those could have been one hell of a clutch. One hell of a round. Yeah, it's still 6-2 out here for Partisan. And Destin needs to make sure that Parivision now reset themselves. Like, make one of them get up, get a hit of water in, wash their faces maybe really quickly in these 10 seconds, run back to the PC, and just reroute the comms. Reroute the idea behind this game. It's not lost. It's not over. It's barely started. And you can't just afford to keep waiting for individual moments to bail you out. It's happened on all 3 maps for Parivision.
Yeah, it's why I kind of back Partisan here coming into this one, just because of how they have impressed me more across the board as a team. But Parivision are not out of this. It's not game over. I mean, they've been in some really good form lately. Of course, there was that sort of a little blip on their recent results, losing 13-0 to Navi Jr. on this map, but they have been in very good form as a team this season. They have to try and get back to that level here. It's going to be a fighter, an arm wrestle for middle. Oh my goodness, well, what is going on right now? Does Belchenok clock it? Does he realize? Dragon certainly does, and Jame is the one who pays the price.
Dragon can do it for
Dragon's
a second here.
Around.
Yeah. He's looking for more cons. It's a great timing. Look, because all of that attention goes down middle. Travis is just never helped out by the Doors player. Dragon even gets out here. How does Dragon get out here? I thought he was fighting. No one even peeked into him. Hello? Parivision. Just lost 2 people off the bat. Yeah, because he's allowed to. He's gone away with it twice.
And even Collins is still on the front lines as well. Oh man, Partisan, they've got so much confidence.
Yeah, Kicker just stuck as well. Parivision rounding back up to B. It is... It's so weird from Parivision.
Goes in a good position here as well. Nice shot landed by him. Got the incendiary to just keep Parivision at bay for a little bit longer as well. Dragon starts to close the door in on them. Sees the util coming through. Hits the instant headshot as well. My god, that's a beautiful shot from Dragon. Nota, well, no chance here, surely. I mean, the bomb's been dropped behind the flames as well. Time is ticking away. 1 versus 4. They know exactly where he is. Emmy wants to try and find a favorable timing, and that's exactly what he will do.
7-2. This is about as bad as it gets for Parivision, really, because there were so many chances to take these rounds away. And now they're just losing out rounds before they really even start. Economy not even being in their good graces, even though they're on T side. And they've only got one tactical timeout remaining in 10 rounds. So it's not like they can afford to just throw another one out there, just, you know, for shits and giggles.
Well, let's see if the Hero AK can get anything done here for Paravision. It's going to be a burst in towards the A bomb side. Kindo is going to be at the front lines of the action again with his AWP. We've seen these sorts of rounds get in good positions. We saw Paravision win a round like this already. Can they do it again here? Flash, yeah, not great. And as a result, Kindo can remain in position. I think it was James who actually missed the flash there, and he's the one who ultimately pays the price. That's kind of fair.
That is kind of fair, but at the same time, it was shadow advantage always there anyways for Kindo, so he would have seen them still. Vladen calls it out, reeks it in, reels it in. And the fish has caught the bait. Partisan have won the round. Paravision flailing on land, struggling to stay alive. Again, Travis is down to $50. You know, like, I get it, hero AK and all, but
I think it's with the max round loss bonus behind them. They kind of think, okay, well, I'll just have a Galil and armor in the next round, and then have at least an extra rifle here in the eco. But they have made some questionable economic decisions throughout the series so far. That one I'm less concerned about.
sure, but still, it just keeps piling up, you know? It still adds on to the backlog of already questionable scenarios they've been put in. And Travis and Nota slowing down as well. Belchinok already wasn't having a great game. Jane did step up a little bit, but definitely not enough to actually give Partisan any big worries. There's Nota, traded out, and Vladin's still alive in towards mid. Look for Kickert. At the very least, A site is empty.
Yeah, this is the best position that Paravision have been in a gun round in a long, long time. They have to convert it though, and that kill there on Emmy goes a long way in ensuring that it will indeed be carried over the line. I mean, you've got Vladin in A main. The problem is Kindo's still in Jag right now. He's posted hoping for a lurker, and he is right. That kick, it's here. Shadow advantage, a big one for Vladin, but he doesn't have the luxury of waiting for Kindo, whose patience will finally pay dividends. Okay. Certainly does make things a little bit more interesting. They now know exactly where these remaining two players are, and it looks like they want to try and fight Vladin out in the open. Vladin spots the head of the player deep. He doesn't expect the player close, but he still finds a kill. No smoke grenade for Kindo to extinguish the molly.
Rush through it, surely.
Any chance of the round. Yeah, he's going to take so much damage, but I'm right there with you. It feels like the only way he could have stood a chance of winning the round, and there we go. I mean, it was always supposed to be Paravision's, and it gets a lot closer than they would have liked, but they will get the round on the board.
Vladin almost makes that happen, almost makes it work. And it's scary that that's even the case, because Vladin could have genuinely found that 2k into the bomb side by himself there from main, from Temple.
Yeah, the problem is when he jump spots, he sees the player deep. So in his brain, he's preparing for that fight. So he probably gets caught off a little bit. And it was good spacing from Paravision as well to go hunting for Vladin, because they knew that he was by himself. So they think, let's just combine two players, kill him, and then play the post plants out from there. And it was good spacing from them. A very quick trade came through. And Paravision, well, they can get a fourth out of the first half. How important do you think that fourth is, Atro?
It's the difference between is there a possible comeback or not, I'd say. Because Paravision, remember, they're moving on to that CT side. Sure, it is ancient. But with the way that Partisan have been looking and with how just detached Paravision have looked from each other, I think rotates are going to be a big problem for that CT side when it comes down to Paravision. And you have to remember, they got 13-0 by Na'Vi Jr. for a reason. I get it. Na'Vi Jr. are an amazing individual team, but that's not all that was behind that, okay? That's also the fact that Paravision on this map, or just in general out here when it comes down to Ancient, they struggle to find their footing. They struggle to get it together. That's what happened in the last two maps they played here. And that's what it's looking like it's happening here now.
Yeah, I mean, did they start on the T side against Na'Vi Jr. as well?
No idea. I will check that.
I've got it here. Just give me a moment. Pull it up and have a
Yeah.
look. They started on the T side. So what I'm thinking is, if they can make this 8-4, we haven't seen them actually, play out a full half on the CT side. I guess not in that instance, at least. Against Alliance, they also they started CT side against Alliance and got 5 rounds out of the 12 that were played. So doesn't really give me much confidence, I'm afraid. Doesn't really support the arguments I was trying to make there, that maybe Paravision would have a strong showing on the CT side. It's not what we've seen recently, but anyway. It's a vacant A bomb site right now. That's the direction Paravision are headed in.
Okay. Well, Paravision's ready for the A intake, and there's a smoke down donut, one on CT. Everybody stopped, and Partisan letting them walk in. This is not like they have any other choices. Look at how well the round pans out when you've got util, huh? Crazy out here for Paravision, but they go in. 5v5 on the post plant. Partisan all ready for the retake. And the full flash, Dragon somehow doesn't die there.
Oh, but doesn't get a kill either. At least the player is able to get back to safety. Still all 10 players left alive on the server. This is crazy. And Nota is just going to fly through the smoke to force the fights on the first. Jame will get a kill. Sprays all over the place. There's actually a smoke on the bomb, and there are kits in play right now for the CT side. He's not going to stick it. He's going to tap it the first time round. Now Kindo sticking the defuse. A nade to clear out the smoke. Travis and Kicker combine, and they save the day for Paravision, who do net a 4th from the first half.
There you go. 8-4, Paravision. Again, back to my point. What a round with utility in play. I think that's the first full buy we also get to see out of Paravision on that T side. So, makes sense. Just saying, the dots connect. And what also might be able to connect out here is the bets for you guys if you head on over to Stake. Use code CCT for 200% bonus on your deposits. But remember, be responsible with your money, please. It is still a gambling website, and you don't want to gamble away all your money, So, there you have it. Artisan, easy pistol round. B-side, completely empty. Well, easy bomb plant, not pistol round. I will rectify myself.
Yeah, they do have the bomb plants up for grabs on a silver platter right now. Ironically, the B bomb side's actually a lot more difficult to retake on this map than the A side. Normally, you see teams stacking B and then retaking A, but Paravision are going to go for the opposite approach here. They have got a smoke and a kit. They've got 2 smokes and a flash and a kit. So they've got more than enough here to piece this retake together. Bomb plant only now going to come through, and Paravision have already got all 5 players in close proximity.
Oh, and it's a dogfight, it's a shutdown, it's a bloodbath. Say whatever you will about it. Dragon is making sure he's getting all those kills. And Jame left up to Jame time. He's got to make it happen. He's got to clutch it up, but Dragon is a different beast entirely. Partisan, another pistol round, huh?
And this is a massive one in the grand scheme of things as well, right? I mean, like you said, they were given that B bomb site for free, and then they lock it down. Nice moves being made in the post plant, just suffocating Paravision, never really allowing them to get a foothold in the bomb site itself. And now, guess what, Atro? Guess what? As consistent as Partisan have been winning their pistol rounds, Paravision commit to another force buy.
Of course they do, right? Is it even a surprise at this point? For me, it's not.
I think we'd be a bit silly if we were still being surprised by it.
Genuinely, yeah. Most likely. But maybe it does something. Maybe, who knows? You keep doing it, at some point it's gonna work.
Well, that's what they're hoping for. Paravision kind of just playing out a normal setup right now on the CT side, pretty standard defense. Generally, you see some, like an orthodox approach in these sorts of rounds when you force buy on the CT side. You don't really just like cast the net across the map in that hope players with these weaker weapons can win out their respective gunfights. You try and find an advantage another way in the round, maybe through the back of a pop flash and players swinging, or a stack, or a gamble push to get info. These types of setups actually work a lot less frequently on the force buy on the CT side. Oh, shadow
Ooh,
advantage there for
okay.
Bladen, but Nota still wins the gunfight. That's now going to prompt the hit. There's a crossfire set up, but okay, at least Emmy's able to get one, and then the trade comes through afterwards. Nota desperately tries to get into the bomb site before Partisan get control. That'll cost him his life, and bomb plant will come through safely, and it's another advantage for Partisan.
There you go. There you have it. 2v3. It's not like they gave up yet. James still towards double doors. Lane control can't be taken if he just presses W. Same thing with Belchanok here, looking for a frag. Time still ticking away though. There is no defuse kit in immediate play, so that's the round. There it is, official. Partisan take double digits. A lot of cash on the T side as well. CT is running out of it because of the force. And this is a stone's throw away from a best of 3 ended.
Go on, Parry Vision. Force again. Do it again. Go on.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Why not? I mean, honestly, this is just... I have no idea why they would force buy here. Just need one gun round on the CT side, guys. Are they just forcing for vibes at this point? I don't know. I mean, maybe they're hoping they catch Partisan off guard with this follow-up force buy, because the T side are almost certainly expecting an eco here, right? So that they have that element of surprise, I guess.
Do they? It's a split down mid. We're going back to B anyways. Partisan seems to be holding their lines. At this point. Here comes the Molotov. Nota gets hurt, and it's a good setup out here for Paravision. All of their players in towards lane, but they're getting shut down time and time again. The flashes do connect, but it doesn't even matter. Belchanok's still there, and Vladen shoots them down. Man, oh man, did this fall apart. And another force buy lost. Who would have thought?
I mean, Partisan have such good composure there, such good structure to deal with that wave that is thrown at them by Paravision. Just never gets scrappy or out of control. Everybody covering one another, everybody swinging and assisting one another where it's needed. Kills coming through, 4 frags found from 4 different individuals for Partisan, which just speaks volumes to what I'm saying right now. And like you say, another force buy that falls flat on its face. And there's all but one victim. James. He will survive. And that's 11-4. Do they save now, Atro, and try and play for overtime? Or do they triple down?
Sure, buddy. Of course they would save. Who wouldn't? Yeah, they're never gonna save. This is Paravision. What are we talking about? This is Paravision today. Don't let it get to your head. This isn't this is how we usually get to see Paravision do these things. But today, just something clicked to them, and they said, you know what? I want to go for a good old force buy. And they didn't really plan ahead after that, so that's the game plan.
And they're gonna go for another one. I mean, it felt like there was at least a bit of a plan in the previous force buy. Compared to the round before that where they forced, there was no game plan at all. It was just default positions in the force buy and they lost it out. There was a plan in the previous. And the plan here, well, this time it's going to be numbers in towards mid. Oh, Partisan, they want to fight fire with fire. This could be dangerous against the force buy, and it does cost them 2 opening kills.
There you go. Big nade still onto Nota, Belchanok, and James, though. It's not like the round's over yet. Partisan can still find some good retorts here. Dragging up in mid. If he finds the MP9 there. Nope, he doesn't. Kicker on the other side of the map, though. Good shot. And finally, you see, you try it time and time again. At some point, it's gonna work. I spoke too soon. I might have spoken too soon. Wait. Is that meme? No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Yeah, I don't think it's reached that point just yet. I mean, Belchanok's in a good position right now. It's about the timing as Dragon's kind of slid past him. Let me go back and join up with Vladen. I mean, Paravision know that they can either go B or try and push up through Red Room. So, they certainly have kind of whittled down the options, but they're more focused on Red Room. They're clearing out Red Room as a team, and that means they've opened up the B bomb site.
Oh no. The bomb can't always get tapped, Vladen. peeks and dies, and there it is, finally. A round for Paravision. There you go. Something else. Brought out here to the table, but that's their first CT side round, by the way, right? So...
It is indeed. I'm just thinking, Partisan, they would have known they were playing against an Eco or playing against a Force Buy. That was a guarantee. Do you need to be throwing 2 players through the bottom mid-smoke in that type of a round? Probably not. I feel like, I guess they're riding their momentum, they're feeling very good about the game so far, but they still have to keep their discipline about them.
Yeah. Well, it's not like it's over yet. Paravision still want to bring this one back. They haven't given up on Ancient. Took a little while, but we've always known that Paravision, bit of a steam engine, start off slow.
Well,
So
hopefully
now...
the engine's getting going now, right? Because it can't just be around in isolation. And there we go. Kendo goes down through the red room smoke. I mean, maybe James used the nade to clear it open. Collins is tagged. This needs to be the start of a streak here for the CT side.
Let's see it. It's a good kill coming through from James again. Finds them both. Had we seen this James a little bit more on Mirage, then who knows what could have happened. I mean, we did get to see this James on Mirage. What am I even talking about? It's just...
We never had the AWP much in the second half in particular, but the side, I guess,
but
less important.
the other 3, the kind of new core. Out here, the new
Belchenok
guns.
is still a big problem. I mean, Belchenok is up to 30 kills across the entire series right now, including what we got here out of him on Ancient.
Yeah.
But Paravision do have a good idea of what's going on right now. They seem to be well poised to... Okay, never mind. This is just a save from Partisan. Carrying the AKs over, the AWP as well, and Paravision will make it 6. Good work from James.
Good work from James indeed. And Partisan do take this one away. On a save. They save 3 guns. And that's way better. I feel like this late into the game, when you're that close to map point and to 12, slowing things down is definitely way better to do now than to do at like 11-8, 11-9, you know? When there's only one more mistake they have to get through, and suddenly Paravision are bringing it back with a vengeance. Slowing things down now, calling out attack pauses, going for the saves. And now I'm going to contradict myself entirely by saying I also enjoy the force buy here. Because with the 2 AKs and an op, having the Tech 9s to entry and then them behind it could be your way to 12.
Yeah, there certainly is a threat in this round here that Partisan possess, that Paravision have to be concerned about, like you say. Not like this one is going to be easy at all. The longer that Partisan take in these rounds, the more chance that they give James time to find impact. He's very good at finding ways to get kills in the round. He's not the guy who's just sitting back the entire time, posted on an angle. He's able to kind of methodically work his way through the round, figure out where to set himself up, where to kind of maybe poke and prod a little bit. We saw that in the previous round when they let him operate in Red Room. Now Partisan, they will go for a slightly delayed mid-tape.
Well, still, mid has been the name of the game for Partisan throughout the entirety of the second half. They've been here whether they've liked it or not. And James using up this nade early. Now is going to be leaving Paravision with no vision in middle. Oh, there's the second nade, my bad. Now it's going to be leaving them with no vision. With 50 seconds and no idea of where Partisan are, James is just going to peek into the angle, and so will Kindo, to his demise.
Yeah, well, this is looking good, Jeff. Paravision have been finding successful opening kills in these past few rounds on their CT side. That's coincided with their return to some success. Dragon with the AWP here is going to go searching, and he does find a kill. Kicker was committed and he's kind of isolated because of the smoke grenades. There's no way for his teammates to find a trade. No further util for this T side. Good damage done through the smoke. The bomb plant should be found here. Collins barely has any room to work with, and Travis will burst him down. Dragon gets the trade, but trades are the name of the game right now, and numbers favor parry vision.
Oh, they do. Vlad and last man standing. The bomb is going to get tapped and lost, as that's the round. It's 11-7. And imagine if Noda had died in that first engage, maybe Vlad would have won that round.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a good effort there, but Paravision just trade their way efficiently through the rest of the round. Dragon does his damnedest with the AWP, man. I mean, that trade through the smoke was wonderful, but Vladden just didn't have enough time to operate. I mean, this kill here was important just so he was able to stay alive. Not die after the timer. 7-11. It's going to be an anti-eco now for Paravision as well. They're clawing their way back, Atro.
They are. With a vengeance, actually. Not like it's over just yet. Just we wait uno secundo as another techie wecky. We are now, what, an hour and a half over schedule? Certainly not.
No, half an
Just
hour.
half an hour, yeah.
Yeah, but there will be more added to that timer because obviously he's still going to play out the rest of the map here, then do a little short post-match, and then intermission before the next one, then a pre-game for the next one, so probably going to end up somewhere around an hour late.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well. Do we have info on what happened here? Last info that we had was Collins spilled water.
Yeah, that was a good 20
that was a
minutes
good 20
ago,
minutes
though.
ago, yeah.
Yeah, the series has been marred by tech pauses, unfortunately. Delayed starts and lots of little crashes and IRL issues and water. So hopefully we can just get from here to the end of the series without any further interruptions.
Hopefully. Okay. Well, Hero AK that was safe from the previous round with a couple of pistols onto the T side. Is going to be trying to make their way across to the B bomb side with a smoke in front of Jane, but Bloom's out late. Dragon still moves in first and will die. That, ladies and gents, I think is the round. Do they get off with the bomb plant though? That's the question. It's a great paw flash, but Travis is accurate even through it.
Yeah, the problem is Collins also doesn't have armor, so even though he's shooting his opponents, as soon as he catches a bullet there, he's just a dead man. Now, this is a good read from Emmy, though. This is a good read. I mean, I don't... Yeah, okay, nobody's actually responded just yet. See, he'll have this bomb plant for free. But imagine he won the round from here, Atro. Like, no armor,
no.
AK,
No way. No way.
one versus... I know there's no... But just imagine for a second, man. Just, like, go back to your childhood where anything was possible. You know, superheroes were real. They existed. And sometimes they can be found on Counter-Strike servers. But then you wake up. You realize it was all just a dream.
Then you wake up and you realize it's game time. 16-11, 14-14 on kicker. They're the only two bringing this game back.
Yeah, 30 kills between them is a good showing. Partisan struggling to get up to map and series point share. It was 11-4 at one point, 4 in a row for the CT side since then. Is a good showing on the fight back.
Okay. Last one is still maxed out for the T side, of course. And now, that's just gonna mean force buy after force buy. Should be the case if they lose any more rounds. Will we finally get to see Partisan also head in for an A exec? I think we might. Been a long time since we've got to see that. Flash down mid, lots of utility used up already. And it's gonna be James to anchor.
Yeah, he's got a big job on his shoulders. He's actually been pretty good at finding himself wherever the action is going down on the CT side so far. Oh my goodness, those shots from Dragon just narrowly missing the head of Note, I think it is. Now there's going to be pressure on the safe bomb side. Belchnok, who's had a really tough time in the series so far, has a big job to do here. Going to be two players pushing in his direction, and there we go. Belchnok delivers the goods. That's what we've needed out of him. Jane will find a kill before. He's been forced backwards as well, and the defense on the safe bomb side is emphatic.
Okay. Belchnok trying to get in there. We'll be able to see Kindo, and Collins falls down as well. Flawless execution of the retake here for Paravision. And again, Partisan are getting the bomb down almost every single time, yet Paravision are managing to find these retakes off of good individual performance, and also, this time, about better positioning when it comes down to those retakes. Everything is covered, everything is accounted for, they still hold up utility until the end of the round. Like, clearly a bigger change than what we got to see on Mirage.
Yeah, certainly some more consistency, some more resolve, better teamwork from Paravision, and a better round individually from Belchnok as well. A massive quad kill coming through from him. That'll boost his confidence. Partisan use their last remaining timeouts. If they lose this round, Atro, we're destined for an 11-all scoreline. We may even need overtime again, as was the case on Dust 2. Can you remember Dust 2, Atro? Or does that feel like we casted that map yesterday?
It does kind of feel like we casted them up off yesterday. What do I even remember out of it?
It was a very long time ago. I don't remember much, to be honest with you. And I don't really care to waste too much brain power, I guess, because, well, we've got a lot to focus on.
It was overtime, if it helps you out with anything. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. We had 7-5 halves on the side, I think. It was... Right, let's see. Belchnok, is he going to be buoyed by his recent multi-kill? Does that see a return to form? Just the one kill, but that's alright. One and done's not the end of the world, and the util could keep Partisan back here as well.
Okay, it does. They pull the plug, Partisan move back, and Paravision immediately call off the rotate. Not bad. Especially when you do have Travis to be that kind of anchor towards lane and mid. Still nothing found. And look, this is much better for James. He's playing a rotation deep into CT just in case something gets heard. While he can still watch towards towards main. Three players into the B-bomb side. This is exactly what you need. However, these players only have a single nade and 2 flashes to work with. Partisan trying to get in there, and Travis is not going to get to use his flash. Surely the peek comes through. Travis goes down. Dragon, what an entry, what a peek, and what a kill. Nota doesn't even find a single frag.
What is that?
That's
Collins,
not point.
Vladden, and Dragon. What a combination between the three of them there. To dispatch of that forward setup. I mean, Dragon goes through first. It was a good jiggle there from the doors to bait the shots up from the player in the cubby. Then he just swings with conviction, gets that headshot. I'm thinking, alright, here comes the trade. But no, Vladden was watching for that response from ramp. And then Dragon's like, alright, awesome, we've killed the 2 guys here at B. Nade out, let me just run up the ramp. And then there's a third all of a sudden. But Dragon still doesn't die, because that's when Collins gets a kill. What a combination there.
What a combination, and what a way to get yourselves to map point. That was something. 5v4 still ends up into the B-bomb site. And it was a good rotate as well coming through there from Paravision. That's what kind of makes me a little bit sad for that's the way that Paravision, you know, stopped this momentum that they had. The choice was well made. It's just the individual choices of Travis staying on the off angle to double doors, a really close peek there from the ramp players, and just well held by Partisan, well played. Now, 3 chances to close out this map and to end of the best of 3 off here. 13-9, 13-10, or 13-11. Partisan got a couple of chances. Good utility sent out. Problem is, it's a full buy onto the Paravision side, and Kicker's on a glass cannon with the defuse kit, and he's not with anything anymore. As he's done, he's dead. Travis is next to him, and they're filling up the graveyard out here, Hayes. It's 3v4 with the post plant again.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough here for Paravision to try and get back into. Vladden is going to go sweeping back in towards the back lines, and he's found Belchanok. It's all on Jame, it's all on Nota. A 2 versus 4 here to try to save the day. They've got kits, but they've got no util Atro. How on earth do they get back into the bomb site? I'm sure James even itching to save right now, but obviously he can't, because if they lose the round, the series is over. So you got to commit to this one, Jamie boy. 4v2 to try and find a way forward. Nota gets the first, can't complete the double kill spray down, and it's a good trade there from Collins. That'll seal the deal. Partisan win the map, and with that, the series.
And take a bow, Partisan. GG, well played. Could have ended this one off in 2, knowing what the first map was, with how those 2 panned out into the overtime. But you know what? At the end of the day, even though Partisan were in control of the game in all 3 maps, I would say, they do manage to end it off. They do manage to find the reverse sweep, and they do find themselves in the 1-1 bracket, as it is going to be Paravision losing 3 best of 3s in a row now after having an amazing run ever since their inception of this roster. And now, well, it is going to be the 0-2 bracket that is waiting for them. But as we've mentioned time and time again beforehand, ladies and gents, we are a little bit delayed. Next matchup is going to be Sashi versus Zero Tenacity. So we are going to be taking quite the quick rotate around out here of this one. We're going to be jumping into a 10-15 minute break, and we're going to get set up for Sashi versus Z10 in just a jiffy, so don't go anywhere. And we're back after not that long of a break here into Sashi versus Zero Tenacity, going into the second best of 3 of the day. We just went on by from a pretty long affair. Partisan and Power Vision definitely went the entire distance, 3.5 hours, 3 hours and something. Definitely went into overtime once, and then we needed almost the entirety of Ancient to figure that last best of 3 out. But with that being said, we're already jumping into it. Sashi, Zero Tenacity, what do we have here to work with?
Well, we have a man pointing at us quite aggressively. And his name is Nico. And Nico does not normally feature on the team sheet for Sashi. And we have a stand-in. Now, we don't know the particulars, the reasoning behind the stand-in, as far as I know. Ultix will not be featuring today for Sashi. They'll have Nico in his place. Now, I mean, Nico, we know what a good player he has been in the past, but what's his current form like? He still has good pop-off rounds, but of course that TSM project failed to ever really get off the ground last year. Xiphon is a very exciting prospect for Sashi. I always felt like they lacked some sort of an out-and-out star rifler. They always had solid riflers, with Cabby in particular, and Quez and Iceberg, but now they've got that star rifler at their disposal. Lucky's super consistent with the AWP. Iceberg's a solid IGL, but it's just about how they're going to be able to come together with the stand-in.
And you don't want just solid when you're finding teams like Zero Tenacity up on the other side of the server, because those guys are everything and solid, right? I mean, these are a team that these 5 are a team that have been together for so long right now that you remember them back even before CS2 was a thing. You remember them playing together, you remember them scrimming together. After all, they're reaching on into 850 maps played together with their coach fight, because they're being behind them as well. So, you know, you're always going to get the same old Zero Tenacity, the same guys that definitely pop off. And the interesting part about Zero Tenacity is the fact that everyone pops off, is the fact that they're all quite consistent, and Nemanja, their IGL, is usually their top fragger as well. So this is a tight-knit group of 5 that is definitely going to have a lower ceiling there most, but a higher floor than average. So it's a great litmus test out here for Sashi that are trying to just breach in through that top 50 in the world rankings, and Zero Tenacity just trying to stay comfortably in those high top 50s, low top 40s.
My concern with Zero Tenacity has actually been their form lately, and I guess we'll talk more about that as we're going to just be discussing the veto now. We can see where the series is going to go in terms of the map pool. What are we going to get production? You can just smash it on the screen. Don't need to build up too much anticipation. I know time is already a factor, so we can roll through the veto and show the maps on the screen.
There's Anubis up first, then Ancient banned away. Nothing too surprising when it comes to that, but after that comes in the nuke pick at Sashi, which was to be expected. Again, it's their most played map, their best looking map as well. That's 2 after. Interesting, out of Zero Tenacity, we don't have a train, we don't have an Inferno. Instead, Inferno is going to be left as a decider, and I don't know why Z10 decided to go in front of train for the dust. But that's what we're going to get. It's going to be a oldie out here on the map veto. Nuke does to an Inferno. Definitely have seen those histories roll around the block a couple of times with the maps. But first up is going to be Cedar Creek.
Yeah, I don't really understand the Dust 2 pick either there for Zero Tenacity, because they have been picking train lately. Dust 2 is not a good map for them. I saw them on it yesterday against Spirit Academy. I mean, maybe there were some glimpses in the first half on their CT side, but very uninspiring in the second half. And yeah, it's not like they've had favorable results on the map throughout this year either. I mean, I know it's not a great map for Sashi. Maybe that's what they're thinking, but it's not like Train has been a great map for Sashi either. And I think when you're playing against a team with a stand-in, surely you'd rather play against them on a more technical map like Train than you would a more sort of easy flowing map like Dust 2.
Yeah, and it is really weird, because on Train, at the very least, last time they managed to win Sashi was back 18 days ago. Last time they managed to win on Dust 2 was back 14 days ago. So, you know, they have lost a lot, but that's just Sashi going up against a lot of Russian organizations and not being able to really fight against their aggressiveness. Nine Panda, Chimera, and Amiga, Batera. You know, all of these guys took Sashi down. And now, It might be Zero Tenacity continuing on that rhythm. We'll see out here right now as we are jumping into the second best of 3 of the day. We're jumping into Nuke and we're jumping into Sashi's map pick. So we don't need to talk about this two right now. What we need to talk about is aggression, a rush down, and Sashi learning from their previous opponents and trying to match their paces.
Well, they're not wasting any time here, Atro. In towards this bomb site they go, but Zero Tenacity have fortified up this bomb site as well. They've got numbers here on the CT side. It's all about the kills, which actually is struggling to be found by both teams. Eventually, Lucky will be able to finish off the job there on Nemanja, and that nets them a 2-man advantage.
As it does, AVN and Brute Monster, no defuse kit here, nothing to be found. But Lucky is down to half. Nico not that far away either. And, oh, it is going to be Brute Monster good for one. Oh, the struggle here. Okay, we're going to start off slow. It looks like this is going to be a slow starting map for both teams, but nonetheless, it's still going to be a pistol round out here for Sashi that does manage to get across the line here for the very aggressive nature of the Sashi pistol round, and I really hope that we get to see more of that coming through, right? I really hope we do get to see Sashi continuing on with that aggression, because it definitely took Zero Tenacity by surprise, and into a force buy like this, maybe Sashi can still run them down. Let's see though. Round number 2. Scout on Brute Monster, FAMAS there for Nemanja, and pistols for the rest.
Yeah, let's see if Zero Tenacity can find a way to answer back after losing the pistol. I mean, these CT side force fires can be difficult to make work. And again, it's going to be almost just a rinse and repeat here from Sashi. AVN in the corner does go checked initially, but it's only Iceberg who pays with his life. You don't really mind that if you're Sashi, because you got the first frag for free, so you can't afford to just trade your way to the end of the round. Nemanja, I guess he didn't have head armor, because that was a very quick kill from the Mac 10. And Sashi, what a way to brute force their way through the force buy here. Do you think this is a sign of their approach because they have a stand-in right now, so maybe they can't be too tactical, or are they just wanting to make a big statement against Z10 early on?
I think it has actually been... Ooh, Simk, great 2K. I think it has been a combination of both Nico being here and that this is how kind of Nico was playing before with Zyphon back on the TSM roster. Like, it was very aggressive, it was very in your face. That's how Zyphon's kind of used to it anyway, so he is right back on track. And they have fought against a lot of teams that do that against them, right? A lot of teams like Bet Era, like Chimera, like even 9 Pandas to some certain degree. So maybe they just said, you know what? If it's working against us, let's try to crack it a little bit and try to actually do it up against Zero Tenacity here. And so far, so good. But USPs are actually dealing more damage than the full buy than the force buy did in the previous. Yeah, it's not that much. So still will be a third on the board here for Sashi.
I think I figured it out, Atra. I figured out why Sashi have just gone full ramp 3 rounds in a row here.
Tell me.
It's because of what you mentioned in the pregame. They've only been playing against Russian teams lately that just hold W running at them. They're like,
exactly.
Well, maybe if we can't beat them, let's just join them. Let's just take a leaf out of their playbook.
Exactly. If the Wrecking Ball is gonna kill us, then we just hop on the Wrecking Ball and go for the next guys. And Sashi.
Okay, but do they do it 4 rounds in a row?
Hell yeah. Surely. Mac 10 in hand for his iPhone. Cabby.
I would actually rep it, honestly. I mean, you've got rounds to play with. Like you said, it's a bonus round as well with the SMG. Just do it again. You got so much money, and if you lose it then you do it again for a 5th time because your tenacity would never... No, I'm kidding.
I mean...
back to a more default approach. But it wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Doing it if you lose it this time, because your tenacity would never expect it again.
Okay, I don't like they're going ramp again, okay? You can go back up towards A, and you're gonna take them by surprise. 4 in a row down ramp. They've got themselves here. The bomb site's empty. The bomb's gonna go down, actually.
I love this. This is audience. You never see this enough. You just don't see this enough in Counter-Strike anymore. Job's not done, though. Still even struggling to find the space for a bomb plant. They've expended a lot of their utility as well. Cabby will now drop down, use a silo as cover.
Oh, dead. No, okay. Not for sure that nade would have been enough to actually open up. AVN does find a little gap there to take down Nico. 3v4 remaining into the bomb site, and there is a defuse kit onto Brute Monster. Iceberg getting caught off guard, and the execution squad arrives. Lucky dead in the water, and Cabby last man standing surely can't deny this. Defuse comes through. It's a 10-second stick, though. Wait, the round's not over. If AVN dies there and there's not enough time.
Well, there's no one left.
No, Cabby was left.
No, they got the kill on Cabby.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
Yeah, there we go. That would,
There we go.
that would have
Yeah.
been scary.
Would have been, right?
Okay, no. Works out. I mean, Sashi, you can't really fault the start of the round there with the rush ramp once again. I mean, that's not the problem. The problem is they don't really have any decent post-plant positions. They're committed to the bomb site. They haven't gotten back to ram, haven't gotten single, double. I guess Lucky got into control room, but that was in the 4 versus 2. So much damage had been done already. Good retake there. Calculated retake from Zero Tenacity as they get themselves on the board.
Okay. So with that, now a real buy coming on the board. AWP on Lucky. 1 onto Brute Monster 2. And we talked a little bit about the players of Sashi here. We didn't necessarily go into the individuals for Zero Tenacity because Brute Monster can always be a very scary player when it comes to that scope. Yet this round around, he will be absolutely demolished by a headshot through the smoke. Nico finds him. And another headshot to boot. There you go. That's Nemanja out of the game. Those are your 2 best players already out for Zero Tenacity.
I mean, yeah, change up in the approach here from Sashi. They actually venture into a different part of the map instead of just rushing ramp from the start of the round, and it's a very fruitful start to the round here for them as well. Iceberg's been able to make his way down the vent, and I guess his teammates are going to try and come down ramp to combine with him here. Going to drop the molly on the ladder, and then turn around and then run into the B bomb site, and Zero Tenacity have actually given up ramp entirely, so Sashi will get that space for free. This is round over. Chopper's going to be late to the party.
Yeah, okay. They assembled like the Power Rangers into ramp again, by the way. This is the 5th round. Where they do find themselves on that part of the map. And Z10 off to the save. Yeah, okay. AVN does get the scope, though. Op going to be saved into the next round. They're all into CT, so it's going to be assured. And Sashi... They're still even expecting Zero Tenacity to try this, right? 3v4.
Yeah, just not taking any chances. Not leaving anything to chance here. It's going to be 4-1. Sashi get themselves back to winning ways. At least for Zero Tenacity, they've kept the number of players alive in the round they won before that. They keep 3 players alive here as well, so their money's going to be fine. I want to echo the point you made about Brute Monster. He's certainly a dangerous player for Zero Tenacity, but in the past couple of weeks, Atra, he hasn't been at that same sort of level we've been used to seeing out of him, which is a bit of a concern.
Has that been the case? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, up against a team like Spirit Academy, I get it, right? Because you still do have Elkarin there. You still do have Kioske, we won't even talk about. He was everybody's prospect joining up into the year. But Elkarin is also a very scary opper to deal with. So.
Yeah, Elkarin popped off. He had some really good rounds, so you are right. That's a point to consider. But
like
let's see
how
what he can do today.
Yeah. How is he gonna do out into this one? AWP connects on the first. Brute Monster, it's a nice start, but that's the IGL found. So now Zero Tenacity might be wondering, okay, that's Iceberg going outside. Nico, oh, he's gone in front of the smoke. He's checking fake vent right there, but AVN out in the corner, out in the wild, actually. He's gonna fall, and Simke trades him out. Surprised he never checks into the top of the hut, but...
Oh, Abby should be traded. No, he's actually been able to just hug the wall and get out of hut. I thought the player on the rafters would have gotten that frag, but he doesn't force it. And Cabby smartly just jumps back to safety. Yeah, I mean, Nico had tunnel vision there on the dead vent.
That's fine. At the end of the day, still 3v3. Lucky's still alive, and Brute Monster 2. But look at the position Siphon's found himself in! Oh, this is at least one free frag onto the Rafters player.
I don't
Surely.
know. Joffel seems to be somewhat anticipating it. What
It's about the timing.
Siphon needs, yeah, exactly. Siphon needs someone to take the attention for him, or maybe not. Maybe not. Just step into the angle. Great crosshair placement. Lucky finds a frag in the meantime. And Brute Monster has no option but to try and save his gun.
There we go. Bomb planted. Brute Monster 1v3. You're saving, buddy. Still holding down here, though. And a runaway, a fadeaway, and a round connected upon. 5-1. Sashi, looking great for this T side.
Yeah, next round's going to have to be an eco for the CT side as well.
Yeah. At least he is saving not just the AWP and the armor, but the defuse kit and full belt of util as well. So even if there will be the full save coming into the next, he can still play in towards outside. And push comes to shove, he just goes back CT and saves it again. But it's a force. It is a force. And it's actually not a bad force at all. What? Well, the loss bonus is huge. Still.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really look
My
like a force
bad.
at all. They've got
Yeah.
more than enough money. Yeah, you and me both. I also thought it would have to be an eco for Z10, so gotta go back to Matt's pass, apparently.
I guess we do. We failed it, huh?
Almost died. I love the initiative taken there, man. That is great. Lucky he must have landed a leg shot there.
Looks like it. Still, Brewmonster's gonna go down. It's Iceberg on the op actually picking it up. Interesting that
Oh, so
Iceberg...
did Lucky not have an AWP there?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay, my bad.
It's Iceberg from spawn holding on to the AWP. Probably he had spawn for outside. So he just went for a fast peek down garage. He does connect on the shot to the opper. Yofol, he is the playmaker here. He's the one that has to hold the line. Cabby with a full belt of util falls down. And Nico only picks up a molly from his dead body. But he's not going to get to use it because that's AVN on the timing into lobby, shooting him down. And a 2v3 incoming with 55 seconds. Sashi all over the map right now. They were not playing together, and they couldn't find trades because of that. Good one out of Iceberg, though. That's the second into the A-bomb side they want to go. Zyphon making his presence heard, and Nemanja doesn't know where to look out first. 12 HP onto Zyphon. And a smoke on down towards vents. There it is. They're running.
I think Iceberg spotted him or took a bit of a duel with him or something, because he just moved with so much confidence all of a sudden in towards the vent, smoke the vent off. Bonplan comes through AV and realizes what's going on here and probably just succumbs to his fate here in the round. What a good recovery from Sashi there, down by a man. I mean, Iceberg in particular, able to rescue it there for his team.
Okay. That's the 6th on the board now for Sashi. This is insane momentum off the bat here for the Danes. And they're doing it with their stand-in as well. But again, how much of a stand-in can we really talk about? I know the Danish scene is huge, but the fact that Nico has played together with Zyphon before, and we know the Cabby Iceberg Lucky core is really solid whenever they play together in any iteration of Sashi. Like, I feel like this is one of the teams that's always aimed and geared towards having that core playing together, and then the other two just being able to be there to frag out. Doesn't really matter who those other two are. So if it's Zyphon and Nico now, Sashi are still figuring things out well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Nico certainly has put in a good shift so far here. Found some really important trade kills in particular, I feel like, and that one good opening kill on the A-bomb side as well. So he's been contributing where necessary. Okay, well, here we go. There's going to be a half investment here for the CT side. Nemanja goes all in. Everybody just buys up what they can afford to afford something in the round afterwards. Sashi have a good chance of getting themselves a guaranteed lead going into the second half.
Okay. MP9 on SimK. One on AVN, one on Yofo. Ooh, that's Zyphon. Out of the fight immediately. Brewmonster might be actually allowed to get with a second because he has shadow advantage. Hey, yo, there you go. Brewmonster outside doing a great job and toe spotted. Cabby. A new definition of feet finder. Ooh.
One I'm a bit more of a fan of. Yeah, it's a big kill from Nico, man. I guess Nemanja was hoping that maybe he goes unchecked and there's a bit of a gap in the defense, but not the case. Nico crossing his T's, dotting his I's, lucky with the AWP. We'll have to shot phase it out. MP9 to close the gap here. Lucky can't connect on the follow-up. It takes a long time for Simke to find the frag, but much quicker. Far more swift with that USP. Now he's picked up the AK. He's not slowing down either. Gabby finds that first frag back. He's trying to use that reactor as his cover right now. And he will swing out. He forces the peek from heaven. And that will lead to his demise. There's enough time here for the defuse and zero tenacity. What a way for them to win the half investment.
Amazing play out of Simke. MP9 saves the day. That USP was amazing. And his Brewmaster here early. The takedown too, to also make this round really hard to win for Sashi. Yeah, just think of how much changes if Lucky just connects on that initial shot. 3v2. One in Squeaky, one in Hut, the other in Sight. There's just no way for the Heaven player to even get out. Still, doesn't happen. 6-2. Sashi back up to the buy. And Zero Tenacity up to one of their own as well. Brewmaster picks up the op from the ground. He's going to be happy with that. And it is round number 9. So far, still overwhelmingly in the favor of the T side with the guys that pick the map. Can Zero Tenacity claw their way back?
That's a big question, Atro. And I feel like, I mean, it's still a very realistic world in which they could claw their way back.
Yeah.
They're able to win the gun round here, and the round afterwards break the economy. 6-all could be on the cards, but my goodness, if Tabby's hitting shots like that, then 6-all will be a very difficult halftime scoreline to realize here for Zero Tenacity. At least there's a kill that comes back elsewhere.
It's been Z10 on a lot of these engages, peeking first into them from what I've noticed. Sashi just kind of... Yeah.
I like it.
It is good, but a lot of the time Sashi are actually holding for it. That's been the issue.
Siphon, does he clear the entire way? Does he clear the whole way through? He still adjusts. Crosshair was narrowly off the mark, but he's able to adjust in the middle of the spray. And they will be able to cross down Secret and towards the slower bomb site. There's no one here for Z10 just yet. Does Britmonster start to realize that he has to be the first responder? And that's exactly what he's going to do. And there's a player down the vent. Yeah, this is a very good position that the CTs find themselves in all of a sudden.
There you go. Cabby, though, doesn't fall to the first headshot, and it is going to be Simke to run away. Still alive somehow. Back towards the back of the bomb site. Looking in for the op. There is no saving grace there. Simke, 1-for-1 trade, still saves himself out. But 3 seconds, they've won the round.
They have, by virtue of the time alone, they're going to try and maybe hunt for some kills at the end of the round here. Goffo attempts it, doesn't work out. Z10, by the skin of their teeth, will be able to get another round on the board. I mean, that one was close, but good reads, good decisions on the rotations there. Just slowing Sashi down, who barely had any time to work with as it was already.
There you go. There you go. Starting to look more alive. Or in the case of Sashi, starting to question yourselves a little bit more, it looks like. They're taking a lot of time out to just get through Secret. By the time they get there, it's Simke to also buy up a lot of time. Either way, Brewmonster. Shot connected. That's Cabby out of the fight immediately. And it's Brewmonster and Simke so far commandeering this retake. Commandeering this, not retake, but comeback. And Sashi again, slowing things down.
Yeah. I mean, the man you highlighted, I could say, is the one who's been doing a really good job so far on the CT side. Britmonster's been finding a number of opening kills here. And Zyphon has often been the man who's kind of answered back for Sashi to try and get them away back into the round. Like he's done again here as well. Nemanja 1 and 9, just not numbers you associate with him normally towards outside. AVN should get traded, but actually gets a dink on Iceberg before he inevitably goes down.
Oh, it's Lucky now to try to get into Hut. Simke peeking in aggressively is going to meet his demise. But there's one more where that came from. Yofo has got to hold on for dear life until Brewmonster actually rotates around. He's hearing all this movement and back turned away. Iceberg falls and a 2v2 incoming. Zyphon tries his luck too, and maybe he shouldn't have. Not lucky today. Lucky. Speaking of, that's a beautiful flash. Yofo sequenced into A, succeeds. As he takes down 3, wins the round for Zero Tenacity. It is 3 in a row. now for the CT side.
As I mentioned, if they can win back-to-back gun rounds, they'll break the back of that T-side economy, which is exactly what they've done. 6-4 should become 6-5, breathing life back into this game of Z10 on their opponent's map pick. And remember, Sashi have had some poor form on Dust 2. So, if Z10 can find a way to win on their opponent's map pick, that will give them a good boost going into their map.
Okay. Attack pause out of Sashi now. Finally, they realize this comeback attempt is actually not just a what if, it's actually a possibility now for Z10 on the first half. They don't want to let it get too far out. It was 6-1. And we did just get to see in the previous best of 3 a 5-1 go the other way, right? So Sashi have got to be careful. They were probably watching that game as well, waiting for this one to start.
Yeah, no doubt. Waiting for it to finish. Sashi are going to spend their money here, so not actually going for the eco that I was initially expecting. It looks like they're going to try and find a way to burst their way through. Oh my goodness, Nemanja runs out of ammo. If he had one more bullet there, he probably takes Iceberg down on the cross.
Yofo should...
A big burst in towards ramp, but they've lined up. The spacing is completely off the mark, and Shofo will punish. 4 frags found. He barely takes a lick of damage, and that is a statement round win.
God damn. I mean, at that point you wonder where the flash was, but even away from that, it was just a great off angle being held by Yofo, and they did all just get out of the smoke with no real plan, but just to try to fight. They get caught up by it. Yofo, amazing hold. 6-5 now. And for Sashi, I mean, at the end of the day, from 6-1, you think, okay, that's not a great half. The fact that Zero Tenacity could bring back 5 in a row here. But on the other hand, you start thinking, okay, it's also T-side of Nuke, right? You've still gotten 6 rounds. That's more than enough to be able to close on your CT side. But here we are, Yofo. Hello, 6k,
Wow,
7k in 2 rounds. Down at ramp there.
Right now, he's got Brit Monster there as well to just keep him alive and ensure that their Tenacity have full control of this round. It's only Cabby left, not much longer either. Avian phasing through the smoke will catch a favorable positioning. And that's going to be 6-all. What a response from Zero Tenacity. You know, down 6-1 at one point, and then they win 5 rounds in a row. That's a great response.
Okay. 6-6, that's how they bring it back. 5 in a row. And we go back up to pistols. If Sashi were able to play a really fast game back before in the first pistol round, how are things going to succeed now? If we get to see Z10 on their T side. Will they be playing a fast one or just the usual A hit? As Zero Tenacity do on the pistols round out here for Nuke. Yeah, they're gonna be jumping down the vent, okay.
Yes, sir. Bit of a variation.
Oh. That's Cabby, though. Good for 1. Looking for the second. Could have connected it. Doesn't. Tries his luck again, and again he misses. Even though the crosshair looks like it's placed well, it has good intentions, yet it won't really connect. And Sashi are running away from the bomb site. At this point, it's just Yofo continuing. How many kills is that? That's 9 kills in 3 rounds.
Yeah, he's on an absolute tear right now. Certainly found his footing, found his form here, but the job's not done just yet. There is no kits in play, but kills could still come through in time. They know the Brit Monster's in the corner right now, and he'll get the first kill on towards Cypher with a very clean tap, but Lucky answers back in kind with one of his own. And Sashi saved the day. I thought that pistol round was dead in the water at one point for Sashi.
I thought so for a long time as well. Because it looked like Sashi were even running away from the bomb site on ramp, right? They were checking in for players right there behind them, and Yofo finds 2. You think that would be enough, but actually it's not. Zero Tenacity, they do get the bomb plant down, so Scout and Galils are going to come out. But still, Sashi, another pistol round on the board, and Lucky on an op off the bat of round number 2.
That is quite interesting. Not something you see all too often. I guess that's predicated off the back of his good multi-kill in the pistol. The problem is he doesn't have head armor. And no, he couldn't have afforded it. Never mind, he was $50 short. Lack of head armor could be a problem against this type of a buy from Z10.
Okay, that's lucky find the first, though. Scout doesn't trade him back. Does dink him, though. Up to 11. Oh, and that's Nico. With the MP9. And the bomb found. Okay, round connected out here for Sashi. And you know what that means?
Oh,
unfortunate timer. Still, though, you know what this means? It means Zero Tenacity don't convert on the force buy. So it's going to be Sashi continuing in with their advantage.
Yeah, they're going to make it 8-6, and it's going to have to be an eco round in the next for Z10. I wonder if they're even contemplating saving these Galils. And leg may even just motivate them a little bit more, but will there even be anything left to save here in the round? Not a single kill so far for this T side, and they won't be finding one either. That is a fantastic return from Sashi against the force by keeping all 5 players alive. And they get a Galil, so they've only been bolstered even further.
Well. It's round 15. Nothing to be expected. So if the expectations are next to 0, then surely Zero Tenacity at least managed to surpass them, right? Well, probably not. That's why their expectations. From 9 to 6, however, out here, Hayes. It is Sashi's map pick. Maybe this is what they were kind of always vying for. The moment they saw that they picked up 5 rounds on that T side, they were like, okay, should be good, should be fine. We're good. Take this one away. However, Zyphon gets taken down. And Lucky gets taken down. Imania.
Oh.
Let's swap it to his POV for a second.
Another?
Ooh.
There we go.
Hey.
Oh, what a shutdown, though. What a huge double kill in response there from Iceberg. That was getting out of control really quickly. And then you blink, and all of a sudden, you just see Sashi's name plastered at the top of the screen as they're going to win the round.
But still, a single deagle invested and Imania gets away with 3. Not a bad eco. Makes it expensive for Sashi. If Zero Tenacity take this one away, then suddenly they might have a leg back in this game. Not a very tall one, but still something. Something better than nothing here, Hayes. Anything.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can capitalize on the damage done in the previous round. AKs across the board, all the util they need as well, but if they lose this round, Z10 that is, then they're going to find themselves in a very awkward position. Iceberg's on a man on a mission right now. There's no one to immediately... There's no immediate concerns or threats. I mean, Z10 are playing quite passively here throughout the round across the board. Now they'll start to dump some util. IGL and IGL? Oh, Nemanja, what an adjustment.
Well played. Again, it's Nemanja. We expect him to pop off, yet this is his 5th kill. In 16 rounds, it's been a bit of a tough up and goer, and he is going to get naded down as well. Good information being received out there for Zyphon. Lucky holding into ramp. And he might need to put this off to good use out into ramp because Zero Tenacity already down in secret. Gonna turn into a B hit. Okay, holding out for rotation in 25 seconds. Sashi still waiting for the smokes and flashes to come through on A. And it's just never going to be there. They hear the movement. They go back immediately straight on B. Let's see if Lucky gets away with anything here.
Okay,
Yes or no?
Z10 with barely any time will just be able to get themselves onto the bomb site. No resistance. Lucky decides against contesting. And it's going to be a while before they're actually even in a position yet to go for the retake. In fact, Atro, they're just going to accept their fate and call it a day.
Whoa, okay. I mean, it's not like they have that little money. Could have at least gave it a look in. Even if Lucky had to. Still, Nico could have reinvested into the AWP next round. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, I guess they're just respecting Zero Tenacity as well. They don't want to just take any unnecessary risks when they're up 9-6 already, and it means that they can keep that money in the bank going further forward into the rest of the rounds here. It was always going to be a tough retake, right? So I do kind of understand the decision made there.
Well, 9-7. Zero Tenacity do manage to win out the gun round. And Sashi, because of a 4-man save, at least the economy is not going to be looking rough. In fact, it's going to be looking quite decent. Even if they lose this round, there is a little bit of loss bonus.
And I think that was the logic behind just saving off the bat in the 4 versus 4 and not attempting the retake. Just thinking a little bit more forwardly in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Zero Tenacity, but happy to take their time in the previous round. And I mean, they always love just giving Nemanja time. When Nemanja gives himself time as the IGL, everybody just pushed in towards lobby right now while he's been able to make his way down secret.
Maybe that's how it works. Maybe Nemanja trying to micromanage his teammates a little bit, but after 3.5 years of playing together, you think that you would just get a snarky remark at the thought of a micromanage at this point. Even if he is the IGL. There we go. Like he finds the first though. And he's worried about B. Makes sense, because again, you have no information towards secret. But with that flash, Iceberg calls it in. Sees one. And they're still wondering, how are Zero Tenacity operating here? Why are they going in 1 by 1? What's going on?
Oh.
And you've just figured it out. It's all on the A-bomb site, and it's all at the same time. Zero Tenacity, sure, they peek in 1 by 1. They win out their duels, though. And they win out the round.
Okay, well, that is a very quick turning on the head of the round there, because it was looking really good for Sashi initially with the kills that they find, and then Nemanja, Britmonster, and AVN just combined to devastate the defense on that A-bomb site. What a wonderful little link up there between them. And that means Zero Tenacity will draw within 1 an explosive hit on that A-bomb site. And I mean, we had a very strong start for Sashi in the first half, and then it kind of fell off after that. Seeing something similar here again as well.
Yeah, I mean, from 6-1 turns 6-6, from 9-6 turns 9-8 right now. We'll see if it turns 9-9.
There's going to be another investment.
There will be.
You can drop an M4 as well.
That's why I'm kind of hesitating to say it's going to be that 9-9. Full buy here for Sashi. The fuse kit's there to be found as well. Utility is looking decent too. But Z10, I feel like this is the round where they just do something different. Where they just either hold lobby for like a minute entirely and just wait for Sashi to get through. Or go for a fast exec towards A.
Well, they've been quite happy to just play patiently throughout this map so far. Take their time. Kind of maybe try and shift the defense a little bit. Save some util for deeper on into the round. Maybe when the CTs don't have much left at their disposal. And then just burst onto the bomb site. This time, the burst is going to come through towards ramp. It's Cabby who's here on his ace right now.
And
Great crosshair placement. Really good crosshair placement from Troffel. He was waiting for Cabby's peek to come through, and Lucky knows that a re-peek would probably cost him his life there and towards ramp. But Zero Tenacity don't look like they're too keen on actually committing to ramp after finding that initial opening.
50 seconds. And an entry path towards B has been found. Bomb picked up from the entrance to lobby as well. It's going to take a little bit. Iceberg is kind of questioning his own position here. Moving away from window, giving it one last look in. Will he start playing double doors, or is he just going a little bit back for window still? 20 seconds. The moment that flash goes in, I want to see all of Sashi with their knives out towards secret and vent. Here's the smoke. Sashi. Still don't know how spotted out the bomb. It's gonna go down.
Oh, man.
And it took too long. They've lost the round.
Bit rough there from Iceberg. Needed to be able to find that instantaneous kill. And Zero Tenacity is just working so well as a unit right now, Atro. Everything that they're doing as a unit. Just brute force here when they do push into a bomb site with numbers. They're covering each other wonderfully. Hitting some instant shots as well. Not like they're getting too complex with these rounds. Barely any emphasis towards outside for Z10. Just these 4-1s. Nico, well, he hasn't fragged yet in the second half, I don't think. Sashi are starting to stumble.
Hey. Very nice though from Z10. They play a very very passive and patient round. And another save out here from Sashi. Third one that we get to see. Or, well, second. Guess the first one doesn't really count.
And a chance for Z10 to get the lead as a result. I mean, there will be some weapons here for Sashi to work with that they've carried over. But this is far from a guarantee for Z10 coming into the 19th round of the map.
It is, and it's also the T side of Zero Tenacity that's able to do this. Right, you see 9-6 for Sashi. They put up 3 in a row after a 6-6 split. A 6-round half going on there at the beginning, and you think, okay, things are working out. Sashi can take this one away on their own map pick. And then suddenly, Zero Tenacity playing a really cool, calm, and collected T side. Needing only 3 more rounds to put themselves up to map point. And this round is very important as well, because no matter the loss we're going to see for Sashi, the next buy is not going to be great if they lose it.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I mean, then it's 10-9, then an eco, then 11-9. And I thought this would have been the round that Sashi actually decided to save their money, but evidently not. They want to get the weapons in play once again. I respect it. But if they lose this round, they're in deep water. Z10 will get a lead for the first time here on the map. Not a luxury that they've experienced yet.
Right. Zyphon can hold on to this. Doesn't need to overpeak. Has already made steps. Demania hears him. Sashi, I like this setup. Having 2 people in towards ramp right here. And the others ready towards A. You can have a very fast rotate if need be towards B, but your main focus is outside in A right now. Speaking of outside, nothing found yet. And Lucky's not playing ramp here, he's playing hell. So the most he'll be able to get is a 1 and done. Oh, and there it is, that's the bomb. Cabby spots them, Zyphon, he falls. Simke,
wow,
great peek out onto Cabby. And because of this now, 3v4, I don't even think Nico wants to get out of this. Oh, and Imania peeks into him. That might have been a mistake. 15 seconds, you got to get the bomb down somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be the A side. Monster gets up and sees the FAMAS, brings it out, P250 in hand. Iceberg goes down, 7 seconds, and Nico just has to tuck himself in. Nico takes out 2, but he doesn't tuck in, so he loses the round anyways, and maybe it doesn't even matter. Zero Tenacity up to double digits.
Oh, man, I mean, good effort from Nico, I suppose. He was out in the open, though, so he was always going to get taken down barely any time. But Zero Tenacity, they've been so good at actually just managing these situations where they don't have the time that they would normally need. And they've had such good responses as well. After they've lost the first pick in the round, there's always been some sort of an immediate rebuttal from them. Really like what I'm seeing from the Z10 team. Because Sashi will now have to settle for the save.
Oh, that's a lot of
That's the first
damage,
time
though.
they've now got the lead.
It is the first time they have gotten the lead. And they're going to stick by it. I mean, the more the merrier. These rounds are just kind of being granted to them a lot of the time when Sashi are in the positions that they put themselves in. Especially Nico there towards the end, but staying on the off angle down towards ramp as well. The Hell player not checking over and trying to match up the pace with Cabby in that previous round. I don't know, just a couple of these micro movements that Sashi get overwhelmed when they get punished because of them. It's 11-9, 0 Tenacity. Pick up the round. Sashi save.
Oh, okay. And Sashi, well, not like there was a huge amount they were trying to carry over into the next round, but Koffel will continue to rack up the kills. He's got 21 frags right now, the top of the server by some distance. Lucky trailing on 17. And now it's a must-win round for Sashi, who... have they won a gun round yet? They won the pistol, converted, anti-force, anti-eco. I think they lost the first gun round, and they haven't won a round since then.
Yeah. I think so. But that just tells you how much momentum has been found here. And how much it matters for Zero Tenacity. Lucky's back on the op though, Sashi. A chance to deny this. They can still find 3 of their own. Just send it to map point.
Yeah, they could. Sashi could do that. Problem is, it's going to be quite a mountain back in that direction just because of the money that Z10 have been able to build up. And again, it's the same sort of opening here from the T side. Except the variation is Nemanya's not committing to the outside smoke. So it looks like he's actually still kind of hanging around here. Oh, the squeaky smoke off the back of the flash. He will find the first kill, but Iceberg's on top of the hut roof. He gets the trade and he's doubled down. Very good work coming through from the captain. Trying to figure out where that next fight's going to come through. Chopper's gone through a smoke of his own. He has a potential lineup. And he'll find both those frags. Iceberg in the back of the sights has narrowly avoided Chopper, but he's funneled straight into Brit Monster's AWP. And that is again Zero Tenacity with wonderful structure and composure.
What a timing through the smokes for Yofo. What a player to be able to connect on both of those, because that could have been just one kill connected, and then the look back, Yofo doesn't connect on the second. It's still a 3v3, and, well, it doesn't go that well for Zero Tenacity anymore, but damn, Yofo right now, 23-12 is a saving grace here for Zero Tenacity on this T side. 3 more in a row now. It is map point for Z10. Would you have liked to see Lucky attempt this? 1v2 AWP?
No, I don't think so. When you look at the money here for Sashi, that AWP is so important going into the next round, right? He might still have a crack, though. He gets the kill here on Britmos. That would be huge. What a quick shot coming through from Lucky. Good old-fashioned quick scope. 1v1. He seems to have an idea that Chopper could be on the bomb side as well. He spotted Chopper out. He can't hit the shot on the drive-by. Trades weapons. Chopper continues to slide further off the angle, though. Lucky doesn't know exactly where he's going to be pre-aiming on the swing. And Chopper crouched will come away with the kill. Well, great attempt from Lucky, but ultimately one that goes in vain. And I didn't actually realize they still had so much money. So with that in mind, it certainly did make more sense that he attempted that round.
And still, Yofo is the saving grace. Goddamn, he finds a 3k into that round as well, again. And he is just never gonna get stopped. No AWP now for Sashi, though, because of Lucky's escapade, their attempt. Which was still nice. You have to give it to him. They stunned the Molotov. Nice run boost. Brew Monster doesn't find anything early out towards outside. And Zyphon with the movement does connect on Nemanja. There you go. Takes him out. 4 on 5. Simk down to half HP, and AVN is going to walk in the line of fire. Oh, another one. Yofo, he is
just on a heater today.
Yeah, he's hitting everything. Look at the util for the CT side now. How are you supposed to retake anything with that? 2 flashes and a smoke, a single defuse kit.
That's not ideal, so rather try and hold on to the sites. They're actually got a bit of a push going on right now through ramp. 2 players pushing forward, 1 through hut as well. Sumki is the one posted on the angle, but not accurate enough with the shots. That's going to be a man advantage now for Sashi as they kind of peek behind the curtain and realize what's going on here in the round.
Okay. Still 3 on 4. That is winnable for the T side. Sashi trying to play together here. At the very least, Cabby and Lucky will. "20 seconds out. No idea where these guys are. When it hits 15, they've got to start pressing W. They made the drop. Knife out. 10 seconds. Into the B-bomb side we go. It is up to one man and one man only to deny this. And Iceberg, he's known on that window spot. So he's checked, denied, bomb planted, and Brute Monster killed. 1v3, AVN, do or die, and he will fall. There you have it. Double digits for Sashi, and now just 2 chances left for Zero Tenacity to close out this best of 3.
Well, Sashi lost 6 rounds in a row there, but they couldn't afford to lose one more because obviously that would spell the end of the map, and they're able to keep themselves alive off the back of a very good retake. I like the way they combine, just running forward at ramp. Brute Monster was baited in by the footsteps from the player who was close, but kind of then just, you see here, Lucky is the one who's taking the attention, and that means Cabby can just swing and get that frag for free. And then Chopper on the catwalk never stood a chance, and AVN had no room to work with that at all. He was a dead man. And I know that there are 2 map points left for Zero Tenacity, but there's basically only 1, because if Sashi wins this round here, what money will Z10 have?
Yeah. Guess, attack pause is needed out here for Sashi as well. Their back's against the wall. They're not allowed to make mistakes. They got to get ready for anything Zero Tenacity bring their way. And they probably realize so far Zero Tenacity have been playing very slow rounds onto this T side, waiting for just the information to be gained before they actually make a good peek in. And that lobby crunch did work late for Sashi in the round. They might be trying to do something similar again. But we shall see. Zero Tenacity, remember, 1 round is all they need to nip the bud out here early on Nuke, and it's Sashi's map pick as well. After this is Dust 2. Which again, questionable choice here for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, for both these teams.
Yeah.
A rough map for both Sashi and Zero Tenacity as of late. Z10 going to try and keep things simple and direct. They're just blowing the smoke open as they take some ramp control. Lucky will be on the scene though. It's not going to be able to stop Cabby from dying, however. Again, trades have been so important throughout this map here for both these teams. I feel like the trading has been really good.
Yeah, man, but look, AVN and Nemanja, they've been relying on Yofo so far to get the job done. So it's time. At least they find themselves to the bomb site. 1 on top of Hut. 1 on main. That's Zyphon. Gonna look towards Nemanja. Zero Tenacity. They forced Sashi to play into their own rules again. They're playing this slow-paced round. Winding down that timer. Waiting for someone to get out of position. And Lucky's the big frag. Because if Yofo finds him, heaven is clear. And into A they go. 30 seconds now. Time still ticking. And still not a move from Yofo. Jump and a fake. No one rotates yet. Will they? Will they? And the question is when? And they won't. Nico stays there, sees Nemanja, finds him on the rafter. Yofo takes them down slowly. Lucky's still on the bomb site. And Lucky on the flick connects. Brute Monster last man standing. And then a 1v2, P250 in hand. There's just no way because you don't have the bomb. No time. And the kill doesn't even matter. There you have it. 12-11. Sashi, by the skin of their teeth, they get out of this round too.
They needed the trade on Lucky. That was the key kill there. It would have been 2v2 with enough time for the bomb plant, but Lucky hits a nasty flick, and it's sometimes fun to actually see those shots from the player's POV who actually dies, because it looks kind of just wild sometimes. This was the first frag from Lucky, and then Chopper missing this trade here. That was the problem. Oh, I love that we get to see it from Lucky's perspective as well. Thank you, production. Shout out for the quality retakes. As Z10 have 1 opportunity left, but it's going to be with a broken bye.
Will be with a broken bye. 12-11, last round here of regulation. AWP still onto Brute Monster. Tech 9 onto Simk. It's a tough fate, but one that has to be seen through the end anyways. We're moving in to the last one of the map here, maybe. It could be another OT start as well, Hayes.
Yes, sir. We started off the previous series. You know what? We're an hour behind schedule, so let's just run it back, why don't we? this point, when you're so far deep, what difference does it make? There's no AWP here for Lucky, by the way, and I feel like that's been a really big feature of the CT side's success so far in this fight back.
Very true, but Lucky has been looking very dynamic either way, with the AWP or without it. He's been mainly holed up in towards ramp on the CT side, but he has had some quite fast rotations out towards heaven, out towards outside. And now it's Iceberg again. Same position as he's always held, trying to take these guys down, and sees Nemanja first again. IGL versus IGL action does go the way of Sashi this time. Simk, Tech 9 in hand. Can he deny Kali?
Well, which direction is he even looking in? AVN's been able to kind of like snake his way forward. Great angle found there for Iceberg, and Simk will deny Cabby getting the trade. Man advantage now for this T side. Chopper's going to spot the legs of the player in Garage, and he chops him down from the waist down. Nico at least will affect the trade, and Simk and Britmonster are low. Bomb plant finally going to come through, or will it? Oh my goodness, Siphon's got a USP out. Why is he not waiting for his teammate? He's trying to do it alone. Britmonster's low.
Oh my.
Nico will find that frag instantly, and he's down into the 1 versus 1.
Diffuse kit is there, smoke is there, nade as well. AVN, he's got to play the 1v1 perfectly. He's just got to move around, not peek, not get scared. Nico's never going to hold this, surely, right? He taps it before the smoke actually blooms, so he's never going to hold this, but there's no way AVN would have known, and still, he connects on the shots. Galil over A1S, and it's Zero Tenacity over Sashi on their enemy's map pick to take it 13-11. They needed the entire 24 rounds, but they didn't need the 30. They didn't need overtime, and they send us, maybe earlier than expected out here for Sashi, into Dust 2.
Well, I mean, honestly, AVN is the hero in that round. I mean, he gets 3 kills here. He's the one that finds the frag to unlock the B bomb sites initially when he kills Iceberg. Then he gets the kill afterwards in Dark, and then he even finds the third in the 1v1. Big confidence swing there. Oh, man, Nico comes so close. I actually thought Nico had that one in the bag. You know, once he puts his crosshair on the double doors, I'm thinking maybe he has this one lined up, but unfortunately not. And Zero Tenacity, well, don't trust the graphic. There we go. Now the graphic tells the truth. Zero Tenacity, they've won that first map, 13-11. It's their opponent's map pick as well, and that'll be a very good boost for them.
It will be indeed, and hopefully one that is going to be propelling them even further out into Dust 2 onto their own map pick, as Zero Tenacity now are going to be sending us into that desert. But maybe Sashi, after getting so close yet so far away to close or to get the map point in overtime on their own map pick, are going to be finding that success on the second map as well. Be sure to stay tuned for that, but we're going to be back in around about 10 to 12 minutes to figure it out. And we are back into the second map of this best of 3. It has been Zero Tenacity managing to just close it out on the 13-11 out there on Nuke on their enemy's map pick. And up next is going to be the same desert we just got to cast out here, Hayes. It is going to be back to Dust 2, back to Zero Tenacity's home turf, and weirdly enough, their home turf out here, because it shouldn't be, and it isn't really. It's just a map that was picked up out of the woodworks.
Yeah, it is a sort of decision that was left with you and I scratching our heads a little bit in terms of the map that Zero Tenacity chose to bring to the table here. They've picked us too. Yeah. I think it's like a little bit of a punish pick for them, also because of how rough Sashi have been on the map as of late. I mean, last time they won it was against Copenhagen Wolves, but that's the only time they've won it this year. They've lost against Beterra, Amiga, Nine Pandas, and Amiga, which are all strong Dust 2 teams, to be fair. So I'm not like writing Sashi off at all coming into this, because Z10 have also had their frailties on this map recently.
That is fair enough. However, Hayes, we are jumping into this second map of the best of 3 at lightning speed. It's Dust 2, it's Z10 on T side, Sashi CT side, and 4 body armors and a nade, a smoke, and a flash later for the CT side. We go in to, again, the IGL battle. I think the head-to-head for these guys has been insane throughout Nuke.
I think Iceberg's winning it.
Yeah, an Iceberg is probably winning it. I mean, after what sort of nuke Nemanja has, sadly, I wouldn't doubt it. Zyphon, out towards lower tunnel, spotted out the bomb as well. Now definitely has, seeing it on the minimap. It's a 5v3, and Sashi should have a good start out here on the pistol.
What is this kill taken so long for Britmonster, which has allowed for the second CT play in the bomb site? How has he not gotten a trade, though? Trying to stay tucked in behind the box. Avian hits that shot, has a smoke grenade to drop at the doors, and he will find a favorable angle, but tries to go for the reload. And that'll cost him his life. What a triple from Siphon. Where's that third frag even come from?
What's this round about? 3v5. We jump into the bomb site like the first 2 kills are clean. And then it's with City. Look at this. Brewmonster does connect at the end, and AVN gets that and then just starts dancing some samba with us.
And he had half a magazine when he reloaded, by the way. He didn't actually have to commit to the reload then. He might have been able to get the trade on Siphon if he had his gun out.
Really weird. Okay. Force buy now. Wasn't even a bomb plant. Z10, it's not a force buy, it's just a scout. Okay,
yeah, just a hero scout, yeah. This has become such a popular option. Oh my goodness, the nades do a healthy amount of damage here to the Z10 players. This hero scout, what do you make of the hero scout on T-side Dust, considering how popular of an option it's become?
It's good on certain players, and that's why it's good. I'm surprised it's Nemanja on it, out of all players, but he is on 100 HP, so sure, why not? Go for it. He's already connected on 1, and he's going to be looking for more out long. The USP stays alive as it runs away. Team damage, though, is not going to be fun, and that's Nemanja on the second, and that's why you invest in that scout, apparently. But still, 2v1 now, and Simk's actually found that frag. Good nade. We'll find a frag, and it's a very low Simk with a Glock trying to find an MP9. Hello? Simk, why are you taking that fight? There you go. It's going to be Nico on a quad kill this round, but that is a single scout invested and 4 kills made and a bomb plant.
I mean, outside of winning the round itself, what more could you have asked for if you're Zero Tenacity coming into that round? There was some team damage done to Nemanja, which certainly didn't help there. Sashi actually do very well to keep their composure, despite the fact how that round was kind of slipping through their fingers. But now Z10 have a very good opportunity, man. If they can win this round here, they break the back of that CT side economy. However, there will be an open play here for Lucky, as is their one for Britmonster. Glass cannon for the T side.
Right. 2-0 for Sashi, though. It's a great way to start, and they could continue. We remember Nuke was a very momentum-heavy map. We got to see only rounds back-to-back. We didn't really get to see a lot of trades. Well, the way the thing started already for both Zero Tenacity and Sashi, all over the place, not really connecting on your shots. Second round, Nemanja looked clean on the scout. Now, a bit of a slower play. That nade should go through. There it is. Nemanja, I thought he'd take more damage than that.
Yeah, good methodical control being taken by Zero Tenacity right now, forcing the players on short backwards, then starting to make their way through middle. Making sure Sashi don't really have any idea of what's going on here. Sumke actually best Zyphon. I thought Sumke would have been in some trouble, and now there's only one player on this entire half of the map. Iceberg does a big flank coming through from long right now, and he's opted to go the entire way around into... I thought he was going to go through T-spawn, but evidently not. Nemanja, he's got his wits about him. Oh my goodness, can you ever catch this man off guard?
He is locked in. Molotov towards Cabby as well. Forces him out, but still gets the frag as the rest of Zero Tenacity are moving back up to short because of Nemanja's kill. There is a world in which they just push out middle. They don't have a they don't have a smoke though for CT, so that's why they don't. One in Goose and one in Long, and Simk still connecting headshots, looking for the second. Last man spotted, out in towards Goose. 15 seconds. Why are you letting him take these fights? Why are you letting him win it? Nico, last man standing, and he just had to peek. He tucked himself in. Brewmonster just had enough time to find him, but the fact that Nico in a 1v4 finds 3 kills with 7 seconds to spare should have never happened.
I mean, the problem is the time there. That's why that second player feels compelled to take the fight with Nico, because he's thinking, shit, I don't know if there's enough time here. I may have to get this kill myself. And Nico does the right thing by trying to duck down and play the timing after he doesn't get the kill immediately on the AWP. But Brutmonster hits a really important shot there. And I'm sure he breathes a massive sigh of relief straight afterwards.
I mean, that was a
now gonna
desperation shot, yeah.
And imagine he missed it. I don't know if he could win the round if he had missed that shot.
Probably not. 5 seconds, he would just stay tucked in. Speaking of staying tucked in, that's something Nico doesn't want to do. What is Nico doing? How is he connecting on so many kills? So many multi-kills. Amazing. Out here from the stand-in. I see anchors on down to the B bomb side, takes out 2, bomb planted, and there's one in double doors and one coming through from T-spawn. So it's essentially a 2v2 as Nemanja can be way too far away to actually do anything about it. And do they think double doors is clear because of Nemanja's position? No. Okay, they don't. There you go. Z10.
There. Yep.
Double digits, yep. Double digits, two
from them. It's leveled up scoreline. Listen, it's been a very long day for Atro and I. We would have been expecting to end the day around now, and there could still be a good 2 hours left in the broadcast day, but at least for us, there's still 2 best of 3s coming up after this. We got you guys covered all the way into the nighttime here. And now Sashi will have to full save. Z10, simple and direct against the force spines to the B bomb site. And what's unfortunate is Sashi find the first 2 kills of that round with the FAMAS, but those are ultimately the only 2 kills that they get.
Yeah, Nico, he's been looking great. But besides Zyphon, no one else has put up kills on the board yet. So...
that's crazy.
Yeah. Zero Tenacity
Nico,
can just go ahead and take these rounds. Because there's only 2 scary players.
Yeah, I mean, that was the duo you highlighted on Nuke. Zyphon and Nico delivering the goods here. 14 kills between them, but only 2 kills between the rest of the team. So those numbers are certainly going to have to balance out a little bit better.
That's the thing though, right? If you take a look on down to Zero Tenacity, they together all have 18, 20 kills. So just Nico and Zyphon right now, 21 kills. Just Nico and Zyphon right now making up the most of it for the entire server almost. They're not that far away. It's been 5 rounds, I get it. It's very early on. But if they can continue this sort of performance, then Nico and Zyphon can make this one competitive. Even if the rest of Sashi will still struggle.
Yeah, but will they be able to keep up this exact same level throughout the entirety of the map? I think that's the main concern. No AWP here for the CT side. Nico, one of your crown jewels, has already been tagged up at the start of the round. And a lot of space being offered up here by Sashi.
This is also 3 in a row for Zero Tenacity, so Sashi can't really afford to make a lot of mistakes this round. No defuse kit, low utility. If Nico's already down to 20, you can't really afford to leave him on his own. They've already got 2 players committed to this B-bomb site. And if Zero Tenacity just send the smoke down CT and start splitting, then Sashi will find themselves in a really bad spot. But again,
C10 have done really well at just denying and depriving Sashi information, how they're constantly pressuring up short, forcing anybody back there potentially, making sure there's no lurk through tunnels or wrapping around through long, taking control on the other side of mid doors. Cabby and Nemanja Will there be a duel between them? Iceberg's in position as well. Excuse me, that's Lucky in CT.
Lucky in CT, yeah, but he's not on an op, and it would be great to find his initial frag here, down in CT, down first, but it's Cabby to actually do find that head-to-head, but it's not against Nemanja, it's up against Brute Monster. Low HP onto Nemanja, though, and he's picked up the op again. We saw how well he played with the scout. Let's see him with another scope here as Cabby peeks into him. Shot missed. Cabby kind of saves the day out here for middle because it's a 3v3, 25 seconds, and Zyphon falls. If Zyphon had found even one frag there, would have made this round a bunch more approachable. But now, that's not the case. They fall back.
It was always going to be tough for him. It was always going to be really tough just because of the fact that Choffa had gotten the kill on the long player. Because that means then there's that extra pressure on Zyphon. He doesn't have any room to play with on the A-bomb side, being pressured from both short and long. And that is going to be a 4th round on the board for Z10. At least a couple players will stay alive here for this CT side, and Orth being carried over as well. Certainly bolster their weapons in the round to follow. Both Nico and Cabby can drop. So, weapons not going to be a problem here for Sashi. Wow. That is a really quick shot there from Simki. Cabby barely even caught a glimpse of him. Is Nico in trouble here, man?
He is. They're shooting him down. They're going for him, and they found him. There it is. Not even the kill. Onto the window player. Simki gets out of it. And AVN saves the op. That is worst case scenario for Sashi. Best case for Z10. Wow. Okay. And these past 2 rounds, Nico hasn't been able to find anything because he's been tagged up. Lucky still yet to put up a frag. Iceberg gets down into long almost every single round. It's a tough affair right now for Sashi, and I'd like to see just something wild, something changed. Like, go for a 5-man stack on A. Go for, like, a mid-push. Go for something to break the momentum here. To make the Zero Tenacity start to question you.
Generally, when you have this type of a round, you do want to try something out of the ordinary, right? Whether you're bursting through a flash, or you're stacking somewhere, or you're setting up with for a contact play. But they're not really doing any of the above right now. It's kind of just poshed across the map with these pistols and the scouts. Those exit kills are so incredibly valuable for Zero Tenacity, right? Because if those guns got carried over, then they'd be playing against a full buy here. It just shows you in the value in actually hunting for those kills at the end of the round, even when you've got the job done.
Okay, Lucky close to the short player. Simk tagged up to 29. Like, this is technically a stack coming out of Sashi, right? It's just so late in the round that Zero Tenacity here is going to figure it out at some point, or just playing it towards B, because that's the safest options they've got. And it's going to be Nico again, trying to get through them. 30 seconds, and Nemanja's on a flank. They still don't know where they're going. Zero Tenacity, don't get too caught up in this. And Nemanja, these are some wide scans, man. He was just taking pictures of the whole bomb site, just not where Nico was. There you go. Finds it and wins the round.
Everything comes together. I mean, Zero Tenacity have really been happy to use the full length of the round. We saw it on the T side of Nuke as well, where they would kind of just give time to Nemanja to feel the round out. They kind of just post, they wait for some sort of a spark, and then from there they ride that momentum. And we've seen very good form from Zero Tenacity in this series. It has to be said, Atro, because they haven't been in great form lately. But this is looking like the Zero Tenacity of the old, right? Brute Monster, he was really good on Nuke. Probably the best player alongside Chofo for me. Chofo's also been the one guy who probably hasn't dipped off as much as the rest of his team. Nemanja, well, we saw him struggle on the previous map, but he's playing at the same level we're used to out of him here on Nuke. Iceberg should die here. AVN gonna hunt him down. So it's looking a lot more solid here from Z10.
A lot more solid indeed. And with Nemanja on the server now, Yofo usually doesn't have that good of a performance as he did back on Nuke. But he had it. He saved the day for Z10. He's done his due diligence. Now he's just sitting back, relaxing, and watching Simk, Nemanja, Brute Monster, all of these guys just decimating. It's 5-2. It's a full buy out here from Sashi. And James Bond has picked up an op. So let's see Lucky.
Well, let's see if that'll make a difference. Is that going to change up special agent status after? That's what we're waiting to see.
Heard something.
I mean, if Sashi lose this round here, then they're in deep water, and they're looking to make moves. They're not going to sit by idly here in this all-important gun round. They want to take the fight to Z10.
And again, if they lose this round, they're in deep water. If they lose the next full buy after that, then they're in quicksand already. Like, it is gonna start going from bad to worse. So Sashi, realistically, only 2 mistakes left, and that's Brute Monster connecting on Cabby. Zyphon goes down on the push, and I know I said I wanted to see a push down from Sashi on mid, but I want to see a 4-man push from Sashi on mid, not just a 2-man walk up, to see what you can find. No trades, no kills, nothing found for Sashi, just death and demise. Z10 again playing a slow but steady game. Nemanja trying to be the only dynamic piece of the puzzle here for the team, while the rest are just playing together, waiting for the orders to obey. And Iceberg, good luck, have fun. Pop flashes in by himself and finds 2, but the third trades him out, so still man advantage for Z10. And continuing on that.
Alright, well, that is a devastating way for Zero Tenacity to win the round. I mean, they punish that setup in middle, and then the rest kind of just flows from there. Not getting caught off by anything. And I think that's part of the whole system right now, with the way that they just posture themselves across the map. They patiently wait, as Brute Monster will be able to finish off the job. D10, they're just not getting caught off by anything right now, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're playing so passive that Sashi, whenever they try to retake, whenever they try to rotate, whenever they try to do anything but get away from the bomb sites, they lose, because Zero Tenacity are always ready for them. I mean, Brute Monster gets 2 headshots on the op in that round, and one of them wasn't even looking at him. So, you know, it's just Sashi right now feeling lost on the map, because Zero Tenacity are just having this good of a setup, this good of a run. And the individuals are hitting on every single shot here as well, right? Because there's positions, there's macro play, but at the end of the day, this is Dust 2, and we get to see Zero Tenacity absolutely ball out when it comes to actually taking out these duels. So well played to everyone on that T side right now, because they are hitting shots.
Yeah, and they're going to make it 7 rounds in a row. As you
Yeah.
said, they're hitting shots. I guess that's the one of the biggest points of success, but they're still having good structure about them. It's not like they're just running around the maps like headless chickens and just taking off heads. They're themselves are having very good structures about them. Just not getting caught off by anything right now. Lucky's tough times continue. He's 0-9. As the AWP on the CT side of Dust 2, that is unfortunately going to be a massive problem for your team.
AVN scanning again. Was AVN the one on window as well when he was scanning all
No,
the...
Nemanja.
Nemanja was, right?
Nemanja. Yeah.
They make
the
it...
same though.
Yeah, they make it... they make them scan like that in the boot camps. It's a Zero Tenacity special.
I see. All right.
Yes. If
Well,
that
works for them, so
if
fair
I had a
enough.
player like that, like do that, not necessarily like that's a bad thing, but I know for a fact if I was like in a face it or something, or in a pub with some friends, they would all call out, "Oh, you're playing with a wheel, with a steering wheel. What are you doing?"
That's hilarious. I didn't actually think about that, like a controller or something, but a
Yeah.
steering wheel's even funnier, man. You got to use like the pedals to move forwards and backwards, and then you
I
aim
could
with
see
the
it.
steering wheel and shoot with the buttons on the steering wheel. I don't know, man.
I mean, genuinely, at
Maybe-
my level of CS, I'm sure some people have played that. Like 15k, you get some wild lobbies, man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with Donk and how he just drives by every angle, maybe that's his secret. You need
Maybe.
to check him PC.
Fair. And all you find is just steering wheel.
And it's like one of those like F1 simulators where it's got all the craziest gear as well.
He's got the whole chair set up, you know, the railings.
Yeah, exactly. The roll cage. Alright,
Minute left.
well, Sashi are going to be rolling out of this map in series if they can't start to put rounds together here on the CT side. They've lost 7 in a row.
It starts with
Implies
Zyphon
they're
here.
yet to win a gun round. Yep, on the front lines.
Nico decides against the push. Okay. Finally, Sashi have realized they're playing CT side. There's no need to peek here. You've had
Struggles.
struggles.
He used to come through the doors here. Oh, yeah, you're right. Nico shouldn't be pushing, and he does decide against it, but Nemanja is going to step into the angle. Nico is not necessarily exposed to the angle, and that smoke is going to be very difficult for Z10 to navigate. But they have no option but to go through this. They don't have a
20
flash to go
seconds.
through this either. Oh no, this is worst case scenario. Just tap through the
It
tunnels here.
is. Great lineup.
go.
Cabby good for 2. Nico should take all of them out now, and it is the round here for Sashi. See, this is what works. Sashi, this is all they need to do. Just hold on to the bomb sites. 2-1-2 setup. 1 in middle, not overbearing, not over pushing. And they didn't care for the information because they just held up great timings, and they managed to win the round. Zero Tenacity, they play a slower round, and finally, Sashi seemed to have actually found the answer against it.
I mean, although Sashi do well in this round here to shut down the push into the B bomb site, it's not like they really had to do anything. They just hold on to that smoke grenade, which makes it near impossible there for Z10 to get into the site. But Lucky is alive. He's pitched up on the server, and he's gotten his first kill. Needs to be more where that came from, but it's a good way to start things off now for him to get back into it.
Brew Monster as well. T-side still got a lot of cash from that 7-round win streak. So they don't really have to worry about how the rounds go until the end of this first half. They'll be completely fine on the buys. Nemanja, again on the AWP, he's been a really good op player this map so far. And on the previous, I think he picked it up once or twice. So he's having fun. Reprofiling.
Yeah, I mean, he can do it all, though. We saw him with the Scout, pistols, he's crazy, Desert Eagle's insane, rifle, AWP.
Okay. Is there... Okay, I'm gonna try to figure out that statistic a little bit later, because I think there's definitely more opping IGLs than there is any other type of IGLs currently. But, your fault.
I think AWPing and IGLing's kind of fallen out of favor recently. Lucky is committed. Flash doesn't blind him up, though, and they're not going to be able to get the instant trade. Lucky gets 2! But Simke's answer back with 2 of his own, and Nemanja's found a frag in the meantime. What's just happened? That was a 4 versus 2 for half a second, and then 3 kills come through in very quick succession for Z10. A-bomb site belongs to them, and Nico's gonna have to clutch.
For Simke, I get it, because he re-peeks back from the double death of his teammates, and he sees the lineup, shoots them down. But I don't know what happened there with Nemanja, as he manages to win out his duel entirely. Nico in a 1v2, as you say. No defuse kit, no utility, nothing but dry peaks. And speaking of dry peaks, that's Simke on another one. 3k for Simke, and he's 12-6. He's feeling good as well. Zero Tenacity keeping it alive. And you thought that Sashi would actually manage to send their loss bonus back home and send the Zero Tenacity's way? Nope. They go right back up to max.
Yeah, that is a disastrous round for Sashi to lose, though, man. Like, Lucky does so well to get those 2 kills long. He's got his teammate right next to him. I'm thinking, cool, Lucky's died, but that's fine. It's going to be an instant trade, then it's a 3v1. Not the case. It's going to be a battle of the long. It's all about the battle of utility right now. Who has the superior flashes? They expect Chopper to be towards the blue container. Zypin's been mollied out, and standing in the flames will cost him his life, and Cabby can't answer back. Toffel, he's gotten 3 kills as he's come through from long, and he was being mollied out at one point.
And flashed out. I think he got at least 1 kill with his eyes closed, so that is amazing for Yofo. And he still
Now
does it.
Lucky's mid.
And he's not been having a good time.
Man.
3-11, Lucky has gone down
wow.
again. Wow, yeah. 9-3 out here, Hayes. What a T-side for Z10.
Yeah, this is an incredibly dominant display right now. Individuals pitching up in a big way to save them in these past few rounds, though, right? I mean, previous round it's Simke's heroics. This round it's Chopo, because it could have been 7-5 very easily here for Sashi if those players hadn't just stood up in such a massive way.
If you remember, even before that, it was Nemanja's heroics getting them above. It could have been even a 6-6, realistically, out here at the very least. There you go, though, 9-3. And overall, Z10 really well played. Everybody's shooting. And I mentioned this in the pregame. This is a team with a floor that is very, very high, very elevated. Like, they always play consistently. They're always good. But their ceiling isn't that high to be able to go up against the big dogs. That's why they never really broke out of Tier 2. But, I mean, man, you know when you're going up against Zero Tenacity and they're feeling good on the day, it's all 5 of those people are going to be a problem. All 5 of the enemies on the other side of the server. With that being said, though, we go into another pistol round here, Hayes. Don't know where that happened, how it happened, but it happened.
Yeah, and it's far less than ideal because this is a must-win pistol round for Sashi. No two ways about it, Afro. I mean, they won the first half pistol. They converted it, but lost 4 players in the process, and then lost the round afterwards, and then never really got back into the game from there. That's the plan. There is a smoke grenade here on Iceberg. Armor on 3 players outside of that, and it looks like the A bomb site's going to be where they try and finish this round off. Could be a later long take to come through here as well. AVN is the one who's in position. He goes down. There's still more, though, because Simke is also here. And then Chofo is on CT. And I like the position that AVN's in right now, because if they just walk through, well, it's a 3-head shot. There has to be a big swing, and there we go. Now they've forced him off the angle. They know he's here.
Oh.
Desperately shooting away. AVN, what? How's he got the kill? How's he actually found a frag with that burst? That's crazy. And Simke, well, he takes a clean shot there onto Siphon. It's only Lucky left remaining.
1v3 turns 1v2, 2 from CT, 1 jumping up the box, has been heard, and here's the peek. Lucky, about to get double peeked as well. He's trying to play with that smoke. There is the bomb on his back, and still a lurker behind him. I didn't even see that there was a third player in play here, and Nemanja goes unnoticed by both me and Lucky to get 0 Tenacity, the double digits on the board, the pistol round win, and perhaps the map win as well. There it is.
Oh, man, this is just so brutal to watch for Sashi. I mean, I was holding out really high hopes from them when we saw them at the start of the series on Nuke, where they were up like 6-1 on their T side, and I was like, man, they're cooking with gas today. They even came in with so much impetus with those ramp takes, and then just went a little bit limpdick as the game went on. And, well, there's certainly erectile dysfunction here, Atro.
Yeah.
Not hard.
This...
Sorry, guys, I couldn't help but
okay. It's
that
okay.
analogy. I just had to throw it in either way. Not like the game's providing a huge amount of entertainment.
You
so
cut out.
My hat in the ring.
Cut out. I'm sorry. Are you back?
I did.
Okay, you're back. Okay, there we go.
Oh, all right. I was just about to repeat the joke. You almost, I almost thought I legitimately cut out there, and I was worried I wasn't heard. But Sashi, well, they have to be heard in this round. They have to be felt in this round because they've full force. They've spent all their money, which means if they lose this force, then Snap and series over, baby.
Okay. Right. 10-3. It is a force buy from Sashi. He's going to try to keep it going with that scout. They're all bunched up into short right now. Good thing for them is the fact that Z10 have already ran out of util. They can't send any big grenades over that way. And they're backing away. They're going back into lowers. This is going to be Sashi trying to hit up onto B.
Yeah, they're leaving this one late and without a flashbang. Are they going to throw the lurk smoke here, or are they just going to try and run through tunnels? AVN and Nemanja are the only 2 players on the side of the map, by the way. The only 2 players, so it'll be very long for any rotations, and there's going to be pressure coming through from middle as well. Oh, okay, this looks pretty good for Sashi all of a sudden. Simke, I think he has to try and brave that smoke right now. AVN's going to go down, only the 1 kill from him. And it's going to be Sashi in control of the bomb site. Bomb carrier gets across as well. Torfor's close. Does he try and force the fight? He'll just jump straight in. Oh, 0 Tenacity. They've kind of thrown this round away a little bit.
It's not over yet. Simke's still alive. Gets a good dink on Nico, too. Brute Monster, last man standing, 1v3. Sees the heads there of 2. And should know about the box player as well. But look at the HP for everybody right now. Brute Monster just trying to run away, trying to stay alive. Will be able to do so. And that is that. 10-4, Sashi. First round they put on the board. Very much needed.
I mean, some important shots being landed there. I mean, the frag on Nemanja, the fact that AVN doesn't get a kill either. Very good split coming onto that B bomb site, pressuring middle, made it so uncomfortable for the players on that B bomb site as well. And they're alive.
They are alive. But are they kicking? I don't know. They'll have to start kicking and screaming, though, if they want to stay into this game. That nade should do damage. The Deagle doesn't connect, but Nico falls down to half. Sashi Try to get through long. It is a lot of attention being brought around by Iceberg. As he runs away. Doesn't get seen on the fade out.
There's 3 players pushing through. They're on the completely wrong side of the map. That's the problem. So, Sashi have an incredible window of opportunity right now to get onto the safe bomb site. Avian and Chopo. This is going to be next to impossible for them, surely. Chopo hits a nice first shot, but trade comes through. That smoke on the bomb site going to start to fade, and Avian will become exposed. And, well, he feels like he might have to try and pull off something magical and hope he can come out on the one side undetected. Not the case, though. Force Spy falls flat on its face. And it's going to be Sashi who get themselves up to 5.
There you have it. Sashi. At least they keep it up. They don't fall away from the pressure of the B push in towards round number 15. But now, USB's only Z10 giving up this round. 10-6, and then they'll be playing to try to close it off on a full buy. Not bad at all. But on 5 USBs, surely they just try to play together, get as many kills as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they'd love
so
to do
that's a
some
lot of
here.
damage.
Yeah, Cabby and Nico, lucky to be alive. They've had their bells rung. It's okay, though, because they can just leave it to their teammates here to just finish off the job. Another dink as well. My goodness, if only one of these players could finish off the kills. Maybe a lot of economic damage here. Get your gun up, monster. Oh, the drop down was heard. That's unfortunate.
He can still actually kill Nico here. And Cabby, and Zyphon, and Lucky. I mean, it's one bullet away from 3 of these guys. But none of them are gonna get seen. Wow. Very interesting USP round, I have to say.
It's just unfortunate that they don't land one single follow-up shot after getting all those dinks. Either way, they had to get so far away from the bomb as well. Look at how there's 3 players long right now. Monster's heading in that direction, but he's pushing into the crosshair. Lucky hits the shot. He's come back in a big way, has Lucky. He's 10 for 14 after being, 0-9 at one point. 10 for 5 since then, as we head into another gun round. Open play for Britmonster, and the first real challenge for Sashi.
So now, we go into the up again for Brute Monster, but no defuse kit for the CT side. So they'll be playing to actually try to take these fights. More than just trying to play passive. AVN takes a nade to the face.
They've actually gotten some decent control early on. Not a huge contest here from Zero Tenacity. Toffo playing long, couple players still short as well. What's the end game gonna be here for this T side? Lucky slightly overexposes himself. Molly's gonna force one CT forward, Nemanja just tapping in the smoke. Iceberg walks into that little tap, and Simki's also found a frag. He's phased through the smoke. Oh, Z10. These are diabolical kills, man.
These are insane because they're taking the fights to them. Sashi, not even expecting it. Through smokes, through flashes, through even peaks of their own. Losing out on everything. It almost goes flawless. It's Nico again being the main man in the play. And, you know, it's also tough because there's not even anything you can really put the blame on if you're Sashi here. Because Nico is the one saving your day and he's the stand-in.
Yeah, 17 and 12. Great showing from him, but what have you got outside of Nico? Like you say, the stand-in is the one shining light. 11-6, at least there's enough money for another investment here for Sashi, but man, they're just limping their way through this game right now. Nemanja's little burst through the smoke there is something else. His timing, his intuition, game sense, call it what you want, man. Second to none at this level. Now him and AVN just double swing. Good trade from Nico, but Britmonster can see the top of Lucky's head. That's so unfortunate for Lucky. Doesn't realize he's exposing himself. Monster's got to be careful not to hang around. There's literally no reason for him to be here right now. Oh, this is...
Broom Monster. Yeah.
Yeah, that was completely nonsensical.
Maybe they saw the bomb. Maybe they know it's up in top mid. Not getting picked up, so he was just holding the line, but way too far up. Simk being peeled for by AVN as the nade goes back in towards Xbox. Sashi, they gotta pick this bomb up, and they'll probably head themselves over to B. It's a 1-1-1 setup.
Looks like it.
Everyone's everywhere.
Smoke tunnels might be a little bit annoying. I mean, there's still so much util here for Sashi. They can afford to wait for the smoke grenade as well. Iceberg gonna just try and keep some pressure on middle right now. But Simki is leaving the B site altogether, leaving AVN all by himself right now. This is a misread, unfortunately. Of course, Z10 have nothing to go off of those, so you can't really fault them. AVN needs at least one. At least a kill.
And he's probably going to get it. Back turn. There it is. That's one. 2v2. The pulse plan still hasn't gone down. Good opening of the smoke. Does catch Kabi off a little bit. And trying to get in there. Simk. Oh. Thought he was already past the double doors. Wasn't. Yofol could have an easy shot here. Finds it. Running and gunning. Sees the second. Sprams. And doesn't connect Iceberg. Savior out here for Sashi as he keeps it going for the tees. Scary 1v2 to be in.
Yeah, really good job from Iceberg, though, in the corner, because Cabby looked a little bit lazy just standing there throwing the util. Britmonster was lazy here as well, hanging around in the 4v3. AVN, I thought maybe Trigger Discipline would have been the option, but there's no guarantee that the second player pushing through is not going to clear that corner, and then maybe you don't get anything. This kill here on Cabby was a good one, and look at this from Iceberg's POV. Very good job to find both the kills to lock in the round for his team. It's going to be a full eco for Z10. And a chance for Sashi to close the gap to 3.
There you go. Big walk up in towards tunnels.
Simki's come across the bomb. He's actually come across lucky. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to like instantly get the kill and then pick up the AWP and try and wreak some havoc. But it is going to be 11-8 here. Sashi continues to try to fight their way back.
Okay. So we go into round number 20. It's 0 Tenacity on a full buy. Again, no diffuse kit. But I'm just going to wave it off. Even though maybe some other people might say just don't invest into the incendiary because it's just an incendiary after all. Like, it's not going to do as much as a molly. Invest into the defuse. Whatever. It's round number 20. We go again, and it's been a very mechanical game so far. It's been a very all-out guns blazing type of game, and welcome back, Yofo. Welcome back. He does it again.
Completely blinded, though. And he regained his vision for like half a second. He was able to track and spray both those players down and live. That's insane from Yofo. I can't believe how many important multi-kill rounds he's had in the series. He was insane on Nuke, and he's delivered the goods here in a couple rounds as well. There was that round on the T side where he got that triple kill coming out of long, and he rules the roost on that part of the map on the CT side as well. Don't count Sashi out of this, though, because there's a lot of space in towards middle. They've got the smoke for CT, and then essentially a 3 versus 2 over onto that B-bomb side.
But the Manias didn't really...
on the angle.
No information yet. They're going to hear the smoke, so hopefully here Nemanja doesn't get curious. It's curiosity killed the cat. Incendiary down to force them out into the fight, and it is going to be Nemanja connecting on that shot. Lucky finds the double doors players, and big damage onto Zyphon. However, he trades back into 2, and that nade is going to kill him. No, it doesn't.
Oh, no? How?
It's close. But still away. Full armor goes a long way. 35 seconds, and he does have the bomb, yes, but he's stuck in the corner, and there's still 2 people jumping up on him. He might expect the first, never expect the second. Oh, not even the first.
God. How does Joffel hit that shot so low on health? I thought Siphon, I actually really liked the way Siphon was playing that, because in most situations, the T in that position just runs the bomb up onto the B bomb site and plants it. I guess here Tenacity were wary, though, because the bomb hadn't actually been planted, and they're thinking, all right, well, what's going on here then? Where are you, Siphon? And Chopo hits a ridiculous shot there. 12-8. Sashi have to win 4 in a row from here to force us into overtime.
Okay. I mean, we got to see it before, just not in this best of 3. Not from Sashi, and I don't think we will. Simk. pulling a Yofo on long again and managing to find that early advantage. And Semke, a bit of an unsung hero from us because he is 21 and 15 as well. He has been rising through the ranks here on this Dust 2 and has been such a big help, such a big savior to Z10.
Yeah, he's had some stellar rounds, man. He really has been a very big factor in the success here from Zero Tenacity, just consistently chipping away with those kills. Nemanya's in lowers. Going across paths with Iceberg. Iceberg's generally had the rub of the green between these IGLs. This time won't be favored, though. Iceberg with only a Mach 10 certainly did have a bit of a difficult time in that fight, but now it turns into a one-dimensional approach. All three of the remaining players for Sashi are making their way up long.
And as they are, it is going to be coming on down to Lucky, searching for that initial frag, but no one's going to peek into the site. Everyone's really far away. 5v3. There's no need to even get overwhelmed by this. Zero Tenacity just have to play towards CT, wait for the bomb to drop, and just go in on some timings. And speaking of timings, that is going to be a traded out kill. Zyphon finds Simkai. And into the bomb side. The bomb's still not down. Zyphon's still searching for more. Brewmaster stuck in the corner on Gandalf. He's going to fall. And from what was a 5v3, it turns 2v1. Sashi post plant versus an MP9 and into long range. There's no way they could take that. Zyphon, what a hold. Magnificent out of the Dane as Sashi take 12-9 now.
I mean, Zyphon was looking like a live wire on that bomb site with the way he was clearing angles, taking fights, hitting shots. Very good work indeed there. 12-9, Sashi looking for a way to try and get this into overtime. This is going to be a full save for them. That's their first time out of the map, ironically. Thought we would have seen one a bit earlier with how things are kind of fallen apart, but $2,400 going the way of Zero Tenacity if they lose this next round. They'll have a full buy then. Somebody can drop an orb for Brit Monster. But if Z10, so let's assume, right, they lose this round, 12-10, they buy, lose that round, 12-11, they only get $2,900. So Sashi only have one gun round between them and OT right now.
I mean, that's always the situation we come to talk about, right? It's, you make one mistake, and suddenly, from what was supposed to be like 12-6, 12-7, turns 12-9, and then you get scared because you realize where the economy is leading you towards. Now it's going to be 12-10. And they'll have a full buy and a force later to try to close this out. USP's down middle. And a deal from Nemanja just trying to find some cheeky frags. Good crosshair placements. However, still Zyphon looking like an absolute beast. Question is just how many kills are the USPs going to find, if any. And Cabby, he's on the Galil. Surely he doesn't get away with all of them. There it is. Good for 2. The monster picks up the rifle and finds a second. Okay. That's okay. That is not amazing. That is not bad. That's okay.
Well, this is the round now for Zero Tenacity that they basically are banking on. Because if they lose this, then it's going to be very scary and overtime looks increasingly likely, mate. So I'm a little bit nervous here. I will say I'm a little bit nervous for Z10. They've been in a strong position throughout most of the map, but that can very quickly change.
It can. Also, if Brewmonster doesn't find those 2 kills at the end, he doesn't pick up the op here. He goes glass cannon, 2 flashes peeking out. Long Iceberg. What an insane shot on Nemanja. Again. Again is Nemanja and Iceberg. And this time, Iceberg will come out on top once more. I think half of Iceberg's kill are at least on Nemanja by this point. So, there we have it. Brewmonster's still alive, though. That's maybe more important out here for Z10 as a whole. 5v4. And they're all stacking up towards A. It's the right read so far, but at any point, Sashi could just pull the plug. They do have Nico into lower tunnels. And they don't have Cabby anymore.
Is he going to re-peek? They want to both double swing back into this. Some kid finds a trade. There's so many more, though. Yeah, he was always going to go down there. Effectively steps into 2 players on the re-peek. And this is now going to be very tough. ABN. Oh, he's going out into the open. He should be traded by Lucky. No, Lucky's missed the shot. That's the bomb that's been dropped. There's still time here, but this is open-ended.
They don't know about Yoff on the bomb side, though. He hasn't shown himself ever since the op was spotted, so It's up to Nico from CT to actually make work here. Oh, and a drop. Yofo peeks. Oh, connects! Okay. Z10 started out as a 4v5. We left it off on a big dogfight on long, and now AVN has got a perfect angle to take down Lucky. Jump up, not seen. Yofo hearing him, Lucky moving with a full W, 19 seconds after all, sees them in towards double doors, but it doesn't matter. It's Z10 to close it again, ends it off in 2. Well played, Zero Tenacity. They take their enemy's map pick 13-11, and they close this one off 13-10 before we go the entire distance on 24 rounds played. We ended off in 23, Hayes.
AVN is so good in the late round, man. He's so good at reading the situation and understanding what the best option available is to him. 2 versus 3 there. The balls to step out long, get that kill, and then I guess he was quite fortunate Lucky missed the trade, because ultimately that's what comes back to haunt Sashi. What if Lucky hits that shot Atro? Then it's a 2v1 and they have a far better chance in the round, but that's not what transpires. Z10 win the series 2-0, and as a result actually get us back on schedule a lot more.
Okay, it does get us back on the schedule indeed. Next games up are going to be Sinners and Fireflux and Monty and BC Game. We're going to pass the baton over to B-Dog and Lucy for that, so you guys are in very capable and safe hands. But I hope you guys have enjoyed on over to these best of 3s as well. Definitely the first one went the distance, the second one did as well. It was exciting, but Zero Tenacity do end it off in 2, so hey, we can at least look forward to, at least for us, a little bit of a break until tomorrow out here, Hayes. Again, hope you have enjoyed as well this cast, and hope you guys watching at home have. Any closing out statements before we send it on over to B-Dog and Lucy?
Nothing other than you said that they're going to be in very capable hands. They will be in Lucy's hands, but of course Brandon just kind of balances that out a little bit, right? So, yeah, either way. Just kidding, Brandon. Love you. Kisses and hugs, of course, as always. But yeah, enjoy the rest of the action lined up for you guys today. Still 2 best of 3s coming your way, so be sure to stay tuned in and enjoy the action.
Hello everyone, welcome back to CCT. We've got 2 more fun games for you. It's myself, B-Dog. I'm joined by Lucy, which is a rarity, but it's always a pleasure to have her here. Lucy, obviously, you love CCT.
Yes.
How are you feeling? Ready for this?
Yeah, I'm excited. We've got good games too coming up. We're in the Sith stage, so there's a lot of chaos going on. This first game, we've got some teams that are in the 0-1 bracket, so they didn't have success in their first go. But I've heard a lot of hype, in the ether about Fireflux. A lot of people, maybe just the Finns that have just been praising Banjo, perhaps, is the hype that I've seen. Yeah. But anyway, these are what the games we've had thus far. Partisan, who obviously had a great run at the last CCT event, getting to the grand finals. They beat out Paravision, James Project, so that was an exciting win. And then Zero Tenacity just beat out Sashi.
James, what are you doing, man? Ted tweeted the other day, and he was like, Paravision have won 18 out of their last 21 best of threes, and then they got 13-0'd against Navi Jr. and have now lost to Partisan. Not ideal. And yeah, Sashi losing, I mean, expected, to be honest. They're not playing well. They're now playing with Nico instead of Altex for a little bit. Not sure what's happening over there. But sure, we should dive into Sinners versus Fireflux. Teams that I don't expect to be in 0-1, to be honest. And then Monty versus BC Game. Again, 2 teams that shouldn't be in 0-1, and then one of them gets put into 0-2. It's going to be really tricky. Let's tunnel vision in on Sinners versus Fireflux, because we can go to Sinners and talk about their roster, because this team, it's actually quite a shame, because they were playing really well at the start of the year. They made changes, they brought back Zedko, they brought in Peppo, they got rid of Oscar, they got rid of Mikey, and it was clicking. It was working really well. Peppo was playing exceptionally, Zedko was having some really good games, and Marisco was being consistent. You think, wow, this team's really good. They're going to keep firing on all cylinders. They're going to make some deep runs in the tournaments. And then they fell off a cliff. And then they went to boot camp. Had a couple of officials on boot camp. I don't know if they're still at boot camp, but it was recent. And again, they just keep falling off a cliff. And it's such a shame, because they were playing really well, and now they're playing really badly. And that is just the life of Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they were basically on an almost 10-match win streak, and now they've won 2 of their last 10. It's just a complete reversal of fates, and obviously lost out earlier in this series 19 of CCT versus Iberian Soul. So that was a surprising result, I think. But yeah, that was a reverse sweep from Iberian Soul. All very close games. They could have got 2-0'd as well. First map was an OT win on Dust 2, no less, which isn't one that we see Sinners on all that much, I don't think. So, yeah, not the greatest start, and it doesn't get easier with Fireflux on the other side, because this is a team, as I mentioned, that I think a lot of people are starting to talk about now. They've been around for a minute. We'll get their roster up, take a look at Fireflux. A bunch of the ex-Sangol guys all together on that team. There they go. Yeah, they seem like a pretty exciting roster on paper.
Yes, it's actually a really interesting one, because you've got Skrunk, Soulfly Sensei that used to play together all the way back in Sangao at the start of 2022. Has obviously come in from Eternal Fire, then went to Valorant for a bit, and now is back here. And you've got obviously Banjo, who the Finnish scene are raving about. But you look at this team, and it relies a lot solely on Soulfly and Sensei doing well. If these guys don't do well, there's no firepower in this team. Paz has been really good at being that third player, supporting the numbers, but in terms of everything else, it really does feel like sometimes Banjo goes missing because he's an anchor player and they don't really test him that much. Skrunk goes a little bit absent. He can have really good games, and he just has really bad games, and it's just classic again. Tier 2 inconsistency. They were performing really well, to be fair to them, and again, I feel like both Sinners and Fireflux are kind of gone on this trajectory where you have really good highs and you've got really low lows, and ironically, I think as we head to the veto, and as we just head to this best of 3 and just the optics of it, whoever loses this best of 3, their lows are just going to keep getting worse. And I think between these two teams, whoever wins this best of 3, hopefully it kickstarts something and they can go back on another consistent streak.
Yeah, hopefully. At least for Fireflux, it does feel like they have a real true star player in Soulfly. He's statistics are actually pretty insane, for considering his role in the team. Vito rolling, we'll probably see Dust 2 and Nuke banned as expected from these two teams. I think maybe Anubis could pick by 5 Lux into this one. It's not a particularly strong map for Sinners as of late. Could technically go Train as well. That'd be really fun. And then Ancient. Okay, Ancient. Yeah, that also pretty logical, I think, from Sinners.
Was it Anubis?
I think it'll be Anubis. Yeah.
Last time it was Ancient Anubis. So this makes a lot of sense. What was it before, actually? Not Train, apparently. Mirage would be pretty good for Fireflux compared to Sinners. But
Inferno.
no, so they ban it out and they go Inferno. That's fine. That makes a lot of sense as well. Inferno, it used to be a 80-90% win rate map for Fireflux, and now it is 50. I think Sinners have got the best head-to-head in this veto because their worst map is Nuke and Fireflux ban it. Fireflux's best map is Dust 2 and Sinners perma ban it. They're better on Ancient. They're probably a bit 50-50 on Anubis because even though Fireflux look better on it statistically, I just think individual-wise, Morisco is really good at anchoring A. Peppo, some of his best moments I've seen in a Sinners jersey have come from Anubis, so I'm pretty confident this is going to be 2-0 Sinners.
Really? That's going to be your prediction? That kind of goes against the grain on terms of, recent head-to-head between them, because it was a 2-0 for Fireflux. Granted, it was a 16-13, 13-11, so like as close as it gets. But is it mostly the veto that's got you leaning that way, or is there something else that you think gives Sinners the edge here?
I'm just biased because me and Beastick are friends.
Okay, well that's
no, it's not true. Yeah, look, I think it's true we're friends, but that's not why I'm biased. Ancient and Anubis just feel like better maps for Sinners. Also, if there's any team that has got enough experience playing in Tier 2 to be able to get themselves out of a little bit of a hole, I would again point that towards Sinners. And I think they realise how important this is because all it takes is one good run in a tournament. One good group stage. Even if you don't make it out here, if you're Sinners, even if you go like 2-3, you're still winning maps, which is something that you haven't been doing recently. And I think that there's more output in the Sinners project. Like, I know Shock can be really good. I know Mariska can be good. We've spoken about Zedko. We've spoken about Peppo. The thing is for Fireflux is there isn't much depth compared to Sinners overall. So that's why I would say that. But if Fireflux are hitting hard, then they are in danger very much Sinners. I don't want to just say, oh, Sinners are going to win. Nah, and not talk about Fireflux, because if Fireflux start out really strong, if we are seeing Sensei, we are seeing Soulfly and the effect that they can have on the server, then Sinners will be in trouble.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw Soulfly like playing back under Soundgoal and just how explosive he can be, like as a rifler. So fun to watch at times. So really excited to watch him into this one. I think it's really interesting. Sinners have gone for this approach of bringing in, Peppo from the academy, into the AWP role, right? Because you're replacing Oscar, who is like such a tenured AWPer. Like literally, it's like almost it's a generational divide, maybe even 2 generations between them, right? We're talking a 13-year difference between these 2 players. So I think that gives you a very different brand of AWP that you bring into your team. And yeah, I'm curious to see kind of long-term how that evolves Sinners as a project.
Well, it was from rumours that I heard, and obviously you can take this with a pinch of salt, but Peppo was always going to be Sinners' long-term project. They wanted to get rid of Oscar even before the major, and Sticko wanted Peppo for his team over Oscar. So that's how much, like, I think the local scene values Peppo as a player. And I think just in terms of CS, you are moving away from having old, experienced players. I think Oscar, when he was brought in the second time, I remember Beastick saying in interviews something along the lines of, Oscar, we always know what he's going to do. And this is why Sinners were so consistent, because they'd played together for such a long time. Even when Oscar sort of had that break and hiatus and then came back in, it provided much needed stability, which meant that Sinners could embed new riflers. And now they've embedded their new riflers into their structure, into what Beastick wants to achieve with them. It's like, okay, now we can look for this AWPer. Now Peppo can get graduated from the academy. And it seemed like a crazy move at first, because Oscar was having an insane performance at the Shanghai RMRs in the major, but I do think that long term, this is probably going to be better for Sinners.
Yeah, and I think when that's kind of almost what you expect from Oscar in those events, right? Because that's why you've got him there for that experience, right? Such a tenured player with such a long history playing it at the biggest events, and you do expect him to step up there. Whereas, a newer player is going to take time to be able to deliver on that front. But hopefully we don't have to wait too long to get into this game. Not at all. Time's ticking down. And it is starting on Ancient, the pick of Sinners. 5 flags obviously start on that CT side. Let's get this best of 3 underway.
Let's go. It's your classic. Limited util. Probably rushing up B. Oh yeah, this is fast. Straight out the gate for Sinners. Banjo receiving contact. Flashing forward for the players to get out of cave. And it's Scrunk and Banjo to combine immediately. Shock and Zedko will reply. And it's trying to create a little bit of space in the site. With even more trades, it's a 2 versus 2. Morisco looks to take long to fight Sensei. But he can't deal with him. And now Shock's in a really tricky spot. And has to fight forward. There's another player in cave. It's too overwhelming for Sinners.
Yeah, it looked a little scary there for 5 flags when they do lose those players kind of immediately on site, and it isn't that 2-on-2, but the scaling was so quick from 5 flags. Even if Sensei had gone down on towards long, I think that you still would have raided Soulfly with the dualies and that timing through cave anyway to potentially convert the round. Really fast on that. Good initial kills, the flashbang. Really nice to set up the cave players too, so they're able to slow down that really fast assault up B. Bomb goes down at least. So Sinners have the choice, and based on what I'm seeing from Shock, going for a hero AK. What do you reckon to that?
Yeah, you see this a lot now. This is classic Jame and VP when they won the Rio Major. They just had like these hero AK buys, and now they've just become staple. It's interesting though that it is just one player forcing after they get the bomb down, after they kill so many players. I think the biggest issue in that pistol round as well is that Shock had a flash at default and just didn't flash for long. Paz is now full blind. But he gets the kill anyway. That's not ideal. And you're right, that's the hero AK. Peppo will pick it up, but now no one has armor. Good luck, Sinners.
Well, at least AWPers are known for having that first bullet accuracy, right? But not necessarily at heads, I guess. Yeah, they had one in flash to set up that cave flight, and it worked. It's just that the fight didn't work.
Yeah, so a great flash. Shame that I couldn't kill him at all.
Yeah, fully blind. Oh, well, MP9.
And now what
To
you
be
do?
fair,
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's a narrow corridor with an MP9. You kind of just spam it and move back and forth, and you probably win the fight 9 times out of 10.
Skrunk's MP9 is called Germany's best MP9. So let's see it.
Really?
Come on. Up you go. There it is. Immediate. Trade really good out of Sensei. Just the wide swings guarantee the second kill. Morisco's being helpful in towards red. You're going to see that an awful lot out of Morisco. He loves a red room lurk. Everyone's been watching Zaz demos. He's consistently in red room being a pain in the ass.
Well, they do lose one. At the decal, not the hero AK, and that's now free AK for Sensei.
Oh, now Shock's got a hero Tech 9.
Yeah. Unlucky. It's more like I can't call it a villain Tech 9, but like
Yeah.
sidekick Tech 9.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, it's the hero.
Yeah,
AK
let's use
with
that.
with the Tech 9 sidekicks. Yeah. Okay, cool. As
Bookmark it.
he is dead. He just didn't clear anything. There was no flashbangs to enable that peak. That was just dry. But Skrunk trades. The issue you've got is the Sinners are just completely out A. There's no util to get them on the site. They're just taking these fights dry. Zedko sticks the bomb. Sinners, it feels like they're going to stick the landing as long as Banjo doesn't get any further kills. And that's going to be the round.
Yeah, really good timing though, right? Just to walk out, contact A there, just because you've had this opening kill at cave. A player is pushed down ramp and is, distracted by all of this. The comms at that moment are obviously very focused on this lane situation. So walking out A at the same time, they catch players off guard. And a really nice way to get on the board. Shock even upgrades from sidekick to fully fledged member of the team.
And that's the thing that Fireflux have actually got to watch out for, is that Sinners, whilst at times their mid rounds can be pretty convoluted, they're really good at doing the simple things so effectively. And where teams are just on a bit of a downward swing, often fundamentals go out the window quite a lot. So for these teams, it's just about getting the basics correct, and then they should be completely fine. A good round to win. Obviously, they've got enough investment here, Fireflux, to go back all in. But as soon as win this, they take over the lead. They start to feel a little bit happier because, to be fair to them, all of these rounds so far have been either significant damage economically or just really close in general. So they finally get that reward. All the mid util comes out and everyone is blind in mid. Morisco feels the full brunt of it. So does Peppo. There's 2 dinks and there's 2 kills for Fireflux.
What an array of utility. Molly, smokes, and a million flashes, but it's, Fireflux that come out ahead. Molly smoked, and, okay, Sensei tried to play a little cheeky angle there. Soulfly's still tucked out here, so they are losing players, but there's another CT that always seems to appear out of nowhere. This time it's Paz walking through cave, which the last T does. So he will get a free kill, you imagine, onto Skunk, who's just looking down ramp. Unless the timing, timing, not good. Yeah, I think if he found that kill onto Skunk, we could have been talking about the 1v2. But with him now walking through red,
now we're talking
becomes
about
a lot
1v3.
harder.
Yeah, go on, B-Stick. Do it to him. He can't do anything to him. This crossfire is so
That's
strong.
what I mean. If he got that first kill, made it 1v2,
Yeah.
could have been talking, but the crossfire and then the time. In fact, the third player will appear out of cave as well. Let's see.
Nice.
Nice.
He's ready
really
for the
nice.
second player. Oh. NT B-Stick. That was, again, very clever from Fireflux just to go, we've got the bomb. We don't need to rush this. Scrunk can go and have a little bit of an explore to see where they are. But at the same time, you're just strengthening the crossfire the entire time by getting even further info. Yes, one player dies, but you've got that quick trade. And the kills in towards mid were brilliant. There was so much suppressive utility. The flashbangs from Fireflux to deny Sinners was absolutely everything. And if you're Sinners, you're probably thinking, I want to go back in towards mid. That was horrible.
It was relentless, right? And it wasn't just like the initial players starting there. Further support came, when they did lose a player on towards the steps. That's when Paz pushes out through cave through the T-smoke. We have one more sidekick, Tech 9 in the field.
Poor Peppo.
I keep wanting to call him Peepo.
I know. But we asked him on Twitter, he said Peppo.
I am happy when players are decisive, actually, about their names.
Yeah, I like it. It just saves a lot of headache. Hey man, you pronounced my name wrong, but I never told you how to pronounce it.
Paz knows what's up here. He knows Zedko is chilling here. Does he want to spray it? You can tell he's really keen on this fight. Oh, there we go. He spots him. No, we'll find that kill. P-stick. Oh, nice swing from Paz. Just using this tiny little cubby with the support of a player behind him. The angles are unforgiving for the T's. Shock has found space. The bomb's a long way out. And look at the clearing. They've completely cleared out behind B doors. They know that A is the only possibility.
Yeah, this is brutal. But you got, again, we speak about fundamentals. There's some really good protocols being put in place by Fireflux. The fact that Paz has got all that space in towards heaven, and then the next stage of immediate threat from him was that little cubby corner. So then you got Scrunk spamming it upsets Zedko, it pushes him into the open, that allows Paz to get the kill, and then Scrunk starts walking down ramp to get those kills. And Banjo's spamming to try and deny the bomb planter. Instead he just gets rid of Shock, who had no idea that was going to happen. Sensei just follows through. It's 5 alive. It is 3 of these players living on a prayer. But Fireflux do not care about that. And now they're going all the way down to B ramp to scavenge for AKs. This is brilliant. Look at them, they're juggling everything. They're going to get 4 AKs. 5 AKs.
Oh, it doesn't get much better, does it?
One thing you'll like about Peppo is that he's got the Spider-Man crafts on the Glock on the Mac-10.
Okay, yeah. I love a good craft. What's the smoke, Brandon? Oh. I think that's an A smoke. Yeah. No, yeah, it's the donut smoke.
Donut, yeah. No. Lurks. Oh, okay. It's the smoke that lands to put out the molly so you can just run. That's cool.
Oh, alright. Neato.
And technically it is an A smoke because they're going A. But yeah, that's really nice. Now you throw even more smokes just in towards the A site. One of them just lands on site, but Sensei is not under pressure at all. Peppo's the only one to get kills in this round. He's trying to make a name for himself, but he can't do it. Paz is there for the trade, and again, the trade space has just been brilliant out of Fireflux. You cannot isolate these kills, and even if you do, you're then rotated into 2 players that will just kill you.
Very much enjoyed the Sensei spray there, even if you won't be wielding the rifle now. Very controlled against the 2 pistol players running at him out of A main. Yeah, I did like the idea behind the round, especially in a half buy with Tech 9s. I think they might be trying to do a similar play, maybe not through middle, but definitely want to investigate A.
It's just going to be a straight exec. They've tried mid, it's not worked. They've tried lane control, it's not worked. So the only thing they can hope for is A. And this was the one round that netted them success when they contact walked out here. So Banjo playing on a nice little off angle towards Big Box. He can then also disengage from the fight off the angle, and Soulfly can rotate over. There's no quick rotates from B, but by having this player in Donut, you are creating that tethering.
It was really nice what they did with the smokes at the start. A fast one towards Cave, one towards Red, and then the player that's lurking over towards B smoked the molly to make it seem like a lot of players were progressing up lane. And that has caused these 3 players to stay. Zedko deletes Sensei. No AWP needed. Morisco also finds that kill onto Skrunk. So B is actually not where they were going, but it's where they found the kills. And this means they don't need to commit to A immediately. But if they want to still go here, there are 2 defenders lying in wait. Zedko's about to get caught. Oh, the nade! It finished the job onto Morisco. Banjo falls back and finds another onto B-Stick. Will get burnt out. But Soulfly still stands here, not anticipated, and lines them up. That round started so well for Sinners.
Why?
They just commit into the 2 players there.
Why do they go A? Zedko's on B. Like they had mid because they had elbow. Morisco got the kill on the player that pushes out Cave. You've then killed another B player. Yes, you're going to expect the rotates to move forward, but you don't hear anything in mid. That's the key thing. You don't hear the reaction in towards mid. Zedko's now walking up B, and he goes, guys, I've got the site. There's no one here. There could be one Cave. There could be one deep long. But you figure that out when your teammates get there. Oh, that's such a shame. And now it's just a rush. It's a desperate cry for help now for Sinners. And yes, they find a couple of kills on Zedko, but ultimately it's a 1v3. And Soulfly is now just kicking into a 3rd gear.
Yeah, farming for Soulfly, back-to-back double kills. And that one was nice and flashy on the 3rd player as well.
This has gone by just so quick, Lucy. Like, it was 2-1, you blink, and it's 7-1, and it's the first time we see Peppo on the AWP all game.
Tough map to make it work on the T side at times. You imagine it's going to be probably the boost that comes through. They were able to pick that player with a rifle last round, so... Or 2 rounds ago. Flash is good for Soulfly. anticipating the push out off the back of it. He's able to double up. Will be run down, but then Paz doubles up. They collateral over the edge of the smoke. Paz is having a lights out game on these rotations. But now we get to see this AWP in action. What can he do with it? First kill his, has the info, sees, well, suspects Skirk is crossed. He's worried about Paz, who got those kills from Red Room. He's now repositioned on B site, but the bomb in Skrunk's possession. And these rifles should be in a position where it's almost impossible for the AWP to even fire off 2 shots in time, and it won't even be necessary. Skrunk wide swings.
Really good reaction towards middle for Fireflux, because this time they don't lead with their mollies, they don't lead with their sort of defensive utility to prevent Sinners from coming out mid. In fact, they want them to go in towards mid, because then it's the nades. The nades brutalize Sinners, who thinks they got a false sense of security in towards elbow. No, it's all by design. It sets Soulfly up on the angle, and then Paz is always that third element, because they're hoping, hey, if you've not got control in towards mid, in terms of Fireflux dropping the util, then you can split this from shelf. They also only threw 1 nade, 1 molly that landed in towards heaven. So it was really inviting them to have this space, and they just took it away from them. The setup was so perfect, and it was all by design.
It's always a dire position you're in when you've got the hero Galil. Like, that's the best weapon you've got.
That's not even
Half
a hero.
buys and the rest.
It's like one of those superheroes that you don't really like want to see when you're in danger, like Waffle Man.
Waffle Man, what's his superpower?
Can make waffles.
To be fair, you know, if you had a big night, you know, that's a pretty big superpower. Waffle Man. That's the best you could come up with. Oh my goodness.
It was
the rifles, short work.
It was between that or Animal Balloon Man.
Animal Balloon Man.
Yeah.
That's Jackie Esports.
That is true.
Jackie was walking around the HTV Awards at the start of the year, guys, with at the after party, I think it was. Or yeah, with a balloon pump and just a pocket full of balloons, and was making animals to people. Balloon animals.
It's quite funny because he was like, "Do you want a sword?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, you're just gonna blow up the balloon." Like,
Well, no, you do a little hilt on it. Some of the swords looked like things that are similar shaped and not swords.
banana.
Yeah, if banana had like oranges growing off it. Fruit salad.
A fruit bowl, yeah.
Yeah. Yummy, yummy. You know the Wiggles? Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy.
Oh, I don't. I've actually got scars from that song.
Yeah, Wiggles go hard.
When I was moshing at their concert.
Yeah, I saw the Wiggles when I was like 5. You were there just last week.
Yeah. Sinners got to get a wiggle on because they are being bullied to high hell. And when you think nothing can get worse, then a nade lands on your head. You just sit there if you're beast-sick and you think, oh, this is their map pick. This is their map pick and they are getting bodied. And I love games like this when the complete opposite happens to what like casters think, i.e. me. Because I'm just like, oh, I know nothing about this game.
Yeah. I came in with, I was pretty excited for Fireflux, but I didn't anticipate such a strong showing. This round's looking like it's got some juice, though. Zedco and Beastick will get kills a piece back.
They're doing the split thing again, though. But it will work because Beastick got the kill by B doors, and that brings the bomb over. So, because you see the bomb, you're like, oh, they're over at B. Banjo walks back. He's seen this movie before, but Morisco provides an unhappy ending. And now for Soulfly and Sensei, if they want to go for this, they've got to piece together a 2v4. Sensei, relatively unknown, because he's on B. Soulfly finds the first on Morisco, and now Sensei can come over, but this position in mid from Zedco should win the entire round. Never
Nope, it
mind.
won't. Sensei clears it. I think he wanted to go through red and then, yeah, looked back. So this is now a 2-on-2. Bomb to be planted. CT's group in middle together. That's the only piece of util. That flashbang thrown forward. Although, a smoke and flash get recovered. That changes everything. Sensei can potentially get on the bomb if the smoke goes onto it. In fact, actually swaps to the AW from the AWP. Smoke goes forward. Need to find a way to flush out these Ts. One in towards Semple and one in main. A blow on that smoke. A tap, but not committing. And now the swing out from Sensei. Oh, the swing out from Sensei, indeed. Headshot on the first in the blink of a second, and then they spray through the smoke for 2. How did Fireflux win that round?
How did they win a 2v4? Without putting too much, I think, targeting on one person. Genuinely, if Zedco just sits in towards jungle there, that round doesn't go that way. Because you've got the players walking out, A. You know that one was in towards CT and now has fallen all the way back. You don't know where Sensei is, but you imagine they're split 1-1. If Zedco just sits there, he just catches the rotate. And if they go through red room to group up together in towards donut, which they did, then he kills both. And that doesn't happen. So, unfortunate, but it just sort of sums up what's happening to Sinners. And now you've got a completely different setup where you've got Sensei on the angle deep in A main, and you've got Paz up close.
Oh,
You
nice
had
player.
Paz up close.
That's going to keep Sensei over here. She'll lighten the defense on B, but that's not where Sinners set their initial sights.
Uh-oh.
Look at this from
Look at this
Fireflux.
mid-crunch.
Yeah, converging. 2 in donut, 2 in towards the red, and there are a lot of T's on the other side. Sensei looking with the AWP. Oh, that is a fast shot out. Marisco caught, and now you can roast as well. This should certainly be that second round. This 2v4 would be unwell. This should certainly be that second round. This 2v4 would be unforgivable.
No, not again. Don't do it, guys. Just peek together. No. No, Zedco. Peek together. They got flashes. There's another smoke for the bomb here. I'm starting to get a little bit nervy, but Shock and Peppo make sure that this one doesn't fall out of favour. Sinners will get their second round. Unfortunately, that comes at the end of the half, so now they've got to really recover. A massive deficit here on their CT side.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? This was... I should have been closer. The Sinners should have had a lot more rounds than they got.
Yes.
Like, a lot more. This should be more like 8-4, I think would be reasonable to where this should be.
8-4.
Listen, that feels a lot better than 10-2, let me tell you.
It's funny because it's true.
That's double.
Though, like,
that's a lot.
they didn't deserve any more than 4 though. I agree.
Yeah, I think 4 is a good number.
You could argue they could have got the pistol if they just flashed long and got that kill. That would have been the pistol, and then they would have got maybe a couple more. But that's all ifs, buts. Doesn't matter. The reality is that Fireflux have now got 10. The Sinners need this pistol. They're worried about A because there's a deep smoke that's been put down in towards CT. But the reality of the hit is coming through Cave. And they're challenging Zedco again.
Yeah, Molly to flush out any close positions so they can confirm no one's in cave. Marisco has been spotted. Oh, goes wide and wins out that duel. Zedco, nice shot into Paz just as he falls back. Sensei will finally claw one back. Marisco dealt with in red. But if you want to split onto B, there's 3 players you have to get past.
Oh, what?
Okay, that's nice. Wow. This has been such a strange pistol round. Just feels like a lot of shifting
Oh, it can
about
get
and
out of
then one
hand.
taps.
Oh, it can't. Okay. It's fine.
I think every kill was a one tap.
I think so.
That's nice. I enjoyed that. Nice jump too.
They needed that. They really did. And it's good to see some of the individuals flexing their muscles on that pistol. That was Fireflux really just trying to be intricate with it, trying to actually just make a Sinners play, where you're going up contact into different areas of the map, you're just trying to surprise your opponents. The thing is, Sinners are the masters at doing that. You will never be able to catch them off pretty freely. Can they come back? Well, it's an eco. There was no bomb plant for Fireflux. They're just going to try and burst out towards A, potentially out towards middle. No. Instead, they're going to sit back. They're going to wind down the clock. Zedco, going to clear these angles. And he does.
Zedco's like me. When you find that first eco frag, you just start running. Like, I've done my shift walking. Time to chase. Oh, look at those juicy MP9 kills. 5 MP9 kills on the 2 MP9s. That is ideal.
That makes you feel better as well. When you're having a rough game, you get a multi-kill with the MP9 against an eco. You're like, yeah, have that. Look at all my money. We're winning now, guys. It's probably the mental state of the Sinners. As a professional psychologist, I'd say that's exactly what the vibes are like.
Yeah? Okay. I don't know. I've seen you in CS. I don't think you've got mental coach kind of in your future career.
Or cope. Nice kill from B-Stick. Oh, immediate trade out of pads. They're just going to accelerate. Let's go try and rush down. Peppo's now stuck. You have got an MP9 in K, but now you know about it as well. But Zedco still takes the fight anyway. Paz is locked out behind this incendiary, but it doesn't matter. B-bomb site compromised. And suddenly Morisco has to come and clutch.
Yeah, locked out, might locked in. This guy is going lights out. 17 kills. I feel like every round he gets a kill in, it's a multi-frag. Insanity from Paz. Not normally the player I necessarily look towards is top of the scoreboard for them. Having a brilliant game, and yeah, a quad kill for that one. Really nice trading as they went up onto B too. And the reposition. Just chucking in behind the in the cubby. Kind of beats his teammate, but worth it for the double kill he gets afterwards.
Yeah, now Skrunk's doing the smoke. And they're just straight in. This is really nice. They're actually running exactly the same round that Sinners ran against them on Tech 9s, but they've got all AKs, and they've got... Look at how aggressive they've got. 1 minute 30, they've got all of donut, they've got all of middle.
They don't have a main, so it is a slight concern. Especially because the AWP, I think, lies in wait. Yeah, at Temple. Flash over, very nice to try and set up Shock to peek through. Doesn't get any damage done, though. Just a little bit of information. What's the bomb carrier spotted? Oh, they don't know. Full flight. Freebie. Can't get the second, but that's information, and Banjo is so close by. Oh, Shock swaps to the AWP and gets that kill. Paz caught on his lurk. So Sinners in the 4-on-2.
At least Fireflux have got the bomb. So they can completely avoid this stack of Sinners players on A. They can walk in towards B. It just depends on the internal timer now for these players. See that B-Stick is thinking about rotating over. No smoke to deny access here for the CTs. They've just got to form a crossfire. And just wait for them to come out onto the site. There's the easy one. And both collected by the in-game leader as Sinners.
Very nice. Yeah, that round brought to you by Shock. Especially after, you know, the AWP gets caught out, Soulfly gets that kill, and you almost could see him getting the double kill there and the whole round falling apart. But Shock swaps to the AWP after getting that first kill on Soulfly to get the follow-up. That was really nice in the moment. Could have cost him, but Banjo was a little too slow on the trade, and so the AWP was able to be picked up.
It's a heavy prioritization for the AWP for Fireflux, because Paz has 3,400 and he's not investing a single penny. Good news is that Sinners have made this game look, and at least feel in the last couple of rounds, a lot more competitive. Bad news is that they're 2 mistakes, or 2 really well-crafted rounds out of Fireflux away from losing their map pick.
At least they get this one freebie. I'll clean up against some Glocks. Yeah, don't quick switch. I feel like you don't see players quick switching as much these days.
No, it's because everyone's paranoid about getting wide swung on.
Yeah.
I think.
It used to be such a thing. You'd see it all the time in CSGO. People getting caught out quick switching.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of pros are just paranoid that as soon as they pull out a grenade, they're going to get wide swung on.
Yeah.
That's the new fad. That's, oh, I've been wide swung. Yippee.
Just gotta swing harder.
As soon as win this, we start having a conversation.
Alright. A dialogue.
Yes.
Push on right. B-Stick trying to catch someone behind the smokes, but at the moment, nothing but smoke. Well, that flash wasn't what they wanted. Shock completely unblinded, and now Marisco baited in perfectly. Scrunk tries to trade out through the Molotov, does not work out for him either, and Shock just keeps on firing. He's had some big rounds here in the donut. Alright, might be time to start having that conversation. Spanjo can pull off 1v4.
He's always good for one.
Alright.
Maybe not this one. No.
Oh, not with the leg. Not with the leg. There's the swing in tandem. How fast he swung across there. Alright. Conversation time? 4-round game. 10-2 half. They've half the distance.
They're 2 gun rounds away from tying up the game.
Although every second round is like Tech 9s, so it's not like it's easy.
But that will
No.
be their own blunders if they drop against the Tech 9s. So, in theory, 2 gun rounds. You win those. 11-11. Sinners can start making wishes. But they need to get there in the first place. Zedko in cave, isolated. That's the scary bit. So he moves back. Plays a little bit deeper. Doesn't hear them shoot in cave. He's got to be so careful.
Yeah, it's a bit of just an initial barrier to try and fake out the commit and bait out utility, which it does successfully.
It's a double pump.
The old double pump. Nobody wants just one pump.
2 pumps, Paz.
He's winding up for it. Well, Skrunk's the one that's technically on the pump. Got the whole cache. Long smoke being prepared. Second smoke in the back pocket. That one for short. And with this passive setup from Sinners, Fireflux will have an opportunity to break into the bomb site itself. Boost up to peer into cave. Does have a bit of an angle, but the flashbang is really nice to allow these players to scale out. The spam doesn't connect, and in fact, the Tech 9 spam does. That's brutal. And they want to keep fighting. The flashbang forward. They want to take this space. The Tech 9's clicking heads. That's an M4. If it can be collected. Doesn't want a wide swing it. Zedko close by. Paz continuously jiggling and getting these trades. Wide swing onto the AWP doesn't work out, and there is this push through the cave. Waits for that shot. Not quite the timing on Sensei's peak. Almost had the chance there, but clock is ticking down. Kit in play on Shock. Sensei tucks into the corner. You should suspect he's here, but with the dink down, Peppo with low HP has to come round, and Sensei takes him down. The Tech 9s, Brandon, are what get them to 12.
Yeah, it's the Tech 9s, but it's also just the entire game plan of that round. That was so smart from Fireflux, because by dropping the initial utility, you get all the counter utility out of Sinners. You start to get their rotations feeling a little bit funky because you don't know what's happening. Your AWP is on A, So you can't push A main, you can't get any further info. So if you're Sinners, you should be leaving 2 players on B, taking mid as 2, maybe bringing the AWP over towards Donut, holding Heaven, taking the space. They did none of that. So instead they just dump all the util out their pockets. And then when Fireflux plant the bomb, they take the space. They flash forward. Paz does exceptionally well and just guarantees this multi-kill. It's a well-earned round out of Fireflux. But B-Stick is preventing them from potentially ending the game right now.
Yeah, they just try and go fast onto B. B-Stick been more than proficient for the most part in the defense there. So, after all the excitement of the Tech-9s, this one will sadly probably peter out. 2 on 5. Give it a boost up just to peer down the ramp a bit better. Oh, Banjo suspected it. I wonder if he saw anything there. To cause the dismount. And the reason that Sinners are all grouped up is they have the bomb. Which makes this round even more unachievable. Because Fireflux have to somehow get the bomb and deal with 5 players.
Not happening.
Not happening.
Any damage they get,
I think they're just going to
good
hold.
damage, but they probably just save, you know. If you're Sinners, you probably don't go for this because your money is just so bad. Keeping 5 alive feels way better than hunting whatever Fireflux have. So this will be the 8th round. Well, I don't know what the money's going to look like for Fireflux. Not great. 2,400 per player.
Yeah, it's really awkward when 2 players save like this, because now you're like, well, do we invest around these AKs or do we go for, you know, half buy on these 3, and then next round you've got Banjo and Sensei who don't have a full buy but could go Galil's. So I think, yeah, I guess the half buy. Oh no, it's gonna be the full invest. All right, Galil out for Paz. It's not the worst.
It's better than what they had before when they won.
That's true. Big fight in middle. Looks like after the initial utility, T's do want to push through. They've been able to get this control pretty freely. Sinners aren't contesting it. I'd concede all of that control.
Yeah, they're too scared. They need to take some map control here. And it looks like they are grouping together to go double red, double donut. That flashbang is really well timed. Peppo on the angle. It's the jump out, but it's the dig out of Peppo. Scrunk is still low and dodges the nade. It's a 4v3. And now there's no map control. We're the same vein for Fireflux because they can't get onto a site.
What a moment from Peppo. Hits the leg and then the one dig. I felt like Fireflux had orchestrated that perfectly to deal with an Orpha. He's not supposed to hit those. This pools though has
retake A.
Yeah, it's really spread out the Sinners defense. So a relatively good chance to get the bomb down, not being contested. We'll see now movement of the AWP over. As long as they don't cross that line that's kind of dotted here from the AWP, they should be fine for the bomb plant. Since they will poke that in. Oh, do you want to wide swing this? Low HP player, try and bait it out. Yeah, they swing it almost. In fact, he does. He got the second kill. It didn't look like it was going to be enough, and now that's set up Soulfly with a chance. There isn't a smoke on either of these CTs. Just the flashbang. Kit's in play, but Soulfly in a good position. Bomb is half-ticked. A tap on it. They're not sure where he is. Not committing. He finds this information freely. He could be anywhere. They have no temple control, no main control, but he doesn't quite have the angle. Tucked into the corner, the spray through the wall. No, it can't connect. His head obscured and Overwatch provided.
I'll tell you what, they do a great job here, Fireflux, of just not peeking into CT, and then as soon as the bomb's down 3, 2, 1, we go wide, and that's a shame. That really is a shame for Soulfly, because again, he's jiggled off the bomb, he sees that the wires aren't there, so there's no defuse, and then when he swings the second time, Beastick has put his head behind the wall, so you can't lock it in. 3 steps away from overtime, 1 chance is all Fireflux need. They've got a hero AK because they can definitely afford one. And Shock might be overwhelmed, but isn't. Oh, absolutely not. I can't believe this is a 23-round game and it's been like 40 minutes. This has been so quick.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been over so much sooner, too, and it was a 10-2 half. Zedko decides to commit off that Molotov, takes a lot of damage, but actually able to deal with Soulfly on the wide swing. Got to pre-fire that position, too. So we will be into round 23 in a moment. Can you believe it?
Yeah. The difficulty you've got here, just overall in a macro play, is that everyone from Sinners is still raising the level. Like, we've had good impact out of Shock with the multi-kills over towards A. Zedko's been quietly ticking along up to 19 kills. Beastick had that double at B, that double in mid. Peppo had just that deagle moment. The point is that I'm saying, I'm picking every single player, and I'm saying, oh, this guy did this guy got this most kill, this guy won this round. For Fireflux, it was Paz, then it was Paz, then it was more Paz, and no one has stepped up to help him out. The floor has been a lot more consistent for Sinners in this second half, and now Fireflux need a hero. And yes, it could be Paz, but hopefully it doesn't have to just all be Paz.
Yeah, I've seen Soulfly go for a lot of these really aggressive peaks, and he is getting punished for it. Feels like Sinners are really ready for these swings that are coming out.
He does it all the time. Like, that is what made Soulfly so dangerous a few years ago, but also makes him dangerous after returning to competition, because you're not going to be prepared. You can easily anti-strat Soulfly. This time it's just Shock taking the fight. He's a player that's normally on A, and he's just ran up in towards mid, jumped up heaven, found the opening kill. Skrunk can't trade him, neither can Paz. Finally, there's an answer, and finally a little bit of mid control. But look at Peppo and Beastick.
They want to fight this. Beastick needs to be careful. Well, maybe it's Sensei needs to be careful. Look at the damage that's been done. 2 players limping at the moment. They really want to keep fighting this. Sensei, with the bomb on his back, is edging forward with his AWP. They're trying to extend up in towards heaven. They will get up there successfully. So B, if they want to go here, at the moment, Sinners are heavily towards the A side. Literally no one on the B side of the map right now.
Peppo's got to go B. Yeah, it looks like he's swapping with Zedko. They want to crunch mid with the rifles, but this timing feels a little bit horrible. When is the penny gonna drop? As soon as Beastick doesn't see anything over at red. This jiggle right here, no one's here. Okay. Crap. It's
2
B.
smokes land. They know. B site completely taken. 30 seconds left. Bomb will need to be planted. No disruptive utility, I don't think. Just shots fired off. 2 players very fast through the cave. This needs to be calmed over. I think it was heard. The swing through, though. Marisco just sprays them down. Sensei had such low HP. Banjo couldn't get that trade back. Skrunk 2 is low. So again, it's going to be Paz that Fireflux have to rely on, as they have in so many of these rounds. But a smoke's going to block off his position. He tries to get ahead of it, and he falls. Skrunk just spamming through. He's done damage. Then the lineup, yeah, the molly is thrown to counter. That's nice.
Yeah, they're just spinning up in a different vein. And what's really cool here is that they started fighting Skrunk over towards lane, and they just thought, nah, I don't care. We're just going towards cave. We'll group with our teammates a lot sooner. So it's a double cave push and a double long push, and it's really uncomfortable for Fireflux. I'm surprised they've not taken more timeouts, because now this is the last timeout that they're taking, and it's the last round of the game. Yes, they got the bomb down. Yes, they can have AKs, but they're in dire straits right now. It would be heartbreaking if Sinners have walked all this way for Fireflux to get it in at the very last opportunity. You honestly feel like Sinners deserve overtime.
Yeah, it's been a grind. It's been a grind. We're ready just to count them out at that half. A very, very impressive comeback. Fireflux just don't really have the answers. Maybe they do. Straight up, Zedko is here with the AWP. In fact, running 2 of them now, and he's taken 2 with his. Secondary AWP Prow S, and no smoke still on long. Is there a flashbang or something? Which is wide swing. Oh, Banjo barely sees the thing, but he takes down 2. There is this push though. Oh, Morisco, he's just going to end the whole round here. He's going to force overtime all by himself. Maybe not. Not ready for the second player. Surely that was the round. That was the opportunity. And now people are running through. He can't get it done. That's how it ends. Fireflux take Ancient.
Why? Morisco, man. Like, you've had such a good lurk. You've seen one player go long. You've seen one player on default planting the bomb, not looking at you. Why do you not look for the other player? Why does it not evidence you ahead to clear the left-hand side? He's so tunnel-visioned on long. Banjo hits some bangers. And I cannot believe that we don't go overtime. I cannot believe it. Sinners had such a dire first half. Fireflux had a terrible second half. Sinners started leveling up. Then Fireflux did too. That is a massive oversight from Morisco. And Sinners, they dropped their map pick in a really dramatic way.
I'm in shock.
Wow.
I cannot believe that's how that panned out. Zedko gets the double kill. It's a 3-on-5. Banjo, brilliance. That double from him, amazing, amazing cinema. But what a game to kick off the series, Brandon. I think that's really set the tone.
Yeah.
Things to come.
It absolutely has. And, well, Sinners, they've now got to do it on Fireflux's map pick. That will be Anubis, and that will be coming up just after this break. Well, they got there. Just, Fireflux. I mean, it took them a 10-2 half into a 13-11 victory to get it over the line. But for Sinners, you're going to be feeling a bit frustrated. But at least you've warmed up now, and you go on to Anubis. It's not like you got blown out, and now you go on to Anubis, and there's no hope. It isn't all doom and gloom. And
I don't know.
No?
I think it feels
Okay.
worse.
Yeah,
like
probably.
you would tend to. It's like you kind of just that game. If it was just a stomp, you can just write it off in a way. But to lose in the fashion you did after such an extenuating comeback, it's the final round. You even get the first 2 opening kills. That's brutal because that should have been OT in that map. And yeah, all of the energy you've exerted getting to that point to lose it at tail end.
Yeah,
and now
fair.
you have to go into your opponent's map pick. And it's a map that you've been not having the best results. They haven't played it for like 3 weeks either. And last time they played it was against Fireflux, who they lost to.
Oh yeah. Do you know what? You've convinced me. Yeah, you're right. They probably did put a lot of energy into getting that back, and it just didn't work out whatsoever. So Anubis, it is going to be tough. Paz was playing really well, and Sensei and Soulfly, we said they were the win conditions, and they really did step up towards the very end. Sensei had some really good moments. Soulfly was getting punished. To be fair, Sinners were exploiting him a bit, but he didn't have Peppo. He had Zedko for Sinners, but he didn't have Peppo.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. I mean, I guess on some level, you know, it is ancient, and on the T side in particular, I felt like he wasn't able to have so much impact. But yeah, I actually thought it was really, Zedko, as you mentioned, I thought Beastic had some big moments too.
Yeah.
It was really, he really stepped up. Even Shock had a few big multi-kill moments when, you know, the A side of the map was tested in those circumstances. So yeah, it did feel like there was a difference. This wasn't really a map about AWPers, really, to be honest. But Anubis should be. I think this is where we will see those AWPs, or you want them to have a lot more impact. So let's see. Sinners on the T side. The T side in Ancient wasn't great, but Anubis, we know, a much better T map.
And that's fast. Instant. Destruction. That's exactly what the Doctor ordered for Sinners. It's very much like that CT pistol on Ancient. It's a very simple setup, and it is just instant kills. Fireflux dealt a heavy blow, and that is, yeah, best case scenario for Sinners. You go onto your T side. It's a really easy, simple pistol. You haven't called anything too complicated. I shot at Sensei, but that's all it will amount to be. Yeah, they're just looking for exits.
Alright, good start. Nice and simple. The old B split, drop out through window, come out through main. Very difficult to deal with for the CT side. Those angles just don't feel nice. Unless you've already got a very comfortable position in towards Con. God, in my head, I always call it Dark Right, but everyone's trying to, like, you know, make me call it Con now. And so I have to really work to call it Con. But at least I don't call it E-Box. But anyway, if play's not in there, you know, with the delays, then it's really hard to fight down that angle for the CT side, and we saw exactly how that plays out. Force buy, though.
Okay.
Somewhat unexpected.
Absolutely. I didn't think there was enough kills here to really warrant it. Rinse and repeat. Let's go for another B split, guys. Shock on the MP7 deletes everyone on the site, and that's the round. And that didn't feel like a force buy, did it?
Yeah, was that a force buy? I don't know. A forced grid buy, maybe.
Haha. Nice. Bye, Banjo.
Sad banjo noises. I don't think I've ever had a sad banjo.
It's just not ready for that at all. Let's do it again. Oh, you want to stack B, guys? Well, guess what? We're going
Oh, the
B.
HE!
Damn.
The HE did, what, 150, 200 damage?
This is quick. Imagine if Sinners just go B every round.
I'd love that.
So would I, actually. I think that'd be great.
Okay, but we get actual guns out. We get the AWP as well for Sensei. And if they do go B again, there's 3 defenders here early. So they're ready for that trick. Which means it's the perfect time to go A. They even dropped the same set of utility. 3 smokes land on B early. Banjo jiggling the angle. We'll get the information. Gee, comes a little late. The MP9 flying through the air. Banjo was not ready for that. Soulfly will swing through, and the wild spray does connect onto Shock, but he's now locked out of the site, and they'll have to retake as that bomb gets planted.
4v4. This is one you absolutely want to go for if you're Fireflux. And they've got a lot of utility at their disposal as well. Sensei holding for the Heaven Swing, and that allows the space for Paz to get out. 2 kills immediately, and Peppo is on 1 HP. Forced off by the molly, now back through the smoke. And they're just completely shut out. You can't go for this if you're Sinners, and that nade just seals the deal. A brilliant retake for Fireflux.
Yeah, nice. There's kit on the ground, picked up as well. Really nice retake. I think Soulfly in particular getting that kill just to put it into the 4-on-4 and keeping control of camera there is kind of everything to allow that. because then the rest of the team can group in towards storage. They get there fast enough that Sinners haven't scaled in towards heaven. They just have one player that's kind of playing that swing angle, which we saw Sensei was prepared for. They're calm, collected, and a very solid retake. How's Sinners the favorite?
For this map.
Oh, it's for the map, right?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Great nade. Well, A didn't work, so Cinders think, maybe we should go back to B. A little bit more pressure on. The molly doesn't land on Scrunk. It somehow gets put out by a molly. Oh, sorry. The molly somehow gets put out by the smoke that was nowhere near it. Another lurk smoke on the right-hand side of B, but Fireflux, they're not only pushing in towards B main, they're pushing in towards middle, and I don't know how Soulfly's ready for B stick in the corner, but at least there's a trade. Sensei's there in towards middle, but you got to be worried about B.
Sensei will rotate. The smoke is actually down, blocking him. Needs to be careful of the swing from Obelisk. Oh, more hole down. That's an adjustment. Turns out he did not need to be careful.
Scrunk might die here.
Yeah, Skrunk's known, so Skrunk will be removed. And Sensei was brought down low. Zedko is going to bring in the bomb. And he'll be allowed to cross. Sensei, I can't get there in time, so bomb to be planted. Banjo's flank is on a really good timing, and Zedko is so low. Banjo has the full set of utility as well. They know it can't be CT. They have to fight forward, and yeah, Banjo perfectly positioned to get that trade. I know it kind of feels like it is a really risky move to swing out towards CT there, but they just had no space elsewhere, and with such low HP on Zedko, it felt like a proactive move needed to be made.
The biggest kill is the one that Sensei gets on the player close default. Because it just means that there's not an extra player taking space beyond the site. Pepper has to walk back and clear B main to bring the bomb over. And by that point, you can get that double rotate. Expertly worked by Fireflux. Starting to power up a bit more now. Because of the bomb plants that have been acquired in a lot of these rounds for Sidders, they can get another investment forward. But they lose this. Fireflux will go in the lead, and they've already done enough on CT.
How the HE didn't connect. Yes, this time Sensei starts over towards A, so they're anticipating this pressure. Shock will be applying it, but he's just lurking. You can see most players hanging out over towards the B side. Second layering of mid-util just to get that control. So Fireflux, they concede that space. They just play more onto the sites themselves. Now it looks like it might be the right answer. But Banjo's going to get caught. That's a crazy push to make.
Yeah, that's a little bit silly goofy. To be honest.
Now mid-A play is perfectly prized.
Yeah. And you're not gonna realize this. I mean, Sensei's now considering both angles, but to delegate all of this responsibility on a single orb is going to be tough. Shot in the corner, though. Sensei finds the first, and he's going to stand his ground, but not for long. Zedko removes Sensei immediately. The retake is on, but this is also being heard by B-Stick. B-Stick can come through and potentially deny these saves. They're not going for it.
Can't. Made the gamble. I mean, the round just feels like it's lost as soon as Banjo pushes that. I mean, okay, the reason he does is because they've got 3 players playing in B site itself and then 2 playing on A. Mid is completely unknown, and especially after this volley of utility comes in towards middle, the worry is that they're already pushing through there. They're getting ready to split onto the B bomb site, so Banjo feels that's the timing to make that proactive play. But it was not. You kind of feel like maybe the smarter play would have been to enable the B players to push out main, but I think their main concern was that there was going to be, what, 3 players standing out there?
Yeah. Sensei, again, potentially can just win the entire round by himself if he's just able to get that second kill on Zedko. Such a necessary trade, because that would have accelerated these rotates in from Fireflux. It would have definitely been a position where they could have given it a go. I really don't hate the save. It just means they can still invest. Yes, Sensei goes wanting with the AWP, but this is still a real sticking point here for Sinners. Every round is challenging. Every round is going to be competitive. Fireflux taking a aggressive flash play to potentially go in towards the water, but they've been stifled by the smokes. Banjo is going for an explore again just by himself. Like, I don't know how much I like that.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to spam because the molly had landed into that little cubby and it had been smoked by the T that was in it, and so he just wanted to spam on that player, see if he could just catch him through the smoke, which I don't hate, but Zedko's response is perfect, just flying around the corner. It's still an okay setup for Fireflux. Although they fall into a more passive hold on B, and in fact, they're bringing extra players to middle, so read on the situation, a little off the mark. But potentially a chance. Shock is brought down low, and Skunk is brought down. So that will be the round, surely. Although it's been this drop in towards Canals, but yeah, I think the call will be just the save.
Well, one thing you got to give a lot of credit to Sinners for is their trade spacing on T side on Anubis is so much better than their spacing on Ancient. As soon as there's a little bit of contact, they wait for the second players to split in. B-Stick just wide swings on CT. You've got the players swinging from the left-hand side of the obelisk as well. There's no escape there whatsoever for Skrunk. Five rounds. Feeling a lot more comfy for Sinners. This can still be a good half. It's still got the potential here, Fireflux, to make a good half of it. Even if they get like 2 more rounds, I think that they're sitting pretty. It's just up to Sinners to sort of navigate all of these saves. It's almost playing out like Inferno.
We just had a little player crash, but should be getting back in shortly. I think Fireflux has been a bit too active over towards A, it feels. I think if they did start to take some more proactive approaches on B, you know, flash timing on the push, contesting dark a little bit, potentially with AWP, might be where they can find some success, because these little setups outside of A haven't quite panned out how they've hoped. There we go, there's that exact play. Flashes out, Orb forced back and caught off. Great kill from Paz, and a follow-up too. Morisco tries to trade. Sinners are going to force their way into A. Banjo is so far forward here, but they are going to respect the smoke. He could have been in trouble.
Oh, Banjo, you are playing with fire. Look at this push, though. Look at Soulfly. Soulfly has got this round in the palm of his hand here. The timing's going to be so good.
Oh no, he's going rugs.
Oh no, the timing's so not good.
And they still think it's A.
Oh no.
Oh, they could lose this round. It's a PG-50 as one of the defenders here. The PG-50 is what gets the kill.
No. Oh my god, no way.
Why didn't he just walk into Canals and clear it?
And I look at
Zedko's ahead.
This is brutal. This is so brutal. This is a 4v2. A 4v2 that's going to turn into a 2 versus 2, and you feel like you can't really stomach the reality of this situation. They're in the temple smoke. Double temple smoke. They push the issue. There's one kit on Soulfly. That's the benefit of this. But the bomb is not planted in a suitable position. And they can just molly the bomb. There's no smoke for it. This is dire. Banjo's just walking in the fire. Soulfly will give it a swing. But if he gets traded, that's the kit. Soulfly hits both. Is there enough time? It's going to be so damn close. Fireflux will just about defuse the bomb.
Holy. I'm surprised Banjo didn't just grab that kit and jump onto the bomb. That was playing with fire. Fireflux somehow in that round. I mean, I say that, but they should have won the round. It was their round. They get 2 really nice opening kills. It's a 5-on-3. You think Soulfly is just going to win it. All he needed to do was walk downstairs. But they were so convinced this is going to be the A play. The one time that Banjo is not playing aggressive at that point, he's tucked. Just playing a slither gap on towards Pillar at Fountain. And so they don't have the info. But at least they bring it back. A little bit of Soulfly magic.
Oh, Zedko just deletes Paz. And it's just like, okay, well, you shouldn't have got that round. I'll try and pressure you. There's that trade out of B-Stick once more. And that allowed Peppo just to remain on this angle to hold deep for Temple. They've infiltrated the B-bomb site again, and it needs to be another one of these retakes for Fireflux.
The bomb is a long way away, so actually it's a little bit more complex because the smokes are going to fade. There's a re-smoke from Shock that can be deployed, so that'll at least give some space. Banjo's playing so passive over towards the canals, and he's been spotted too. So his approach from that direction is going to be monitored. And I think now with the bomb down and not being presented any opportunities, it might just be another one of these save calls.
Good change of pace from Sinners. Just going back to what worked, right? The immediate swing into B, the good trade spacing, and they don't overcomplicate things. That's the best bit about this round for Sinners is they don't overcomplicate it. We've got B site. Yeah, the bomb's far away, but we've got a re-smoke. You just re-smoke, we get onto site. We don't need to go in towards mid. We don't need to go in towards A. We don't need to challenge Banjo, who you know is going to be actively pushing because all Banjo has been doing is just standing right in the entrance of A main. So you just avoid all of that risk. Important round for Sinners. 6-3. Sensei's got an AWP. Do you know what? I actually really like the fact that there are so many saves in this first half for Fireflux. I feel like a lot of teams on Anubis will just give it a go with the retake. But every single round, like I don't remember the last time they ecoed, like at all. And the adjustment is 3 players B. Sensei pushing into B main, but Peppo's holding the line.
Yeah, how far do you want to extend on this angle? Boosted actually does help him out. Oh, he slipped. I think just as he got line of sight, but the AWP was holding forward anyway.
This is nice. The double reset into water. You now take the space in towards canals, and it's like, okay, well, this assault is one-dimensional, and you can play a bait and switch in towards temple. This feels like a good setup, but they need help. They need rotates. Banjo needs to get going.
Yeah, these 2 players at A do start to push in tandem, but these defenders will need to hold on. All the utility barreling towards them. Both doubled up in front of Dark. Playing around this pillar, good flashbangs are slowing them down. Shock on this timing. 1 for 1. Now you know Soulfly is coming, and well, now it doesn't matter. They managed to breach through, taking down both defenders. 7th T-side round. And Soulfly might not even be allowed to hold on to this AK.
That's fundamental mistakes 101. We literally spoke about the fact that they're in double dark. Sorry, double con. I'm doing it now. They're in double con. They've got the space in towards water. They've then got Banjo and Soulfly lurking through A main to then come through and join them in connector. So the reason why you've got the players on B that are pushing forward is because they're thinking, oh, we can't have 4 in connector. But they're just on a delayed timing. I feel like that crossfire would have been so much better if the players in B were both in connector there. Because instead you're just in the open, susceptible to close mollies, susceptible to flashes. Is that eco?
Throw deep utility out of B to allow some scaling. As soon as they're happy to let them have this, they're actually going to focus their attentions in towards middle. Not been here in a minute, really. Sinners have not put a lot of pressure on here. The one round they did, they actually lost players. What a time to bring the change up.
The danger here is that Sinners think because of the B main pressure... Oh, okay, never mind. Because of the B main pressure, then you go into camera and you're going into like loads of different players. Because you're not aware of the stack out main. But instead, Sensei swung. And Shock's holding. There goes the rifle. There goes the round, surely. And Sinners should be finding 8 rounds here on their T side.
Yeah, 5X just so split up that... Oof. Okay. Musco will just farm these players up in middle. Nice attempt on the wide swing. Sprunk. At least it's on the right bomb site. But, yeah, you don't fancy his chances unless B-Stick delivered the bomb. But, quick headshot from the AK. Sinners are running away with Anubis.
They are. And you start to think, wow, what if? What if they were able to go OT? What if they were able to have more than 2 rounds on their T side of Ancient? Now, we've already seen 1 comeback and a half today, so I'm not going to rule out anything here for Fireflux.
No.
They can easily bounce back. It is their map pick after all.
Especially on the T side.
Yeah, they got a pretty decent buy here as well to get that 4th round. If they get that 4th round, I start to believe, you know?
Yeah, 4 feels definitely doable. 3 is achievable, but yeah. Let's see if the 4th can be done. Alt the AWP. Sensei, he's been caught out a few times by just peeking a little too far. This is going to be a split. They're already in towards the camera. Sensei still wins that fight, standing in the flames, will get run down. A second player in the site, doesn't matter. Basic flicks down onto Banjo. They were just given all that space in mid so freely.
What a really cool util set, by the way. They threw a smoke onto the fountains, and then so Sensei was like, oh, well, I can't see anything, I've got to take the fight. And then they dropped a molly at his feet. Just straight in front of it, and he was just so stuck. Had to fight in the flames, had to try and get out, and that's where that crunch is so effective. That's an awesome round for Sinners. And now, yeah, it's not happening. It's a 4v2. Sure, Soulflow might get 1, but he needs to get the entire lot on low HP. Good kills. But they're just playing this so safely. It will be that 9th round for Sinners, and we look potentially ahead to that decider of Inferno.
Yeah, it feels inevitable at this point, doesn't it? Especially given Sinners look so good on their CT side of Ancient. Fireflux will need quite the comeback. Let's see if they can start it with the pistol. Sensei's looking towards B. He's got smoke, he's got flash, he's got PT-50. It might be a very similar round to what Sinners ran. It's going to be straight into B. Only 1 defender here, so if they just go now, they're in a good position to get the bomb down. There's not a kit either. Prioritization of the dualies and armor. That block smoke will not be respected. They are bursting through this bomb site. Marisco, he's gone. Zedko arrives. The smoke's already in his face. When they start to scale, they're going to take space deep. Pistol looks good.
This is cool. And you've also got Skrunk that is holding really deep in case they flank round in towards main. B-Stick potentially could be overlooked, but it doesn't really matter. And you got these deep elongated crossfires between Paz and Banjo to get onto the site just immediately. Soulfly's already lurking through Temple. Peppo finds one, but that's it. A really cool way to address the B bomb site there for Fireflux. Just planting deep in towards CT, taking all the space and already starting to wrap. The retake can't even get going because there is no retake.
Alright. That's the start of it. Convincing pistol. You don't anticipate Sinners will force into this with the round lead they have. Okay, I lied. You anticipate they'll force into it with the round lead they have? We'll cut that in post. Okay, is that Ghost Scout? Hits?
Yeah, he's on the scout and not Peppo.
Hey, he had a great round with the AWP in that final round on Ancient.
It was so great that they lost.
Yeah. He did his job.
Did.
Oh.
Morisco's dead.
Oh!
And Peppo's dead.
Well, that's unfair. Not much you could do there. Sad Peppo. And sad Banjo.
2 times in one game is too much.
Over towards B main. This is where the round might be decided. Skrunk is already so deep and... Ooh, Mac 10 spray. They remove B-Stick as well. The force buy does not net success.
That's a new rarity now. Skrunk goes, I do want the FAMAS over the Mac 10. Yes,
yeah,
please.
Brandon, I was the biggest FAMAS hater. I absolutely despised it. I'm a FAMAS believer now. I'm enjoying it a lot. Feels good. It feels good. But look, listen. Placebo, if it works, works.
True. Briscoe? Oh. Your reaction time was delayed there by like half a second, mate. This is gonna be a 3-round game.
Oh, look how good that FAMAS is. You'll learn, Brandon. Get that FAMASy out.
Please stop.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. 2 Mac 10 kills. That's a happy Banjo. I think his player's definitely looking to get some eco frags. He was punished so heavily on that CT side.
Yeah, he was. But to be fair to him, he shouldn't have been pushing every damn round.
Yeah, that didn't help. That definitely didn't help things.
Oh, Badger, get it.
Nice. Not a lick of damage on him. Alright. Clean against the Deagles. Plenty of money for the T side. But now we get the AWP out. That'll be uncontested. So chance for Peppo to flex his worth.
This would be an unbelievable round if Fireflux are able to win this, because suddenly all of their bonus buy just gets upgraded, like into a Sensei AWP, into an M4, off of a Galil.
Yeah, they're running Galil's Mac 10 FAMAS, no AKs. And with 2 players with no head armor and 1 player without armor at all.
Good work.
This actually is a pretty damn good buy.
They're probably just going to burst somewhere, I guess, with the util. Yeah, in towards mid. Just straight through. No one is home in middle at all for Sidders. Shock and Morisco now start to consider it. They'll just put a smoke up to block camera. But this is all a little bit of a fake. They've taken the space and they disengage. The bomb's moving back towards B. Oh, this double push B-Stick has to be trained on the angle. And Sensei overlooks it. And B-Stick now knows there's a second player in at B main. This is really well worked from Sinners because now they've got a lot of info. They pushed out A main. Banjo. Not spotted by Shock. That's a really important trade.
Yeah, anticipated that push as well. Really nice from Banjo. I think it actually might have been spotted by the window player. Now if they go on towards A, it is just Morisco here at the moment. Support is very far away. Oh, but they're not going here. They're going to throw the utility. Skrunk's trying to sell it, and Skrunk will get sold. Dink comes in. I don't know if the pressure was enough. Zedko, not cleared. Tucked into the back, and he's found a double up and the bomb. Hiding in the smoke. Oh, Soulfly. That's given this round a chance. Look at the HP. Those two shots, very clean. Bomb to be collected. Zedko's so close by. Morisco. Oh no, spotted. If he had his gun ready, could have found that kill and planted Temple side. Nice try from Soulfly. The Sinners get their first CT round.
You just got to swing. If you're doing that half clear with like the bomb out, you might as well just have your Galil out. That's such a shame because they were such nice shots, and he goes and gets the bomb. Great work here by Zedko. Double digits. But that was the bonus. You got to remember, that was the bonus buy. Or Fireflux. Now Sensei's got his AWP and he's found Peppo.
Yeah, where's that happened? That's in towards Con. Sprunk just walks in. They're not ready for that, and he's found both. That's half of the map cut off. They could just go to A. That timing on the lurk could not have been better. Just B-stick with AWP picked up. They just look to hold on to it.
I mean, that was just a really simple round. That was just Fireflux just taking the initiative, just winning out all their gunfights. As you said, that lurk was just so effective. They mean business. And outside of that round where they had the inferior weaponry in terms of MAC-10, FAMAS, Galil, every single round has been really dominant. Like, multiple players alive. B-Stick has been spotted and destroyed by Skrunk. That's the AWP gone, removed from the equation. And this now starts to get a little bit touch and go for Sinners. They got no money.
We really can have two back-to-back maps with dominant first halves for the comeback to come through. Juggling the flashbangs just so we can have the second one. That's optimization.
Ooh. Ooh, careful now.
Yeah, actually, honestly, against the pistols, just keep gun in hand.
Yeah. Frick you two. Just go get kills. Like that. And like that. Yummy. These players are quite low. Actually got to be a little bit careful here. That's why Scrunch dropped down as well. It was close. That was actually very close from Morisco. Don't know it yet, but there's a lot of players on B. Unfortunately enough for Fireflux, they are grouping more over towards A. And it feels like they will get there in time. Shock will be at least there to greet them. Two players are low. This can get out of hand.
Oh, with a shot like that and it's Skrung too. Starts to make it interesting. A follow-up. Shock finds two. And there is a chance here. Zedko with the HP towards Broken Wall can still do further damage. He's been brought low now though. Risco's so far removed. And without an angle for Zedko and the bomb planted, chances do dwindle, but he keeps hitting shots. Paz trades, and that's the critical one. Risco surely will be caught by Paz as he crawls out through heaven. All the timing. No, he won't be. Risco hits the headshot, just waits for him to turn. to rub in that shot. Tap on the bomb. Not committing, trying to bait out Sensei, who's not falling for it. And now he knows. Round will be secured, but that gets damn close.
That's about as close as it can get without being a round loss, to be honest. I think, look, Shock plays it really well. In fact, everyone from Cinders plays it really well. It's just unfortunate that the low HP doesn't immediately turn and translate into kills, because if they're able just to pick apart Fireflux as they're walking into A little bit further, then that round goes completely on its head. Even those Morisco fights on towards water, you think, hey, if he just hits the instant headshot, very much like Shock did on Scrunk, and it gets a little bit dicey. That's just a reminder to Fireflux that these rounds are going to be tough. They're going to be quite brutal. You want to win this in a 2-0 manner, you got to work hard for it, but that boost opens up the door. They're just going to accelerate off the back of it. Shock to be tested once more in A. He needs a multi. And he's found nothing. That's round over.
Simple as that. But Bro needs to be careful he doesn't lose this AWP either. This could be one round game. Anticipated the T side to look pretty good. But this is looking much more convincing than Sinner's T side did for the most part. And that was a convincing T side. Even hunting, Banjo, precise on the clear. I think I'll be allowed to keep anything. That was a committal to a spray. But it got the job done. Oh, no one lives. That is brutal.
No one living is actually a really big deal, because you come into this and you've got nothing. You're going to have 5.7s, you're going to have MP9. You see B6 already purchased an MP9. Maybe you can get a FAMAS, but it doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel real. The harsh reality is that we've now got a second comeback in the works. This was, what, 9-3? A 9-3 half, and now it's a one-round game? This would actually be so horrible if Sinners has fought all the way back on Ancient to only lose 13-11, and then we're up 9-3 and lose. That's actually just so brutal.
Yeah, this has been a crushing series for Sinners thus far. I don't think it's going to get much funner. Apparently a mouse issue. Presumably computer mouse. It's like a Tom and Jerry situation with one of these slayers. Series of jerry-rigged traps that are causing chaos, disrupting gameplay.
I'm sure it is a computer mouse.
Likely, but I never want to rule out the possibility.
My friend has got a mouse in her house at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little tiny baby. It's
They're so cute.
But
Yeah.
she's terrified. She sent us this video of her like filming it, because she was like, it's so big, and it just wasn't.
Yeah, they're tiny. They're tiny.
Yeah.
We had one that was in our place, and it was I called it Little Mike. he was and he was a chef.
She's filming it, right? And she's like, "Oh, it's actually kind of cute," and it just starts running. And she goes, "Ah!" You know, like it's like r/perfectly cut off screams or something.
Yes.
Exactly like that. The mice have been put back in the cage. And Sinners need to take Fireflux down a peg or two. I don't think it will come in this round. However, to be honest, the closest rounds that Sinners have put up in this so far in the second half have been the half-buys.
And it's triple stack in middle. And to be fair, Fireflux have been taking little liberties here. Fireflies know that Sinner's economy isn't in the best place, so they're happy to sit back, see if Sinners slip up. They can just take their time on the default. Oh no, that took so long to land, but Beastick there to trade.
That's only one, it's okay.
So that's actually good. Fair bit of damage onto the two mid players. Oh, the push. Sensei. Yeah, he's so aware. They're not making any mistakes in this eco. Against this eco. Sensei's ready for the next, too. This guy's been having a great Anubis.
Sensei is one of those players where you really expect him just to do well because of, as you say, his game sense is just on another level. I think that he actually really deserves an opportunity to be taking that next step, and I actually think we'll see Sensei towards the end of the year potentially making that step, because he filled in for Big. He was part of the Academy projects, and he filled in for Big at one of the events, and he was really good. And Tabson gave him a lot of praise and was like, this guy's really smart. Like, he understands where to go, what to do. And he's definitely got a future. He just needs that experience in terms of reps in Tier 2. He's going and getting that right now. Actually, to be honest, I look at all of these players on Fireflux. I think to be honest, he is the only one that would make that step successfully.
Austria's greatest. All right, well, off the back of that one, Fireflux, I believe that's tied us up. So, from a 9-3 half, Fireflux feel in full command of this series. If Sinners don't respond in this round, you can consider it wrapped. We do have that AWP out for Peppo, who it's been kind of the stark opposite from his sniping compared to Sensei on this map. Both had a very slow Ancient. One has taken the step ahead of the other here. It's going to be straight B execute. Only two defenders on the side itself.
I don't hate this, to be honest, because it's been really slow. It's been meticulous out of Fireflux, and now you're changing the pace. It's the perfect time to do it. Zedko will need that multi-kill. The molly is going to push him into the open, but he still gets the kill, and he wants even more. Zedko with 2 quick kills. And where on earth has Beastick got to? He's now deeply invested in towards CT spawn. There's a quick rotate here in towards Con. Fireflux, they're in danger. And Morisco is able to find another one. That smoke has not landed perfectly in towards Con.
Yes, it's not been a great execute, has it? It's been very, very much a limp out. I mean, all the utility has just been thrown on the fly. If they'd just gone for a proper exec, I think they would have demolished Sinners in this round. Instead, now they have to try and put it together. Sensei's just evacuated with the bomb, so Skrunk is alone in this site. And he is in for a bad time. If he gets shock... Okay, well, he doesn't get shock, so let's not even continue that thought.
You said it is just full shock for Fireflux. I agree with you. I don't know why they just dropped all their utility just on the way in, because then you haven't got good entry path in. I think Zedko plays it brilliantly. He stands in the fire, he gets the kill on the left-hand side, which just prevents the players walking in. It forces them to go into jail, and then he just swings. He knows his days are numbered. It also allows Beastick to get out. It was perfectly played by Zedko.
They were like between two minds on it. If they just contacted, or if they'd full X, it would have worked. But because they did that half measure, it just didn't. Skrunk could work in the circus. This guy's been juggling every round.
Oh my god.
That's what Banjo was trying to do on the other side.
Banjo's just been violated. They want to push B main now.
They should clear paths.
They
Zedko is, just looking at it. This is crazy.
Yeah, where's this come from?
Like, they were just getting stomped. And now 2 incredibly convincing rounds back to back. They look to find map point in a moment.
Beastic just put his sunglasses on and was like, okay, guys, lock in. And then everyone just started getting kills. But this looked brilliant. You got so much of this just dynamic like pace setting in these rounds, because you've got aggression out A, then immediately followed by the aggression out B. It's not one of these 2 versus 4s. Zedko is tucked in temple. Peppo's playing passive. Can get the bomb down here. There's not actually a whole lot of utility for the retake here. It's just the personnel, and that spam is sickening.
That's won it. That's won it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Let's see, though. Sensei has been pretty damn good. All these players are coming in from Temple and CT. Skunk playing an off angle to try and at least get one, but no, will be denied. Bomb's not even planted for Sensei in his position. Dinked on the initial swing, no kills found. Map point for Sinners.
Guys, you just... when you've got a lead, you don't have to throw it away. Seems like that mouse issue. That was the real problem. Just kept scrabbling about. And just kept making noise and just kept walking on the keyboard. One more buy for Fireflux. 2 rounds needed for OT. And Peppo looks to take that chance away. He gets rid of Sensei. And Soulfly's been a heavy hitter as well in this game, but this angle from the Risco. Oh, I was going to say it was brilliant. And then he just gets naded to smithereens. Zedko keeps pushing, keeps finding. It's a 5v3, and it feels like it's over.
Yeah, Sinners just completely put it up a gear. What a amazing resurgence at the tail end of this game. They had us until 10-10, and then, yeah, suddenly, these last 3 rounds, the proactive moves they're making at the start, everything looks so good.
Shout out Zedko again, by the way, up to 24 kills in this map and had like 21 or 22 in the first one. Flashbang, good enough. Shot grabs the kills, and now it's just Skrunk left all alone. Goes straight into Shock's domain. He will get the first, but a 1v5 feels a little bit out of reach, especially when he's naded, especially when he's flashed. You got Peppo holding the flank. There is no chance, there is no hope. It would be Sinners trading map picks with Fireflux, and that sets us up really nicely for Inferno.
Yeah, I can't believe it that it's played out like that. This is basically the same outcome as Ancient in terms of it really felt like the other team was going to take it, and it's just been flipped on its head.
Yeah, that is not ideal for Fireflux, and for Sinners, you got to be feeling happy because finally you're able to close one of these games, especially when you had such an advanced lead. Inferno is our decided game between these 2 teams. To find out who the victor really is, we'll have to come back after the break. was always going to be a third map, wasn't it? That's just the way it goes here at CCT. Sinners versus Fireflux, we've had some insane 1/2 leads and then comebacks that don't actually happen. 13-11, Fireflux are able to take it on Ancient. 13-10, now on Anubis. Inferno feels like we're going triple OT and the game won't end.
Yeah, I don't know how we got here because this should have been a 2-0 for either team. Instead, it's a third map. Like, it could have been Sinners 2-0ing. It should have been Fireflux 2-0ing. I don't know how we've ended up in this situation, but we have. So yeah, let's just enjoy what Inferno has to offer. Much like Anubis, I think that recent showings have looked better for Fireflux over Sinners on this map, but as Anubis showed, that doesn't seem to really matter at all.
I'm going to go with Sinners still, just because on Inferno, Shock loves this map, Morisco's good at this map, and Zedco has just been owning all series. And maybe on CT side Inferno, we finally get Peppo showing up, because he has not been the same bloke when I've been watching him previously. Like, he was just so good, and he's been really notoriously absent, and Sensei hasn't been. So maybe that can be a direct comparison when we get the CT sides of both of these teams, because T side, don't worry about the AWP on Inferno. But if Peppo is losing a bit of confidence, isn't going for these aggressive peaks that we know him for, and Sensei will, then that's where you start to get into a little bit of trouble there, because you are losing a big piece of what can win you the early stages of rounds for Sinners.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, despite each team taking a map apiece, only 2 players are currently sitting with an above 1.0 rating in the entire server, and that's Zedco and Beastick, and Beastick's barely above the 1, he's 1.08. Zedco has been head and shoulders above everyone else in the server at the moment, and that seems like the reason, to be honest, that they were even now able to win out Anubis. So, yeah, can't just be him, but Sinners have won the knife round, I've just been informed, so that's a nice little advantage for them, because their sides have felt very contrast. You know, it hasn't felt consistent for them on each side of the server.
True. It's so true. Like, it's weird as well, because obviously Anubis, you expect the T-sides to be good, and they were, but for Ancient, the disparity of CT-sided rounds was just ridiculous. You go on to Inferno, you expect it to be a little bit more T-sided, but at the same time, like, I think Sinners would much prefer to start CT. You can start embedding your ways of playing early. The fight for Banana is going to be massive here. Soulfly, you've already commented, Luce, about how aggressive he is. It's just how he plays. And he will be aggressive up Banana. Beastick will try and meet him. Morisco will try and meet him. It'd be a really interesting fight, that, because if you can't win this top Banana fight, you're probably going to lose the whole game.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, how these aggressive fights have determined rounds so frequently throughout this series thus far. So, yeah, it's hard to predict how this is going to play out. Which team, Brandon, is going to get to 9 or 10 rounds in the first half and then throw? Who do you think?
No, that won't happen. I don't
No?
actually
You think this is going to be a convincing game?
No, I think it will be like 7-5, 6-6 territory.
Okay.
Then one team will take over in the second half and run away with it, and we'll end like 13-9. There you go.
All right, that's your prediction. I'd like to see a closer first half here, a bit more competitive, because on both these maps, it kind of felt like one team just had such a strong advantage that it was never going to really, amount into much of a competitive series, but we're proven wrong on both counts, so who can say? Who do you have taking it, Brandon? Sinners or Fireflux?
Still got to stick with Sinners. Just got to stick with them, because, look, I'll be honest, they should have won Ancient. They should have forced it into OT, and they should have won it. And then Anubis, they should have won it even more convincingly. I'm not sold on Fireflux yet, and I want to see them sort of ramp up here on Inferno. Give me the Paz treatment again. Give me a confident Soulfly. That's the key. That's what I want to see, because we saw it in moments. We didn't see it consistently. Yeah,
I think that's the thing, right? It's the consistency out of the whole slew of players. I think it's the map where Banjo can have a lot of impact as well in his anchor roles. We saw on Anubis he was trying to get quite aggro, you know, on the CT side, and that really wasn't working out. Obviously, I'll have to wait probably until the second half to really see what that's going to amount to. But yeah, I'm looking towards him as being instrumental for the defense of Fireflux. I want to see a bit more out of him for all of the hype that has been circulating about him lately. So we'll see. As hopefully we'll be getting into the server very shortly.
Where have you found this hype about Banjo?
I don't know, man. I've just seen it. Maybe I just followed the Finns.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Banjo's career is actually really interesting because obviously he was on Fnatic Rising, then went to Harvu for a bit, and then immediately just ends up on this Fireflux team. Still 20 years old, still got a lot of time to bounce back and have a really strong career. Fireflux, I feel really weird when I watch Fireflux because they look so convincing and then they don't. Like, they beat NIP 2-0. I mean, everyone's beaten NIP, but they beat NIP, they beat 500 in Challenger League, and then they lost both matches to Iberian Soul and got knocked out of the Season 20 closed qual. I mean, that's Alex with a point to prove. Alex went 57 and 29 in a 2-0.
Oh my god.
And one of those maps was a 13-5.
Alright. Welcome back, Alex. That's nice. Good for him. Yeah, Iberian Soul have beaten out Fireflux twice lately. So that's the counter to Fireflux. A bit of soul.
I'm just looking at that. Obviously, like, Matt Pond was double OT, right? But the highest player was Soulfly on 27 kills for Fireflux. And then if you look at Iberian Soul, Alex got 37 kills. 113 ADR. And then he went and dropped 113 ADR again on Ancient. That's... Damn.
Yeah,
I really want that Iberian Soul team to do well, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a cool team, right? It's it feels like, well, I don't want to call them the rejects, but you know, it's like it's bringing together all these players that were kind of pushing through for a while, right? You know, that Movistar core, and it really felt like they were going to be great, but then got picked apart, lost some of their key players. Obviously, it's Pius many moons ago was taken on, and yeah, it felt like ever since that they really struggled to regain that glory that they found in 2023, I'm gonna say it was, when they were kind of at that peak.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool that we're seeing this roster do well so far.
I don't know what's happening with the game or why it's not started, so I'm gonna try and attempt a magic trick.
Okay.
We'll start every so often on CCT, and that is we're gonna send it to a break. But as soon as we send it to a break, the game's going to be live. We're going to come back in like 20 seconds, alright? So I'm going to do it now. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be like decider between Sinners and Fireflux. We'll see you, hopefully, in like 30 seconds. Not quite 30 seconds, but nevertheless, the magic trick, it works. It works every time. Haha. Third map between Sinners and Fireflux. Sinners start CT. Yeah, okay. This is just a fake knife round because we swapped servers.
Yeah, they just need to complete it just for the server. So this will happen in a second.
There we go.
There we go.
Sportsman. And now they stay. And now we go.
Yeah. This is the secret behind the scenes at the start of every game. You have to do that every map, you know that, guys? They play one real knife round for the third map, but for every map they have to do it so they're on the right sides. Alright, let's go. Sinners on the CT side, double set of dualies, flashbang for B stick. You imagine there's going to be some sort of setup over towards the B side with all of that. A fair bit of utility for the T's. So we might actually get that fight on B earlier than anticipated. We'll see.
Oh, Mariska sees players. But this is really passive. I think what's good here is that Sinners just haven't just started dropping their utility. They're going to double up in towards apps with the dualies. Shock, first point of contact. Banjo. Oh, Will get his head ripped off, but that's a necessary trade out of Scrug. He can also get the bit of utility on the floor. Soulfly, hoping to secure something on B, but B-Stick just backs off.
They're going to hold on to this triple B setup despite losing the player over in apartment. So Fireflux grouping going to A. Feels like the right call. And they're just going to scale into sight. One player in pit. Mariska has everything to do. Not going to be anything to force him out, but he'll just run out with the dual Berettas in hand. Go 1 for 1. Felt like he needed a multi. As the bomb will be planted. No kit and smoke over towards long. Difficult retake.
Maybe you can pop through this long smoke. You got the flash on B-Stick. Group together, get close in the moto smoke and just right-click it through, maybe. It's faded now, so it doesn't matter. So here's the high flash. Getting these players out of these corners is going to be so tricky. And as you said, time burden, a very difficult thing. And Soulfly is just gooshing all of these players immediately. Sensei with the swing. It's Fireflux with a well-earned pistol. The decision to go back in towards A. They had so much utility, and Sinners just didn't.
Yeah, they just pause, wait, and then get onto the side, all the utility, perfection. Post plant played really well off each other, both Sensei and Soulfly getting a double kill apiece. Spy from Sinners. Not too uncommon on Inferno, how easy it is to save. But so far, a little slow. Triple setup over on B. Nana control more or less given over for free to the T's. Sinners don't have a lot to contend with it. They will throw a smoke from A side to block it. Which is interesting because they have so many players over on B that you'd feel like they want to entice people to go there.
It's one of these in which... Oh,
Yeah, they've thrown it again.
that's a great smoke. Yeah, it's one of these where it just feels a little bit daunting. Because you can't really go for anything. It will have to be one of these like flash plays. I mean, Shock and Mariska could flash for each other, but instead it's Shock that just goes dry. Banjo gets met with a bit of resistance, but Risco, once again, is just completely on his own. Sick shot on Scrunk. But where's the rotations? Guys, you gotta get moving, because eventually Mariska's gonna get overwhelmed and the bomb's gonna be planted. They don't care. They want to save what they've got.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially, as soon as they lost the players on A, like, they were just never going to be able to pull off a retake in that situation once they're that deep. Yeah, it's a really interesting way to play out this round. I guess it's it's kind of like playing against the assumptions, because often when you see the CT side in a either force buy or like a half buy block on B early and continue to replenish that smoke, it's because there's one player over there, right, who keeps dropping it down and they sack towards A. So it's playing against that assumption and making them think that actually it is just that one player. We can punish them. We can push through the smoke.
Yeah.
Only one player is going to be there. Surprise, there's 3. That's why it looks maybe a little silly, but actually it's smart.
Yeah, the
If it
idea
works.
was cool. It just didn't. It relied a lot on Firefox actually like biting down on the bait, and then they didn't. So
Yeah.
it looks really scrappy on the other side of things, because behind the scenes it's like, oh, this is actually the reality. Shit, that's not ideal for sinners. That was the force buy as well.
Actually, you know what? I like it even more because it means that if it does go wrong, you've got 3 players that lived with
True.
guns that can use it again. So actually, it's quite a nice second round force decision.
Still that one for your face it games.
Yeah. You'll have to learn the smoke, and then it's face it, so people just run at you, so it won't work. Don't do it. You will not be given the respect. Zekro looks to disrespect the smoke. Uh-oh. Surprise!
Shock's got your favourite weapon, and it is cannon because his name is Shock.
Oh yeah, it's Zeus time, baby. He falls out. He was on the balk. Oh, he can get somewhere with it. Alright, alright. Oh, this is tricky because people often scale kind of close to the truck. He's going on an adventure though.
He's got the MOV model.
Oh, everyone's doing it now. It's just lame.
He's got the Zeus out. No, he doesn't. He's got the CK out. Unlucky.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the view model looks better on 4.3.
It's quite nice because basically the point of it is it puts the gun in the middle of the screen, and the angles that you're clearing, where you don't have left hand, right hand easy switch anymore. You can still switch, but you've got that whole animation, and then like you've got your gun actually not on the screen. It means that you can clear these close angles, and your gun is never in the way. It's actually really nice. It might be placebo as well.
Yeah. Yeah, view model stuff often is. Very aggressive. Nice flashbang over the top, but they line up. And Banjo, in fact, with the Mach 10 wallbangs Peppo out. Shock will get one back on the Sensei through middle. Rotations all here. Everyone's coming towards A. Fireflux decide to accelerate. This actually could still fall apart for them. Smoke not quite down on long yet. And B-Stick will get that kill. The smoke was terrible.
True.
This has fallen apart. How does B-Stick get 2 there?
Smoke sucked. That smoke was so bad, and now Shock is going to backstab Soulfly. Yeah, there's no chance. Soulfly's going to have no idea that Shock is here, and Beastick is even grouping with him in apps in case somehow, some way, Soulfly expects Shock to be behind him. Great round out of the 2 of them. That smoke on long was so bad.
Yeah. Because even if you do lose that first player, at least with the smoke landing properly, you could have got the bomb out. You could have taken the space, maybe even come in towards short and remove Shock. I don't hate the decision to go fast onto A after you've killed 3 players over here and you know one is top mid. Like, you're not expecting Beastic to be there, to be fair.
No. But it's actually a disaster they don't trade him. I don't know how they don't trade him.
He's just in the open too.
That's a really important one because psychologically, 4-0, no money. Now this time Sinners have got the guns out again, and also they stole away around that they shouldn't have, in theory. That feels way better. And now Morisco's getting a little bit more involved. He swings, he gets rid of Scrunk. It's an opening kill now for Sinners. CS2 is so momentum based at this level. So for Fireflux, it's so important they win this. Flashbang immediately forward in towards B, but again, there's 3 defenders here.
There are 2 defenders, but Paz is brought down low off that. Smoke is dropped. They want to commit through, and the molly will land backside. Banjo on the hold, only able to get 1 on that lurk. Soulfly will remove Zedco, but you've still got 1 more player here. The T's are both wounded. Spam could have brought down Soulfly, but he does manage to get past. There will be this push up from Banana. Soulfly caught on the jump peak, no less. Sensei needs to come in clutch. Has to reposition, seeing if he's been given anything. Has the information at least on one of these players. Smoke and Kit for the CTs. Nothing to flush Sensei out of this position. Beastic taps the bomb. He's not sticking it, hoping that maybe it'll fade out the swing, but Sensei not falling for anything, knows they're not committing to this. Will be the commitment now, needs to connect this spray through the smoke. It's wild and it is not connecting. He'll find the kill, but it's too late. Bomb defused.
I'll play from B-Stick because he taps it, he gets off it immediately, and he goes wide out the smoke. So even if Sensei's going to commit to that spray, him and Peppo can then double swing. If he doesn't commit, he can then go back on later. The fact that Sensei gets rid of Peppo and not B-Stick is everything there. Well played from the in-game leader. Sinners now get another round in a row. There will still be investment here because of that bomb plant. The money is still on thin ice for Sinners, but they are at least collecting these rounds. And they've still got utility.
Being loud in the apartments. But what it's going to do is make sure that one of these players that's in towards short side is watching. See if anyone does come around from balcony. Going towards B now would be a great call as a 4th player rotates to A. That doesn't look to be the play. Or does it?
Just watching.
You just came to escort him? What's the point of that, Skunk? What are you doing? Okay, you wanted the util. Do you need to walk there to get that? He gave it back. What's going on here?
Damage has been done already, though, because you got Banjo lurking, but Shock's already ahead of the long smoke. And now you see the util flying over. Shock can just rotate. They're going to be here in time.
Yes, hits still not come through. Smokes will land now. The utility. Oh, that molly is... Well, the roof's on fire. Banjo finds 2 on A. There's no one on A. They're all dead, but they still have to commit to B because the time's not there. Zedco, he finds a double, will be removed. Bomb just needs to be planted. Sensei will provide that overwatch, so a little scary for a moment. Shock's 1v3 feels incredibly unlikely, especially with an MP9. There is the kit, he'll pick that up. Oh, look at the tuck down into pool. And the swing out from Skunk.
That was weird. It's really weird. Badger gets 2 lurk kills. Zedco gets 2 kills in sight, and it's still not enough. That was the important one for Fireflux, though. That they are able to get that. That breaks the money. That means they can now go forwards and still take control back off this game. I can't believe Banjo gets 2 lurk kills there. And they still commit into that B bomb site. They were hoping that Sinners might be a little bit paranoid. They might start to rotate back. They get caught in transition. Or Banjo can then just walk along and be that extra element. Amazing tracking on the spray from Soulfly. Morisco hits the deck. And Fireflux look to climb to 5 rounds. Which I feel like they should have actually got a few rounds ago.
Nice cleanup. Not much to say. Okay. Oh, Beastic almost gets 2 with the USP. Decent damage. I think one of the most surprising things in CS2 has been that Inferno has become a slightly T-sided map.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
I mean, it's only slight. Like, I think it's like low 50% win rate.
Genuinely, I think it's because of the incendiary changes, not covering all the banana.
Yeah, I mean, and just the way that peeking works and all the rest obviously helps. Ballfly looks to peek. Said Kurt. Uh-oh, you're in for a bad time. Oh, never mind. He is the bad time. As we'll get that trade. The fact he gets one from that position is really nice.
I've tried playing this angle that Morisco is in so much in games, and I just get owned. I'm like, this is such a cool off angle. They want to go wide to clear under, and then you're just there. I've never got a kill from it.
Yeah, because when people swing, they get like 5 minutes and a tea break to kill you, and you have like a millisecond to respond.
This is better. Yeah, Banjo's in middle, but Shock's now cleared all of apartments. They need to clear this right side. You imagine that Morisco and Peppo will. Oh no. Trade him! Trade him! How's he got 2 kills again? Come on, guys.
I mean,
He's
props to
in the corner.
Banjo. The efficiency of his kills. Nice from Skrunk.
Oh dear.
Listen, he's gotten 2 each time, just
Yeah,
holding the
he
push.
has. And look, I take nothing away from him. These kills are brilliant, but I mean, at the same time, he's in a corner. He's in a corner, and you're not trading that. Like that is really poor from Sinners. Sensei out here doing his best game. 6-1. 8 rounds played. Oh no, Peppo's dead. He's behind you. Oh, oh he's not dead. He's fine.
He'll get to hold on. So 6-2 on the T side. 5 Lux looking like they were on Anubis for a while. The dominant T side. As soon as we're able to bounce back in that one towards the end. It'll be tough in this round. Investing a little bit around the AK. See, Peppo's keeping some money so he can get the AWP. Which, again, hasn't been a focal point of this map. I don't know, have we seen it all but once? I don't think so.
No. Oh, beastie. Oh,
No way!
okay. And I love that. He picks up the gun and he throws it backwards. It's like, I don't want this. I'm up close. You need to get these guns. You need to get out of there. That is a great start to this round. Because suddenly him and Zedko have both got AKs. Peppo's got an AK that he saved from the previous round. You're in a 3 versus 5. Game on.
It feels like this is the one round where you shouldn't be forcing your way through smokes against the half investment.
Zedko's got a really good line here as well to prevent this scaling. You've got Morisco in towards Library that can swing on contact as he should. And they both had nades out.
Awkward.
That's the round.
Alright, well, that's one way to get your third. Shock with the 1D to end it. AKs for everyone. Doesn't get much better.
Brilliant round.
But yeah, I just feel like that's, like, I guess you can understand it's the first time we've seen that deep smoke, right? It's the first time Sinners have actually fought deep down banana, and if you are aware it is the half buy, you're not anticipating really much on the other side of that smoke, but it still feels a little crazy to force your way through it.
It's silly. It's silly. It's one of those where you get a rush of blood to the head. You've been winning so many rounds, you know they're on an eco, and you think, ecos, and then you just die, and then your team flame you. If you want to put it into pugging terms.
That felt like it's something you've recently experienced.
I just experience it every game.
There's the AWP. Finding the opening kill too. So I'm not anticipating it to be in towards boiler. Not too hot to handle. Oh,
Great flash. Fantastic flash from Scrunk. See you later, Peppo. But Banjo gets traded immediately. Scrunk will at least find Zedko. That's a little bit of relief down B. Look at that push from Zedko. A little bit brazen, perhaps, because it is a 2 versus 3. Beastic now needs to remain over on this site. And look at this timing. Sensei's just walked the smoke.
Not seeing anything, though.
The issue you've got is that Scrunk could be caught in towards middle here. Shock, where do you go? Oh, he's wrapping apps.
Okay, he's fallen into the pit. I don't know if he's been hurt.
Oh, Sensei's aware of this.
They seem aware, don't they? Oh, he still finds that kill. And I think he spotted the player short on his jumper. He's going to be a distraction. Throws utility out to allow that flank to come through. In fact, the molly's may be too good. Because it's forced Morisco up in towards the apartment. Scrunk now moves through long. Oh, it's still going to come down to the timing. Beastic just sits back. Has allowed Scrunk to walk all the way around. So this passive hold has given the way in. And now it's just Beastic in towards library. They should be anticipating this as a possibility. It will be covered. Sensei spots him out. A lot of utility for Beastic to work with. Incendiary is good, but Sensei's shots even better. Lovely adjustment and lovely mid-round out of Sensei and Scrunk.
Yeah, the best bit about this was when Sensei gets the kill on Shock and he just sits and he goes, okay, you play. And by that point, you've got a decision to make. As soon as the molly forces, I think it was Morisco in towards apps, and that's been heard by Scrunk, he just says, okay, well, I will take long, and we can now crunch this position together. We know that the location of one guaranteed player. He clears arches, doesn't see anything, looks into the entrance of library, doesn't see anything, and that gives him the confidence to go around the corner. And maybe playing a bit too passive there from Beastic was the ultimate undoing. A fantastic round of CS out of Fireflux and Sensei, as you said. And they've now got a commanding lead in this first half. I thought it was going to be a bit not one-sided, but it is currently.
That round was a good example of what you're kind of highlighting about Sensei's game sense and just his understanding. Like, that was just perfectly crafted.
What's the best bit about that as well is you think back to the common reaction that Sinners had on A when they pushed in towards short, Shock wrapped apps. And that's what Sensei got punished in the round before, so this time he holds for it.
Boosted up.
Boost.
Okay. So Scrunk removed. Nice way to get the first kill.
It's a good reaction here. So they see the AWP and they're just like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. They're just going to go into B.
It's fair enough. Banjo on the lurk has been brilliant over there. Oh, it's a fake out though. This is going to draw the rotate. So there will be 3 players over towards B, including the AWP. As long as they strike timely on A, and this will all work out. Smoke will land towards Moto. AWP will start to rotate, but it's not going to arrive there in time. Split's coming through. Morisco. Oh, he's found 2 with the 5-7. I'm not sure how he's managed that. Paz will get a chance. No, he won't. Wow. That's... I can't believe he doesn't win that. Well, I'm not sure how that one went wrong, but it looked like they just had a good hold against the short play. I think Morisco was up on the balcony.
We got a replay on that?
They played off each other.
Not yet. We might have it next round. That's, by the way, this is now 2 low-buy rounds that Sinners have got. If they didn't get these low-buy rounds, we're looking at like 9-2. They've given themselves a chance because they've won like 2 Deagle rounds. Which is actually quite worrying for Fireflux, because the last thing you want to do is allow Sinners back into this game. Maybe it will be the 7-5 half. B-Stick is now just standing his ground. The nades go too deep. He can just remain here.
Five rounds be a brilliant recovery. Looking likely Attempt to get these Tech 9s and Mac 10 into B. Thunk. There are only 2 defenders here, so maybe there is a world. It's going to rely on some very clean entries set up by these flashbangs. Skrunk and Banjo, the ones that will need to deliver it. For the Sinners, they don't need to fight this too far forward. They can just sit back, and Skrunk just gives over the kill, wanting to try and wrap and catch them off guard. Doesn't work out, making this round all the more difficult. Bomb planted. Sensei has a position to try and catch someone off. Let's get aggro with the Mac 10. You feel like you need to find some sort of kill here. You need some way to set this up. But the Mac 10, 1v5, not gonna happen. 5 rounds for Sinners, from where this was, feels very good.
Really good. Really good. Now this is the first time we've had a competitive half. And it wasn't even that competitive, to be honest with you, because it's Fireflux just dropping the ball, as we said, on these low-buy rounds. Sinners then having the confidence to play very safe Counter-Strike to guarantee these last couple, to give them something. They win the pistol, they're right back in the game. With Fireflux, you just got to shake these rounds off. On the converse, you think, look, this was a no contest. The fact that this 7-5 is a complete, almost like blasphemy to what it should be. So for them, they can't let this affect it mentally. Otherwise, they're going to be in danger.
Well, you asked for a 7-5 half round, and we got it. And we've got Sinners waterfalling out the apartments. Player in short trying to defend. Banjo cut off. And that's the site. Absolutely taken. That's smoking towards short. Really nifty way of trying to divide the defense. Oh, then Risco continues just to float around, removing Soulfly. All the CTs stuck in towards long. They'll fight forward for one, but scaling out a Moto is going to be very tricky against these Glocks. Morisco continues to just run them down. Denied the ace, stolen by B-Stick. But still, a very nice pistol.
That's my in-game leader. Can't let him get too confident. Just take the ace away from him. Bless him. Great round out of Morisco. Very simple from Sinners. Interesting, we've not seen the Sinners tack pause yet. Normally they take a pause at the start of every second half. Not done it this year.
Yeah,
New
maybe that's
year,
the big
new
change.
B-Stick. Yeah.
It did feel a little silly.
I liked it.
But did you like it for the novelty, or did you like it because it added something?
Novelty.
Yeah, we do like novelty, actually. It's good for a team to have a bit of identity. Mostly forced by Sensei's get extra money. He really wants that AWP in the first proper gun round, given how prolific he was on Anubis with it. That's good to see, that prioritization. Yorp was effective for Sinners on their CT side in finding opening picks on a couple of rounds. 3 players lying in wait. Definitely room for Fireflux to cause some disruption here. Molly actually doesn't quite do the job, but Smoke's still deployed. BC looks to burst through with the Mac 10, not connecting. Tagged and removed by Soulfly. Will be the trade, but now Skrunk slings through, and this is all to baited Sensei. That's outrageous from Skrunk. The fadeaway P250 headshot, and this whole damn time, Sensei has been hidden in the backside. Morisco. Unbelievable 180. You think that the bait has done it all, but Morisco has crawled this one back with a bit of mechanical brilliance, but denied by Banjo. The round goes the way of Fireflux, and it had it all.
What was that? What was that? I mean, I can't even talk. The Scrunk hits the ridiculous kill through the P250. They bait in Sensei, who gets another kill. Morisco just hits a 180 like he's a bloody owl. Just spins his neck round like it's nothing to get that third shot on sight. And then Banjo locks it in. That setup was deserved. That setup deserved to win that round for Fireflux, but the manner in which they won it was a whole separate issue.
Yeah, it felt like that wasn't the way it looked like they were going to win it.
No, that was actually the one way you didn't expect them to win it. What the hell was that?
Risco did the hard work. That was, I think, a 1v4 at that stage.
Yeah, it was.
That's actually... That would have been one of the coolest clutches, like, ever.
Best bit is they probably win this round now. They're probably just going to burst apps, come through short, and just hit instant headshots. Zedko will get a dig out of balcony. Instead, they're not going to. They're going to slow down the tempo. They're going to try and catch Sensei on the angle. Banjo's playing so passive. There's not one of these dribble smokes just to walk through. And this crossfire feels very good.
That's a good setup.
No way. That smoke to isolate the player on Balk. Now they're in pit and mini pit. This is really cool out of Sinners. That is the last thing you'd expect. And now Banjo on low HP, just trying to command a little bit of respect, but neutralized. Through B-Stick's Mac 10, it is Soulfly left alone in the 1 versus 3. And I love everything about that round from Sinners.
Well, you said it. Look at them win this round with the pop onto A. And that smoke, yeah, I mean, that feels like it does it all. It just completely isolates the player in pit. And once you've got that space, once you've scaled into its big pit, you got mini pit, you think that's a really nice line that Sensei has to fight down long for that angle, but he's just exposed to everyone at that point. 3 different elevations, 3 different angles. Banjo completely cut off, trying his best to get one through that smoke and then some damage, but yeah, what a way for Sinners to bite back immediately.
I love that. But even the little dribble smoke, it out of boiler to walk into short. It's one of those high risk, high reward rounds where everything can just fall instantly and be terrible, but when it works, it looks brilliant. And it's one of those pocket strategies that Beastic can pull out to maybe just guarantee them something. I've certainly never seen that before. I don't think Fireflux were prepared for it. They felt like they had the brilliant crossfire, even commented on it. But that one smoke gives them so much room. And now this CT side are on the back foot. They're going to have to do it on the eco again. On the 5-7s, on the digs. What a third map.
It's delivering, isn't it? It's exactly what we wanted. What the series deserved after those first 2 maps. I literally have no idea still who's going to win this.
That's the fun of it.
A lot of chatter. But the clock's ticking, so... must be all good.
I don't want to predict anything anymore. I just want to sit back and just enjoy this last half. Sinners are keeping it simple. They're keeping it direct. B, surely it will work this time. And currently it will. There's only one player here, but it is Scrunk with his trusty 5-7. And I'm scared.
Nah, nothing to be scared about here. That's the round, actually.
I'm not scared.
Do not be afraid, my child. All is well.
Thank you. This is a good response here. Just you go route 1. You're not thinking. This round is a brain off round, which is really nice. Sometimes you just don't need to, again, reinvent things. You don't need to delay going into the site. They just go, yeah, they're on bad money. We're just gonna go, and they just go immediately. Take the space with the Mac 10s. Rifles come in behind. Bish bash bosh. 8-8.
Well, look, we're all saving and nobody saw another person. That's quite fun. You don't see that too often. Especially with them all saving, just in such close proximity. Alright, well, another chance with the half investment. Obviously, Soulfly still kept that M4 over. Sinners in a potential position. Favoured, in fact. Oh my goodness. Skrunk almost gets another double with his P250. This guy used it like a 5.7.
And now you go again. I think this is, again, just the best course of action for Sinners is just literally we trade, we go. But this will be the round that Fireflux will contest them because they can buy in the next. So there is one flash, there is a kit. No? Okay. That surprises me. You buy in next round anyway.
There was a kit on...
The kit's on the rifle, I guess.
Yeah, it's on Soulfly, so... So yeah. Well, these rounds have been B hits that have been over pretty much immediately. Hopefully now we get a bit more of a contest. So we will have proper M4s out. Sensei, I guess you do keep the scout. Allow him to keep some extra money.
Let's go get B again. They're ahead of the half-wall utility. Double flashbang, good timing on this for Skrunk. That will keep Sinners at bay just for now. I really like the idea of this flash. Skrunk has to get a multi. Flashbang, brilliant. And Zedco removed.
Really nice way to get that first kill. Beastic also brought incredibly low. Resmoke lands and a third player rotates over. So if they want to force through this, it's going to get costly. They just walk in.
Why? Oh yeah, that's really troll.
You're feeding the Skrunk.
That was silly, Sinners.
Silly Sinners.
Silly Billies.
Me in the confession room. I've been a silly sinner, Father.
I pushed the top banana smoke when I shouldn't have.
I bought a deagle in second round and now I can't afford an AK in the gun round.
No one has. Oh, look at him. He's just moving. And Beastic saving. What?
Can't plant here.
That would be one of the worst additions to the game, if you could just plant anywhere. Hide and seek with the bomb.
Yeah, but it only counts if it's in the bomb site for a round win. So, like, you could just, like, plant it in that situation, just to blow yourself up.
My head hurts just thinking about that. Nine rounds each. Peppo's got an AWP. Sensei is actually going rifle.
Okay.
Anticipating something maybe a little bit more aggressive, and it is Peppo just immediately in towards top brackets.
Yeah, they're looking like they really want to put the pressure on A. The bomb is still down at ramp, so that'll be a late arrival. But they've got 2 players already. Bounce out through balcony. Banjo needs to be aware of this possibility. That smoke about to be under pressure. And they actually fall back, and he drops down. That would have been heard. This is going to be what looks like an apps pop.
Apps pop on the gun round is so rogue.
Well, let's see.
That nade is so brutal.
Yeah, well, now you don't feel good about popping because you'll just get eaten alive. You're still going to give this a go. There's a mini pit player and a big pit player.
And you have one molly. You have one molly.
Oh, they need to hit their shots because this is going to be very difficult to break. The good news is that Paz is very separated. He's been legged. So he's now...
Risco, you got a molly pit, mate.
He's going to. Banjo will be forced out. And forced to take fights. Still have Sensei. And he's been removed. Shock. Despite what looked unfavorable, Sinners find their way in.
They even missed the long smoke. Guys, you missed the long smoke and you still get 3 kills and it's fine. That is ridiculous from Sinners. The fact that Shock is able to land in mini pit, plant his feet and hit the headshot, and Sensei can't do anything is... I'm in disbelief. I mean, complete disbelief that that round goes like that. There's that molly in from Marisco. Banjo does really well to get the kill. But unfortunately, none of the other players on site can do anything. And 4 stay alive. That's so important for the economy here for the T side.
Well, it looks like it was going to fall apart completely when the nade hits, when you've got this double pit setup. Like, everything looked pretty good for Fireflux in that situation. Especially with Banjo even getting that first kill as he's mollied and flashed out. Sinners off the back of it will take the lead. Fireflux has done a good job of managing their finances at the very least. So continue to make it difficult. They'll have that AWP, since they didn't buy previously.
Firefly's been doing a really good job at retaking map control, but not actually fighting for it early. So I really like this switch up for Soulfly. Just putting pressure on. You're not actively taking the map control, but you're being a nuisance. You're delaying Sinners in the map control that they can establish. It just means that everything will take a few more seconds. Deep control nades this time. Another flash forward. Soulfly has got all of Banana basically under lock and key. This is much better for the CT side.
Do cop a grenade. But yeah, full control. Gonna filter Sinners towards A, at least for now. Or get smoked off. Retake utility for Banana. So if they do want to go here, there's gonna be another set. Potentially thrown. No, actually, it's just the smoke. Well, he doesn't get thrown behind it, but it is enough to slow them down.
Shock just peeked out Boiler. Shock just peeked out Boiler and saw that no one was short, and then the mollies landed really shallow. So he's just going to call back the entire squad. B-Stick's going to fake B. 30 seconds left, at least. There's another rotation here for Fireflux.
He wanted to fake it, but the smoke was blocking his lineup. So instead, just going to commit. They're going to walk out through long. Soulfly's holding a passive angle here, but Molly, oh no, smoke lands. He gets ahead of it, and he finds 2. B-Stick caught off in that situation, and now he's splitting through this position. Paz goes down after 1, still a player in pit to deal with. Banjo dropped on, but Soulfly comes through, and Risco barely allowed to plant the bomb. Soulfly, great round. 4 kills in it.
Yeah, really good. Really, really good for Soulfly. And you just think maybe if Sinners are just able to even drop a molly, they don't need to drop that smoke there in towards Library. Just have your gun out, just be ready for the possibility that there could be a player there. But by dropping that smoke, it almost just acts like a security blanket that you don't have. Oh, he dropped the smoke, it's fine, he can't be there. He just peeks ahead of it, gets 2 kills, then falls back in. And then that delays the wrap on towards Long. That means that Shock can be isolated even though he gets 2 kills. It's Soulfly to bail him out, right? Everything feels disjointed because you've created disjointment by throwing one piece of utility that you've relied on way too much. Oh my gosh. That was close for Banjo as he was jump spotting. Was being held for on the edge. Sensei slides over with the AWP. Morisco has just walked through. They have just walked through this top mid smoke. Sensei on the fade gets traded, and then Cinder start to accelerate. It's another one of these apps, pops, and short splits, but Banjo passes the 3rd test and can hold Cinder's back at bay, at least for now.
He's getting these crazy kills from these angles where it just looks like he's going to go down. Really solid on the pit defense. And now the Molly keeps him at bay further. They feel like they don't have a backup plan, that they've drawn all these rotations from Fireflux. Scrunk see that on the jiggle. Goes for another swing and sees nothing, so now surely you will see Soulfly go back towards B.
They got no util. They got no util for the cross.
Oh, they've been
If they want
blocked.
to run through this smoke, they're just going to run into Soulfly.
They drop the molly, make it costly. Oh, real costly! Almost takes all 3 on that hold. He's done enough. 2 back-to-back high-impact rounds from Soulfly. Pepper has a 1v3 on his hands, and with such little HP, it's going to be incredibly tricky to put this one together. Would need to be precise shots, and can't convert the first.
Yeah, they wanted to have the element of surprise there. They just wanted to run through the smoke that they thought maybe Soulfly wouldn't be holding it, but he does brilliantly. Incredible spray out of Soulfly. He's really come alive in the past 2 rounds, and Cinders just ran out of util, ran out of ideas when they couldn't get the initial kills, couldn't get Banjo out of the pit. That's the benefit of him as an anchor. He stays alive for so damn long. And if you're Cinders, you're now playing for OT potentially, or you go all in. They decide to go all in. They're on double stage loss bonus, and they're investing everything in. I'm not surprised they pause. Because if I'm them, I don't invest all in. You play for OT. Get Pepper on the AWP, guaranteed. The money isn't built up in a way in which you break Fireflux, you can win the game outright. It doesn't work like that right now.
I just have that inkling feeling that this is going to go... I won't say it. We'll just watch.
I'll tell you, it's going to go 13-10.
13-10?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
they're going to invest all in here. If it isn't a perfect execute, a perfect call out of B-stick, they lose everything. They're on Tech 9s. And it's just over.
Alright, well, let's see. More peeks down before the smoke lands.
Brilliant from
Fall back.
Soulfly here. They counter-smoked and now they're pushing. They've got all the space here, Fireflux. They should get that rotate over from Scrunk.
It's just going to be a walk through the smoke. They tried this previously and did work out. Sensei got caught off, but if he can hit one and fall back, then he's done his job and he'll do that. Still on the angle, ready for the swing. Sees the shoulder. He's been spotted 2, even hits the leg shot. And has that support in towards Library. Well, at least for a moment, Scrunk does go down.
They dropped the mid to B, but it doesn't matter. They have to clear out Soulfly here, and Soulfly has not moved a muscle. They have 3 mollies, so you can molly this corner. It all hinges on whether they clear out Soulfly. Oh, they consider it. B-Stick with the Mac-10 hits the shot. And now Sensei can't capitalize on this low HP. So potentially, it will be fine. They can cross and get over.
If you want any other player on that close rotate. Oh, bomb actually. Not quite scooped up. Delays the plant a little bit, but it will go down. Yeah, Soulfly needed one. In that position, the timing on his jiggles just does not work out. Such low HP on 2 players. They've got the money. It won't last forever, so they have to have that consideration. See if they're given anything over. Paz is fairly far forward, jumps towards the coffins, wants to start scaling. B-Stick tucked in. We'll find another kill with that Mac-10. High value from it. Banjo gets one, but this round I think it's already done. The time's just simply not there. Even getting away with these 2 guns is going to be all but impossible. Yeah, tied up.
Damn. Alright, fair enough. I thought with the way that was playing out, Sensei swinging long, getting the opening kill on top mid, he's dropped counter utility, he's fallen back, there's a rifler with him, and Soulfly just grabbing all this space. You would have thought he was guaranteed for 2 kills there because it's only a Mac-10, but it's in the hands of B-Stick. The in-game leader for Sinners gets 2 crucial kills to push his team ever so closer to potentially upsetting Fireflux here. That's a tied game. That's the investment all in. And now the shoe's on the other foot. Another one of these fights for top banana. Soulfly scrambling. B-Stick this time cannot find anything with the Mac-10, but it's a necessary trade out of Peppo. And here comes the scaling out of Sinners.
Yeah, there are 2 players here though. Sensei has arrived and isn't smoked off currently. And in fact, he wants to peek into this. Removed. Banjo found success on that player lurking, but Skrunk about to get mollied out of new box. He has nowhere to go. That tick likely heard, so he's currently stuck at second oranges. Needs to fight forward and can't do it successfully. There will be this fast push-up banana from Banjo and Paz. They have a good timing on this. They need utility for them as well, and these Ts haven't extended outside of the site. So it is possible. Oh, it is possible. A molly. This molly will be everything. It's going to hit both of them. Stuck in towards dark. They are burning to a crisp. Banjo's low, but Paz has the HP, and with the damage done onto Zedco, this becomes a lot more achievable. I think there is a kit available somewhere, but they need something to flush these players out of new box. There's that first kill. The second, not there. If Paz had won that was maybe the round, but now without the time, Banjo could do nothing but just try and get away, and even that is going to be denied.
Well played. Really well played, because as soon as you get mollied, there's a delay. There's a slight delay. One player swings out immediately, they wait just a couple of extra seconds, and then they swing together, and the player's able to evacuate off the back of the trade. What a decision for Sinners, and what a hold on that afterplant. You think in both of these rounds, Fireflux are going to scoop it up. And now look at what they need to work with to force overtime. Absolutely nothing. They have nothing. It's going to be a FAMAS. It's going to be MP9s. This is Sinners' best chance, just in general, in this entire series to close. And it comes right on series point. This is so brutal. Oh, that's so clever. Oh, you paused? We paused. Enjoy.
What does Fireflux even do here? With such limited weaponry, are you just going to sit back? Because it feels like you'll probably just get run over by these guns.
Look at all the chickens, what I said go.
Oh, he's just collecting them. That's nice. It's really sad that you see so many pro players just knife the chickens. Zeko, that's what you meant to do. Presses E on them.
Well, they weren't even E'd.
Oh no, they were just there. They were just there. Never mind. He just got chicken aura.
Based.
So go for a 3-player lane on B.
This is clever. This is so deliberate now from Sinners. They know the pressure is on Fireflux. They're going to expect them to react and do things. So they're just going to play really slow. They're going to make it so uncomfortable. They're going to squeeze out every single second on this clock. They're going to force rotates maybe 2, 3 times just by uncertainty. And now Beatstick slides into Banana. He's got all of that control, and there's only one defender here.
Surely they'll have to rotate shortly. Spoke on DeLong might keep them rooted over here, a bit worried about the play. It's going to at least make Skrunk a bit more committed to A site. If they just commit through this smoke now, it would just be one defender. They are going to wait, and that is going to allow these rotates. A lot of uncertainty on Fireflux's side. As is feeling the pressure, his incendiary actually does not work.
They're going to re-exec, I think. They're just waiting for all the util, and then they can re-smoke in towards Ruins. They can re-smoke in towards CT. Yeah, they're coming in, but time about to be a burden. Paz, is he ticking in the molly? No, he's not. So B-Stick potentially could get overlooked, and time an issue, but no, the MAC-10s will scoop up and clean up. Bomb can go down, even with that missed weird little coffin smoke. It is a 4 versus 2, as Sinners look to close out the game.
Can't believe it's come to this. Either of these teams could have taken it 2-0. Sinners have pushed us the distance. And they look to close it. The HEs, even the double ups, not enough to take out Shock. Just brutality. Nothing is working. Banjo will finally get that kill, but they don't even have a kit. They're getting hounded, they're getting removed, and they are getting sent to the 0-2 bracket. It is Sinners taking the victory 2-1 in a very long series.
Full credit to Sinners, because at that 11-10 juncture where I thought it was going to go the other way completely, they're just able to turn the tides with the low buy, and from there they're able just to whittle down Fireflux. Fireflux dropped the ball quite a lot there in that third map, especially after how dominant that first half was. They lost 2 times, 2 pistols in that first half. Third time in the second half, that's frankly too many times, and it was great work from Sinners. They fully deserved that victory. Nearly came back on Ancient, couldn't do it. Able to hold on to their lead on Anubis, and once again claw back victory on Inferno. They go 1-1. And unfortunately for Fireflux, they drop into 0-2. One more mistake, one more loss in the best of 3, and they're eliminated in the group stage of Series 19.
Yeah, real shame, because as mentioned, the series really could have gone the other way. Like, this could have been a 2-0 for either team with how close those first 2 maps were. Like, it just came down to those final rounds. Literally, the final round of Ancient could have been a 2-0 for Sinners. Great to see from Sinners on that final map that we saw. It wasn't just Zedko. In fact, he was at the bottom. It was good to see the rest of the team stepping up and really showing, what they can do as well. Morisco in particular couldn't pull off that 1v4 miraculous clutch, but he still delivered overall in the fragging output. So yeah, great showing for Sinners after some strugglesome showings on Ancient.
One more 0-1 game to bring you. We're a little bit behind on schedule, so we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, it's going to be our final best of 3 of the day. It's Monty versus BC game.
Well, if you thought Sinners vs Fireflux was going to be the game of the day, you're probably right. That was a pretty damn good game. But this one coming up also looks to be a great one, Brandon. We've got BC Game versus Monty. Again, another situation with two teams in the 0-1 bracket. Again, maybe teams you didn't necessarily expect here. Especially, I think, maybe BC Game, who I look at as being a team that seems to be going from strength to strength as of late. But yes, nonetheless, they find themselves in this position battling to stay out of that 0-2 bracket.
Yeah, it's tough. I guess before we look at teams, if we can, production, it'd be great to bring up the Swiss stand-ins just to see sort of what is shaping up here, because you're right, the 0-1 games are pretty brutal because of the level of competition that we've got just in general in CCT, and if we don't have that, that's fine, because I can just tell you that there are some exceptional teams in 1-0, Spirit Academy 500, 9 Pandas, Navi Junior, like the likes of Fnatic as well, and the fact that you've got like BC Games, Sinners, Monty, Paravision, Sashi in some 0-1, some 0-2 is a little bit diabolical. The fact that James, who comes off of winning CCT, now finds himself in 0-2 and finds himself struggling to sometimes get out of close qualifiers. It's fun because Paravision and BC Game played in EU20 a little bit earlier today, and that was 2-1. That was Paravision beating BC Game pretty decisively on Ancient. And for BC Game and Monty, it's interesting because both these teams have gone through a lot of change recently. Monty, obviously the big one as we pull up their roster, is the fact that Deha is no longer wanting to play with this team. And you bring up Lean, who was part of Monty Gen. So now you basically just got Monty Gen and Demka and Hades. And we had this conversation on broadcast the other day. Me and Freddie are basically saying, think about the trajectory for Demka and Hades. Like, at one point, Demka was being targeted by G2. Hades was part of the Ents outfit for a while. You don't really expect this to be where you land in terms of Monty and the direction that they go in. Gizmi and Ryu had that time last year where they stood in, especially at Pro League, and it looked pretty okay. But I wonder what the internal timer is like on this roster if they don't get any results. What is this going to look like for Monty in the future? There's got to be a lot of pressure here for these players.
Yeah, I feel like it's a team that's kind of going through a bit of identity crisis at the moment, and these games are not easy for testing their mettle. Yeah, Lean has not had the best debut with the team. Definitely has had, I mean, Paravision, Bait, and 9 Pandas are very tough teams to be facing as soon as you join this squad. But yeah, it's been a real trial by fire since that team made changes. For BC Game, yeah, I do feel like this team is looking pretty good as of late. You know, we saw them go deep in Series 18, getting to second place. So, you know, they'd love to get a similar result here in Series 19. Obviously not the best start to things, but that's fine. It's against Fnatic, right? That's a very strong team. You kind of expect that to be a difficult game, especially with Blame F popping off. They got reverse swept in that as well. So they've had a few reverse sweeps against them as of late. Same with that Paravision game earlier. So yeah, I think they're the clear favourites coming into this, given all we've put forward about Monty, and with the players on screen, there's just as much experience, if not more, here on offer.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, J-Cam's been playing well recently. Cypher has really been elevating himself since he's come back into an organisation. Obviously, these guys have got natural chemistry because they played on Bleed/Unpaid. So you know what you're going to get out of them. J-Chem and Norka have been teammates for such a long time. Nexus in-game leading is brilliant.
I actually think,
at this level.
I think, just to jump onto that, I think what's been really impressive is Nexus' fragging output while RGLing on this team. Like, this year, he has actually been playing his best Counter-Strike. Obviously, it's not against the same tier of competition that he used to play at, but he's really been upping the output, and that's been great to see.
He has been. Let's go Veto. Let's take a look at where this is going, and the Veto could have gone in any direction. We'll literally just throw it on the screen here, because I think what's really interesting is that Monty picked Train, and BC Game haven't played that many games on Train, but they've been winning them. Dust 2 is a really good comfort pick for BC Game, and Monty have been struggling on it recently. So you're at this stage, Monty, where if you don't win Train, it's pretty much over already. there's a lot of emphasis on them taking their map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. This entire best of three hinges on Train. For the decider, we'll see that scroll through in a second. If it's needed, Train is so interesting because, as you say, okay, so Anubis is the decider. I think both teams are probably pretty happy with this, ultimately. But yeah, Train, for BC game, they did lose it earlier, like 2 days ago to Fnatic in that game, but it was a 10-13 loss. Like, it was really close. All their games have been close, so they have been getting the rounds in. I don't know. It's a tough attempt to punish, but I'd love to see it. Let's bring on Train.
The issue I've got for Train is I've seen Monty play this twice. Firstly, the first game was a 13-0 against Amcal, which was just brilliant.
Okay.
But every single time you see Monty play Train, it was Deha at the top of the board. Every single time Deha was at the top, and obviously Deha's not in the squad anymore. And a thing that is just worrying in general is you speak about Hades' consistency, but it's where is this output of rifling coming from? Because it needs to be Demka, but he's been really hit and miss recently. A lot of the responsibility is falling on Gizmi. He's calling. You spoke about Nexa's output. Gizmi is, like, by and large, the only guy that is putting up ridiculous numbers on a consistent basis for Monty. And that can't happen if your in-game leader is the only one delivering. Like, and it's really good for Gizmi in terms of what he's able to provide. It looks good for the UK scene. It's fun that we've got Gizmi versus Cypher as well.
True.
But I don't know. There needs to be more output from Monty. It cannot just be Gizmi.
My worry with this team is that it kind of lacks a lot of experience. And with Gizmi as your IGL, is he a leader that's going to be... That's new for him too, right? In this team, right? And he has to not only, be fragging, be calling and all the rest, but, lift up his teammates around him. And you've got two young guys that have come through academy, that are now under him. And it's a lot of pressure. And you kind of look... I guess for Hades and Demka to have to help out in that department, but they've also got to be the stars as they're meant to be. So yeah, there's a lot that needs to go on in this team to make it work. And I think we're going to see, as we have for these last couple of games, there's going to be a period where they have to work out their identity with this change, with losing Deha, and with these with all these young players in the lineup and integrating them and having everyone feeling comfortable in their roles and comfortable against this tier of opposition.
That's the tough thing. And look, Gizmi was in-game leading towards the end of Monty Gen, so Ryu and Lean know what his calling is like. Obviously, he's had this integration period now with Demka and Hades, so the team in theory is going to know what to expect out of his calling style. It's just whether they can actually back things up. And I think Lean called in, I think probably as a last minute, because it was so deep into the season to start with for Deha, because he was playing the games out of respect to the org to keep their VRS and to keep their points. But it's really difficult mid-season to swap immediately and expect better results, and the results were already a little bit hit and miss. So I want this Monty team to do well because I like them as individuals. I just don't know whether they can match up to the polarizing level of experience that BC Game have got.
Yeah, and I think this is probably one of the toughest opponents they could have drawn in this 0-1 bracket. Like, in terms of, I think they're probably the strongest team down here, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for them. Certainly the underdogs. And as we mentioned, it feels like Train is going to be where this entire series is decided. But, who knows? We did get a much more competitive affair in the last series than anticipated. So you never know what can come out. But yeah, it looks... BC Game are the clear favourites going into this.
Yeah, I'm even just looking at, like, player ratings, and Hades and Nork, in terms of AWPing, are exactly the same. Demka's been playing okay, but there's J-Chem that's been playing on the same better rating than him. Primetat's got a better rating than him, but like Nexa, the in-game leader, is doing the most, and it's one of these where it's like, okay, you've got a squad. It comes back to the same conversation. If you've got a squad of players on BC Game, that will all chip in with relevant moments, and that's the concern for Monty. Is you put a lot of emphasis on Hades, you put a lot of emphasis, to be honest, on Gizmy, because Gizmy has been the star player when it comes to firepower here recently for Monty. So if you don't have that, if Gizmy goes missing, there is no hope. So that's even more pressure for Gizmy. So it's just like, oh, okay, well, I now have to do absolutely everything and more.
Yeah, I feel like Demka really needs to be the one that steps up. Like, he's the one you look to, right, for so much experience playing under the Monty banner, and just as a player that normally has been in the past, especially in some of their bigger events, you know, the old Monty, I suppose, which is a very different looking Monty than the Monty that we have today. Essentially, he's the only real element from that Monty that kind of reached great heights first half of last year, even before then, like 2023 CSGO era. He's the player you kind of expect to be putting out numbers, and he was doing that at the start of the year, but it feels like consistency, as you mentioned, has been the biggest issue. And yeah, in these last couple of weeks, that just hasn't been there for really any of these players, outside of Gizmy, as you say.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a delay jumping into the action here, unfortunately. So we are going to have to throw it to a, I hope, short break. When we come back, it will be this first map of Train. No, they're ready? Okay, cool. That's fine then. So, doesn't matter then. There you go.
Your trick worked this time.
Yeah, perfect. It worked before we even had to throw it to a break. So they are ready. And that means we can jump into the action momentarily. We can see what this looks like. But you're right. A lot of emphasis on Train. A lot of emphasis on some of the individuals. For BC Game, I guess there is some sort of inherent pressure on them, because this is a game that they absolutely should be winning. And if it starts to get a little bit out of control, that's where it starts getting dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we're baited. I don't
see the game.
I don't see the game. Yeah, I don't know. If there's much more to jump onto here, we can, I guess, update you on the other teams that we're facing in the O2 if they do the loser of this. Paravision will be there, very tough. Fireflux we just saw fall down to that O2, and then Sashi. So if Monty lose this anyway, like, which would kind of proposition them as they're definitely the underdog here, this doesn't even get easier in the O2. That this is a very stacked CCT series, I feel.
Yeah, it really is.
There we go.
And finally we got it. Sorry about the delay, guys. We can now jump straight in. BC Game starts CT side, Monte on that T side. A lot of utility here. And Smokes immediately out the gate, but they're not running out towards Brown Halls. They're running straight out main. Nork takes the first lean with a good trade, and suddenly Prime Taps is feeling a little bit overwhelmed. He's lost everyone. Somehow he's alive. How on earth is he alive? What is happening in this pistol? Nexa 1v2, but Hades trades. Everyone take a sigh of relief, because Monty have just about won the pistol.
Good news for Monty as well is that the knife kill didn't connect. That was stolen away. Goodness gracious, that was a pistol round.
That was a pistol round, yeah.
That sets the tone, I feel, nicely. We'll see the force buy-in from BC Game, given it came down to just one player surviving. Disney will flex over towards B. That is going to draw the ire of BC Game. 4 players. 4 players on B side.
And Cypher alone on A. And it'll look over towards Ivy. This is the right reaction. Look at him with his splice stickers. UK represent.
Actually looks so nice in that MP9 too.
Oh, timing.
Oh.
It's okay, he's back. He's looking at it. Demka around the corner. Cypher can't get by him. And that's a lot of space opened up for Monte. If they go towards B still, they're in for a dangerous surprise. But Demka is just taking his time. Ryu's walked out A main. It should all be fine, and it is completely empty.
Yeah, they even dropped that smoke to use it as a lurk smoke towards camera, so that's interesting. Yeah, it's a little fatter, so you can walk out one side of it. And the decision to stack onto B doesn't work out, and so they'll just look to hold onto their guns in brown holes. Don't want to move too far towards main, because you want that second going. Not much really to break down on that one. You feel that gambling makes sense, you know, when you do have the forced investment. It just happens to be the wrong call.
It is nice just being biased for a minute. It is nice, obviously, like UK versus UK players in the server. We've got Azuwu as well that's just joined SOAR and is linking up for the ESL Pro League play-ins. With Alaska's victory at Epic Land, that propelled their VRS all the way up to 44 in Europe. Or, like, in the world, sorry. So it's like, okay, well, then suddenly they're going to start getting really big invites. It's an interesting place to be, but it's a fun one.
It's a shame there's 2 British players in this game, because otherwise we'd have 10 different nationalities. Very similar start. In fact, same round. So this time the CTs get aggro up the ramp, and it does not work out. Gives me even able just to fall back next to trying to run him down. Will not be able to find him. So 3-0 to be on the table momentarily. Cypher chooses a different angle to hang out, and a shot into Demka. Khalil picked up, but not able to do anything with it. Nork might look to try and catch a player saving or exiting towards main. That gives me that's at least a Galil to drop over. I adore the rain on this map. How calming is that?
I would argue it's not very calming because it just slashes your FPS by like 100.
Skill issue.
It's not a skill issue.
It's a PC skill issue. Your PC is underskilled.
It's a poorly optimized map issue. It's a nice idea, but it's silly having that in a competitive FPS.
Well, back in the day, they used to have like 2 versions of maps, right? There'd be the esports version,
Yeah.
which would cut out all the fog that was on like Dust 2 and stuff back in the day. They just had that weird
that
fog
back.
of war. And they just merged it all into one. Alright. Norgor in play. Next gets dropped that MP9.
Poor Nexa.
Wow. That's the IGL's life. Flash forward to allow Cypher to get close main control, so they know no one is kind of close by to pop out. So this will cause Nexa to rotate towards B early and go for a 3-2 setup. That AWP is out Ivy. Demka might be giving contact to Nork shortly. Just gonna
Because
flash
of the
and
deep
fall.
control you've now got this over rotation for Nexa. He's now come over to help out Prime Tap, so you've got a pretty good setup here. Just in general for BC game. There's no real map control that Monte have got.
Yeah, they're gonna look to reclaim it late, which usually they have. Definitely achievable. That smoke's gonna be annoying into main though. It's gonna mean it's gonna be a very late execute. I think we're gonna see Lean try and fake out B presence. He's gonna drop the smoke down towards ramp, see if he can draw a player over, and Nexa might just bite on this. With no follow through. They do seem to have the read. This is going to be the A play. That smoke lands at the perfect time. They're going to have to force their way through it. It's the only way in. Cypher in prime position to receive them. Little messy on it, but on second time, him and Jacob both step in for a kill. Or will lock in onto the angle. But this is no time. They're stuck in main. Nork removes Lean. They will eventually fight through. Gizmi gets the double. But 2 players on the site itself. And Hades over the top. Yeah, there's just nothing they can do.
They didn't put any pressure on. Monte put no pressure on anywhere in the map, and BC Game just held all their util. They said, we want to take main from the start. No contestment, re-smoke. Nowhere in Ivy, re-smoke main. Nothing in pop, nothing in brown halls. There was nothing at all that Monte did to, firstly, dislodge rotations. Secondly, draw utility out of BC Game. So it was perfectly played by BC Game in the entire way they approached that. Monte locked out, but they didn't do anything to sort of remedy it. Life of a B player for prime taps.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. It's the loneliest bomb site in the world, the Train B bomb site.
Good flash. It gives Monte that little bit of control. Counter incendiary thrown by Nork. We're again at this stalemate. But a lot more utility. You see how they've been spreading over the map a lot more? This time a lot more utility has been dispersed out of the CT side. Monte looked to maybe throw this into a Pop Dog A split, but with Demka falling at Ivy, this gets a bit trickier.
Yeah, they're actually grouping up for B now, but there's 3 defenders here, including the AWP. So BC Game once again have the full read. A set of utils thrown out towards A, but oh no! The trade comes, I guess, but it comes at a cost. And Nork, just about sees Gizmy over the flames. He had to go for a double take to try and spot him. Doesn't need that on the second time. And Hades again might just be forced to save. He can't do anything.
That's unfortunate for Hades and Lean, especially after J-Chem was neutralized over from upper. But the issue you've got here is that the lower players have just got no trade space in. Hades is trying to coordinate with them, but Gizmy on his own. Ryu on his own. It's so easy for Nork just to pick and choose his angles and get these kills. Now Monte have got no money. Hades has double saved his AWP, but how do you utilize this AWP with just pistols? Ivy?
Hades looks forward. Cypher has been in this position a couple of times, and yeah, we'll be punished on the peak this time. It's a gun that can be picked up. And they don't want to challenge too hard in here with that AWP on the line. A jump out. Jacob playing around the edge of that smoke. Only able to find the one, but Nexter and Nork chime in. Demka hits a double. An outrageous sequence with the Deagle. Look at the HPs on everyone. Nork knows they're low. He swaps to the USP. With Demka walking forward close to this camera smoke. Oh, they're going to walk past each other. He just walks right through. Demka's aware. And Nork gets dealt with. What a round from Demka.
Holy. Look at this. Because you think that these players of BC Game, they are playing close to each other, but they're playing in ridiculously, closed off angles to the point where you can't reset. That is just sickening from Demka. Individual brilliance gets Monte their 4th round. Yeah, those angles were just so committed. Even though you had crossfires, even though you had potential double swings, the minute you miss, it is the minute you get punished. And Demka makes BC Game find out the hard way.
Some Deagles and an AWP. Nice angle from Nork with the AWP. Smoke will land. Flash forward. Nexa doesn't peek into it. They come to him. Disney will get that trade eventually. And with all this control that Monty have out towards Old Bum, they can do a lot with this round.
Yeah, Lean's in a good spot because he can punish players pushing over at B, but Nork's really worried about this Ivy play, so him and Prime Taps are going to come and clear. Gizmy's got a really good opportunity to lock things up. Cypher's still in his favourite spot. I don't think you're going to be ready for Nork here. No, so good trade. And then Cypher actually activates. He just wide swings, then Jacob's there. The trap is completely turned on its head yet again for Monty. 30 seconds left. The bomb, we're completely isolated. And Lean, if he finds Cypher, it doesn't matter because it's only a 5-7.
Now he's been spotted. Any chance in this round is gone. 20 seconds, not even near the bomb. Nork will take him down. You feel like Gizmy is in such a powerful position. He gets that trade onto Nexa, parks up, removes Prime Taps. And Nork on the delayed swing. That's everything. Huge round from Nork. If he gets caught out by Gizmy, the round is completely flipped on its head. Going to commit to the investment into this one.
Yeah, this makes sense. You know, the money's still in a bit of a weird position. This is the furthest we've seen J-Chem push, and Demka just gets punished. It's the first time we've seen it, and I love this. J-Chem drops the smoke back to fake out, but Lean's ready. He's not alone. Cypher is on the other side of this smoke, and it's whether Monte are going to be ready for him.
Surely you consider it. He's just tucked in at the moment. There's not utility to clear it out. Was he just going to push? No, he's just sitting.
Yeah.
Nexa comes over. They will push on a timing. Gizmy steps forward. Cypher puts him down. There's two players spotted, but that's fine because you've got Prime Taps up on device. You've got Nork with the AWP. They can watch both these angles. The orb misses its chance. The swing up on the second. Both these players brought so low, and Nork will finish the job with a good headshot through the train. Then Prime Taps can activate. Lean is just stuck behind oil and dealt with by Cypher.
Yeah, Cypher's feeling it now. UK violence as Cypher takes down Gizmy on the repush. And what's good, and what I've actually really enjoyed watching, specifically from Cypher, and what he's learned a lot, and I think Nex has helped him with this, is not overextending. He makes this push because Nexa is right behind him. Cypher of old would have just pushed. Would have just tried to get the trade immediately, but he's really been cutting out his game. And therefore the timings are performing a lot better for him. We're all tied up. An eco for Monty means that BC Games can take the lead.
Gonna try to pop onto the B site. Nexa is here in long range. Can clean up house. Oh, that is beautiful triple. Prime Tap's gonna swing in and finish the job. Even Jacob.
Oh, come on, guys. Look. Prime Taps is the B anchor. Taking all his kills.
Let him have something. That's like the one thing he's waiting for.
Yeah.
The
he's
eco
taking
rush.
the B. They're dead.
Oh, he got one. And an assist.
Poor sweet summer child. Come on, Ryu. That's all I'm saying. You guys can draw your own conclusions. Demka. Oh, yeah. Great entry path in. There needs to be a trade here, and there will be. But Lean trades onto Nork and Ryu. There he is. Combines. It was a fast split. All the way through Ivy. But where on earth has Cypher gotten off to? He's hanging out in Olaf. And Hades will remove him. A change of pace, a much needed little bit of respite for Monty.
Yeah, I really like that round. I'm gonna steal that. That's really cool. Scale out really fast, not that sandwich smoke just to cause some chaos. Allows Demka to get up close in towards Olaf. And yeah, you're never looking in that position. And the flashbangs assist him in getting there. Yeah, it's a really nice way of getting that first kill, and then, you know, that causes all sorts of chaos, because then he's there, you've got the E-Box player having to swing red, that allows those players in Ivy then to have a real advantageous fight.
It's been a really fun game to watch. Obviously, Train is a good watch anyway, but seeing how close this is between the two, Hades has not been able to have an opportunity to get a fight on Ivy with his AWP, but maybe there's a chance.
Possibly. As he's blocked off by the smoke. Feels like most CTs playing over here with the rifle will just hold off angles. So it's difficult to get that AWP opening that you're looking for.
There's like no util left for the CT side. That's the only dangerous thing. Jacob's just thrown his last smoke. So you've got one molly, one flash for 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's crazy to have dumped all the smokes by now. I think that's caused this change in the setup. That smoke gets dropped in Ivy. That causes some concern, but actually it's kind of alleviated by the fact that you already rotated Nork over, so you don't need to worry about someone lurking through one side, because you can just watch both. Finally, Hades is rewarded for his patience. Gets that pick. And it's going to be a split onto A. Jacob goes down. Cypher might still be unknown. Oh, Lee might spot him. Yep, on the jump up. We'll catch him. Prime Taps will swing through for one, but it is only one. And Nork is in the most uncomfortable spot if he wants to save. And I don't know if he's going to be allowed to. Hades, make sure of it.
Great decision making there. Cypher's been playing close up towards Olaf this entire time, and Gives me just says smoke off main. We haven't had any contact in towards main for the longest. We're trying to split through both Ivy and Pop, so you just remove that angle, and then Lean's holding. And punishes. This move right here. Cypher could have got tricky with it, but by smoking that off, that just creates so much uncertainty for the defender in main. Really great work there. It's that small micro that genuinely just wins them around and stops it getting completely out of control. Last round of play here, and obviously you got a force here in the CT side, so you've got what, MP9s? I7s?
Gives me catches the lurk. And Prime Taps gets split in. So what do you do? Look in prime position to end the half with the lead.
It's a good catch.
Cheeky. What's Cypher at? Okay, this is a scary spot for him, but Lean's so low. Oh, Cypher? Yeah, nice. Freebie. Pushing forward. Can't get Demka. Next up will remove Ryu, so there is a chance here. The MP9 around the corner does a lot of damage. Jacob is going to rotate through Old Bomb. I think he's timing on it. Oh, he goes around the corner. Demka didn't spot him. The timing is ridiculous. Jacob doesn't know it, but Hades just slid in towards Hell. A tap on the bomb. Hades has to walk all the way around. A scope from far away that wasn't heard by Jacob. He might have just been spotted. Jacob up above, perfectly played. A huge 1v2 to give us a 6-6 half.
I think one of the teammates heard the scope because he immediately, see how he just immediately turned his head. It's a great info from BC Game. Brilliant clutch out of Jacob. And Gives Me thinks he's done enough, even though he falls here at upper B. He's like, okay, I've got the info. You just need to go in towards A at some point. They were trying to be really meticulous about getting out, but Cypher finding Lean, being a nuisance, which then creates a distraction to create this separation for Nexa to get the kills. And the favourable timing for JChem is everything. We're all even. remember, Monty, you feel like they need to win this map because Dust 2 has been really difficult for them. It's been a very good one for BC Game, and it is fast out A.
Bursting through the sandwich. Smoke the dual Berettas to get 2. Surprising, Nexter gets that trade back, but he doesn't slow down. Still another player. Hades can't get the second, and now he's under pressure. Oh, running out of bullets. Running out of bullets. Prime Tap secures it. Now you know where this final player is.
Yeah, but it's still, you're still not out of the woods.
No,
Okay,
you are.
Now you are. Both these pistol rounds have just been ridiculous. The double dualies, getting the kills here, and you think, okay, pretty much sorted. Nexa then gets this double, you start planting the bomb, Nexa runs out of ammo, and fortunately, Prime Taps is here. That didn't even look like he fired the gun.
No, he shot when he was already crouched down. That's, yeah. Well, Felico for Monty. Oh, that's interesting. Because that's one way to deal with a potential aggro play.
I like that the positions are mirrored. I like that Prime Taps is like coordinating all of the B aggression as the B player, so he knows what to expect.
That is actually a more fun role than the actual B CT player.
Go on, Demka. Get a kill. Another one, perhaps?
Nice try.
Nice.
Alright, I think that's all the silliness in this round as the pistols get mopped up. Gizmy is tucked in towards hell. Maybe he can catch someone off guard here. Oh. Prime Taps, maybe. Jacob, just moving about too much. Too hard to line up the shot.
NT. NT gears. That was just the eco. So now Monte have got everything at their disposal. Even a FAMAS to prioritize utility. Be interesting to see their approach, because BC Game were putting a lot of pressure onto making sure that they had A main, making sure that they had at least the bottom end of pop. And this is immediately just double smokes, no further utility. Cypher tasked with finding A main space, and for BC Game they're just going to hit B.
Man, oh, I thought he was going to get completely caught off guard, but he actually finds a kill and a lot of damage. Sets up Ryu, who does further onto one. Now, Nork will get that kill, but with the deep smokes on towards Connector, they have to force their way through the molly. Prime Tap's incredibly low. A re-smoke, but they're already ahead of this. Nork getting spammed out. The last bullet. Demka, outrageous double once again. And now it's Cypher in the backside with the Mach 10. Can't get the follow-up.
How did that go so wrong? That was all because Demka is able to get these kills. By the way, that was so close with no kit. Demka hits the banger shot on towards the player up close by Connector, and the follow-up.
I don't think they even knew Nork was there. I think that was just unlucky.
No. Well, the last bullet as he moved his crosshair.
Yeah.
Shot.
Ridiculous.
One of them. Bomb down, still plenty of kills. 2 players staying alive for Monty. Obviously, it's going to be a force in for BC Game. No AWP, but sprinkling of utility and aggression out of lane.
Well, enough to drop the molly anyway.
Oh. Can he see him? I can't see him.
Fine angles. Yeah, that smoke's actually quite disruptive. CJ can really have to really burn time off the clock there.
nearly the catch. Nexa nearly catching Demka out Ivy, but at least it's put him on notice. This is the reaction here for Monte. 2 players just pushing in towards A main to seize the control.
Time's ticking. Jacob's putting the pressure on towards Pop. Demka is actually pushing Ivy.
Yeah, Nork's holding.
He's walked his smoke, and Nork, yeah, seems so aware of it. He's going to spot him. Demka has to fall back. At least he doesn't go down for it. I like to play with low HP. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and they're shift walking. They're going to have seconds to plant this bomb. They have to start running. They have a single smoke to get out of here. They do. They're just going to brute force their way in. Prime Tap's on the trade. The bomb's in the open. Needs to get over. But Jacob, from heaven, takes down 2 before he falls. And in the last seconds, they get that bomb down. Fine margins, but BC Game will successfully take the round.
I'll tell you what, if you're Gizmy, you're thinking, how on earth have they planted on B here? Because I've set the team up for success. We can hear them running. We've got them to the point where they have to sprint down with no utility. And J-Chem has just killed 2 players. And then Nork's hit 1. Like, that is actually absurd. And that should not be happening. Quite frankly, that should not be happening at all. But that comes back to the conversation that we were speaking about before the game went live, about the individuals of BC Game and how they can just step up right when it matters. J-Chem has single-handedly won that round there for the T side.
That could have just gone so terribly wrong. Going
Absolutely.
dry. The bomb gets dropped. It's crazy. Jacob bails them out. It's been a few rounds that he's done that so far. Very brave to go for that late B hit. Especially when 2 players were already there defending it. But a crucial round.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the start to the second half. Monty have won 1. Monty have won 1 round in this second half. T-sides look really good, and you can amplify it more because there's just nothing if apart from that saved AK. Ryu's not going to clear this angle. Nexa gets a free B. Gizmy. It's also spotted. Nexa wide swings in. That's your AK dropped in no man's land.
Fragging out. Nexa joins Nork at top of the scoreboard. And he might get a chance for a few more kills. They really want to pick up that AK, but Nexa is looking after it. And between him and Cypher, they will deal with those pushes, so no one falls. Nice and clean against just that saved AK.
Okay, this has to be the Hades round. How many times have we said Hades? Not a lot. So he's now got the AWP. Uncontested AWP. Needs to turn on the charm. Needs to show us something for Monty. Because Demka's having a good game. Lean's been having a decent game. Need this AWP to get involved a bit more.
Oh my goodness, Cypher. That's one way to open it up. A spam onto Demka.
Oh, Gizmy's in trouble as well.
Jacob is threatening, but smoked at the moment at Pop. I mean, just getting a kill this early on and on such a pivotal player, you've got the whole world to work with.
Now Hades becomes a little bit paranoid about Ivy because you got the A main kill, but then they haven't poured out of A main. At least there's 2 players in B here for Monty. Gizmy might even be thinking about joining over with them. But the bomb is on Cypher's back, and he's just waiting outside A main. So this could be even a fake play just in towards Pop, is where they could end.
Yeah, if they go towards B, it'll be maybe disastrous. Maybe not. Oh, not good. Prime Taps will go down, but you're right. Look, they've just walked in.
Yeah, look at J-Chem.
Jacob's already in con. They have no idea. But Hades, he could still be a threat. In towards Ivy with the AWP, Jacob just fights forward. They've walked past each other. What's going on here? Lean. Okay, Jacob had no idea Lean was there. Lean just walks through, and now it's on to Nork, removed by Hades. What could have gone so right goes so wrong.
They're just not ready. They're just not ready for hell. That they assumed that Hades would have rotated all the way over towards B. That's the first time they've seen a fake. JKM's got so much room, but the path in out of Cypher, he comes out the right-hand side of main like that, and that drops the bomb and puts it completely out of context. This was a weird one between Lean and JKM, but a great round out of Hades. Said we needed him. We got him. Oh my god, Demka. Demka!
He's good. He's good.
Good, bro?
Just about.
Oh, this is aggro from Lean.
Very aggro. Solo too. Cypher tries to get aggro, he'll be punished. Brit on Brit action. Nice drop from Jacob.
Holy.
What can you do? They're going to group up and go towards B.
Yeah,
are
but
two
this time
defenders here.
Hades is here.
Murray's actually gotten up onto Heaven, so he's going to be able to push close. If they drop the smoke first, then that can neutralize Hades' position. Oh, the molly. Perfect. Oh, the shot even better. Jacob just one taps it. Well, burst fire, but the first bullet hits the head. So this player in Heaven. No, okay. Gone. The trump cards of the B bomb site fall, and the whole house comes down with them.
I didn't know you could throw a molly that far, you know? From top brown halls to connector, you can molly that. That's way better than a smoke.
Yeah, it's just got to make sure you've been, you know, warming up your arm muscles. It's a deep throw.
What a round to bring out, because you faked it the round before, and this time you just full commit into it. Smart calling out an Nexa. BC Games still make the gap even more further attainable for Monty. 2 steps away from stealing their map pick. JKM is flourishing in this new team as well. And as I say that, he buys a P90 and sells it.
Just a little bit trolling. X is called a fast round, and he's like, alright, boss, P90 purchased.
Oh,
No, no.
I will say, despite the scoreline being 11-8, I think fundamentally, like the mid stages of the rounds has always been in control of BC game. I think Nexa has just called masterfully in this map so far.
I mean, it's a rough comparison to make, right?
Yeah,
just
it's true.
With these IGLs, it's always going to be the situation. Nexa just has so much more experience. Oh.
Pardon?
What? Did he see? There must be a tiny slither gap there.
You saw the pixel, yeah.
That's crazy. Crazy cool.
Oh.
Listen, Jacob was playing this map in like when half of this team was in diapers on the other side.
1862. And now you've just got the rifles that were sort of invested in because you could. That's one of them. Don't think you really want to challenge this for your BC game. But no, they're going to. Demka now spotted. And Nexa will just claim his life.
Dude, Nexus looking so good. Like, I feel like... Ooh, hold up. Before I start gushing, gives me... Never mind. Nexa, of course. Yeah, I feel like if you watched without any of the HUD, the rifle kills between Jacob and Nexa, it would actually be hard to decide whose is whose.
That's a really big compliment as well. His individual level has been remarkable, as you said, before we went live. And it's good that he's showcasing that here again. 2 rounds only on the CT side for Monty. Hades can't afford an AWP, so he's got an AUG. Which, back in the day on CSGO train, when the org meta was rife, that was fun.
Yeah, I still love playing the Krieg on the T side of this map as well. Jacob's aware of this push. Prime taps. In fact, everyone's hanging out. That's such a classic Jacob double. The inspect midway through, but Lean has delivered a clean 3 until Nork runs him down with the techie. 2 on 2. Demka's just pushed Ivy.
Demka. Yeah, this is great. This is so smart. This is the last thing that Cypher's going to be expecting. Hades gets close. They're going to walk out pop, but I mean, Demka's won the entire round here. Unless Cypher considers this, unless he turns around and stares at A main, which he shouldn't do. Yeah, Demka's won it.
Yeah, should have. Don't count Nork out of anything. He's hoping for an overextension, but with the time on the clock, yeah, they can just sit in passive positions. And I think Nork will get spotted here. No, maybe not. Okay, now he'll get spotted. Beautiful maneuvering from Demko, and it cuts that 2 on 2. Never expecting that position.
Unbelievably good. Even the secondary position from A main to back bomb site. Why on earth would you expect that? If you're Nork. Cypher's on the Galil, Prime Taps is on the Tech 9. You got the hero core on the best weapons. It makes sense. This can still be a one-round game. If Monte win this, BC Gamer got an eco, and then it would be 12-11. And Hades has gone over to B.
They're going to try and burst through this. Lean did well last time he was tested. This time it's a 1-for-1, but where is Hades at? Device with the AWP. And actually manages to fall back. There was a real chance he got to go removed by Prime Taps, who just kept scaling. They keep scaling. They keep coming to him, and he'll just take those fights. What a round from Hades.
What a round from Hades, but also, like, what are they doing? Like, to be honest with you, BC Game, because, look, one player scaling in towards Connector with the Tech 9, fine. But Cypher swings out to try and trade him on a 1v1. It's not happening. And then there's another 1v1. Look at the delay here. There's so much delay between Hades fighting Cypher and fighting Nork. That feels really silly.
Yeah, Cypher just needed to plant. Nork was never going to be able to trade him there with the AWP. Like, it's just not easy. So we might get the full... Well, we should get the full 24 rounds because we have just pistols.
Prime Taps is pretty good on the Deeg. I don't think it's enough to win the round, but his Deeg... It does hit diff.
It's Prime.
Yeah.
Don't mean no Amazon.
Don't mean no drink.
Two cringe things.
Oh well, unlucky Prime Taps.
Oh, they can get the bomb down. Maybe?
Nah.
It's a shame. First play got over, but yeah, reinforcements arrived. And a quad kill.
No warp. No warp for Nork. So what's next to got? Because this is now just all AKs. One round between winning the map and going OT. This would suck so much for BC Game if they've dropped the ball here and it goes OT, because now they've got the chance of potentially just not winning the map and it would go free. So important round for Monty. A super important round. Well, they're just bursting out. They're just changing the pace.
Alright, yeah, Cypher's already gotten very close up red. Jacob really wants to walk out here. Timing is good for him. Hades is back in towards hell. Or heaven, sorry. Removed by Prime Taps. Demka with the secondary orb will strike true. Lean is going to walk all the way back to Con. Bombs on Nork's back, and Demka swaps to an M4 and goes to group up with Lean. BC game. Just going to stick the plant. I think they've just read this, that this player from Ivy has rotated. But if they double up and move in towards Con, could be trouble for them. Demka is in this position. He's actually sat back. He's expecting the push. It was a low HP player though. So Prime Tap's in the prime position to win this out. But Lean is slow on the approach, and now Demka is baited out of the position, the fight forward, and the swing in, but Lean will connect. And that will be overtime secured for Monty.
I don't know. You have taken all of Connector. Why are you pushing into the B bomb site? Well, when the bomb is planted, firstly, not for you. Secondly, on A. I don't know about that one, to be honest. Like, you've got the space, you can just set up a crossfire, but take nothing away from the way Demka plays that, because he gets the kill and he just waits. He says, Lean, you have to be the next point of contact here. I'm just going to jiggle. I'm going to start shooting. As soon as I get confirmation, I'm just going to drop the molly. It will force him into this fight with me, and then you can just trade. So it was really well played from Monty. At the same time, in that 2 versus 2, Nork had the option to pick up an AWP at backside because Hades had died there. And they could have played just a normal 2v2 after plant. Instead, they push in towards the B-bomb site. I understand taking space, but that is way too much space.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because it was planted back bomb. They thought maybe you could push all the way through and like wrap. Hades in a position that's impossible to get out of, but he can just fight his way out, and he'll do that. 2 quick kills in towards Pop. Demka ready for Cypher's push. Monty looking poised to take the lead. Nexa will remove Demka, but it comes at a big cost.
Good
Hades
catch.
quick. Huge round with that AWP.
He's really powered up into this. Took him a very long time to get active, but he's quickly scaled from like 9 kills to 19 incredibly efficiently. Gizmo will also enter the equation. First blood drawn by Monty in OT.
Be a scary spot to take the AWP, especially so committed, like not playing in the doorway, because like I said, there's just no fallback there. You do have that little cubby you can swing in and out of, as we saw, but you know, a deep molly, anything like that can really put you under pressure. But if you're hitting shots like that, it doesn't matter.
What a day. We were teased about overtime in that first best of 3. Every single map went the distance, and then this series, first map, instant bang, OT.
It didn't really feel like it was going that way, right? It felt
No,
like
it
BC
didn't
game
at
we're really going to run away with this, but a couple of critical rounds towards the end, Monty able to push us all the way, and now they've taken the lead.
He's back.
Demka, he's back.
We'll match medic so he gets his armor. I think he was still alive, but regardless, we'll match medic it.
No, he did go down to Nexa, right?
Oh, okay.
I think. At the end of that round.
Yeah, you're right, he
Then
did.
Hades traded.
Did he get his armor? Interesting.
Oh,
There
there
we
we go.
Yeah, he had 10k. There we go. That's better. We want to be fair here.
Especially if they lose this round.
Yeah. I haven't really seen BC game go for these same like Ivy pushes that Monte were doing on T side. Nexa tried to... I think Nexa was just seeing what the control was like in this round. He was like, okay, I'm going to go Luck Ivy. I'll see what's going on. These B hits have been pretty decent for BC game. Pop has been a area that they just cannot get.
Monte have put a lot of emphasis on fighting that in different varieties. We've seen them pushing up from B-side. We've seen them pushing Pop Dog as a duo. I think during regulation it wasn't really working for them. We saw Jacob like get multi, punishing that sort of play. Let's see. That round got undone by one player. It happens. This one looks to be more heavily towards B. No on Ivy. Bomb going to be going there with Nexa. Cypher just post up an A main to keep bodies here. But Hades is on the B bomb side.
Yeah, makes sense. This is the only thing that's really worked. Perfect time for that re-smoke. You haven't put any pressure anywhere else. Cypher is just sort of left to lurk. But Hades is going to be on a really advanced line. How's that? What has it hit? What's that nade hit to do that? Look at this. Oh, what? Huh?
It's okay. Kill comes through and trades. Oh, Nexa. There we go. Hades is still here at Oil. But they know about this because he fired off the shot. How does he catch Cypher there? Oh, the drop down. A leg. Hades is somehow still alive through all of this, and they hold for Nexa's push.
What?
I don't know how Cypher died.
Because he pushed Hades again. Oh no, that was Nork. I don't know. I don't know how Cypher died either.
Because that was a 3-on-2 at that point. You know where
Nexa
Hades
gets
is.
3 kills.
It just feels like you can just plant the bomb.
Yeah. They don't. Again, they just don't do it. Great round out of Nexa. It's a shame that they can't get by this AWP.
Listen, Hades is not missing anything when he's backed into a corner.
Oh! Sharp out of Demka. No, shout out Nork onto Demka. I'm losing my mind. And here we go. Back to this Ivy space that felt more open. Oh, love that from Ryu. Just goes and peeks his head just over the top. See if there's anyone in close A main. And he didn't see anyone. Ouch. But are you ready for Gizmy?
And Hades. Alright. Kind of just on the Gizmy. Really nice off angle. Working with the AWP in tandem. As 2 players spotted. Close E-box. So that's going to... Yeah, they're going to accelerate out Ivy. That's being accounted for now. In fact, very much accounted for. All the CTs go over expecting this sort of maneuver. And Nexa will fall to Gizmy. Nork, ready for the trade. Hades is still in towards Hell. This round's a little bit weird. Hades is again in one of these strange positions, but you still feel like he's going to bring out something special here.
You know, Cypher's got the bomb again, so he actually needs to just maneuver over safely. Oh, okay, they've seen him. But Lean can push the smoke potentially. 20 seconds. Cypher overwhelmed Lean on the double swing back. Can't get by Prime Taps. And you know that Hades was over here, but he's found the pistol kill. And now he's pushed Prime Taps off the bomb. And Prime Taps has got 1 HP. Hades just dancing with him. Timing issue. But Prime Taps just hits the instant headshot. BC game. Finally have a lifeline in overtime.
That's why they call him Prime Taps, baby. I thought he'd absolutely... drop the ball there when he doesn't commit to the plant. But wow, great attempt from Monty to bring this back. I loved how dynamic Gizmy and Hades were. Just moving around, finding these different opportunities. What a way to win out the 1v1 though. Lean, cheeky pushing through. Could have finished the bomb plant, but damn. That's one way to get it done. That's the only T round they got, and this has been very much a mostly T-sided affair. 7 rounds for each team in regulation.
What a game. What a game. Team 13. Odds have shifted as well over at stake. It was BC Game being the favourites for the longest time, and Prime Taps has just been demolished by Util. Good counterplay here from Monty just to punish that push.
Nice run base, but Hades doesn't see anything on the other side. Nexa has been playing close towards Ivy Hell, so he won't peek out or drop the smoke and delay. Demka just sends the lurk out, but next to the head, so he'll know that no one's committing this way. It'll keep the rest of the CTs in position. The big issue is B, where Prime Taps is very low. But at least they can push. Cypher actually will begin to crawl up with the ult by his side. Timing of this could be terrible or it could be brilliant. Are they going to be ready for this pop dog aggression? They'll clear it. They have to fall back. Nork stays in the line with the AWP.
No one's on B.
No one's on B. They've rotated off completely. Because of this aggressive push. It's a completely free bomb site.
How do you retake this? Oh. I didn't know you could see under that.
He's looking at feet.
Oh, and lean.
Looking at
Just
heads.
removes Prime Taps. Hades is now followed up onto Nexa. You can't go for this. I mean, you have to because it's OT, but like, I don't see any way in. J-Chem will find one. Demka now tucked in the corner. He's still got to get by the AWP. Hades is playing out by Oil. Time ticking. A real factor. Finally, Hades has been removed, but it's Demka striking in the back line. Cypher's sticking. Cypher is just sticking the bomb, but Ryu will punish him. Nearly, but not quite. It's Monte up to map point.
Yeah, I mean, the reason there's no one on B right is Prime Taps is on like 40 HP, so he plays a very passive position, but maybe a little too passive in that situation. Like, I understand, like, tucking in a device or something, but he was literally in CT spawn. I think they were getting a little ahead of themselves on the setup. They thought, okay, we'll get the information on the pop dog push. And they got the information all right, but Monty makes the decisive call, and now they're on 15. Looking to take their map pick. Demka charging out, put down by Nork. Wide swing from Nexa, manages to get one, and that's a lot of information. Bomb spotted, gives me known. And Nork is over here with the AWP.
Lean. Oh, this is a risk and a half taken by Lean. And Nork drops Gizmy. So that's the bomb. But Lean's behind Nork, aware of it to a certain extent. Cypher can't trade. Where's Hades? He's been legged and damaged in all of this. He might have a free runway. He's going to take this risk and just push B. So they've got sight, but they don't have bomb control.
Yeah, I mean, not much he can do here. But Lean can be sent on a mission. Killing the Cypher without taking any damage. Puts it into the 2-on-2. Again, a situation where you feel like BC Game had the round in their hands. But they don't know where Hades is, and that's the big concern. And Lean finds another. He's putting this together all by himself. Jacob swings out, gets that kill. Remember, Hades incredibly low from earlier. With the AWP, he just needs one bullet. Jacob walks into him, and that is how Monty do it. It takes overtime, but they take train.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, what a performance, not only from Gizmy, but also from Lean. Lean was amazing. Like, I got a lot of time for Lean because he's been under a lot of scrutiny. obviously being promoted from the academy, has had a really rough go of it, and as you said, the opponents have just been really tough, really difficult to contend with, and he stepped up in a really big way. Hades, immaculate BC game, you felt like they had that in the palm of their hands, and they dropped the ball. Monty, make no mistake, in overtime. Dust 2 coming up next. You think BC game should have this one dead to rights, but I mean, you don't really know anymore, to be honest, do you, Lucy? Like, the fact that BC game dropped that map 1 is spectacular, really.
Yeah, I mean, great showing from Monty. Their first half was great, 7 rounds on the T side, and, you know, being able to pull it back towards the end to force it to OT. Brilliant stuff from Monty. We said it was must win. Dust 2 is up next to pick a BC game. Can they force a third? Or will Monty provide the upset? We'll find out after this break.
Wow, that was actually a ridiculously fun map as CS to watch, because you've got BC Game that came back, brought themselves into it, looked like they were going to take it, then Monte and Hades just step up, Lean has a great game, and all of a sudden you find yourself in overtime, Monte wins, and now you go on to BC Game's map of D2, which has looked really good for them recently. But now with Monte, with everyone stepping up, that's an exciting Monte that we've not really seen yet.
Yeah, massive props to Lean. That was his first positive rated game since joining Monty. Obviously, he's only played, three games before now, but yeah, huge performance out of him. Gizmy, I felt, was calling a good game as well. Really impressed, particularly on the CT side, the rotations that they were bringing in, the moving about in the mid round. But Hades was the hero of training for Monty, and that's why I'm kind of scared for BC Game going into Dust 2, because this is a map for AWPers, and if Hades is hitting the shots he was hitting on Train on Dust 2, this could be the upset of the day.
It could be. It really could be. I think we need to see a little bit more out of the riflers as well, though. Like, again, Gizmy had a good game. Lean needs to be more consistent. Ryu needs to step up as well, because that wasn't the same Ryu that Monty are used to having. I think Demka was brilliant, like an unsung hero in those clutch moments, in those 2v2s, in the player advantages. He was always playing to the point where he wasn't dying. And if he was, there was A, guaranteed trade, or B, he was taking at least a couple down with him at the very end. In the UK head-to-head, Gizmy v Cypher, Gizmy came out on top in that, not only just from the map win, but also in the stats. And it's a shame, because you take a look at that for BC Game, and I even said it during the cast, like, it did feel like they were in control for the majority of the game, but as soon as overtime hit, a flip switched, and Monte were like, okay, we've done the hard bit now, we're just going to close. They didn't look back. They gave one round, but for Dust 2, this is going to be a hard map to call against Nexaron. That is the danger here.
Yeah, it's a reason why they're so strong on it for BC Game. 75% win rate on this map. It is by far their strongest. They've lost one of their last 7 games on it. So, and a lot of them have been pretty one-sided affairs too. So they definitely still are probably expected to push this to a third map. But yeah, anything can happen, because I didn't expect that first map to go the way it did. So I'm hoping that we get another exciting match out, and I think Monty are definitely looking a lot better than they have been in the last few series. I think that's their most it's their first map win, basically, and since Dihar left. So great way to get things started with this new roster. Finally getting that map win under your belt. Now it's going to make it a series win.
But can you do that? That's the question. That's the difficulty here for Monty. I was just looking at BC Games results as you were speaking about it, and they've got some really good ones as well. Like the previous victories, one came today against Parry Vision. Previous time they played it was also against Parry Vision. So you've got a good sort of repertoire. If Nork is out-warping Jame, you can certainly out-warp Hades. It's just whether or not right now, right here, you're going to get that, because Monty, they got to be feeling themselves. And look at this push up mid instantly. Demka's found J-Chem. That's a great start. Counter flash is over, but Demka moves back. Oh,
Lean doesn't.
Lean just goes forward.
That's another kill, but Cypher does get one back. Hades got gushed down low, so he has to fall all the way back. Still got a double setup in towards lower. In fact, Hades at low HP is going to push all the way through. This is going to allow them to focus more players over towards A, and that is where BC Game intend to go. Cypher spots out one towards long, and again, 2 players brought down low. Complete fallback from Gizmy. Just decides to let them have this space, play the retake. They don't have the kit, but they do have the player advantage.
And they've got the split, right? One long. Gizmy just needs to live. Gizmy cannot swing here. Because if he does, that gives up all the space, and it denies this short opportunity. So Gizmy's playing it perfectly. Now he'll start to go to apply a little bit of pressure. Cypher will remove him. 2 versus 3. And in fact, all the players of BC Game chip up in a big way. Cypher with 4. And somehow they fight forward from the site.
UKCS, baby. Just about gets this kill into Gizmy. Last bullet, and then these are beautiful shots out. One from each side, straight to the head. Close round though. BC Game do well just to accelerate up through short after having this fight and seeing players disappear into lowers. Hearing the spam through the doors as well means that in most there's one on A. They identify that and they find the path to get the bomb down.
They'll be kicking themselves, BC Game, if they have let Train slip and then they come out on Dust 2 and they just run rings around Monty. Monty aren't going to be happy with the way that panned out. Oh, boost didn't really work for Lean. Oh, but Demka in towards mid, just firing off some bullets over at Nork, but the control's been gathered. It's going to be another one of these short hits. It's a rinse and repeat.
Perhaps. Bomb's over towards B. But they do look to maybe group up. Really don't want to trip over their shoelaces here. The Deagle's just spamming off. They've got them a little bit cautious. And they actually connect any shots. Gives me deleted. Now, Deagle of Lean under pressure. Gets one before he goes. But Jacob on cleanup duty. The Inspect Key King. It's a bit of damage done. Especially with Jacob and Nexa being brought low.
You really want to save the Deeg, Demka? No armor?
Maybe just repositioning. Try and catch someone off. Don't know if he'll be given the opportunity. Maybe he will. Nope. So he will save the dig.
Yeah, it was only like, what, 2 Deegs invested into that? So that was, for all intents and purposes, an eco. So you're going to get everything out. There won't be an AUT for Hades, but there will be M4s. The buy is actually a little bit better than that of BC Games. You compare it directly. Those B spawns. No, never, never, never look at the B spawns.
Commit through the smoke, the spam. Oh, Jacob actually takes down his teammate on the way out, but they do get out. Nexa, in fact, walking through, removes Hades. I don't know how Hades doesn't have the advantage in that. So 3-on-3. Smoke deployed towards long, but again, you don't anticipate BC Game respect this. The flashbang, though, is perfection. Gizmy swings out, removed through the smoke. So many ridiculous smoke kills in this round. And Nork has to come in clutch. Molly is good. And the blow on the smoke. 2 players in the open. The spray can't get it done. Monty, get on the board.
Yeah, really good proactive flashbang. You spoke about the smoke going forward for Gizmy, and he's like, okay, just in case they disrespect us, just let's have that flash. Let's just fight forward. Have to make that split decision as an in-game leader. Do you want to fight or do you want to bunker down? Correct decision there is fighting. And it works out really well. And the correct decision is fighting because everyone commits into it. If they're not all swinging at the same time, they could have got a little bit pear-shaped. But no, Monte, they will battle back. A couple of Tech 9s on both Nexa and Prime taps. But the money still isn't great here for Monte. That was expensive.
All right, lane to be tested. No, they decide not to commit through. Thought about it for a second. Might go for a second volley towards B. Lurk smoke deployed. Could well be the split. Although Cypher scales up towards short. So they're going to fake that they are going for that mid to B, but it does look like A is where they We'll at least take a look at. Hades with the scout towards car. Gizmy's tucked, and you got a player out long. Demko's investigate along doors and see nothing. And Hades gets to take pot shots while Gizmy sits tucked, and he'll stand. The flames come through. Don't do enough damage to take down Cypher. Nexa tucked in, not cleared. Peeks up at the perfect time and takes down 2. Who cares if he doesn't have a rifle? The pistol will get it done, and he's done enough. Hades nopes out. Lean has such little HP. Really looked like Monty had the position to win that, but the Tech 9 from Nexa in short does enough.
Also, it just gives me not getting that second kill. And Hades completely disengages. That's actually the difference. Goes back to what we were saying about players fighting compared to players not fighting. There was a bait and switch when the Hades doesn't go back in to try and help out Gizmy. But that's all on Nexa. That whole round is on Nexa being able to get 2.5 kills with the Tech 9. Demka doesn't clear him. A ridiculous amount of damage from the in-game leader.
I think Hades only connected the one tag as well. Which is a shame. They're going to force around these rifles. Demka drops a nice HE and he will escape, so it's an exchange of space. Push up towards middle. Monty, again, proactive in the CT mid-rounds. They'll get the information that literally everyone is at long. They can just lock this in now. And you kind of feel like you just park this MP9 up and bring the rifle back around to support your players on A.
Yeah, you should. Break on the smoke as well is going to be a little bit dangerous for the CT players. Hades then wants to take further contact. They're pushing through. They're pushing through. Hades does catch wind of it. That's messy. But Nexa will still get the find anyway. A break on the smoke. They're not prepared. Why are you not looking at Nexa? Ryu will eventually turn around, but the damage of the space, it might already have been done. Here comes this long lurk, but Gizmy's being held for. 3 versus 2. Oh. 2 versus 1, and Naught's got no HP. Monte have just turned that round on its head for no discernible reason.
Incredible. I mean, they had all the information, but that looked incredibly scary when Hades gets caught out long, even Pride Tap's turning for that kill. But Cypher, he gets caught planting the bomb. The jump up. I wonder if we'll see that back. It's just with the SMG as he's trying to plant the bomb, and that denial from Demka is everything. It was like a last second fadeaway.
We saw some ridiculous rounds before, but that one might just take the cake. They had no business winning that round. And off the back of Hades' contact, he's now going to flash Gizmy forward in towards top middle. Oh, how has no one died?
1 player on 1 HP, 1 on 9. And long control completely in the hands of BC Game. Lovely little blow in the smoke. Demka tracks Jacob. Nork will now try his attempt at crossing. Successfully does so. He has the bomb. Or prime taps. Yeah, burnt out. Demka's utility has been brilliant. Oh, and another HE. It just does not get any easier. They're being bullied. And it's Nexa. Has to do everything. Up and over. We'll convert the spray. And out long. Gizmy's low. He doesn't want to try that little peek again. Problem is the bomb's in CT. So for Nexa recovering, that's even going to be a mission in of itself. Six HP. There's not a lot for him to do except hope that someone over peaks, gets caught off. I think Lean's angle can actually see the bomb. A smoke will land on it. So that's going to force Gizmy to maybe move a little bit further forward. Next is waiting for this play. But time's ticking, and he still doesn't have the bomb. That's what he's been looking for. A little head, and he'll connect the shot. 10 seconds left. Lean spotted, but Nexa not able to get his gun out in time.
I tell you what, he plays that so patiently that it nearly just works. And if he had his gun out there, then Lean's dead. Gizmy's 1 HP. But before you even get to that point, you got to talk about Demko. You said it in the moment, but the utility, the molly on towards ramp, the double nade break on CT to give him and Hades the angle. In fact, he's done so much work that he's just been DC'd from the server. Last time this happened, he was back quite quickly, and now we hope for the same result.
Yeah, he's having a great game here. He had some impact rounds on train, but overall fragging output wasn't the highest. And Lean is just continuing to be brilliant. He's really, really showing the haters what's what. I think it must be really tough, right? When you're like this young guy that's been brought up from the academy, you've been put into a team that has been at the top of tier 2, you know, so many times and is going through this restructuring, so many new faces, so many changing parts. And you're just kind of thrust into there, and yeah, it's going to be rough for your debut, and you have to deal with the fact that you know you're not performing to your level. You know that you can do a lot better, but then you're also going to see people talking about how you're performing, right? And that's not going to feel good, like depending how you know, much you shield yourself from that sort of thing. So it's a lot for a young guy to be put into. So it's great to see him bouncing back in this series, and I've been really impressed.
Also, you got to think about just the normal circumstances. I mean, Gizmy and Ryu being promoted from Monty Gen to Monty would have been known internally, but you are playing on an academy team. The academy team then gets dropped because Gizmy and Ryu get promoted. So now you're thinking, okay, what do I do with my future? You're probably trying out for a couple of teams. Then you get this news, okay, Deher wants to step down. Am I in the conversation for the run-in? Yes, you're being brought in, but you're replacing Deher. That's already tough as it is. So, full credit to him, and I do hope he kicks on because he's a very good player. We've seen him quite a lot in CCT, performing under the Monty Gen banner, and he was being very consistent, especially right towards the end of the academy project. So, I do hope he proves people wrong, and I think he will.
Chance now for Monty to take the lead. BC Gamer on the pistols. They're all just chilling out, hoping to see if Monty get bored and push them. I have to say, Brandon, I think I'm really getting on board the Gizmy hype train.
Yes.
I really enjoyed the CT sides so far from Monty.
He's really good. Obviously, in-game lead-in, he did it like a few years ago in like main, so it's like okay. And then he became more of a rifler. He stepped away from the IGL role, then took it up in Monty Gen. That's hard to just do naturally. And then he gets this promotion to the main team as the in-game leader at such a young age. Let's top it all off. He's a lovely, lovely man.
And with the most like British name imaginable as well.
Nice.
Good kills
True.
for Hades.
I'm trying to think. You know the Insomnia you casted?
Yeah. Oh, he
Like,
played
ages
in that.
ago.
I remember
He
him playing
played
that.
in
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. But that was his first like stage game, and his mum was there to watch him.
Oh, really?
That was sweet. Yeah.
Oh. That is nice.
Not again.
Oh,
Come
come
on,
on.
guys. What are we doing here? I don't know what the issue is. I'm trying to look.
All right. You're in the Matrix.
I can tell you it's another Monty tech pause, which means it's probably something going on with Demka again.
Yeah, he hasn't bought, so yeah. I can only assume that's the case.
Oh, he's fixing his settings. Okay. That's a new one.
He's looking up the Emma view model.
Yeah.
Saw Nico doing it. It's like, alright. I want a slice of that.
No AWP, more notably for BC Game. Hades has got his, already seen him just destroying people with it. But Nork doesn't have his, and the disparity is starting to grow a little bit. It's worrying when Nexa is the highest performing player. It's similar to the Gizmy conversation. You've got to give the same credit to Nexa. Yes, he's been performing very well individually, but he's not the player that should be at the top of the board. It should be JChem. It should be Nork in some respects. It should be Cypher. And yes, there's only 3 kills in it, but you just want them to power up.
Yeah, I think Nork in particular. Both him and Hades had a pretty good showing on map 1. Well, Hades in particular, but I feel like Nork was keeping up.
Yeah, 19 kills.
Actually, he had the same amount of kills.
Oh,
24.
nice.
So Hades were maybe a little more impactful, given Monty won the map. But yeah, Nork was definitely finding his impact. So I'd love to keep watching that head-to-head be even. Aggression.
Oh, this is aggressive.
Into lowers. Jacob spots it out though. Doesn't get caught off. And so now if you're the CTs, you kind of feel like you're in an awkward spot because you can't fight forward. And you don't have the support to push B tunnels to help you out because it's the AWP on site. So instead, they fight up top middle. They call another player over. Nexa might be in trouble actually from the push indoors. They just keep getting aggressive. Lean is not slowing down. Another double kill from him. Cypher is low with the bomb. Flashbang hits everyone. Oh, Cypher's surely done for. Oh, not the HE. Demka gonna swing. Okay. Cypher is stuck.
Yeah.
Even if Shaken finds this kill, which he won't, the only way out is if Prime Taps can work it. But Cypher's caught, and Lean was going to town. Prime Taps, maybe a chance in this. Brought down so low though, and yeah, there's Demka pushing. When the first aggression doesn't work, just keep getting more aggro.
Yeah, Ryu gets caught, and I think, oh, that's going to be just the fallback. But no. Lean just keeps pushing. This is an important find as well from Hades onto JChem. Two-round buffer, no bomb plants in a very long time for BC Game. They're going to have to try and work it. They're going to potentially go in towards B or lowers. But this has sort of been read into. You still got this double setup. Counter mollies by Gizmy. Hades can quickly rotate towards B if they go that way.
Gonna try split into B. We've not really seen this B site tested at all yet. It's been very A focused. It's where the youngsters lie, but Lean almost turns around for a fourth. He is really stepping up in a big way. I can't believe he gets that third kill. And that sends a firm message. This B site won't be easy to take.
No, it won't. And what's cool here again is the CT adaptation. This time they don't push in towards lowers, but they still have 2 players in B. They've still got Hades in towards middle. They're still providing a threat. And there's always going to be just an extra pair of hands to help out for Monty. This CT side is going superbly. And when things don't work, maybe it's time to try and rush long. Demka's got to be so careful. He just moves away.
Yeah, he hasn't
no
overcommitted to
further part in
these. They actually really love throwing this smoke.
It's the FlyQuest one, right?
Yeah, it's become super meta. It's really cool.
mean, Monty know what's up here. They obviously can see the long control, but off the back of that, Lean's pushed with a secondary orb in towards upper B. You've got Ryu that's cleared all of lowers. They've got no map control outside of this long hit. And now you can just re-smoke if you're Demka.
Flash being set up. First one, and then a follow-up as well, just in case they dodged it. Demka doesn't see anything, they're not committed through that smoke. Yeah, they can't do anything. Hades just posted up, so there's literally no escape. Except going all the way through spawn, which is why is this forward angle taken by Lean with the secondary orb. I guess that's the only thing in BC Game's favor. If they are able to get the bomb down, the retake is really tough with that orb at B. 4 players ready for this crawl up. They're silently going. There's that blow in the smoke. Cypher gets past, but Gizzy playing a lovely little headshot angle. Ready for him. Hades just flies down. Drops on him. And they're just getting picked apart once more. The utility relentless. Nork doesn't even get a chance to play the post plant because they didn't even get a chance to plant.
So smart. Just so smart from Monty. Just the immediate activation. BC Game have been going with pack mentality on T side. It hasn't ever been any of these splits. Let's see if Nork can hold on to this orb. Looks like he will be able to. So you just immediately just push and take the space back, and then you know it's there. You put one orb holding deep in towards spawn, you put another orb holding on towards short on the top mid cross. Oh, they're iced out, and now you've got 3 riflers that can just keep recycling their utility and just cut out long. It's brilliant. That's the only word for it. It is brilliant. Last time we had the conversation as well about kills, Nork has found like 2 more. Jacob and Cypher have not moved off 5.
This is good because we really glazed BC Game coming into this, and now we, can just enjoy Monty completely crushing everything that we said. Lean's secondary orb wasn't noted either, so he still has that up his sleeve. Oh, flagged. At least it is onto that secondary orb, but he's going to be under pressure. You can see a lot of players leaning over this side.
So is he. Get it? 'Cause it's called
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's... That actually did take me a second.
This is the first time we've seen Demka in this short angle. Like playing for the fadeaway and the drop off. Are they just gonna swing?
Such a wacky buy they've got. Yeah, look, it's a 5-player push up through short. They all swing in tandem. They don't have the utility to get this scaling. Hades not blinded. Guess he will go down to Nork. So remember that AWP is in play. And Jacob hits a blinder. Hades doesn't get a chance. Oh, Demka. He's not noted. Perfect trigger discipline. That is outrageous. Slides in, and now right hits another. Next up, with the Deagle, slides behind side boxes, and now he's spotted. Demka takes him down. What a moment of brilliance from Demka.
He's brilliant. I mean, this is so fantastic from Demka. He knows he's got a time, and he's like, wait, they're not shooting at me. They have no idea that I'm stuck here. They got rid of Gizmy. They got rid of Hades. They thought that was going to be enough, but there was a third element. There was a fly in the ointment here for BC Game, and it's Demka playing this to perfection. And he even stays alive and gets the last kill on Nexa. 8-3. This half has been so one-sided.
I can't believe he gets away with that. His positioning is so good at times. I don't think I've seen him give up an opening death over towards A at all either. Hades. We'll be okay. Jacob not far enough forward to try and disrespect that.
Look how
in
confident
back.
this angle is from Demka.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill you.
Slight offie.
Lead on another one. It's still this double setup on towards B. They're really respecting the fact that BC Game can just throw this into a B site hit, and if they do, they need to get by Hades. There's something that gives me on the secondary AWP, so you are still holding long, you are still holding B.
If they go to B, this will only be the second time in this entire half that they've gone B.
They're doing it.
They're doing it. All right. Let's see. They held against the Tech 9s. Can they do it? Against the Rifles. Hades removes the Tunnel player. That's the only threat from Tunnel. Lean goes 1 for 1. Jacob removes Hades. That's huge. That gives them the sight.
Oh,
Demka hits a tag.
so low.
Gizmy's running him down and Ray running him down. You're right next to low. Demka as well. They got time to work with.
Yeah, they do. Demka's just going to be really loud in towards tunnels, and he's going to make JChem and Nexa move and really focus on the position, and they're going to burst out. Look at Gizmy. Gizmy's on site. Flashbang, exceptional to set up Gizmy. And now it's JChem in the 1v2. Needs to hit the spray transfer, but can't do it. Ryu's there, and more than enough time to get the defuse over the line. Perfect retake by Monty. They take 9 in this first half.
We said Monty would have to win Train to win this series, but it looks like that might have been flipped on its head. It might have been BC Game that had to take that map, because this Dust 2, it has just been Monty's the whole way through. Just 3 rounds to post on this T side, and they all came in the first 4, right? This is the pistol, the second round, and then the 4th round. That's it.
It's not going well. And you gotta remember, this is BC Game with just a ridiculous win rate on this map.
Monty got
Monty's been
13-1 like 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. It's a great angle out of JChem. And Ryu just dodges the bullets, and he says, ooh, space. Cypher, Nexa pushing lean to be tested, but why on earth would you test this man? Can't get the second, but it creates the space for Monty just to accelerate.
You got the information that Nexa's there. He's going to start to run back. Prime Taps ready for this drop down. Demka is punished for it, so it looks like the response is good. Little jump up attempt. The Hades in the 1v3, and they're just trying to run him down with the pistols. Nexa will deliver it. 3 from him in the pistol. BC Game take both pistols on Dust 2.
Yeah, it was 3k for Nexa here. It was a 4k for... Wow! Cypher got a 4k in the pistol. He's had 1 kill all the rest of the game.
Oh. Yeah.
Sorry, Cypher. That's not the stat.
Well. Chance to get some more here with the MP9.
I don't know. Based on the games today, it's a 9-3 half. We're going OT, or we're going map 3, to be honest.
Yeah, most likely. That's how everything has gone thus far today. I think every series has gone 3 maps.
Apart from that Sashi Z10 one. There should be no hope in this. And there isn't. Shooting fish in a barrel for Nexa and JChem. That's got to feel pretty nice. 9-5 though, you are still worlds away from making this happen. And Lean's now got an AK.
Actually, it's a glue.
Oh, he sold it.
Shields you out long, but not a commitment. 3 players from the CT side want to lock this down. Well, they want to get aggro. Okay, yeah. Behind the HE, Nork will push with the MP9. But if they go for a mid to B here, it'd be a great call. Double peek from Demka. Primetaps will get one back, two back. How's he found a second there? Cypher gets the trade. And a 2-on-3. Nexa, not expecting lean, but Nork will get the kill in towards middle. How do you recover this bomb if you're lean? Gets himself an M4. Knows the rough positioning of these two players. Cypher is low. But Nork's just playing for contact. Making sure that bomb's still there. They can play off each other in this fashion. And yeah, Cypher will
As on site, Cypher gets the trades and they play that. As on site, Cypher gets the trades and they play that 2v1. Much better. Out of BC game. No bomb plant, no money. For Monty, has to be another one of these half buys. And their T side feels pretty disjointed. I will say. It's a very early days. It is one gun round, but Primetap should never have gotten 2 kills there.
Yeah, I did like the call to go mid to be there, but yeah, Primetap's getting 2. Feels like an overperformance from that position. It's a shame because the other 2 pieces of that worked well for Monty, right? Catching out Jacob over towards A site, and then they actually did remove Primetaps, but Cypher stepping up when Primetaps falls.
It's so weird actually if you're just thinking about the trajectory. It's so weird actually if you're just thinking about the trajectory of this BC game roster, because before Cypher and Nork came into it, they were playing with Guardian.
Okay.
In big 2025.
Cheeky.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay, they've actually gotten some kills. Oh, that HE did so much damage on the Hades, who has no armor. At least a re-smoke is pretty nice. HE, really good. Gizme has a chance in this. Jacob has a lot of utility, so could flush out Gizme, which is why he doesn't tuck in towards the barrels. Instead, he's going to stand out in the open. Molly will actually go deep. Hades in charge of the window and in charge of everything. Jacob takes out his teammate. It's a one-on-one. Somehow, it's gotten to this position, but without armor, Nexa has the advantage. Comes down to the 1v1 from what, a 2-on-5.
How's Jacob killed his teammate? That's the real question. How on earth has Jacob killed his teammate there in that 3v2? Great work from Gizme. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that's a 1v1. That is a lot of damage. Look at the money. It's not ideal now for BC game. Hades will have his AWP. Haven't really been needing Hades in this game so far, but very much like it was on Train, in this second half, Monte need Hades.
Absolutely. Starts over at B. Primetaps baits out his shot. He's just going to immediately run away. BC game of playing a similar setup where they're playing very much in the B site. Not playing the off angle with the AWP where you can just fall down a bit further back. Expecting a swing to come out. It's a good position because it means he's not disrupted by that sort of utility, but he will be disrupted by the flashbang.
Actually expended a lot of util here at CT side. Monty are now just dropping... Oh, that nade. Oh, brilliant. That's half the health, but actually they're going in mid to B once more. Cypher Primetaps now catch wind of this. Molly's And further util comes over, but... Oh, I was going to say, will Prime Touch be ready? Yes, he finds another double kill. Cypher deals with Ryu. Another one of these mid-to-be attempts shut down by one man.
It's not done yet, though. Sure, Cypher has the bomb. Okay, yeah, maybe it is done. Cypher, huge impact kills in these rounds. I don't know how Prime Touch keeps getting away with these doubles from window. That should never be possible. And he's done it twice, and both times it's won them the round.
You know when I said, oh, it's going to a third map, the free comeback? Like, I was, like, joking.
No, it is. 5 in a row for BC Game.
Not a single round on T side for Monty.
Some close ones. The closest not a round make. And the force into this one is scary. Nork on the orb. Oh, actually, only hits the leg. Gives me a little jump around. So they do get that long control. Jacob wants to find it. Oh, the blow. Lee, not ready for that. And the HE. Brutalized.
There's just no direction. There is not direction. Where we were complimenting Monty and saying that they were maneuvering themselves really well, they now have to rely on their aim. They have to rely on killing prime taps again, and that's better. Demka, there's a way in. A 3 versus 3. The bomb can go down. There is one kit on J-Chem, but this is going to be a really difficult one to try and retake because you know Monty aren't going to peek them.
That's one way to find your way back in. Hades has the orb, a re-smoke on doors as well, and everyone's coming from this side. This is so difficult. Is Jacob going to be a late piece through tunnels, or are they just calling it off?
Calling it off.
Yeah, it's got to be. Money's not there to support it if it fails, so Monty will break through. And that's a 3-on-5 that they're able to bring over the line.
Any kills good here for Nexa, but they can live here.
This is going to swing him. Goodbye. Oh, 2 HP. 6 HP. Not quite enough damage.
Double digis.
They finally break through. And it's at an important moment. Sure, you'll keep the orb, but Cypher's on the MP9. Utility comes at a bit of a cost. You've still only got that one kit. If Monty win this round, then the series can be theirs.
It can be.
BC Game lose it, like they just don't have the funds into the next round. And it means that 12 is almost assured. Huge amount on the line for BC Game in this series. Remember, this is 0-1 game, so you're down to 0-2 if you lose this, and you're 1 game away from being eliminated.
This reminds me of like the Sinner's Buy, except the Sinner's Buy on Inferno was a bit worse than this. But you're right, it really is dire straits. All because of a Demka double.
But it has been 5-1 in the second half in terms of rounds. So you still do favour the CTs in terms of mathematically. Should we bring it across?
Look at this gamble. And Gizmi's just taken all of the first stage ashore. 3 players leaning B because it has been mid to B so often. If Monty just hit A, if they go through short right now, they've got a free site.
I think they might go short too. And like, there's just not going to be a rotate anytime soon, surely. Jacob is in a position where it's hard for him to rotate because he doesn't know if players are close to him.
Oh, I think they're faking out that they're going mid to B.
Oh, smoke's bad. So you hope it's a fake.
Yeah, they're just taking the first stage of mid. Another
Gizmy.
tag on Gizmy. That pushes them back. Nork has to hit his shots.
They are keeping this lurk in play, but yeah, Nork on the site, under pressure. The lurk, somehow with low HP, gets a kill.
Oh, they're so indecisive about what they want to do.
Gotta commit, but that AWP is in play. No, it's not. How does Hades hit that? The drop down, Cypher and Nexa. Remember, Gizmy's incredibly low. He's just sitting mid. He's so far removed. Hades is completely alone right now. Smoke gives him some room to work with. Will enable Gizmy to slowly flank. And this flank, even with the low HP, could win the round. Oh, the back's turn, the taps come through, but he can't commit to the third. Cypher, another crucial multi-kill.
How's Hades died? How's Hades died in all of that? Because the whole point is that Hades lives. Hades lives, Gizmy takes first contact on low HP, and then Hades wins the round. But no, instead, it's Gizmy nearly taking it all away, but it's the UK counterpart. It is Cypher to push this one over the line for BC Game.
Almost just too late there, because Gizmy saw 3.
I don't know what Hades is doing.
Hades is watching short. But only one player survived, so money is actually still pretty bad for BC Game. At least they can pick up the AWP and keep that in play. Hades has found the opening kill.
Look at this push in tunnels. This is going to get countered. Look at Ryu. Ryu's holding for exactly this play, and he's got Gizmy. Prime taps. Removed. You see this? Oh, this discipline from Ryu. He's not swinging. He's allowed Nork to get out, sure, but he hasn't squandered his life. It's a 5-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, Nork's got him stuck in, sure, but that's one player completely committed now. The rest are free to work. Cypher tries to bait Jacob there. That's kind of cool. Spamming the smoke as if someone's not at car. Oh, and the jiggle. He'll escape. This can still get scary.
I'll tell you after.
The molly's not deep enough. The molly's not deep enough. Jacob reveals himself and Demka adjusts. Hades catches Cypher on the jump up. And so this will be 11. Jacob could have won that round. But a huge adjustment from Demka.
It's one of those as well where if you're JChem, you feel like you need to play trigger discipline. You need to get that multi, but at the same time, if you hold it for too long, someone's going to clear you. It happens every single time. So he takes the kill, he banks the fact he can get the second, but no. And then Cypher jumps and tries to get on top of default to get the trade, and Hades just removes him. This is Ninja, like from Nork.
Oh,
And he'll
he's
hit the no scope.
He's not living. Is he?
Is he not? He could.
Oh my god. He might actually... No, over the top. Really? Oh my god! No way!
That's expensive for Monty.
Yeah. Oh, if they removed him though, like... I mean, it's worth it. They're still in a good position. Like, yeah, it's expensive, but the rest of BC Game have such little money. I can't believe he gets all 4 of those kills. That's crazy.
Nice round. What's the loss bonus at
Dude,
here
their
for
money
BC
does
Game?
suck.
Oh, it's 19. Oh no. It's actually such a big round because BC Game win this, Monty Eco. If Monty win this, they probably win the series.
Yeah. Nork keeping that AWP is actually so important. And he realizes that
Gosh.
he has to get active. has to try and find some sort of opening for his team, and oh, that was the chance, but he misses the opportunity. And Hades will get the follow-up onto Jacob. And it's an upgrade for Hades too. Oh, that's brutal. Because you know, if you're Nork, the responsibility you had into that round. And you had that chance right in front of you. That's crushing.
And now this is a brutal realization now for both Nexa and Prime Taps, because all you're doing is going to be just trying to save a FAMAS at a 5-7. And I think Ryu has just spotted Prime Taps, so yeah, this is it. They have no money. They have zero money.
Gonna have to do it the hard way. Monty have found their T-side form. After 5 losses in a row, they're the ones that turn their fortunes. 3 on the trot, BC Games money in the absolute bin. It's going to be a scout without armor behind it, upgraded pistols. They can't even get an SMG if they want one, let alone a rifle.
And this boost is so clever because now you're not presenting yourself to the option to get deleted by a scout. Hades will now look onto the angle a little bit later. Oh, timing. But Nork slides across. Ryu going back to his duties in towards upper tunnels at the same old Monty default where they scale, they take control towards middle and short. All they're going to do is just play tight CS so they don't make any mistakes and lose to the pistols and the scouts.
Yeah, the other thing that's nice about that boost is, you know, you're up against a bad buy and they likely want to get lower.
Yeah.
So you'd spot that. They have gotten up very close in towards short. Nexa has this flashbang. This is the only play they can make to try and win this round. When will the flash come? There it is. The swing out. The flash is so good, but Gizmy gets one and Hades can swing. Nork's gonna walk in. His shadow spotted. A leg through the door against an unarmored player with the AWP is not enough. But I'm afraid, Brandon, this might just be it for BC Game. 0-2 looms. Monty have upset the favourites in this one. Nexa, for all his prowess in the server today, has a 1v4 in his hands. And without even a kit, with the bomb down on B, we all know the outcome that is coming. Demka will be the one that locks it in. Monty 2-0 BC Game.
Yeah, I mean, great work from Monty. Great work from Lean. You got to give a lot of credit towards Lean, but the MVP for me has to be... Well, actually, the thing is, you can pick so many of them, but it's got to be Demka. Like, Demka in the close stages of games, especially on Train, but also on Dust 2, like, the utility, he was creating the opportunities for Hades to get involved in the game more. Hades was slow in both first halves of this game. Demka was consistent throughout. Really impressive from Monty. And if this is what the new Monty is going to look like, is the potential of this team and where they can go, then I'm really excited to see what they can perform.
Yeah, I feel like we got to see all of the different parts of what makes this Monty exciting, right? We got to see Demka and Hades both kind of in their best form across these maps, as you mentioned. Gizmy, I thought, cold, great games across both maps. And Lean, I think he's the guy that deserves actually the biggest praise here, just for his consistency throughout both maps. That first half, the reason it was 9-3 is because of Lean. Like, this guy was brilliant. I cannot praise him enough, especially considering what his debut has been like up until this point. Just hats off to Lean for stepping up and delivering here.
Yeah, I mean, great work from all of Monty, really. For BC Game, you're going to be kicking yourself because you feel like Train was in the control the entire time, and then the ball gets dropped. Monty, make no mistake, in OT. And here on the CT side, it was just too much of a hurdle for them to overcome. They will sit 0-2. Monty will go 1-1. We can bring up the standings and show you what has just happened and what the implications are, because as mentioned, Parivision, Sashi, all sitting in 0-2. Fireflux in there as well, going up against a BC game. Like, this is going to be really difficult. Confirmations of our 1-1 and 0-2 games. We need to also do the winners games, and that's what's going to happen tomorrow. All of the 1-0 games are going to be played on stream for you tomorrow, so that'll be something to look forward to. But that brings us to the end of the broadcast for today, guys. Thank you so much, as always, for watching and tuning in. 4 best of 3s take shape tomorrow, but until then, we're going to end the broadcast. Take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.